This guy is Dan-woo. Just the other day, he was basking in the sun, volunteering in far-off Africa. And yet, today, while muttering about pickleball, he suddenly inherited the power of a god. It turns out this power belonged to his deceased younger brother. So, Dan-woo relentlessly trains himself to fully absorb this 100% power. And his ultimate goal can be summarized in 2 words: revenge. Revenge for his younger brother's death. On October 9th, 2013, Dan-woo's younger brother, Chan-woo, received a strange message. The content was bizarre. It mentioned nothing but whether he wanted to participate or not. On October 12th, 2013, he learned for certain that elves and dwarves existed. It was a world of orcs and dragons. At its center stood the Tower of the Sun God. Legend had it that whoever conquered the tower would become a god. However, Chan, who was only interested in the medicinal elixir within the tower, known as the Elixir of Immortality. On October 28, 2013, he formed a group of like-minded comrades and began climbing the tower. However, compared to the real world, this place was no joke. On November 9th, 2013, Chan, who decided to leave home. He only struggled for half a year. Thus, he severed all contact with the real world. On December 1st, 2013, Chan-woo's group was named Aisha. Aisha always led the way in every aspect. On September 7th, 2014, the conquest progressed slower than expected. On November 11th, 2014, conflicts erupted between high-ranking guilds, hindering the group's progress. On December 31st, 2015, they couldn't reach a consensus, and war was imminent. On July 2nd, 2015, the Guild Alliance opposing Aisha collapsed. On March 4th, 2016, Chan-woo fell in love. On September 19th, 2016, another battle broke out. On July 6th, 2017, a traitor emerged, sowing discord within the guild, and everyone became suspicious of each other. On July 1st, 2017, Chan-woo's body gradually weakened. He had been poisoned. On October 30th, 2017, several members left the guild, and Chan-woo's group suffered consecutive defeats. On November 1st, 2017, the person he loved stabbed him in the heart and left. Chan-woo's body began to decay. On February 1st, 2018, he was the only one left in Asia. On February 28th, 2018, Chan-woo obtained the Elixir of Immortality but couldn't send it home because he was surrounded by enemies. This made Chan-woo secretly hope that Dan-woo would retrieve the elixir and bring it back to their mother. Dan-woo immediately confirmed the inheritance of the power. He also silently felt the flow of energy. This was the power his brother and those in the other world possessed. After a long transfer process, Dan-woo was still awakening. But then, he unexpectedly received a notification. Inheritance failed. Please complete the inheritance after your body is perfected. Progress, 5%. Your current state is incomplete. He still had no intention of giving up and dedicated himself to research. Finally, he received encouraging signs. You have leveled up. Your aptitude has been discovered, and skills have been automatically added. You can only register your account here. Dan-woo could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now, I understand exactly what happened to my brother. Why he disappeared for 5 years and left this message for me. If all of this is true, by entering that world, I swear I will take revenge on all of you. He continued to check once more. It's the status window, quite similar to those in games. After awakening, my body feels enhanced, but I still feel like something's missing. The system quickly displays the next notification, Sage Trait. Function always active in all situations. You are immune to mind control or brainwashing. Dragon's Eye. Ability to detect truth. You can foresee enemy actions. Upon reading this, Dan-woo immediately remembered. Chan-woo mentioned meeting a dragon named Kalatu and making a pact with it on the first floor. These are its remnants. The status window also mentions an important function: enhanced senses. Your senses have been significantly increased. Dan-woo quickly and quietly discovered a special ability. It's X-ray vision. Alright, let's begin the journey. The first thing Dan-woo did was sell his house and burn his military uniform. He bought a backpack, clothes, and some food, a few knives, and a first aid kit. There's one plan that's making him hesitate. I want to get a gun and some explosives, but if I buy them, the police will question me, making things more difficult. It seems like it's been a week. Players who start late will have an advantage. Depending on how late they are, they'll be placed in appropriate testing rooms. By surpassing other players, you can accumulate points and also hidden fragments that can be utilized. That place should appear now. Having just joined the game, Dan-woo silently thought to himself, I swear I'll show you what revenge is for touching my brother. From now on, I'm Dan-woo. The status window now updates with new information. You have entered floor 0, where the test takes place. He looked around and felt a thrill. I'm really here. It's very similar to the place I saw in my memories. The tower is a test. Here, players have the opportunity to become a god. To climb the tower, players must prove they are capable. This is where the guide will be. But this is also the place where those who harm Chan-woo are. For revenge, Dan-woo has studied extremely thoroughly. To advance to the next floors, I think I should achieve a high score and complete the test well first. With a high score, I could take the top spot and get more powerful fragments. I need to collect as many valuable things as possible to become stronger. A light began to appear, accompanied by a voice. We have a guest. I thought I wouldn't see you. Seeing Dan-woo in a fighting stance, he deliberately reminded him. That would hurt me. Could you put the knife away and talk, brother? Nice to meet you. I'm the guardian of floor 0 and also the guide. This is a fateful encounter. You should clap to celebrate. Dan-woo immediately responded with a cooperative attitude. Advice from the guide can be ignored, but it's good to keep it in mind. His calm demeanor made the guide curious. It seems like you know who I am. I thought you were shy because you're wearing a mask. You're quite similar to a previous player I met, so maybe we can talk easily. The test is arranged in different levels from A to G. Each level has different environments and tests within a specific time frame. Your score will be determined based on how you complete the floors. What are the benefits of a high score? The higher the score, the better the rewards. I'm sure I've explained this to you already. You'll have 1 month. It all depends on you. However, we started last week. What will you do, and how will you start in the next round? Dan-woo quickly made some assessments in his head. The leading group has probably gone as far as they can. I've reached a point where no one can catch up to them. The guide also provided some very useful information. If you want to complete the test, it's best to form a group of 3 to 5 people. But if it's just you alone, you'll receive a higher score, right? The tower manages the player's work. If your contribution is high, your bonus points will be higher, so you don't need to worry. He was also silently thinking to himself. Usually, players use one of 2 methods. They're either too confident in their abilities and die carelessly. Having heard Dan-woo's confirmation, I understand. The guide replied cheerfully. If you're ready, I'll start immediately. The status window immediately displayed new information. The floor 0 test will now commence. Content. Player, you desire to become a god. You desire to conquer the tower. You must prove yourself worthy. Objective. You must achieve a high score within the allotted time. You have 549 hours, 37 minutes, and 88 seconds. You have selected level A. Solve or break through all the traps. This information suddenly reminded Dan-woo of something. His memories warned him about this type of trap. The locations and activation methods of these traps weren't mentioned, so the warning wasn't much help. His quick wit and caution helped him escape the first trap. A strategy suddenly popped into Dan-woo's head. Perhaps stick to the walls and minimize body contact as much as possible. Unexpectedly, he had only taken a few more steps when he triggered another trap. The status window then displayed a notification. An intense pain is coursing through your body. You have been affected by the stun effect. The cold-blooded trait has helped you maintain your composure. The stun effect has been removed. You have increased your pain resistance by 1 level. Dan-woo began to feel fear in his heart. I knew it was dangerous, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. At that very moment, an arrow shot towards him. Dan-woo could only try to treat the wound. The system didn't give any prompts this time. Your wound is bleeding profusely. Your body is burning. The cold-blooded trait has helped you maintain your composure. The stun effect has been removed. You have developed bleeding resistance. As he continued moving, he kept speculating. When the arrow was shot at me, it was probably already prepared. There was also a signal, although very faint, it was still enough to notice. I need to calculate the timing precisely. Just finding those arrows with the naked eye is hard enough. I need to pay attention to the gears when they move. A perfect time to identify the launch trajectory is also necessary. Enhanced senses. The status window immediately displayed the information. Enhanced senses skill activated. Your hearing has been enhanced. Enhanced senses skill level increased to 0.8%. Dan-woo breathed a sigh of relief. Found it. He immediately used his sharp knife to disrupt the trap's activation cycle. Dan-woo, emboldened by his success, pressed on, continuing to discover other interesting things. Depending on how he handled the arrows, his stats increased differently. Dodging the blue arrows increased his speed, adding a point to his dexterity. Blocking those arrows increased his strength, quickly adding another point. Getting hit by the gold arrows increased his endurance. The more he accumulated, the easier this kind of task became. His stats had skyrocketed. Strength 19, dexterity 19, endurance 14, and health 21. Dan-woo's approach to the test excited the guide. This is getting more and more interesting, isn't it? I don't think I've seen anyone like this before. Strange, the people in group are still more captivating than the groupie bunch. This guy shows promise. Even with ability, he still has to grapple with that much danger. But if he's clever enough and surpasses the others. But it seems like there's going to be a lot more fun to watch. Dan-woo's status window updated. You have reached the final point. His stats changed again. Strength 29, dexterity 33, endurance 30, and health 21. Still pleased with his achievements, he realized something was strange. His strength, speed, endurance, and destructive capabilities had increased significantly. The system also announced the healing process will begin now. Finally, he had a place to rest. Dan-woo drifted off to sleep without realizing it, and woke up to see another player waving at him. Still disoriented, he wondered, who is this guy? After observing him for a moment, Dan-woo boldly questioned him. A merchant, the man replied cheerfully. So relieved you know who I am. I like you, brother. A customer. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm just a traveling merchant. Dan-woo silently realized something. Occasionally, merchants would appear at the end and provide players with what they needed, for a price, of course. From ordinary items like food, water, healing potions, skill books, even valuable artifacts, he quickly pitched. I'm a trader of all things that exist in this world. If you need anything, let me know. Curious, Dan-woo glanced at the list of items. They included poison, golden goat horns, Tiamat's left eye, all sorts of treasures. But Dan-woo immediately dismissed them, knowing he wasn't ready for such things. After rummaging through the list, he spotted a return ticket. It was a ticket that could be used to return to any place he desired. As soon as Dan-woo selected it, he asked about the payment method. How do I pay for these items? The merchant immediately offered an answer. With stat points, sir, he explained, though he'd already made that clear. We're conscientious merchants. We only sell at extremely reasonable prices. but Dan, who felt frustrated by the exorbitant prices of the items. He quickly used the points he had accumulated on Floor Zero to exchange for the ticket that could reset Floor Zero. The merchant, looking at him with astonishment, offered an explanation. I do have that, but I've never seen anyone interested in it. Usually, after surviving Floor Zero, players request things that can make the next levels easier for them, not something that would make them go through Floor Zero again. But Dan had remained firm in his decision. I still have some important matters to attend to, so I need to go back. This piqued the merchant's interest. The instructions for using the ticket are quite simple. Tier the ticket at any point you desire, and you will be transported back to your starting position. After the merchant bid him farewell, the system updated with new information. All your stats from Floor Zero have been reset. You have successfully purchased 10 return tickets. Dan, who didn't hesitate to use the first ticket. Back on Floor Zero, the starting point of the game, a plan immediately formed in his mind. Now I need to increase my stats as much as possible. In a flash, Dan, who reached the final point of Floor Zero, he quickly formulated new strategies. I need to refine my senses through this repetition of Floor Zero, but my attributes seem to have increased quite a bit already. Dragon's Eye, a skill that allowed the player to borrow the eye of an ancient dragon to a certain extent to see the truth. When he activated it for the first time, he was shocked by what unfolded before his eyes. In the vision granted by Dragon's Eye, everything lost its color. The world consisted only of black lines on a white background. It looked like a sketch on a white canvas. Eyes that can see through the outer layer and perceive everything inside, including humans. Is this the phenomenon my brother mentioned? After receiving the notification that he had reached the final point, Dan, who felt immensely satisfied. What incredible progress, considering it took me 34 hours on my first try. His stats were Strength 51, Dexterity 56, Endurance 55, and Health 21. He continued to strategize. If I had started with the others, I would have reached Section E by now. If I keep staying on Floor Zero like this, I'll never catch up to them. I should speed up to secure a high rank. The status board then indicated, "You have entered the boss room," prompting another thought in his mind. I need to clear Floor Zero and get to Floor B immediately. Maintain the initially planned speed and agility. I can't afford to be slowed down here. Moving forward a bit further, Dan, who suddenly realized something. If I fall down there, I'll die instantly. I can't die here. By dodging the sharp arrows, his dexterity increased by 1 point, facing the large flames. But thanks to his cold-blooded trait, he was resistant to burns. His enhanced senses skill had now increased to 15.6%. After passing through the flames, both his agility and strength increased by 1 point. His enhanced senses skill increased to 16.9%, and all stats leveled up. While Dan, who continued his swift clearing of the floor, he unexpectedly encountered a new obstacle. This scarecrow felt like it was mimicking the player. The copper scarecrow is a scarecrow that imitates the player's movements and actions. It also has the ability to attack within a certain range. The true boss of Part, it wasn't just ordinary scarecrows, but also 10 copper scarecrows behind them, copying the player's actions and grasping their movements. Their bodies were as strong as a hellish storm, so we were held back by them for a long time. There are 2 ways to overcome them. One is direct combat. The other is to subdue them. Dan, who then used his Dragon's Eye ability and quickly discovered its weakness. He attacked while confidently asserting, "This copper scarecrow operates based on a sensor. I have to find a sensor and destroy it. Maybe that's the person I saw earlier when my senses were heightened." I recognize that these scarecrows move according to their sensors. Dan, who finally succeeded in destroying the giant scarecrow, causing the boy behind him to exclaim in astonishment, "What the hell? You're wickedly skilled." His observation skills made Dan, who silently wonder. I could recognize that the copper scarecrow operates using its sensor by using my enhanced senses. But this is an ordinary person. How could this kid figure out how it works? Under Dan-hoo's scrutinizing gaze, the boy deliberately shouted, "What are you going to do to me? Are you coming closer to harm me?" Hearing this, Dan-hoo immediately lowered his voice. "Don't worry, I won't harm you." "How did you know?" "The fact that the copper scarecrow operates through a sensor." "I'm asking how you knew this." The boy didn't hesitate to offer an explanation. "I can read the mana flow inside the copper scarecrow when it's active." This allowed Dan-hoo to confidently assert, "You can see magic, which proves you have an extremely high affinity with it. Even the parameters of those who control magic. If I could learn it, it would be very useful for me to be able to handle mana." This thought led him to boldly probe, "How can you see and control magic?" "Of course, I won't ask you to tell me for free. I see you've been stuck here for quite a while, so I'll help you get out." "How about that? That's not bad for you, is it?" Seeing the boy still silent, Dan-hoo turned away. This made the boy feel apprehensive and try to hold him back. Wait a minute. About what you said, is it true? You really don't know how to handle magic?" "No way. Are you saying you did that without using magic?" "This is impossible. You clearly defeated all these scarecrows." Suspicion continued to grow in the boy's mind. "A monster that I tried so hard to defeat along with my teammates, but couldn't even budge an inch. That's the copper scarecrow that has survived for hundreds of years, skilled and attacking without a scratch. With just a few attacks, you destroyed the copper scarecrow, and now you're saying you don't know how to handle magic." But finally, he decided to answer. "All right, I'll teach you. I'm Run. You want me to help you learn how to handle magic, right?" After reaching the agreement, Dan-hoo made a suggestion. "I'll go ahead and clear the path, so you should follow behind me. If you fall behind, I won't hesitate to leave you here. And one more thing." Before Run's bewildered gaze, he seriously reminded him, "Use honorifics when speaking to me. I won't go easy on you just because you're a child. I can clearly see you're probably only 10 years old, but you're likely not ordinary. It's best to listen to what I say." "Understood." As soon as Run heard this, he immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, sir." Rewinding time back to when Run was still in the basement, a stranger approached his group and started a conversation. "I really like the look in your eyes. People like you are sure to achieve great things. I'm Abayu. We are called Jangden. We're in the waiting room on floor B. If you want to join, come with us." After hearing the enticing invitation, the young boys became much more excited. "Does that mean we'll be joining the Jangden Guild?" If it really is Jangden, it was established to prevent chaos in the tutorial floor. Everyone's journey continued. Just as predicted, the deeper they went into the tunnel, the more calamities they encountered. "If we move, these scarecrows will attack." One of them showed clear fear on his face. "If this keeps up, I'll be in trouble. What should I do to get out of here now?" He slowly glanced at his teammate, and that person was none other than Run. He was also panicking, having to face so many scarecrows at once. The team leader, Kane, glanced at Run and thought, Run's ability is only to analyze the flow of mana. The kid can't help much. I should probably leave him here. In this situation, that's probably the right thing to do. He suddenly grabbed the back of Run's collar and threw him into the middle of the scarecrows without hesitation. After committing this inhumane act, Kane turned to the others and said, "Run now." Run lay sprawled on the floor, yelling in despair, "All of you, why are you doing this to me?" Back in the present, Run still couldn't forget the betrayal he had suffered. "At first, I thought you guys were good people. What's up? Do we still have something to talk about?" Kane approached Run with a remorseful expression. "How did you?" Run crossed his arms and replied haughtily, "I don't need to tell you how I got out of there, right? I don't know what you're planning to say, but please just go away. I don't even want to see you, because just looking at you makes me sick. So, let's pretend we don't know each other until the tutorial floor is over. I don't have enough power to do anything to you guys, right? So, how the hell are you guys here waiting for me?" The group just lowered their heads silently. Surprisingly, Kane took the initiative to apologize directly to Run, showing remorse. We want to apologize for what happened before in any way we can. Run, still furious, retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? These are empty words." Kane continued to plead, "Please keep what happened back then a secret. Will you? We sincerely apologize. I can't tell you the details, but please don't speak of what happened between us to anyone else. We beg you." Disheartened, they pleaded with Run for forgiveness. The other teammates chimed in, "Run, please, for the sake of our friendship, think about what we've been through." It seemed like things might turn around, but the hatred in Run's heart was too great. "I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but get lost. I don't want to see your faces anymore." With that, he turned and walked away without a second glance. Kane started to panic as things weren't going according to plan. This can't be happening. If I let things go on like this, the opportunity might vanish into thin air. I'll eliminate Run here. Baya doesn't know him anyway. He glanced at his close companion, then glared at Run. "Sorry, kid, but I think you have to go here. There aren't many people here right now. No one's really paying attention. So, if I kill him, no one will know. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to join the Jangden Guild. I'll just cover it up by saying the kid died in the boss room." Kane gripped his sword, slowly advancing towards Run. Just as he drew his sword, ready to act, Dan, who appeared out of nowhere, whispering in Kane's ear, "They say there's a guild on the tutorial floor directly affiliated with Ha-Jo called Jangden, and that Ha-Jo tends to recruit new members from Jangden. But they're very strict in their recruitment. They only want those without any sins. So you want to eliminate the kid, right?" As Kane turned to see who it was, Dan, who slashed his forearm, severing it completely. Kane cried out in agony, hearing the commotion. Run turned back curiously. Kane clutched his arm, wailing in resentment, "My hand." The others quickly drew their swords defensively. Dan, who stood motionless, thinking, if it were anyone else, I would have already reached floor B. But with this kid, I can't just ignore him. For a moment, he saw the image of his younger brother in Run. He was also betrayed by his own teammates. Everyone was bewildered by Dan, whose mysterious appearance. How long has he been there? I clearly checked the surroundings. Dan, whose voice turned menacing. "If you enjoy hurting others so much, you better be prepared for the consequences." Kane, driven mad by the crippling blow, roared, "My hand. You bastard. How dare you? I'll send you to meet your maker. You scum." With all his remaining strength, he charged towards Dan, who, sword raised. Just as the blow landed, Dan, who swiftly dodged, turning his head to the side. Then he counterattacked, grabbing Kane's wrist and twisting it back, demanding, "Oh yeah, I can make it so you never use your hand again." One of them asked, "Why are you doing this? You don't have any grudge against him, so why are you attacking us?" Dan, who calmly replied, "What did you do to even ask me that?" The man stammered, "Well, this." Dan, who barked, "Drop your weapons." The two hesitated, glancing at each other, seeing their reluctance. Dan, who twisted Kane's arm further, threatening, "I don't want to say it again." Unable to bear the pain any longer, Kane swallowed his pride and yelled, "Drop them. Do it. Throw them down, please." As soon as he spoke, all of Kane's teammates threw their swords to the ground. One of them said to Dan, who, "We did it. Let Kane go." After hearing their request, Dan, who simply smirked and replied, "Idiots." He effortlessly tossed Kane to the ground and then stomped on his shoulder. After a series of agonizing screams, Kane gradually lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back in his head. One of Kane's teammates, feeling outraged, spoke up, "That's different from what you promised." He barely finished his sentence before Dan, who delivered a devastating punch to his face. The blow sent him sprawling, strawberry syrup erupting from his mouth. The remaining two, witnessing Dan, whose arrogance and brutality couldn't hold back any longer. They both charged at Dan, who simultaneously, seeing Kane's group trying to retaliate. Dan, who showed no mercy. He grabbed the two daggers he carried and rushed towards them with lightning speed. Dan, who thrust his daggers forward. Upon impact, he immediately sliced one of his opponent's legs. After Dan-woo's unstoppable attack, the man collapsed, screaming in agony, "No, my leg." With his sharp intuition, Dan-woo sensed something amiss. He quickly turned around. He spotted two more trying to ambush him from behind. He didn't hesitate to deliver a devastating blow to each of them. They crumpled to the ground unconscious, eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth. Run, watching from the sidelines, gaped in awe at Dan-woo's power. He silently praised him. "I knew he was strong, but he's truly beyond my imagination." As Run stood there dumbfounded, Dan-woo suddenly turned to him and said, "You're drooling, kid." He kindly added, "Take care of yourself and watch out for others from now on." After Dan-woo started to leave, Run hesitantly called out, wait." He shouted with all his might, "Thank you, sir. One day, I'll be just like you." Hearing these sincere words, Dan-woo stopped. He then told Run, "Try the Zia flower garden. It will be quite helpful for you." After saying this, Dan-woo quietly left without revealing anything further. Run stood there, clenching his fists with determination. Zia flower garden. His face showed steely resolve. Inside the waiting hall, the defeated knights lay battered and bruised, covered in wounds. Kong suddenly broke into a wide smile, then sat muttering to himself like a madman. It was truly unbelievable. Then he nudged the boy lying next to him with his foot. "Hey, wake up." After that call, Day-o yawned and stretched, waking up. He sat up sleepily, rubbing his eyes, and asked, "You didn't even let me sleep. What's going on?" Kong crouched down and asked him, "Did you see that?" Day-o, after his long sleep, was like a caveman, unaware of what had transpired. Kong excitedly recounted, "Those guys who were bragging about getting into Jangden, they just got completely trashed." Day-o was incredibly curious. They were the ones going around boasting about being helped by the Jangden Guild. What happened to them? Kong explained they were beaten by a single person. Hearing this, Day-o's eyes widened in astonishment. All of them? By just one person? Kong speculated, "That's right. I think he came from Floor A alone. He cleared Floor A by himself, too." Day-o still couldn't believe what he was hearing. Is all of this true? Is he really that strong? About making him a member of our team, do you think he's okay with that? Kong grinned, clearly delighted. Going solo means he doesn't belong to any team yet. I don't think there'll be anyone else like this. So, I want to invite him to join our team. If we can get him, our team's strength will increase significantly. Day-o started to consider Kang's proposal. Yeah, that's true. If we don't invite him, we'll have to fight him later. Kong quickly made a decision. If that's the case, we just need to check him out one more time. Should we follow him? Day-o chuckled naively. Come on, that's a bad habit. Kong, seeing this, asked curiously, "So you're not planning to follow him?" Day-o spoke seriously, "Shouldn't we think about this a bit more?" Kong looked at the boy with teary eyes and asked again for confirmation, "You really aren't going?" After a bit of psychological manipulation, Day-o gave in to Kang's plan. "Who said I wasn't going? You know this is my favorite thing to do, right?" The system announced, "The Floor B trial will now begin. Floor B has a total of 4 doors. Choose one door and clear the path." Dan-woo stood frozen before the 4 difficult choices. One wrong step could lead him astray. Each door was designed to lead players to a different room with a preset difficulty. The further right, the more difficult the challenge. My younger brother chose the second, easiest door. But after a long time, when he somewhat settled in the tower and learned about the secrets of the tutorial floor, he regretted the choice he made on Floor B. The rewards differ depending on the color of the door chosen on Floor B. My future strength depends on the doors I choose now. After careful consideration, Dan-woo hesitantly stepped towards the black door. Perhaps I should choose the black door. I have to touch the triple-edged, blood-sucking sword here. After Dan-woo lightly touched it, the door opened. The system confirmed, "You have entered the black path. Safely swim across the pond and proceed to the opposite side." The pond is made of a giant Mimi's tears, accidentally spilled during transport. No ordinary life form can survive in this pond. Dan-woo lightly kicked a stone in front of him, then kicked it straight into the pond to check the water's density. He was utterly shocked to see even such a hard stone shatter into pieces. If I try to swim across without knowing the depth and width of this pond, I'll die instantly. I don't even know what's inside. It has to be somewhere. Dan-woo's eyes began to gleam. He looked up at the wall and discovered a strange black mark clearly visible on it. Dan-woo mustered his courage and touched it. Just as he suspected, a secret tunnel opened. There's the passage. System announcement. You have entered the dungeon. You have found the hidden piece of the ice and fire room. You have obtained 300 kama. After following the staircase down for a while, Dan-woo finally found what he was looking for. White moss, a type of moss imbued with the essence of the moon. Eating it causes illness, and it doesn't taste very good either. Only later did I discover that as difficult as the Black Path is, it has various solutions, one of which is white moss. It's not suitable for human consumption. Even if eaten, the body can't absorb its energy, leading to various illnesses. Therefore, players who somehow find the dungeon usually avoid white moss. However, I learned about it from a close family friend of the Dan family. White moss is a valuable material with a unique method of consumption. My younger brother discovered that to use and eat it, we need several other ingredients. Creatures like insects and animals consider white moss their primary food source for growth. Insects and beasts that consume white moss have evolved stomachs that generate artificial heat to absorb the moon's essence. This heat emitted from their hearts contains the fire property. On the other hand, white moss possesses the water property. If the heart and the moss are combined, the two properties will merge, becoming an elixir that strengthens bones and muscles. It's quite dark from here on in, with white moss covering most of the walls. As Dan-woo slowly walked forward, a giant centipede crawled right behind him. Dan-woo was completely unaware, still lost in thought as he walked. The walls here have been completely eaten clean. There must be some kind of monster living around here. Finally, Dan-woo realized something was following him, a giant centipede. He drew his dagger and slashed decisively at it. I need to kill this centipede to upgrade my base stats. Red centipede, a centipede that relies on white moss as its primary food source. Although its eyes have atrophied due to living in a cave, its other senses are more developed, sometimes preferring meat over the usual moss. System quest, a fire monster has appeared. Hidden quest, ice and fire. The ice and fire room is filled with monsters that consume white moss. If they escape the dungeon, the outside ecosystem could be disrupted. Hunt as many monsters as possible. The centipede realized who had attacked it and began to chase Dan-woo at full speed. He quickly turned and stabbed the dagger into the centipede, but it had little effect. Dan-woo started to worry. It's too tough. Normal attacks won't do anything to it. Its biological armor is too tough. My dagger luckily pierced its skin, but not deep enough to weaken it. There's a huge difference between clearing traps and killing monsters. I just need to find the right strategy. After all, a life is a life, and that applies to monsters too. Maybe it has a weak point. Dan-woo's eyes suddenly lit up. He had found the crux of the problem. Dragon eyes. The centipede's head resembled a dragon's, complete with two protruding antennae. After careful observation, Dan-woo spotted a weakness on the centipede's body. It slowly crawled away as Dan-woo stood perfectly still. He waited for the right moment to strike. The centipede turned its head and lunged towards him. Dan-woo dodged to the side and placed his hand on the centipede's back. After carefully observing and pinpointing the exact location, he drew his dagger, put all his strength into his arm, and plunged it into the centipede's back. Thinking it was over, Dan-woo realized there was another layer of armor inside. The dagger couldn't reach the centipede's weak spot. Glancing back, Dan-woo was surprised to find the centipede preparing to counterattack. It whipped its tail towards him. The powerful attack sent him flying towards the cliff wall. System notification. Excruciating pain overwhelmed your body. You are affected by stun. Blood poured from Dan-woo's mouth. You have suffered severe internal injuries. You are affected by shock. Red centipede bodily fluids have entered your system. You are affected by poison. For ribs, 2 vertebrae fractured, left thigh vein ruptured, right ankle tendon severed. Dan-woo closed his eyes to regain his composure. Your cold-blooded nature helps you maintain composure. Stun effect removed. You have developed pain resistance. Shock effect removed. You have developed impact resistance. Poison effect removed. You have developed poison resistance. Physical resistance skill created. You have displayed remarkable composure in a dire situation. You have achieved a profound realization regarding perseverance and an unyielding will. The red centipede continued to charge towards Dan-woo, its sharp teeth bared like a shark's. Fighting spirit skill created. Dan-woo immediately plunged his dagger into the monster's mouth. Though his hands trembled, he held on tight, refusing to let go. Seeing his opportunity, Dan-woo pulled out the dagger, letting the centipede's head slam into the cliff wall. He quickly moved down to the centipede's body. There was only one weak point, where the hard shell was now exposed. Dan-woo decisively raised his dagger and plunged it deep into the centipede's belly. A blue liquid gushed out like a waterfall. Dan-woo held the dagger firmly in place as the liquid sprayed onto his face. He pushed the dagger deeper, delivering a finishing blow. White moss began to spread across the ground. After the grueling battle, both the red centipede and Dan-woo lay sprawled on the ground. He panted heavily, glancing at the centipede with one eye. After being stabbed fatally in the belly by Dan-woo, the centipede began to weaken and then slowly showed no further signs of life. System confirmation. You have succeeded in exterminating the red centipede. You have defeated an enemy that would normally be impossible for you. Dan-woo grinned beneath his mask, his face drenched in sweat, seeing the white moss covering the ground. He quickly scooped up a large handful and slowly put it into his mouth. As he swallowed, large, round bubbles of varying sizes appeared in his stomach. Having finished eating, Dan-woo wiped his mouth with his hand and slowly walked towards the centipede. Green fluid continued to spurt from the creature. Dan-woo pulled a bright green heart from the red centipede's carcass. He opened his mouth wide and chewed on the centipede's organ. Outside the hall, Obelisk, seeing Kane's group battered and bruised, asked, "What the hell happened here?" None of them dared to speak, sitting still as statues. Obelisk stood with his hands on his hips, thinking, what really happened here? Who beat them up like this? Could it be that bastard is challenging us? This is annoying. He must know they are under Jangdon's protection, but he doesn't care, which means he's looking down on us. Obelisk turned to the remaining person, a masked man. The man quickly confirmed, "Yes, that's right." Obelisk began to piece together the scarce clues. Wearing a mask, He shifted his stance, then continued to strategize. "I think I'll go look for and hunt that guy down right now." Obelisk frowned in frustration, determined to find the one who dared to cause such trouble. Back inside the cave of the Black Door, Dan-woo, having consumed the red centipede's heart in combination with the white moss, saw its hidden effects manifest. Your joints are healing and becoming stronger, your muscles firmer, and your skin smoother. Your physique is improving little by little. Number of monsters hunted. You have acquired a hidden piece, heart fire, and frost badge. Dan-woo leaned against the cliff wall, his face etched with exhaustion. He thought to himself, "I somehow did it. I managed to get heart fire and frost badge. I hear that the stronger the body becomes, the faster it recovers when tired. That's a relief. I didn't expect that I would gain more stat points from killing the red centipede than from defeating the room boss. Low magic power is the only flaw I have, but what can I do about it? I need to figure out how to sense mana as soon as possible. The problem is how. But I'm also quite happy that the stats have been raised considerably. This isn't the only problem. The power of the Dragon Calitu is great, but there will be many situations where mana will be useful. That's bound to happen as long as I keep climbing higher. Physical resistance will be effective against external impact. It will minimize the impact from an attack and will also reduce pain. I really have to thank my cold-blooded trait. Otherwise, I would have been a goner just now. However, the pain isn't completely gone. I can still feel its intensity, even if it's lessened. But in battles, this skill will be incredibly helpful in defeating opponents. Poison, burns, frost, stun, hallucinations, and curses are the biggest obstacles during raids. But if I can negate all of those, it'll create a huge advantage. Now, the notification screen is becoming clearer. The most noteworthy skill is probably Battle Will. While focused in combat, accelerated thinking allows for quick decision-making, which is the most crucial thing. It was truly a life or death situation to be able to make a calm judgment. Besides, this skill can also be used in various other ways. It's fortunate to have this skill. Otherwise, I would have been killed by the red centipede. Dan smiled with satisfaction. The skill assessment isn't too bad. It's difficult to acquire a skill above D rank in the tutorial floor. Dan put on his mysterious white mask once more. This time, he faced the droppings in the cave. With just a few slashes, he easily eliminated them. You have successfully eliminated 5 sonic droppings. The number of monsters eliminated is 147. The corpses of the droppings lay scattered at Dan-Hu's feet. He held their fangs in his hand and muttered, "I'm starting to get used to this." These are the fangs and claws of the sonic droppings. This is a mixture of white moss and the red centipede's venomous blood. I used the correct ratio when preparing it. If I pour it onto the sonic droppings' fangs and claws, the solution gradually seeped into the fangs and claws, causing them to corrode as smoke billowed up. Finally, I've obtained the powder with fire essence. It's highly explosive when exposed to fire. Dan-Hu quickly put them into a pouch, then carefully attached it to his side. Dan-Hu paused, contemplating his next move. Before he knew it, the next tribulation arrived. A legion of green ants had surrounded him. The size of each ant ranged from 30 centimeters to 1 meter. Hundreds of ants formed a circle around the ant queen. The worker ants diligently carried eggs back to their nest. Zenhu stood back observing silently. Due to the nature of ant society, all ants, including worker ants, are willing to sacrifice their lives to protect their habitat if attacked. Engaging in battle with all of them at once, please. The room outside this tunnel is where the Bathory Bloodsword clan resides. The Vampire Lord is one of the long-perished overlords. Legend has it that the Countess brought death and destruction. She could drain the life force of others to strengthen herself, and if allowed to continue, she could also steal their skills. I've heard that there are still quite a few players and clans who grit their teeth in frustration whenever they recall the damage they suffered from her. The fewer the number of artifacts, the better the quality. Artifacts with 3-digit numbers in the 300s are among the best. Moreover, this is a very unique item, a rare artifact in the entire tower and the tutorial floor. I can't miss this. Dan-Hu is determined not to lose it. Even when the path looks blocked, there's always a way. Dan-Hu placed his hand on the pouch of powder at his side, then quickly ran towards the ants. The legion of ants stood dumbfounded, bewildered by what this human was about to do. Dan-Hu decisively threw out 3 pouches of the fire essence powder. The powder inside the pouches spilled onto the ground where the ants were standing. Knowing the powder's flammability, Dan-Hu flicked his lighter, then threw it towards the powder without hesitation. Flames erupted, incinerating the green ants. You have successfully blown up the dungeon. 217 green ant soldiers have been exploded. 89 of those green ants were burned. Bonus comma will be provided. Dan, who stood still, watching the raging inferno. He suddenly swung his arm back, killing an ant behind him. Seizing the opportunity, Dan, who continued to use his dagger, eliminating a series of surviving green ants. Almost all were dead, leaving only eggs and a few hatchlings, but many worker ants still remained. I'll sweep these ants after I get the Bathory blood sword. Right now, I have to focus. Suddenly, Dan, who felt something strange approaching. The ground trembled incessantly. In the distance, the silhouette of a giant ant advanced towards him. One of its wings was scorched from the fire. Its legs were also badly injured. Dan, who gripped his dagger ready. It stared at him with deep black eyes. As soon as it located its opponent, the boss monster, the Green Ant Queen, lunged towards Dan-hoo. The Green Ant Queen charged at Dan-hoo as if he were a delicious meal. It used its long legs to stab downwards, but Dan-hoo quickly jumped back, narrowly avoiding the attack. Dan-hoo glanced around, searching for an escape route. There must be a door somewhere inside this ant nest. The two locked eyes, surrounded by burning ant eggs. Finally, Dan-hoo spotted the exit from this monstrous ant nest. He firmly grasped 3 daggers and threw them at the boss like darts. The Ant Queen, surrounded by the daggers, dodged one only to be struck by another. Dan-hoo kept 1 dagger in hand, waiting for the right moment. He then dashed forward, expertly slashing at the Queen's legs. In an instant, all of the Queen's legs were severed. The Ant Queen collapsed, powerless. Dan-hoo walked towards the door unimpeded. He gripped the doorknob and opened the door. An ethereal blue light struck Dan-hoo's eyes. You have entered the Vampire Lord's temple. The space within was incredibly eerie, illuminated by blue and red lights. Bathory, the Vampire Lord. This is it, the Vampire Lord's highest-rated weapon, the Bathory blood sword, the Vampire Dagger. It has the ability to drain the opponent's blood. The sword chooses its wielder. If the wielder isn't accepted by the sword, it will continuously try to take over their mind. The thing he needed most was finally within his grasp. It would help him greatly in closing the gap between himself and the other players. A quick look is enough to see the terrifying power of this dagger. As soon as the enemy is inflicted with the bleeding status, the dagger's damage increases beyond average. However, the power of this dagger is currently sealed, its true value a big question mark for me. The statue's face looks rather unpleasant and not very satisfied. Dan-hoo bowed his head, closing his eyes, then firmly grasped the sword in the statue's hand. The moment he drew the sword, a strange black aura suddenly wrapped around his arm. Dan-hoo winced in pain. The dagger chooses its wielder. If a player isn't chosen, their body will be destroyed. However, do the players who just entered the tutorial floor have enough ability to withstand that threat? That's why some players who find the dagger suddenly meet their maker rather quickly. If other players saw me doing this, they'd probably think I'm crazy. Dan-hoo placed his hand on a pedestal, then raised the sword high above his head, building momentum. Then, he forcefully stabbed his own left hand. The Bathory blood sword's blood fusion was originally a skill, but it presented an extreme difficulty. The Vampire Lord was so greedy that she didn't want to pass on her most precious weapon to anyone, even after her death. So, she sealed the sword's true form and abilities and left it in the world. System notification. The seal has been released. Dan-hoo breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the seal was completely removed. His hand seemed to be covered by something. Original Bathory blood sword. True form. The Vampire Lord's highest-rated weapon. It can drain the life force from opponents and devour their souls. What incredible power. Blood mark. If the target is hit with a critical attack, they will bleed. Targets affected by bleeding will receive a certain amount of damage over time. Even high-ranking players would risk their lives for this skill. Dark Game Skill, the power of the Vampire Lord, consumes energy and reduces a portion of the target's stats. If mastery reaches its maximum, the target's skills can also be stolen. Behind his mask, Dan-hoo smiled confidently. Dan-hoo's arm now radiated an immense power. He left the room and continued his battle with the green ants, sweeping through them wherever he went. One of the ants scrambled to its feet, glaring at Dan-hoo with resentment. He had his weapon at the ready. As the ant charged, he leaped into the air and landed squarely on its back, as if riding a horse. Dan-hoo touched the ant with his empowered hand, causing its veins to bulge beneath its skin. Dan-hoo softly uttered 2 words, "Devour." In an instant, half of the ant's body turned ashen gray, as if burned. Dan-hoo has absorbed life force. Bathory Blood Sword proficiency increased by 1.1%. In this way, Dan-hoo absorbed a great deal of life force and gained numerous stat points. You have slain the boss monster Green Ant Queen. Bonus comma will be provided. You have obtained 300 comma. The Green Ant army has lost its fighting spirit. The ant tunnel will soon collapse. The collapse is already underway. Dae-oh and Kong finally arrive at the tunnel of the Black Door. Dae-oh walks while wondering, was there ever a place like this before? I've never seen this place. At least, he wasn't strong enough to enter a place like this. So, are you sure he was here? Kong replies with a rather annoyed tone, "That's what I said. If you don't believe me, then go back." Dae-oh yawns and says, "Who said I didn't believe you? Why are you so snappy?" Kong puts his arm around Dae-oh's shoulder and laughs. "Come on, stop it. We're brothers." But perhaps it seems like someone has hunted a lot of monsters. They observe the chaotic scene around them. This is amazing. Is he really this strong? The monsters here don't look weak at all. Dae-oh also has to admit, it's funny to say this, but just looking at the traces, the ones inside this dungeon can't be weak. Maybe he's just too strong. Suddenly, Dae-oh falls silent as if he has discovered something. His face darkens as he calls out to Kong. Before he can finish his sentence, Kong understands what Dae-oh is trying to say. Yeah, I know. This isn't a joke anymore. Looking at the corpses of the gray ants lying on the ground, Kong grows increasingly puzzled. Where did he find this? When we searched, there was no sign of this in the dungeon too. Kong begins to ponder, not only did he solo Flora, but he probably has some kind of overpowered skill. A player with this skill is very rare. Sooner or later, he'll be known by all the players in the tutorial floor. After that, other guilds will be eager to find him. I have to be prepared before that happens. Suddenly, Kong and Dae-oh turn their heads in the same direction. A swarm of green ants appears from somewhere, startling both of them. Kong and Dae-oh look directly at each other, as if implying they are preparing for action. The system continuously notifies Dan-hoo, you have eliminated the brown-scaled salamander. The number of monsters hunted is 1,000. The maximum requirement for your quest has been met. The Heart of Flame and Frost Badge effects are complete. Things are starting to happen within your body. Your body is about to undergo changes. Dan-hoo immediately opens the status window to check. Thanks to the energy of the monsters he drained through the Bathory Blood Sword, his stats have experienced an unparalleled surge. In the system panel, strength, agility, and stamina are all above 80. My stats have increased considerably. Dan-hoo notices a rather prominent trait, enhanced physique A. The skill information appears on the screen. Because you have consumed the heart containing the fire attribute and absorbed the ice essence, the two elements of fire and ice have merged, providing excellent immunity and resistance. Fatigue doesn't accumulate easily. Dan-hoo carefully considers the information about this trait. Enhanced physique makes the body resistant to fatigue. More importantly, the self-recovery ability gives me an advantage, reducing the chance of serious injury in critical situations. However, there's another reason why I need this trait. The system screen displays body improvement confirmed. You have sufficient strength. The paused awakening process will now resume. From 6%, the percentage starts to increase until it stops at 21%. Your current state will be changed from incomplete dragon body to immature dragon body. Dan was quite satisfied. I did it, but this was only the beginning. I have to continue refining this body even further. A notification popped up. Your ranking in the tutorial floor has been updated. Do you want to register your name on the leaderboard? Danu naturally chose no. It's best not to. I don't want my name appearing on the leaderboard and attracting more attention from the guilds. Registration canceled. Danu opened the leaderboard to glance at the top names. The top 3 names in order were Edoza, Fanti, and Calm. Their scores were very close. Danu scrolled down. I'm currently at 281st place. I'm glad I'm on the leaderboard, but why is the gap so large? Perhaps the top 10 competitors are better than I anticipated. At this rate, everything will go down the drain, so I'll have to speed things up a lot. Suddenly, Danhu sensed someone. He became more alert. There are 2 people hiding behind me. How long have they been watching me? Who are they? It's highly likely they're from Jiangdin, seeking revenge. Thinking this, he pulled out his dagger and moved to the side. As soon as he noticed a figure flickering behind a rock, Dan, who didn't hesitate to throw his dagger. The hidden weapon flew at breakneck speed toward the young boy. Fortunately, someone behind him pushed the boy aside. The boy fell to the ground, startled, yelling, "Mom!" The man behind the boy quickly intercepted Dan, whose dagger. The flying dagger fell to the ground. The man angrily asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Dan Hu glared at them. "Jiangdin, is it?" The man looked confused. "Jiangdin, what are you talking about?" Despite this, Dan Hu remained wary, holding his weapon up defensively. "Then why were you 2 following me?" Dan Hu's harsh attitude angered the man. "What the hell are you doing?" Dan Hu retorted, "If you were being followed by someone without knowing their intentions, you do the same as me." Now the 2 realized their mistake. "You're right about that. We sincerely apologize." Dan Hu remained silent, then spoke. "All right, now explain yourselves." The 2 men in front of him looked at each other and nodded, as if they had agreed on something. The man puffed out his chest confidently and loudly declared, pointing at Dan Hu, "Join our team." Unlike his enthusiasm, Dan Hu remained silent, his eyes scrutinizing. The boy beside him shook his head in embarrassment. Finally, the boy stopped his older brother. "Stop it. Aren't you embarrassed?" The man tilted his head. Embarrassed about what? Dan Hu wondered if they were putting on a show. He found the offer unappealing and turned to leave. The man behind him called out, "Hey, where are you going?" "We're not done talking yet." He grabbed Dan Hu's arm to stop him. Dan Hu asked, "What is it? Do you have anything else to say?" The man insisted, "You haven't given me an answer. I wanted to join my team." Dan Hu flatly refused. "No, thank you." The man was utterly surprised. "Huh, but why?" Dan Hu stated clearly, "Because I don't know what you 2 are doing and I don't see any benefit in cooperating with you." The man looked at him incredulously. "Wait, you don't know me?" Dan Hu asked bluntly, "How would I?" The man still seemed disbelieving. "Seriously." Dan Hu was starting to lose his patience. "Who are you that I should know you?" The man looked at him with a wounded expression. "But how? You really don't know me. I mean, it's me. How can you not recognize me? I'm like the brightest star on the tutorial floor. Like 1,000 stars, I shimmer in the vast sky." Well, now there are no more shimmering stars, just scattered ones. Before Dan Hu could get annoyed, the younger boy quickly interrupted his older brother. "I sincerely apologize if my brother offended you. I hope you understand. He's not a bad person, so please don't worry. We'll introduce ourselves. I'm Deo, and this idiot here is my older brother, Kong." Dan Hu recognized the names. They were ranked 11th and 3rd on the tutorial floor leaderboard, respectively. Deo smiled, a little embarrassed. "Actually, it's all thanks to my brother pulling me up." Dan Hu nodded in greeting. "So, it's true that you followed me to invite me to your team. Dae-oh immediately confirmed. Yes, thankfully you believed us. Despite this, Dan, who still activated his dragon eyes skill to examine them. I've been experimenting with examining living beings using dragon eyes recently. Those with negative intentions appear completely black, distinct from those with positive ones. Kong and Dae-oh's colors seem bright. Perhaps what they're saying is true. So why would players like you, who should be busy clearing the tutorial floor and collecting karma, bother coming back to this area and ask a new player like me to join your team? Before Dan, who could ask them, Dae-oh spoke up. Before I answer that question, I want to confirm something with you. Do you belong to any team or guild? Dan, who shook his head and said no. Dae-oh explained, I could recruit someone from floor E, but by the time players reach the later sections, they've usually already joined other teams or guilds. Dan, who looked at Dae-oh, so you two want to invite me? The boy replied, yes, I want to invite you to our team so we can progress to floor E. Dan, who considered this. It's difficult to properly gauge a player's skills in Area A. They probably found me while searching in Area B. Perhaps they saw me fighting. Dan, who inquired further, are you saying there's an item on floor E that's difficult to obtain, even for players ranked 3rd and 11th like yourselves, and you need someone to help you? Is that correct? Dae-oh admitted it readily. Yes, although I can't give you the details, that's the case. Dan, who guessed they likely needed the Hagen's crown. Beneath the point where the 3 trees intertwined on floor E, there was a lair where the wyvern leader, Hagen, resided. It was a hidden area that he and his team had struggled to find. But most importantly, the item within Hagen's lair is Hagen's crown. It's an item of little value to me. But it was because of this Hagen's crown that my brother was betrayed by those he trusted most. The law of the jungle prevails in the tower. If someone turns their back on their enemies, they can be swallowed whole. If I had teammates, I'd only choose 1 or 2. That's a number I think wouldn't be a burden and also easy to discard. Dae-oh, seeing my contemplation, try to persuade me further. You won't be disappointed with the compensation. We can also adjust the conditions if you need anything else. What do you think? It's definitely not a bad deal, even for you. I thought, I definitely want this if only I were one of those ordinary players. It wouldn't hurt to help them a little, right? Having made up my mind, I agreed. All right, I'll help you, but on one condition. Dae-oh asked, what is it? I replied, besides the item you need, I want all the other rewards. The 2 brothers exchanged glances for a moment, then agreed. All right, it's all yours. However, you have to show us what you've got. Kong laughed and extended his hand. Anyway, it's good to meet you. So, tell me your name, brother. I shook his hand and assessed him. He seemed friendly, but I couldn't give him my real name. Instead, I gave him my alias, my second identity from my time in the African battlefield. Kane. My name is Kane. I clear the next floors as quickly as possible. The system continuously announced, congratulations. You have completed the black path of floor B as a solo player. You have achieved a feat not easily accomplished. Bonus karma will be provided immediately. You have completed floor C as a solo player. You have also completed floor D. The final monster on floor D was pulverized by me. Humans are too strong. They need to be. Before it could finish its sentence, I finished it off. My display made even Kong shudder. What am I seeing? Is he the same person from floor B earlier? How can he have grown so fast? Floor D cleared. I pushed open the door to the next floor. The notification appeared. You have completed floor D as a solo player. All status effects will be removed. I entered floor E. Beneath my feet was a carpet of lush green grass. The Dae-oh brothers, one stretching, the other rubbing his eyes, remarked, it's certainly less stuffy than the C section of the dungeon. I'm a little sad to leave, though. It was a perfect place for a nap. The tutorial floor can be categorized into 2 areas, the inner area and the outer area. The inner area refers to the initial areas from Section A to Section D. These floors are designed to help players recognize their skill levels and train what they lack. But the outer area refers to the later areas, from Section E to Section G. Here, the skills players trained in the inner area are tested, and their proficiency is certified. The system immediately notified me. The challenge of Section E will begin. You have been granted 1 token. Many tokens are hidden throughout Section E. They can also be transferred or traded between players. Collect 99 tokens to qualify. Kong looked at the blue dot in my hand with disdain. It hurts me every time I see that. Dan, who understood how Section E worked. This meant it was possible to threaten or even assassinate others to take their tokens. To obtain tokens, one could perform designated tasks or rob other players. Finding the tokens hidden throughout Section E was a difficult task. Instead, it was much easier to ambush other players, finish them off, and steal their tokens. His younger brother had a hard time dealing with such matters. But what set Thea apart from other teams was that despite all temptations, they cleared Section E by solely collecting hidden tokens without any betrayal within the team. Danu glanced at his temporary teammates. Kong and Dae-oh were staring at his token, but they didn't seem interested in taking it. Perhaps they had collected quite a few tokens before returning to Section B, or they might have already gathered all 99. Danu didn't want to waste any more time, so he said to Kong, "I've finished reading the message, so let's move. You said you were looking for a hidden piece in Section E, right? Let's get done now. After that, I need to find some tokens for myself." Kong nodded in agreement. "Yeah, but it's quite a distance from here. It'll take a while until we get there." Section E boasts a much larger and wider area than all 4 previous sections combined. Thanks to that, each area has its own geographical features in a different environment, forming a unique ecosystem. Black rocky mountains are lined up behind a barren desert along the east. There's a river flowing through the vast grassland to the west. Small hills roll across the south, and a vast forest covers the northern area. At the end of the forest is a muddy swamp, and each area also has a lot of monsters. Small monsters like goblins and kobolds form villages around the forest. They share food there and form a population. But there are also larger monsters like chons and ajis living deep in the forest. Lizardmen, sandworms, and orc settlements have been seen in the northern swamp, the eastern desert, and the western grasslands. The challenge is to search for tokens while dealing with monsters and protecting your tokens from other players. Even more dangerous than these monsters. Both are important. And now we're heading towards a northern swamp. The 3-man team moved quickly through the forest. At the same time, at the organization, a subordinate was reporting to Bill. The news report about Dan, who made Bill frown. He's with Kong and Dae-oh. Why are those 2 with him? And in Section E, no less. The subordinate bowed his head. "I apologize, sir, but we haven't confirmed the exact details yet. I only received a report that they are heading towards the north of the forest." Bill asked angrily, "So why am I only hearing about this now?" The subordinate answered shakily. "The reports came from a previous section, so we thought it wasn't important. I fear our intel might be." Bill slammed his hand on the table in rage. "What's that supposed to mean? Have they teamed up? Kong, oh, those filthy." Bill gritted his teeth. So he does have someone backing him up. They actually recruited the masked guy, even though they knew he caused trouble with Jang Din. This is clearly provoking Jang Din, or even Kwa Du, with that contemptuous attitude. He ordered, "Go to where he is. Gather all the members." "Sir, they're all currently waiting outside." Bill led the way out. "We will proceed to his location as soon as possible." That night, a campfire was lit. Dan, who sat quietly, lost in thought. Since joining this monstrous game, he probably hadn't had a moment to rest, let alone relax. He looked up at the moon high above. "I've gone through so much hardship to get to this floor. Time flies so fast." Dan, who looked at the 2 sleeping figures beside him. "What an interesting duo. What's the relationship between them? I'm sure they're not blood brothers. Day after day, they face so many dangers, but they certainly treat each other like blood relatives. It's admirable. Day-o has the intelligence, while Kong is strong in combat. Kong occasionally reveals glimpses of his excellent swordsmanship. It's powerful, sharp, and fierce. It seems to strike a balance between magnificence and practicality. Day-o too always has dull, sleepy eyes, but sometimes he shows a sharp look. In those moments, he demonstrates his keen and flexible judgment. The teamwork the duo displays is like two gears meshing perfectly. Nothing is more impressive. It seems like they've trained or practiced countless times before, but they've developed a certain connection where they instinctively know what action to take next. They're so willing to trust each other. This relationship could never exist without deep mutual trust, I suppose. Zunhusai, a relationship that truly makes others envious. But I wonder why they decided to participate in this game. I'm sure they'll always have each other's backs. Dan, who felt a pang of loneliness. It's good that they can still be together to support each other. Seeing them makes me think of my younger brother. I've been trying not to think about it, but seeing them makes me feel like I need to avenge my brother quickly. Just then, Dan, who heard a noise beside him. Kong stretched and sat up, surprising him. Why are you awake? You still have a bit of time before your watch. Kong yawned. How can I sleep when it's so noisy around here? Day-o also woke up, yawning widely. How long are you going to let them be? Dan, who replied, I plan to eliminate them when they get closer. I apologize for letting them wake you. Day-o smiled. It's all right. I also wanted to move my body a bit since I haven't been in a fight recently. Brother, do you think they know we're here? Kong started cracking his knuckles. Doesn't matter. He drew his sword. More importantly, they are enemies, and they are pointing their swords at us. He slashed powerfully towards the dense bushes. Instantly, piercing screams erupted. Behind the bushes, a group of lurking figures was revealed. How did they notice us here? Leaving will be more dangerous if we stay. Scoffing at their naive thoughts, he carried his sword and moved swiftly among them. How about you all figured out, you idiots? Dan, who held back, sensing an unusual shift in the surrounding atmosphere. At Day-o's command, hundreds of insects began to swarm. Is that the insect taming skill? Pretty powerful, kid. The insects completely enveloped their enemies, blinding them and filling them with terror. These disgusting bugs. Get away from me. Get off. While the commotion raged, Day-o noticed someone beside him hadn't moved. He glanced over and saw a few enemies trying to approach Dan-who. He chuckled. Those fools, out of all the choices, picked the worst one. So incredibly stupid. A dagger glinted behind Dan-who remained calmly seated by the fire, warming himself. Most likely, these groups are carrying out robberies on the seafloor. They really enjoy this dirty work. Under the guise of collecting tokens, they steal the wealth, items, and other belongings of players. Then the items are distributed among the group members to significantly increase their combat power. If they're lucky enough, they even get their hands on some skill books. Tokens can be sold to the top-ranked players at very high prices. Besides, there are places that need slaves. They buy workers, slaves, even girls, livestock, and even human specimens for experimental purposes. They use human bodies for many dark purposes, so they don't have to worry about where to sell their captives. Of course, who wouldn't want to profit from such a lucrative business? Moreover, I'm teammates with the top-ranked players, Kong and Day-o. No one knows how many tokens they're carrying or what items the top two have asked them to hold. A fool with a small knife approached Dan-who from behind. He thought he had it in the bag and swung the knife down towards the back of Dan-who's neck. But the moment he struck, he hit only air. The man was utterly astonished. What the? Unbeknownst to him, Dan-who had jumped back. With a shout of brother, Dan-who sent him to meet his ancestors. The others were stunned by his swift action. What the hell is he? Seeing their leader fall, they charged at Dan-woo with their swords. Damn it. Dan-woo, of course, wasn't afraid of a 5-on-1 fight. He used the dagger in his hand to quickly dispatch the two who rushed him. Then he ducked, dodging a slash from the one behind him. As he stood back up, Dan-woo waited, his weapon at the ready. In just 2 or 3 moves, he dealt with more than half. The remaining 2 cried out for their mothers and ran. But prey that had entered his sights couldn't escape. A total of 21 had met their end. Dan-woo counted his earnings for the night, 81 tokens. Not a bad haul. Day-oh praised him. Amazing. This is the first time I've seen someone earn tokens so fast. All these 81 tokens, they must have robbed them from other players. Over 1,000 people are here searching for tokens and fighting them. 81 is a small number compared to 1,000, but that can only be because they're just small fry. Most players only have 10 tokens waiting to be taken. Dan-woo said, if the tokens were all stolen from other players, then dealing with these guys was the right thing to do. Day-oh completely agreed. Yes, E-Floor has a sort of winner-takes-all hierarchy. The minority of strong players take tokens from the majority of weaker ones. The weaker players have no choice but to give up their tokens to survive. Even if they earn enough new tokens to make up for the loss, they'll just end up getting robbed again. No matter what they do, the strong players just sit back and their tokens pile up at a dizzying rate. Since tokens are used to exchange for comma points, the weak can only give up or accept their fate of being hunted. That's why there's such a huge gap between the high-ranked players and everyone else. Day-oh spoke again. Anyway, it's best to collect as many tokens as possible. We'll use them to earn comma points and buy items from the mysterious merchants. He added, by the way, you could take all those tokens from them. Dan-woo looked at the boy in surprise. Day-oh explained, since you didn't pay me beforehand when we made our deal, right? Think of it as an advance payment. Dan-woo hesitated slightly. You two need comma too. Kong laughed heartily. Are you worried about us? We've got enough for ourselves, so this is really fine. Dan-woo didn't hold back any further. Then thank you both sincerely. He collected all 81 tokens and carefully stored them in his bag. This was easier than expected. If I push myself a little more, I could move on to F-Floor. He thought to himself, of course, I won't actually do that. There's nothing hot in F-Floor that helps with gathering a lot of comma. E-Floor is pretty much the last place I can gather comma in large quantities. Besides, that will appear here too. That will significantly increase my magical power. After that, I can complete the succession process. Once I eliminate the wyvern leader, I'll go hunt for that. 2 full moons gradually intersected in the sky of E-Floor. That night, they prepared a large amount of wood for the campfire. Kong dusted off his hands and said, the monsters ahead are extremely dangerous. I think we should be careful. Dan-woo also thought about it. I need to speed things up. Suddenly, he noticed the campfire had been lit very quickly. Day-oh was using insects to create the fire. The warm light quickly illuminated the surrounding space. Dan-woo praised him without reservation. Impressive, kid. Day-oh said proudly. I call them firebugs. They self-combust to defend themselves when they encounter enemies, or when I command them to. Seems like you're quite surprised. Dan-woo nodded. I think this is called magic, right? The next morning was another busy day. Dan-woo powerfully slashed at a monster in front of him. The wyvern was instantly split in 2. Dan-woo single-handedly cleared out a small squad of wyverns in close combat. Kong, watching Dan-woo dispatch the monsters with his weapon, asked curiously, what else are you trying to loot from them? Dan-woo replied, their eyes. Wyvern eyeballs are a very useful material for crafting items with certain dolls. What I'm aiming for is an artifact named after a giant, said to have hundreds of arms and thousands of eyes. I need their eyes to create the artifact, the eyes of the hated one. While he was working, Day-oh made a new discovery. Wait, this is... Kong also noticed what his younger companion was looking at. Yeah, it looks like a battle just took place here. A long trail of wyvern footprints. Dan-woo used his hand to examine the remaining traces on the ground. Not long after the clash, 5 or 6 hours ago, Kong rubbed his chin, muttering, 6 hours, huh? Hidden pieces literally have to be hidden. They're only valuable when concealed, and they play a crucial role in boosting players' morale and encouraging them to keep up. Day-o asked anxiously, did those players succeed? Hidden pieces in the tutorial floor never reappear in the same round once they're found. There's also something else they want to obtain using the crown. It's an essential element, which means these two are plotting something big. Other players interfering isn't good news. Dan-woo said they didn't succeed. There are tracks leading in, but none leading out. And it's clear they didn't find Hagen's lair. Kong looked at the footprints on the ground, unable to understand Dan-woo's point. What? What do you mean? Dan-woo calmly pointed it out to him. Look here. There's a long drag mark next to the monster tracks. That's the mark of something heavy being dragged across the ground. Probably the players' bodies. I think the wyverns used bait and lured them here. Kong asked, and then what? Dan-woo shook his head. No one knows what happened after that. Monsters aren't always the prey. Sometimes, monsters become the hunters, and humans become their prey. This is their home turf. They know the best vantage points for ambushes. Of course, there will be traps around. This is definitely related to those traps. Kong cursed angrily. Those damn monsters. We should be more careful. Dan-woo thought to himself, he's so naive, yet he can stay calm in necessary situations like this. He glanced at the boy beside him and was slightly surprised. Day-o's expression was one of pure hatred. But as soon as Day-o noticed Dan-woo's gaze, he stopped. Then Day-o smiled at him as if nothing had happened. Kong spoke up. We haven't told you anything about this place, have we? Dan-woo remained silent, pretending to listen. I pretended not to know until now, so I have to keep up the act. Besides, I want to see how much they know about Hagen's lair and what they're planning. Kong explained clearly, this place is called Hagen's lair. Remember the wyvern we dealt with on the way here? Hagen is one of its leaders. Dan-woo nodded along, playing his part. The leader, huh? A king. Well, Hagen is like that, and this is where it resides. Seems like this Hagen is pretty strong. Kong immediately replied, definitely. The two of us probably couldn't handle it. Zenhu Feigen Subi. Even with your black gambling group. Kong hesitated. I'm not sure about that, but it would still be very difficult. There's also a female Hagen in this lair, and she's stronger than the male. One thing's for sure, no matter how hard we try, the three of us can't take down both bosses at once. We'd just be wiped out. Dan-woo asked him, so what's our plan? Kong seriously replied, to steal. The male is outside the lair, while the female is inside. The plan is, while I deal with the male, you'll distract the female. Then Day-o will take the crown from its head. Dan-woo nodded, then what? Kong replied, then we'll escape from here, like I said. The female is ridiculously strong, so you can't kill it yourself. Dan-woo nodded in agreement. I understand. He thought to himself, I carried out my duty on the African battlefield. This is no different. The only difference is that I was a soldier then, simply driven by orders from superiors. But now I'm like a mercenary, driven by money. Kong shouted, let's begin. Then everyone quickly followed the tracks on the ground. The system displayed, you have entered the battlefield. You have found the hidden piece, Hagen's lair. You have acquired 500 comma points. When they reached the end of the path, they encountered a large cave with wyverns guarding it strictly outside. As they approached, the wyverns caught their scent. Humans. There are humans here. Dan-woo and the two brothers, Day-o and Kong, gripped their weapons, ready to fight. As soon as they revealed themselves, a large blue Hagen appeared. Hidden boss monster, the wyvern leader Hagen, has appeared. It roared angrily, humans, how dare you enter my lair? You shall all be exterminated. You can't escape me, boy. Hidden quest, leader of the wyverns. In section E, there are 5 chiefs who rule the forest. Hagen is the leader of the wyverns, the one who possesses the northern swamp. Defeat all the chiefs and kill the wyvern leader to receive rewards including Hagen's crown, treasure glaive, blue greatsword, and finally, ownership of Hagen's lair. The system quickly outlined the quest information for Dan-hoo. The blue Hagen roared furiously. Dan was affected by its roar. What kind of monster is this? It's close to the fear I felt when I was first deployed to the battlefield in Africa. The bubbling tension made his right hand, gripping his dagger, drenched in sweat. A monster with terrifying power. But now, I'm capable enough. Dan-hoo, completely unafraid, looked directly into its eyes. Hagen felt itself being looked down upon. It swung the bone-like weapon in its hand towards him and charged. I will deal with you, human. But before it could strike, Kong from behind darted forward. He used his sword to block Hagen's attack. The monster's heavy weapon crashed to the ground. The monster became even more enraged. Human, get out of my way. You're just small fry. Kong smiled at it. I'm sorry, but I'm not the same me as before. Hagen swung its axe again to attack. Kong quickly took a step back to dodge. Its swift movements were all seen by Hagen. It didn't bother distinguishing friend from foe, swinging its axe wildly. Stop dodging and face me. A few of the guards were accidentally injured by Hagen himself. Calm down, sir. Taking advantage of the chaos, Dan-hoo and Day-o snuck inside the cave. Inside, there were fewer guards. With two throwing knives, Dan-hoo quickly finished off the guards. As they fell, Dan-hoo advanced. Day-o realized what they were guarding. It was a horde. Beyond the prison bars lay a gruesome graveyard. Scattered limbs and white bones littered the ground. The prisoners behind the bars, seeing someone approach, erupted into a cacophony of please help us. The sight stunned Dan-hoo. Limbs severed from bodies, faces frozen in expressions of agony, bits of flesh and bloodstains everywhere. It was pure savagery. Other people were chained and caged like animals, reaching out with desperate cries. Save me. Truly, Dan-hoo said today, oh, behind him, whether on earth or here, things are the same. How humans treat pigs and cows, and how they treat each other. There's no difference. The female Hagen could appear at any moment. I'll go look for it, so you hide somewhere. Day-o, as if holding back, called out, brother. Are you angry? Dan-hoo asked, looking at him. Angry. Day-o quickly replied, yes, angry. How can you be so calm after seeing this? Zenho Jukai. Right, this kid is just a child. He then said, I'm human too. A person can't be human if they don't feel anger at this. Day-o asked again, then why are you so calm? Dan-hoo replied, but if we save them, Kong will be in danger. Don't forget, Kong is still outside fighting the male Hagen. He can't hold out long fighting Hagen alone. And the longer we stay here, the more danger Kong is in. Compose yourself and think about priorities. If you still want to act alone, I'll immediately abandon this job. Both of you could die just because you let your emotions cloud your judgment. Dan-hoo's words made Day-o fall silent, contemplating. Dan-hoo watched him intently, hoping he hadn't misjudged the boy. After a moment of internal struggle, Day-o finally slapped himself hard. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. Let's get back to the main task. Kong is still waiting for us outside. A thought suddenly struck Dan-hoo. Wait, the reason Hagen made this human farm is to feed their young. Should I use that to our advantage? He stopped Day-o. Wait a minute, kid. Day-o stopped. What is it, brother? Dan-hoo said, I just had a great idea. Can I modify our plan a little? If things go well, we can also save the people in prison here. I need you to use your skill, and I need some fire to cook some eggs. When the female Hagen heard the news that her lair had been invaded, she went berserk, lashing out at the surrounding guards. Humans. How dare humans enter my lair? The female Hagen was a red wyvern with a crown on her head. My children. They must have come from my children. A nest of red and blue wyvern hatchlings was incubating nearby. You three protect my children. Even if you die, protect them. Just then, a voice called out, Hey, female Hagen, Dan-woo appeared before her, a bag in his hand. He shook the bag and asked, "Do you like fireworks?" The female Hagen didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Dan-woo answered her by throwing the bag forcefully towards the nest of wyvern hatchlings. Even without knowing what the bag contained, she knew it was definitely dangerous for her children. "What the hell are you doing?" The female Hagen used the mace in her hand to swat the bag away. The contents of the bag exploded, splattering all over her. "It's the powder made from the monsters I hunted in the ice and fire room." Dan-woo signaled today, "Oh, use the fire beetles over there, kid." Day-oh immediately followed Dan-woo's plan and directed the insects to attack. Flames erupted from the female Hagen. She writhed in pain, swinging her weapon. Those vermin. Suddenly, the female Hagen fell silent as she saw. Dan-woo had grabbed one of her hatchlings. He decisively delivered a fatal blow. The female Hagen roared in despair. "Human, how dare you? I will tear you apart." Dan-woo let the young wyvern fall to the ground. "If you treat humans like livestock," he picked up a second hatchling and did the same. Dan-woo's voice was low. "Then you should realize that the same can happen to you, shouldn't you?" Ignoring the pain, the female Hagen ran towards Dan-woo. "Get your hands off it, human." But as she approached him, she suddenly stopped. The female Hagen's foot had landed on a fire beetle lying on the powder. A small explosion erupted from beneath her feet. The female Hagen was left char-black. System announcement. You have defeated the boss monster, Tazanga, leader of the female wyverns. Bonus karma will be provided. All wyverns have lost morale. Monsters in the lair have entered a state of panic. Dan-woo signaled today, "Oh, get the crown. Quickly, we have to join Kong outside. We don't have much time. We need to get out of here fast." Day-oh hurried over, "I understand." He carefully removed the crown from the female Hagen's head. Finally got it. At that moment, a loud roar echoed from outside the cave. The male Hagen appeared suddenly. "How did you get in here? Why did you do this?" He stared in shock at his mate and his offspring. Kong, who had been following close behind, arrived. The male Hagen roared in anguish. Why? Why were they killed by lowly humans? Something seemed to shift within the Hagen's body. Dan-woo was completely unable to stop it. System announcement. Boss Monster Hagen, leader of the male wyverns, has used Absorb. Successfully stolen power from the leader of the female wyverns. Mutation complete. Second heat wave activated. The male Hagen's entire body glowed eerily. He lifted his weapon. Dan-woo watched anxiously. This monster leveled up. He slammed his weapon into the ground. Immediately, the ground cracked open as if under his control. They all had to scatter to avoid it. His power is nothing to scoff at now. Is it a special skill? It'll follow us no matter where we run, even underground. Plus, his skill makes it hard for me to escape. We need to do something now. What should I do to take him down? While Dan was thinking about what to do, a small insect suddenly appeared, carrying Day-oh's voice. Can you hear me? Dan, who looked at the insect. Is it you, Day-oh? A proud chuckle came through. It's a perfect little helper. I was wondering if it would work, but it certainly does. By the way, have you thought of anything for this situation? Dan, who asked, can you tell Kong about the plan? Day-oh confirmed, yes, I can send it to him if you want. He sighed in relief. We're not disconnected. Good. Then let's do it quickly. The male Hagen had become a mindless lizard. Humans, you bastards. Show yourselves, you lowlifes. Dan, who jumped into its line of sight. He taunted, beckoning the male Hagen. Come here, little boy. The male Hagen charged, losing control. I'll finish you right here. Dan, who immediately activated his dragon eyes, clearly observing the male Hagen's movements. Thanks to this, Dan, who parried one of its attacks. He deflected the axe in the Hagen's hand to the side. The heavy axe blade embedded itself deep into the ground. Dan, who shouted his orders. Day-oh, Kong, now, move. Kong, receiving the command, lunged forward, his sword slashing across the Hagen's body. At that moment, Day-oh quickly used his fire beetles to scorch it. The Hagen, under attack from all sides, roared terrifyingly. "You bastards!" Dan-woo silently observed the situation with his keen eyes. Thanks to the coordination of the three, the monster's power had been significantly reduced. The Hagen's eyes glowed red with rage, its entire body emitting a blood-red light. "How dare you do this to me? It won't be long before I send you all to hell." If they miscalculated even one step now, they would be in grave danger. The Hagen was becoming frantic, gripping its blood-red blade tightly. Dan-woo couldn't delay. He grabbed his dagger and faced the frenzied Hagen. It roared incessantly. "Lowly humans, you must die, you bastards." The three worked in perfect unison, one slashing, one burning. Soon, the Hagen howled in pain. After the relentless assault, it gasped, exhausted. Covered in blood, it still clung to its determination to avenge its family, its children. Dan-woo quickly seized the opportunity while it was distracted, rushing forward to slash at its leg. The Hagen swung its blade down hard, but Dan-woo was already behind it. He patted its head. The Hagen glanced back in confusion. Dan-woo let it know the nature of his ultimate skill. The system announced, Blood Drain Sword, Thozi, increased to 5.4%. The Hagen's health and energy are being absorbed. The Hagen, engulfed in flames, refused to accept reality and roared madly. "I'll kill you all." Dan-woo's eyes were emotionless. Though his mask was cracked, it couldn't diminish his imposing presence. Witnessing this scene, both Kong and Dae-oh gaped in astonishment. The Hagen, burning in the flames, continued to rant. "Fine, but you won't live long either. My family, my children, I'm sorry. I'm so useless." After these last words, the Hagen, charred black, joined its children in the afterlife. The system immediately announced, "You have successfully defeated the boss monster Hagen. Bonus karma will be provided. Blood Drain Sword, Bathozi, has successfully stolen the target's strength and acquired certain skills. You have learned the skill Heat Wave. The skill level of Blood Drain Sword, Bathozi, is too low. Adjusting the acquired skill. Heat Wave has been adjusted to the skill Ignite. This is an innate skill of Hagen, the Wyvern King. Used on one's own weapon, it creates a flame. Higher flames and temperatures can be produced depending on the skill's proficiency. Dan-woo is processing this lengthy information. This is an innate skill, and it's an enhancement skill. I'll have to test it later. Suddenly feeling drained, Dan-woo stumbles. His two teammates rush over to check on him, Kong supporting Dan-woo. "Are you alright, man?" Dae-oh adds, "Hyung, you should sit down for a bit. You don't look well." Dan-woo reassures them, "Don't worry too much. I'm fine. Really tired, but it'll get better." Despite saying this, he's straining to hear the two urging him to rest. "Don't worry so much. I'm really okay. But there's still people in there. We need to go save them quickly. They could be in danger from the fire." Dae-oh heeds Dan-woo's words and goes to search for survivors. Just as predicted, there are many people still trapped by the fire who were saved. Overcome with emotion, they cry, "Thank you so much. Really, thank you all so much. I want to thank you again. Thank you. Without you, we would probably be dead. We've avenged our fallen comrades." Kong smiles kindly and replies, "It's good that everyone is safe." One of them, recognizing Kong, says, "By the way, you look a lot like the person I admire, Kong. Could you be?" Kong, his chest puffed out, grins widely. "I was trying to keep it secret." Dae-oh, seeing his brother's excessive reaction, throws his hands up. Does he have no shame? The others, hearing Kang's name, shower him with praise, making him even more delighted, putting on a gentlemanly facade. "But unfortunately, I wasn't the one who defeated Hagen. I just helped. He was the one who defeated Hagen." Kong gestures towards Dan-woo. Two of the rescued men, instead of showing gratitude, look at Dan-woo with annoyance. They recall being imprisoned, with Dan-woo outside talking to Dae-oh and seemingly ignoring them. The gray-haired man thinks that while they were locked up, Dan-woo abandoned them. They look down on Dan-woo and don't want to go near him. Kong finally speaks up, scolding them. "Hey, shut up, you idiots." Kong, furious, his face darkening, approaches them. The gray-haired man, unsure of his mistake, stammers nervously what? Kong furrows his brow and delivers a threat. Don't let me hear that again. He's the one who figured out how to save you. And he's the one who defeated Hagen and is now seriously injured. Otherwise, you'd still be in those cages. Think before you speak, you moron. If you dare insult him again, I can't guarantee your safety. Being scolded so directly, the gray-haired man and the others feel apprehensive and frightened. The gray-haired man bows his head in apology. Kong is dissatisfied with the mumbled apology, prompting the gray-haired man to repeat it louder. Kong tells him to apologize to Dan-hoo, which the gray-haired man obediently does. Gray-haired man stepping in front of you, bowing. I didn't think before I spoke. I was wrong. I'm truly sorry. The strong and the weak have truly been revealed today. The gray-haired man outwardly apologizes, but inwardly seethes, cursing Dan-hoo under his breath, convinced he was set up by the wyverns. He reasons that this wouldn't have happened otherwise and resents his fellow prisoners for not speaking up for him when he was being berated. A red-haired man among the group then speaks to the gray-haired man. Sir, I apologize for not being able to help you, but we're still alive. Isn't that something to be happy about? The gray-haired man snaps back angrily. I don't care. Just stay away from me. The further the better. The red-haired man tries to reason with him. Don't be like that, sir. Listen to me. You don't need more comma, tokens, or artifacts, do you? There's plenty of treasure in there. Don't you want to take some? He gestures towards Kong and Dae-oh. The gray-haired man still doesn't understand. The red-haired man puts on a faux innocent smile. What do you mean? We need to do this to survive. The gray-haired man remains confused. Survive? You want to kill the people who saved us. The red-haired man, exasperated by the gray-haired man's denseness, decides to be blunt. We won't kill anyone. How could we possibly fight them? Fighting them is suicide. Those monsters took all our stuff, and now we have nothing. I mean, if we go out there now, we'll die, right? So let's steal enough to survive on our own, and then we'll escape. The gray-haired man sweats nervously at the suggestion. What if we get caught? They'll kill us. But the red-haired man, seemingly experienced in such matters, remains unfazed. We're likely to die whether we steal or not, but if we do it my way, we have a better chance. One of my friends has a quick hand. He can grab what we need. What do you think, boss? The gray-haired man, swayed by the red-haired man's confidence, cracks a sly smile. I'm in. Meanwhile, Dan-hoo and his companions discuss their strategy. Dae-oh, and I will take Hagen's crown as promised. I think we need it now. Do you have any objections, Kane? Zung-hoo avet li. Sure, you guys can take it. Kong beams and claps Dan-hoo on the shoulder. Thanks, buddy. I knew you were a good guy. Dan-hoo's expression remains impassive. Don't mess around. Kong, seemingly enjoying teasing him, adds, such a shy guy. Kong, finished with his playful ribbing of Dan-hoo, turns to his companion. Dae-oh, go ahead and grab it. Dan-hoo, though slightly annoyed by their antics, acknowledges that they are good people. Dan-hoo glances at Hagen's remains. Kong speaks up. Everything in here is yours, as we agreed. Dan-hoo looks at the information about the weapon, assessing it. This weapon really doesn't suit me at all. A large green greatsword. Classified as a two-handed weapon, a favorite of Hagen, the Lizard King. A weapon imbued with a fire element, boasting high durability, destroying everything it touches. However, its weight is considerable, rendering it immobile without sufficient muscle strength. I don't need it now, but these items might come in handy later. Ownership of Hagen's lair grants me rights to all objects and resources within, including Hagen's crown, Batajai's axe, hard crystals, and countless others. Among them, at least, is something usable like a Sina's dagger, a one-handed weapon, a dagger wielded by another nameless player throughout their life. Crafted from common materials, its blade hardened by the lingering will of the player within. The weapon's damage increases depending on the player's proficiency. I hold the dagger, pondering. Even if they're scraps in bulk, I could sell them for a high price. Seeing Dan, who's silent for a while, Dae-oh approached and asked, "Is something wrong, Hyung?" Dan, who looked up, seemingly sensing something approaching. Dae-oh followed his gaze, and suddenly a voice echoed, "You'll strain your neck looking at me like that." Above, a glowing blue circle appeared, the voice emanating from within. "Well, I've been spotted. I was planning to surprise you, my friend. What a strange player. I've come to visit you." The mysterious merchant emerged from the circle. Dae-oh turned to Dan-who. "Hyung, do you know that mysterious merchant?" Dan-who only knew a little about him. The mysterious merchant joined the conversation. "Hey, my friend, you disappoint me. We're close, aren't we? How could you forget so quickly? Oh, and it's a pleasure to meet you too, Kong Dae-oh. The last time we met was probably during the ticket purchase for the next floor, right?" Kong looked at him indifferently, recalling that incident. The ticket purchase using points made him feel humiliated. But that was in the past. Now, the important thing was how Dan-who could be acquainted with this mysterious merchant. Befriending the mysterious merchant is simple. Either be among the top 10 strongest players or earn his recognition. It seems Dan-who is among the recognized. The mysterious merchant approached Dan-who, initiating conversation. "By the way, would you mind sharing how you spotted me? I was quite confident in my concealment abilities." Dan-who bluntly replied, "It would be foolish of me not to notice you staring at me like that." The mysterious merchant feigned a hurt expression. "I understand. You won't tell me." Without further ado, Dan-who declared ownership of this lair. "I'll take 150 tokens. The merchant crossed his arms, haggling. "Oh dear, you're haggling with me too. You know, the other top players." Before he could finish, Dan-who raised the offer by 10 tokens. With every interruption from the mysterious merchant, the price increased. Dan-who raised it to 200. The mysterious merchant was a bit intimidated, but still tried to act tough. "You think you can sell it to me at that price?" Dan-who didn't waste words, raising the price to 300 tokens and adding a threat. "If you don't buy it, I'll blow up this lair, and I bet there are a lot of magic stones in here, right? These magic stones seem to be something merchants like you really need, right?" The mysterious merchant flinched. Magic stones seemed plentiful here, but Dan-who immediately cut him off. "And I don't think you can find stones with over 70 purity. I guess I'll just have to blow it all up." Magic stones are a basic means of storing and supplying mana. It's similar to electrical conductors on Earth. High purity stones fetch higher prices. That's why mysterious merchants are all paying attention to Hagen's lair. Of course, I can mine them myself, but the higher the purity, the more complex the mining process becomes. The harder something is, the more valuable it is. That's the law of the world. My brother also found this pointless after learning the secret. The negotiation continued, the merchant still hesitant. However, 300 tokens was too expensive. Dan-who interrupted again, raising the price to 400. "If I want, I could just not sell, but honestly, I need the time to earn tokens." The mysterious merchant finally got scared and hurriedly stopped him. All right, stop it. I'll pay. Just don't raise the price anymore. I don't want my heart to break any further." Dan-who finalized the price. "I'll take 405 tokens. The extra 5 tokens are for my wasted time." The mysterious merchant, experiencing being lowballed for the first time, felt indignant, but had to accept. The system displayed a notification. "You have sold the green greatsword and ownership of Hagen's lair. You have received 405 tokens. Total, 698 tokens." Kong and Dae-oh were shocked by Dan-who's brilliant salesmanship, while the mysterious merchant lamented, "Nothing left. I've been scammed." Dan-who turned to the merchant. "It seems I bullied you a bit too much. Anyway, I have something I need to buy. I almost forgot about this." The merchant's mood immediately changed. "What is it?" Dan-who pointed at his heavily scratched mask. "You see, it's destroyed. I need something similar." The mysterious merchant excitedly offered, well, I have something like that. In exchange for 4 of your stat points. Couldn't you be a bit gentler? It's not that important to me. The two talked like cat and dog. Even Kong shook his head in exasperation. The mysterious merchant was fuming from the embarrassment, but suppressed his anger to make the sale. I'll give you a mask that's even more special than a regular one, all right? And next time, if you bully me again, I won't play with you anymore. He handed over a white ghost face. Mask classification, a mask with many souls inside. Using it brings an eerie atmosphere, allowing the player to conceal their presence. Not easily removed when damaged. Simply fuse another soul to repair it. Dan-woo moved to the side, putting on the mask to hide his real face. As he pressed it against his skin, Dan-woo highly appreciated the mask. A self-repairing mask was indeed suitable for him. Before the mysterious merchant left, Dan-woo thanked him. The merchant replied amicably, "You're welcome. It's my job. Oh, by the way, when you were pricing the magic stones, it seems like you know something. Do you know what happened in here?" Dan-woo didn't answer, but asked back on the other side. "What do you mean?" The mysterious merchant saw that Dan-woo didn't understand, so he didn't ask further. After the mysterious merchant left, Dan-woo pondered his words. Magic stones are the basic materials for crafting high-level items, and their quantity is very low. However, despite the exorbitant price, the merchant still wanted them, meaning the demand for these magic stones is high. The number of players is fixed, so there's only one reason for this. There's only one reason for mass weapon production. A bloody war is likely imminent. They might form temporary alliances, but peace won't last among this pack of wolves. Kong then asked about Dan-woo's next plan. He wanted to know about his next move. What's your plan? Are you going to collect enough tokens to reach floor F? Dan-woo's current goal was to first check the current rankings. His ranking had changed dramatically. Dan-woo still had something more important to do. Defeat the next boss. He needed its power to continue advancing, and he had to get there as quickly as possible. Without hiding anything, Dan-woo stated his plan. I want to go straight to floor F, but I still have something to take care of. Kong was surprised. A personal matter. Dan-woo looked excited. Young, do you want to join our team? Join you guys. Dan-woo asked back. Dan-woo cheerfully invited Dan-woo to join him and his brother until the tutorial floor ended, even after they entered the tower. Dan-woo was still hesitant about Dan-woo's invitation, but in reality, Kong and Dan-woo had talked about this many times. Dan-woo and they got along really well. Perhaps the three of them should cooperate. They would surely become the strongest team. Dan-woo was incredibly excited thinking about that prospect. He truly wanted to be on the same team as Dan-woo. But life slapped Dan-woo in the face when Dan-woo shook his head in refusal. He couldn't join their team. Dan-woo desperately wanted to know why not. Dan-woo had things to do, and he didn't like forming teams because he wasn't comfortable being tied down. Life wasn't a dream, which left Dan-woo disappointed. Kong comforted his brother. We can't force him, kid. Everyone has their own preferences, and this will happen often when we enter the tower. So cheer up, okay? Then he asked Dan-woo, "You'll still stay with us until we get out of here, right?" When he received Dan-woo's nod, Kong smiled in relief. Then let's go out. Everyone is waiting outside. While walking out, Dan-woo thought, this northern swamp is vast. It could take a long time to get out of here. There are also many lizard men everywhere, so maybe I should go with them. The other players were hiding behind. If they separated here, they would die. Kong and Dan-woo had no choice but to follow them and weren't comfortable at all. Dan-woo asked about the brothers' next move. Kong will probably protect them from this swamp, but that's not Kang's responsibility. However, he's still human. How could he be so heartless as to leave them here? Dan-woo silently observed the situation. There was something strange about them. Their behavior was too unusual compared to what he expected. Not to mention there are so many monsters here. I really don't want to stay here any longer. At this moment, a very destitute-looking person came to beg Dae-oh for some food. With his overly kind nature, Dae-oh naturally helped them. That destitute person seemed to have ulterior motives. He was delighted to have tricked Dae-oh. Dan, who seemed to read his thoughts, certain that his assessment was correct, so he kept a close watch on these guys. The destitute man brought the bag of goods he had obtained to the red-haired man. The red-haired man seemed very pleased with his prize. The plan seemed to be progressing quite well. If they are discovered, they will kill this guy first, and I will still be safe as usual. But if I can take down the ones ranked 3rd and 11th, add to that the one who killed the Lizard King, then I can take the first position. A truly perfect plan, a dream I've longed for. The red-haired man planned very carefully, pushing others out as shields to protect himself. But he sometimes felt that beneath that white mask, cold eyes were watching him, eyes that saw through everything. Could there be a power hidden within them that he hadn't anticipated? At this moment, the group of people following them began to complain. "My friend isn't feeling well. Can we slow down?" They collectively demanded rest, saying they couldn't move any further, had nothing with them, and if they continued, they would only become food for the monsters. No good deed goes unpunished. Kong sighed wearily. A bunch of annoying flies. The red-haired man signaled to his companions with his eyes. The gray-haired man spoke up. "Well, I think being confined in there for so long has made them mentally exhausted. I realize you gentlemen are a bit busy, but I think this is the best place to rest for a bit." The red-haired man was waiting for the right moment. He had arranged many of his friends around the forest. It wasn't just a few people in the clearing, but a troop of dozens waiting to welcome them. He smiled smugly, waiting for his prey to fall into the trap. But he didn't know that Dan, who had been standing behind him for who knows how long. With icy eyes, devoid of emotion, Dan, who swiftly dispatched him. The red-haired man's scream attracted everyone's attention. When they arrived, he was already lying in a pool of blood. Dan, who didn't waste any words, quickly advancing towards the others to take action. They also didn't understand how he knew about this plan. Dan, who should have killed them from the beginning. Throughout the journey, the red-haired man had been watching them. His attitude and actions made Dan, who even more suspicious. Dan, who, knowing this, had actively followed him from behind, then used enhanced senses to observe the surroundings. He then realized that a group of players were preparing an ambush in a clearing not far away. They had communicated with each other. Surely these bastards were targeting the items they had, so he needed to deal with them as quickly as possible. Kong, not understanding what was happening, stopped Dan, who snapped, "Stop acting like an idiot and look around. If you don't understand what's happening, shut up and get out of my way." When Kong fell silent, he seemed to finally realize they were surrounded by armed men. The two were backed into the center. The gray-haired man, panicked, asked one of them, "What's going on? Weren't we just supposed to rob them?" The man with the axe replied, "You think it would be that simple, old man?" He then struck the gray-haired man in the head. Kong, wary, looked around in confusion. Who are these guys? Are they item thieves? Amidst the chaos, Dan, who had vanished. He ran through the forest, his mind racing. They must be the original owners of the camp. They're not all just robbers. One of them is working with the monsters. These guys pretend to be injured and ask nearby players for help, luring them into a trap. When they succeed, they feed the human flesh to the monsters, and they take the items and tokens. Maybe the original players trapped in the farm. Maybe they were killed. In another part of the forest, 3 men communicated through special walkie-talkies. If we can catch them, these are the biggest fish we've ever caught. Except for Fanny and Joja, those crazy bastards will be thrilled to take down such strong players, not to mention what they're carrying. The blood sword that Kang's holding, that's the Dragon Slayer, right? That's mine. Another voice, presumably retorted, "What the hell? I called dibs on that first, you idiot." "No, on the other end, chimed in, "Whatever you say, whoever sees it first keeps it." Subai yelled, "Both of you shut up. The boss will handle the distribution. Everyone will get items. Let's talk about something useful, like how to get the reward from the Lizard King." Mid-sentence, Subai realized his teammate had been gone too long. "Run, answer me," he said into the walkie-talkie, but no response came. He grew anxious. "Ren, where are you?" "No, is Ren there?" "Go ahead and contact him." He didn't know that his no had already been bathed in blood. Still no signal from his two friends. This meant they were under attack. Finally, Subai understood. Realizing he'd been discovered, Subai panicked, but he was ranked 15th, so he could still defeat his opponent. He roared, "Who are you? Come out, or I'll kill you." "Damn it, where is he? What is this feeling?" Subai looked back towards the tree trunk and saw Rin's blood-soaked body. With his last breath, Rin urged Subai, "Run." As Rin collapsed, Dan, who appeared behind Subai, his face devoid of emotion. Another bloody scene unfolded. Back with Kong and Day, they stood back to back, bewildered. Are these bandits? What the hell are they doing? When did they become like this? Suddenly, one of the men cried out. Something had attacked him from behind, a dagger lodged in his neck. Dan, who stepped over his body, triumphant. Kong, seeing this scene, was astonished. What the? One by one, the remaining men received a knife as well, despite their pleas. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Dan, who attacked without sparing a single one. Day also assisted Dan, who from the side, and Kong joined in. The three of them combined forces, cutting down the remaining men. When only a few were left, they confessed, "We were forced to do what Subai said." They were trying to appeal to Day, and Kang's compassion, hoping they might be spared. They pleaded continuously, "Please believe us. Please spare us. We only joined to survive this place." Kong coldly asked them, "What's the difference between you and the lizards?" "I'm asking what the difference is between you people and the lizards. Are you deaf?" Kong had lost his composure. He had trusted them, only to become their prey. He yelled at them. Hagen at least cried when he saw his wife and child die. "What about you? You sell ordinary people to the monsters, even kill trapped players." Kong was truly enraged. In moments like these, everyone's emotions are in turmoil. There's no comforting them now. It's best to wait for them to work through it themselves. Kong mercilessly killed the remaining men to vent his anger. Afterward, both he and Day were stunned. They thought they were rescuing people imprisoned by the Lizard King, but they were actually surviving bandits. It was a massive shock. Unlike them, Dan had experienced this many times in Africa. This was nothing to him, but he pitied Day. The kind boy had been caught in a trap precisely because of his kindness. They needed to grow up to survive this filthy world where trusting outsiders was impossible. Afterward, people usually fall into one of two categories. They either go mad or mature. Kong, regaining his composure, asked Dan, "How can you be so calm after this?" Dan, who coldly replied, "I'm used to it." Kong couldn't imagine what Dan had gone through. "I have no idea what kind of world you've lived in. Are the people in your world like this too?" Dan, who honestly replied, "If they were, the whole world would probably go mad." Kong finally broke down, his face falling into his hands. "Can I be honest? Those bastards, they pretended to be victims, and we were really shocked. Honestly, we were all a little afraid of you. Really, I don't understand how you can stay so calm in a situation like this. I can't help but think you suspected them from the start. You didn't trust anyone from the beginning, not even us, right?" Indeed, Dan, who hadn't trusted anyone since arriving in this world, including them. While they wanted to build a relationship based on trust, that relationship had become fractured, especially for these two, who were open-minded. It would hurt to know they were merely partners in Danhu's eyes. "This is probably the right time for me to leave. Kong and Day are warm, both have a strong appeal to me. However, they have their own views, I have mine, so it's better to part ways here." Having decided so, Dan-hoo spoke up. Well then, I'll be on my way. He didn't answer Kang's question, but just left. Kong stopped his brother, letting Dan-hoo leave peacefully. Dae-oh didn't understand what his brother was doing. He tugged on Kang's shirt and shouted, "Tell me, why did you do that? Even if he doesn't trust us, he's still been good to us." Kong still spoke gently. I said, "Sit down." Kang's eyes were full of determination. "It's for the best, for us and him. Don't you see that?" Kong softly instructed his brother. "This is the best for all of us. Don't you see that?" Dae-oh pondered for a moment and then accepted. At this moment, both of them were attracted by something. It was a sword with a string of green beads. The brothers recognized it as the mark of the Lizard King. Kong stared at the sword and then spoke. "Actually, I thought there was something strange. Why does the Lizard King always talk about maintaining order in the tutorial floor, but they do the opposite of what they say? They use the excuse of needing a large number of new players. But those like us know that the people behind the Lizard King are one of the 13 largest guilds in the tower. Their guild values chivalry and worships swordsmanship and bravery. Of course, they always have plenty of ways to attract new recruits, and they can get anyone they need. When the Lizard King sub-guild was established, the guilds and ranked players suspected them, but there was no solid evidence, so they couldn't do anything but let them be. What if it's a secret cover for the bandits at the farm to run rampant? The tutorial floor runs through a series of complex systems different from other parts of the tower. It's impossible to know exactly what they're after, but if they're using it for robbery, then they understood. So they already had information about us being here, and knowing we were with Kane, they wanted to kill us. The two brothers were now in danger. Kong thought silently. That's why I didn't want to involve him. Kane has his own things to do anyway. Dae-oh finally understood why Kong didn't stop Dan-hoo from leaving. It turned out Kong didn't want Kane involved in this fight. Discussing strategy with his brother, he said, "That's why we'll go see that bastard to settle the score before we can go find the next hidden piece." It was another hidden piece that required Kong and Dae-oh to obtain Hagen's crown beforehand. It was the ultimate goal they hoped to achieve in the tutorial floor. It was one of the only ways Kong and Dae-oh could catch up to Joja and the Fanny siblings, players who had accumulated karma at an astonishing rate. Dae-oh smirked at his brother's words. "You're not the only one who wants to see those bastards, Hyung. I think they'll be surprised to see us there." The two brothers suddenly burst out laughing. "You know, I thought I was the biggest idiot, but maybe you're not much better, little brother." Dae-oh joked back, "Look who's talking." Dan-hoo, on the other hand, was alone, walking a different path. He stopped, looking back at the path he had just taken. He'd come quite a distance, hadn't he? He had a vague notion of where they were headed, and all the reasoning behind such an abrupt farewell. But he needed to head east. That's what he had to do. If not, there wouldn't be a second chance. If they had asked him to come with them before he left, if they had asked for help, could he still have refused? He closed his eyes tiredly, then decided to turn back and retrace his steps. Elsewhere, in the armory, a soldier reported to Bill that the second team had been wiped out. Bill grumbled irascibly. "They were competent enough for this mission, so I gave them a chance, but you've disappointed me. This is like we gave them a free pass to Hagen's crown." The soldier could only repeat, "I'm truly sorry, sir." Bill ordered the soldier, "Put the first team on standby." The soldier looked bewildered. "You mean the first team, sir?" The first team, known as the Lizard King's Elite. They had never failed a mission. Among them were some of the top-ranked players on the tutorial floor, all to deal with just 3 of them. Bill mused. They wiped out the second team with only 3 people. Their strength is more fearsome than I thought. Not bad. This will be good combat experience for the first team, and I'll go with them. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. No matter how good a player is on the tutorial floor, there's a huge gap between them and players who have already been in the tower. The second team was quite strong too, only slightly weaker than the first. So their power is unpredictable. There's no reason to ignore potential risks. Better to be thoroughly prepared. After Aisha's fall, the piece in the tower is gradually being destroyed. It's like a time bomb. No one knows when it will explode, but it's best to gather as much power as possible before it does. This can't be allowed to continue. But unfortunately for them, before they could follow through with their plan, there was a commotion above. The crowd shouted, "We're under attack." There are two of them. Bill was taken aback. What the hell? A soldier rushed in, reporting, "They're here. They're here." It was Dae Owen Kong about to enter. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion echoed. Debris rained down, and Kong and Dae strode in. Kang's eyes seemed to want to devour them. He let out a loud yell, gathering his strength. An aura seemed to surround him. Bill wasn't afraid. He was exhilarated. "I was getting bored stuck here. Let's enjoy this moment. I don't know where you get the guts to walk in here, Kong." Bill drew his sword. The two sides clashed head-on. In the south-central region, east of the vast and barren desert, this was OS territory. As the monsters stood guard, a figure flashed by. Danu quickly took down several of them. He grabbed one that was standing dazed, pinning it against the wall with his knife at its throat. The monster, terrified, pleaded, "Powerful human, spare me." Dan, who wanted to ask him a question, "Have you seen any houses nearby? Somewhere on a rocky mountain or in a tall tree?" The monster confessed honestly, "Yes, there's one. I've never seen it myself, but my friends have scouted and they saw a strange house. But it's too high up, so they turned back. That's all I know, I swear. Please spare me, sir." After hearing him, Dan, who had a rough idea. It was the dwelling of the Akasa Cobra, a named monster. It only appeared at certain times, under specific conditions and circumstances. Without his brother's journal, he wouldn't be able to find it. Dan, who asked the monster for the exact location of the house. It was said that the Akasa Cobra sometimes surfaced to breathe, and it would also fill its hungry belly while it was up. His brother and Aisha's group tried to take down such a monster without any knowledge of it. No wonder they nearly lost. But thankfully, they met him, the one who saved both Aisha's team and his brother in the battle with the snake. His brother's first teacher was Gala. Dan, who arrived at a house surrounded by high mountains. Could this be the place? "Hello, is anyone home?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind Dan, who are you? He was tall, about 1.9 m, with a sturdy, polished physique, brown skin, and somewhat handsome features, topped off with long, pointed ears. Gala wasn't human. He was an elf, one of the most prominent members of the humanoid race. Among them, he was a dark elf, considered a natural-born warrior. Dan, who introduced himself, but Gala interrupted him. "I don't care about your name. I'm asking what you're doing in front of my house. Actually, I received a recommendation to come here. There's something I need here. You must be Gala. I want to receive the undyed chalice." Zayam was the one who told him about it. He was an old friend of Gala's, someone who originally tried to climb the tower with him, and also one of his brother's teachers. It was fortunate that he had information about them from his brother. Hearing this, Gala held his forehead and shook his head. "That idiot, I told him not to reveal this." "Well, come inside." Inside Gala's house were only hunting tools. "All right, let's talk business. You want the undyed chalice, right?" The undyed chalice was an artifact that could lure the Akasa Cobra to the surface. The item contained a large amount of the snake's favorite food, but the only problem was, Gala was the only one who knew how to create it. "Do you know the conditions?" Dan, who knew a little, so Gala got right to work. The hidden quest, or Gala's quest, had the following content. DACEP had been testing many players for a long time to find someone with blessed qualities. His legs were known to be as fast as the wind. Dan, whose task was to catch Gala while he was fleeing by marking him at least 5 times within 10 minutes. The reward would be given based on the number of successful marks. As mentioned, very few passed this test, but if successful, Dan, who will receive an additional skill from him. It's a special skill passed down through generations of the DACEP clan. Suinbwa accelerates the user's movements and eliminates the sound they produce, which will be very helpful in combat, especially for Danhu's attack style. That's why he included it in his plan, a truly excellent skill. Gala continued to explain, the rules are simple. I'll hide around here, and all you have to do is touch me. I'll give you 15 minutes each time. I know there's a large gap between you and me, so I'll handicap myself. I won't use my hands, only my skill to run. Then let's begin. Danhu focused intently on his task. His movements as swift as the wind, barely perceptible to the naked eye. However, I could still find him. Then Danhu used his dragon eye to track Gala's traces. The green aura seeped into every nook and cranny, leaving no stone unturned, and Danhu spotted his opponent. There you are. He slammed his sword down on the rock beside him. Just as Danhu's intuition and ocular technique predicted, to avoid being injured by the sword, Gala quickly jumped away. The most important characteristic of Suinbwa is optimization. It reduces unnecessary movement. Gala only uses a single movement pattern. Suinbwa has many flaws, so Gala won't escape my sight. Up on that branch are you. You can't escape me, my dear friend. For the second time, Danhu found Gala. He reached out to grab him, but Gala leaped higher, a worried expression on his face. It seemed there was an opening Gala hadn't noticed and let Danhu touch him, making him seem even more formidable. The first attempt was a success. Danhu successfully touched Gala 7 times. The most difficult requirement of the task was complete. He achieved a rare feat bonus comma will be provided. Danhu is eligible to receive the Undyed Chalice. He can request additional rewards. Find DAC-EP Gala to claim the reward. At this point, Gala was completely and utterly impressed. Good heavens, I can't believe you caught me so easily. How did you do that? This is unbelievable. This mysterious young man might just be the one I've been waiting for. All right, quickly follow me. Gala rummaged through his storage and handed a pouch to Danhu. Here it is. Take it. Slightly suspicious, wondering what Gala would do if someone came to steal it, Danhu accepted the pouch. Inside was an incredibly sparkling gem. This is the Undyed Chalice, used to contain spiritual essence, an orb filled with concentrated akasa. It's a priceless treasure for those who can use akasa, but a disaster for those who can't. Then Gala warned, you must be careful when using it. If the liquid inside the orb leaks, it will cause a catastrophe. Akasa is a substance that cannot be produced in the material world. The leakage of such a material would lead to a massive explosion. Then Gala gave Danhu a book. And this too. This is Suinbwa, a skill usable by warriors chosen by the Dark Elves. It allows the user to move swiftly and increases attack speed. The speed will increase proportionally to your skill proficiency. Agile movement, temporary speed boost upon activation. Attack speed doubled for a few seconds upon killing an enemy. And the user has a 7% increased critical hit chance. Suinbwa's skill learned. Now I can move swiftly, and my senses are also improved along with enhanced physical resistance. My body feels much lighter. It could have been better if I had killed the Akasa Cobra with a physical enhancement. My body can utilize Akasa's energy. Defeating that snake is when the refining processes will be complete. Gala said while laughing, by the way, you make me think that the newbies in this round are quite amazing. I've never seen a player in round 1 able to read my movements. Am I getting too old? I wondered, has anyone been here before me? Gala nodded and said, yes, 2 players. They said they were brothers, and both obtained the Undyed Chalice, and Suinbwa like you. Hearing those words, I pondered. I see. Perhaps they're the 2 holding the top spots on the tutorial floor leaderboard, Joja and Fanny. Not too surprising that they came here. Gala, full of curiosity, asked, by the way, what do you plan to do with it? You don't seem like an alchemist or psychic. My word surprised Gala. I was thinking of using it to finish off the Akasa cobra. Looking at his expression, I asked, is something wrong? Although a bit surprised, Gala had to tell the truth. I'm sorry, but that snake has already been slain by those two top players. I left Gala's house, wondering about the long trails of blood along the way. How the hell did those two know about this place? I thought no one knew about it, except for Aisha. They ruined my preparations. At this moment, I noticed something behind me. My face gradually paled. They took all the important parts of the Akasa cobra, like the essence and venom glands. I wondered how they could defeat it so quickly and with only the two of them. How could they summon the Akasa cobra so fast? Did they also know the same information as me? Which I do now. Removing the mask from my face, I sat down and sighed. What's the best course of action now? The hidden piece I've been aiming for from the beginning was this snake, but now it's gone up in smoke. If I had it, I would have caught up to them. There's a 20,000 point gap between me and Joja, but it's gradually narrowing. What would happen if I hoard as many tokens as possible in floor E, then wipe out all the remaining hidden pieces in floor F, and make a turnaround in floor G? It's best to surpass rank 11, maybe rank 8 if I'm lucky. I glanced over to my left. Wait a minute, what is that? No, this wound was inflicted after it died, even quite recently. There are footprints here too, meaning it definitely wasn't Fanny and Joja, but someone else. They're orcs. They're doing something with this snake's brain. In another context, the 6th rank player on the tutorial floor said, an assassination mission for me. The superior subordinate nodded and said, yes, Bill has ordered the members of Team 1 to assemble. He waved his hand. Call someone else. I'm busy maintaining my rank. Tell that to Bill. I'm sure he'll understand. I'm swamped with problems to solve, and now I have to participate in an assassination mission. Moreover, the target isn't even in the top 10. Bill's subordinate continued, but this is a special order. Those who don't participate will be expelled from the guild immediately. So you all have to move together as a team. Bill will reward whoever brings back his head. However, since the target was behind the destruction of Team 2, Bill also advises you to be as careful as possible. Hearing this, he was surprised. This is my chance. If I succeed this time, I'll be rewarded immensely. No doubt, it will help me rise to the top, and Bill is helping me achieve it too. Wait, if the target wiped out all of Team 2, that means he has all the tokens from them. If I take him down, I'll climb the ranks. Excellent. Alright, tell him I'll head there immediately. Back at Dan-Hoo's location, Sumba's proficiency has increased by 1.2%. What is this place? Dan-Hoo is the first player to set foot in the Akasa snake tunnel. What? A snake tunnel? What are the orcs doing in here? There must be some secret here. It must be related to the Akasa cobra. Suddenly, Dan-Hoo stopped and looked ahead. There was drumming, as if calling for something. The orcs seemed to be worshipping an object on a shelf. More precisely, it was a brain extracted from a head. A goblin was lying unconscious, no longer breathing. A figure who looked like the leader shouted, "Our god was assassinated by the wicked. Arising from his life, take our souls, bring him back to life, and help us punish them. Return to this world and punish those lowly creatures, O my lord." A torch was lit, and they threw it onto the goblin. Dan-Hoo stood there, observing all their actions. What are they doing? A black aura surged fiercely before the raging fire. Inside, a thick, yellow substance was wriggling incessantly. It was like a volcano about to erupt, and then a strange object emerged from it. It was a snake with sharp fangs and black skin. Hidden quest content. The Akasa cobra's body, composed of half matter and half spirit, provides sufficient energy. The Akasa cobra can be revived at any time. The orcs are attempting to revive it with their ancient ritual. Stop the revival ceremony and destroy the snake before it grows. Dan-Hoo felt a surge of complex emotions. A revival ritual. If I could nurture the Akasa cobra, let it grow, and then kill and absorb it. As long as the ceremony continues, I can make it bigger and bigger. It won't be too late to take it down when it reaches its limit. The key element in the Akasa Cobra's revival is spiritual energy. It's like the Thoji vampire sword. If so, I must bring a lot of food to fatten it up. When it revives, it'll be hungry. I need to figure out how to provide it with a continuous food supply. Undie nectar. No, it's not enough and I don't have much. Dan, whose lips curled into a smirk. So the best way is, the scene shifts to the lizardman's base. The leader of the 21st tribe speaks. Our king is dead. This must not be revealed, especially to the orcs. If rumors spread, they will attack us. We must be careful. A subordinate shakes his head. This is so tiring. Then he cries out in pain, intruder, before breathing his last. Dan who had struck the lizard man from behind, places a dead orc beside him. When the lizard men see this, they'll think the orcs did it. The more casualties, the better. Dan who casts a flame onto the chaotic scene. It's small because my proficiency isn't high yet, but it's enough. I should head to the western forest. Perhaps it's time for me to become stronger. The fire in the western forest started with just a small spark. However, the flames spread and grew larger, consuming the Kobo village and gradually expanding until it engulfed the entire forest. The whole forest was almost completely consumed. Goblins and other creatures could only stand there and watch the burning forest without being able to do anything. Countless conflicts broke out between the monsters living in the area. They were fighting over living space. Panic was spreading throughout the forest, and everyone, both humans and monsters, suspected each other. A goblin runs in to report in a panic. Chieftain, we are... The goblin king frowns and says, I am not a chieftain. I am your king now. Are you sure it was the orcs? The subordinate next to the goblin king nods. Yes. The number of destroyed villages is more than the fingers on my hand. And the orc tribe, how are they found in all the villages? This enraged the goblin king. I don't know what you orcs are trying to do, but we are goblins, and we will never forget what you have done. The subordinate continues, my lord. The Kobos and Nons have sent messengers. They are requesting cooperation to take revenge on the orcs. The Goblin King couldn't help but stand up. Lead the way. Quickly lead the way. I will meet them. We will take down all the orcs. At the location of the forest that had been ravaged by fire, other creatures angrily said to the goblins, we're just like you. The orcs have attacked us too. Our worst enemy. They assassinated our king. We need to take revenge together. Many other races are the same as us. The Chons and Ajis suffered the same fate. They're also requesting an alliance. The Goblin King's anger erupted. This is an opportunity for all of us to take revenge. There's no more time. Everyone here, take up your weapons. Follow me to destroy the orcs. Everyone agreed. Follow the Goblin King for revenge. We will destroy the orcs. Dan, who had created tension between the monsters, causing them to start a war. Kama will be provided. Sudden quest. It is an unwritten rule among the monsters on the E-floor that they do not intrude on each other's territory. But the rule has been broken. A war between monsters is about to begin. Survive and destroy the source of the war. It is progressing the way Dan who wants. Rewards. Monster Hunter title, Eye of the Goblin King. 5 monster gems, bonus comma. The Akasa snake will revive faster, proportional to the number of monsters it kills, and currently, the wave is heading towards the orcs. They won't be able to stop this legion. The result will likely be what Dan who desires. The seed has been sown successfully. Now we just wait for the fruit to ripen. Elsewhere, the legion of those involved with Bill is here. We see some useless individuals here. One of them became angry upon hearing those words and looked to see who was speaking. What can you do besides stare at me? Then the other retorted, don't you know who you're talking to? Neither of them backed down. I'm so scared of you. Want to go at it right here? Die. Then intervened. Both of you, stop acting like children. I have a bad feeling about this. So let's deal with him and get back. The information says he's in the orc village, so let's handle it quickly. The ground shook violently. I warn everyone, stop. The ground trembled even more. Don't you feel that? Then in the distance, a legion of beasts and goblins approached. I couldn't believe what was happening. This is ridiculous. Everyone retreat, but they were closing in fast. Out of my way. Blocking our path won't end well for you. Then they charged, slaughtering the humans. The sixth-ranked man felt anxious. Not now, not like this. I will be Hazo's sword. I will survive and escape this. A goblin appeared behind him with incredible speed, leaving him no time to react. And then, what was bound to happen, happened. This place is now a disaster. Nothing had happened in the orc territory yet. The lizard men had started the war, breaching the northern barrier. The orc king wondered, why did they suddenly start a war? A subordinate reported, I don't know. They say we slaughtered their king. The orc king raged, What's wrong with them? If they want to fight, we'll give them one. But wait, if their king is really gone, even better. The orc king laughed and ordered his subordinates, quickly build a wall. Bring bricks, stones, anything. We must stop them. Build a wall to stop them. Block them all. Don't let them in. A powerful goblin picked up a rock, smashing it against the wall, separating the two sides. The wall crumbled. The orc king watched in astonishment. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. The goblin king laughed. We meet again. The orc king's eyes burned with hatred. You wretch. The goblin king was no different. Go to hell. Both sides clashed fiercely, the entire realm shaking from the battle. After crossing the mountain, Kane's son bow skill increased by 12.4%. He focused on traversing the mountain peaks, his feet moving swiftly. Entering the mountain range, he stopped and moved silently. Notification: you have entered the Akasa Snake Tunnel. Kane looked around, searching for the two monsters. So those two monsters are fighting each other. The fight between the Goblin King and the Orc King. These two boss monsters are actually as strong as Hagen. They hate and despise each other as if they are sworn enemies. It's a fight between two high-level monsters, so it won't end quickly. If neither of them dies, the fight will go on forever. I think I need to lure them to the Akasa snake as soon as possible. Let it eat its fill so I can gain its power. Deep inside the tunnel, King clearly heard the monsters cry. Seaweed, oh God, please. God is punishing us. The Chiyut snake spewed a stream of blue flames, a terrifying sight. The Orc King was frightened. He shouted, the god has gone mad. The god is angry. The snake's sharp fangs moved closer to his face. Watching from behind, Kane muttered, I knew it. It's bloodthirsty. There's no way to keep it calm. It's in a rage. Sharp claws shattered a large rock. Kane quickly ran down to check the situation. He touched the ground and determined it was moving towards a surface, heading southwest, where the monsters were fighting. Great! It will take a long time for the Akasa snake to eat all those monsters up there, but I can't waste any time. The Akasa snake is an incredibly difficult challenge for players in the tutorial level, but there must be a reason why it stays here. But not only me, but Gala, who has been observing the snake for a long time, doesn't know what it is. However, one thing is for sure, this isn't simple. King continued to think, based on a snake's habits, there must be a place where it can hide from external threats. He was thinking when a cold breeze blew from inside. Did I just discover snow ginseng? Humanoid snow ginseng is a holy medicine in human form. It only grows on icy plains after being exposed to lunar energy for hundreds of years. Because of its childlike appearance, many people mistake it for a human. Kane was surprised to see it. Snow ginseng boosts mana energy after absorption. However, the amount of mana gain depends on the user's ability. Besides, it's very difficult to use. He said to himself, I've only heard that it's one of the 5 best elixirs. I didn't expect to find it here. Now I understand why the Akasa snake lives here. His hand was already holding pliers, ready to pluck it at any moment. Kane carefully observed the snow ginseng. He figured the snake was probably cultivating it. Looking at its size, it's probably around 300 years old. Its quality peaks at around 500 years. Perhaps that snake is also waiting for this ginseng. Too bad, you'll have to go into my stomach. He quietly approached the ginseng, but suddenly it noticed him and jumped up. Kane said, "Run with everything you've got, but you're just stuck here anyway." The snow ginseng tried every way to escape, dodging all of his attacks. He said, "Sorry, but you're about to become my breakfast." The snow ginseng was surprised, not knowing what was happening, its face bewildered. All of Kane's attacks were directed at it. It could only stare wide-eyed. Unfortunately, it was caught by Kane, who grabbed its stem. "Nowhere to run, little guy." The snow ginseng showed discomfort and pain, then froze. Kane succeeded in the trial and removed his mask. A notification appeared. "You have obtained a hidden snow ginseng shard. Spiritual energy is exploding within your body. It will be converted into magical power." 92% of the spiritual energy held within the hidden snow ginseng has been converted into magical power. Your body is beginning to absorb it. Your magic power has increased by 5 points, then increased by 7 points. You are continuously gaining more. Dan Hu, codenamed Kane, is undergoing body refinement. The process is continuing from 22% to 27%. Refinement progress has reached 42.9%. The notification regarding current status has changed from immature dragon body to half dragon body. The magic circuit skill has been created. However, Dan Hu feels he hasn't fully mastered it yet. Nevertheless, controlling mana is considerably easier than before. Magic power is rated at CE+. Description: dragons are known as a race blessed by mana since ancient times, and players blessed by such dragons will be granted the ability to control mana. The range of mana control will increase with proficiency. Strive to master your mana control. Dan Hu felt fantastic. Thanks to the new power, he could control many enemies. One man succumbed to Kane's fierce attack. He said, "Damn it, what the hell? These monsters are heading towards that bastard Kane. He's definitely involved in this. As far as I know, the monster army is an unprecedented event, meaning someone is definitely behind all of this." He guessed, "It's definitely that Kane who's orchestrating everything. If I can kill him, I might be able to catch up to Joja and Fanny." He gritted his teeth. "Just you wait, Kane, I'll kill you." 2 minutes of silence began. Kane opened his computer to check the parameters, calculating everything carefully. The secret here is to build magical power and accelerate the dragon body refinement process as quickly as possible. My current mana usage is limited when using skills, but good things will happen in the future. I can channel mana into weapons or concentrate it around my feet to increase speed. I've thought about all the benefits it brings, but I can't utilize it with my current abilities. For now, I should find a way to increase my power as quickly as possible. Perhaps I can raise my proficiency level with the help of enhanced senses. Mana control. It's still within the boundaries of sensation. Suddenly, he discovered a pendant beneath his feet. What's this? A keepsake necklace filled with someone's precious memories. It would be good to return it to its owner. I wonder who the owner is. He tried opening the pendant and saw a picture of a family. Kane thought, is this what he's looking for? No one can understand why Gala always pursues the Akasa snake. He never hunts it himself, only sets up trials to test players who want to hunt the snake, and passes on one of his skills as a reward. Kane stared at the necklace for a while and thought, but if he's searching for his beautiful memories, it's understandable. This isn't in the journal. He decided to tuck the necklace into his pocket, put his mask back on, and prepared to depart. Time to go hunting. He ventured deeper into the tunnel. The monsters were still fiercely battling. The fight between the Goblin King and the Orc King had yet to reach its conclusion. In the midst of their fierce battle, they discovered yet another monster. What is this? Why is our god here? The Akasa snake suddenly appeared, and the hordes of monsters gaped in astonishment. The snake breathed fire. The Akasa snake god's forces cried out in unison, "Our king! Kill them all!" The Goblin King itched for a fight. They say this is divine punishment. The Orc King stopped him. "Where do you think you're going? This is a warrior's duel." The Goblin King retorted, "Shut up. I care more about the safety of my tribe than some stupid honor." The Orc King firmly stopped the Goblin King. He declared, "We will return together and destroy our god." The two of them, along with tens of thousands of other troops, charged forward to destroy the Akasa snake. The Goblin King, weapon in hand, leaped into the air, yelling, "Die," confronting the god directly. Below, the Orc King supported the attack and defense. Hidden behind a boulder, Cain witnessed everything. He realized this was a complete mess. This was far worse than he had expected. Only 10% of the monsters were fighting the snake, which was now 1.5 times larger than before. The two kings were still focusing their attacks on the snake. Other monsters continuously inflicted damage with what little power they had. This couldn't last. The system notified Cain that his mana circuit proficiency had increased to 0.7%. His son bow skill proficiency had increased to 15%. Cain quickly moved past the boulder. Passing the Orc King, tried to absorb the power. His vampire sword Thoji proficiency increased to 6.4%. His vampire proficiency increased to 8.2%. By fighting and absorbing power, Cain's strength increased by 3 points, then 2, then 5. After a while, the system message appeared. You have successfully defeated the Akasa Cobra. Bonus comma will be provided. Cain's hidden Easter egg quest and monster quest have been completed, earning him 5,000 comma and a 3,000 comma bonus. With a sharp knife, Cain stabbed the snake and extracted its venom. The venom was imbued with its essence, a venomous gland that could melt anything it touched. He tested it and nothing happened to him, so he decided to swallow it. A massive amount of Akasa spiritual energy is flowing into your body, converting into magical power. A large amount of poison is erupting within your body, being converted into magical power. Due to the immense energy, the conversion will require significant time and power. Your current state, half-dragon body, cannot contain all the potential mana. Your body will continue to grow. The conversion is ongoing. The pause process will continue. The system reports the process is at 48% and increasing. You should remain in a safe location during the conversion. External influences will slow or distort the transformation process. At this moment, Cain was facing the Orc King. The Orc King informed the Goblin King that something was wrong. They were worried about their surroundings. Cain appeared, glaring at them and saying in a heavy voice, "You're all going to die." Cain stood before the Goblin King and the Orc King. The Orc King gritted his teeth and sighed. "Perhaps this human is the cause of all this. And run straight to me, I will kill you." Cain, contemplating something, thought, these two monster kings are bosses like Hagen, and if I'm right, they'll bring me a lot of comma and tokens. He decided to charge towards the Orc King to attack, using his sword to annihilate his opponent, blood splattering everywhere. Then, a notification appeared. You have defeated the Orc King boss. Comma reward will be provided upon the Orc King's complete demise. He continued towards the Goblin King to finish him off. The two fiercely fought with their weapons, and finally, Cain defeated the Goblin King. Bonus comma will be provided. While fighting the Goblin King, a series of troubling thoughts flashed through Cain's mind. After the deaths of the two kings, the remaining monsters had two choices. 1. Flee. 2. Resist until the end. But I probably don't need to chase after them. They're all weak and useless. But if those fools choose to fight, I will absorb them and they will die, without even knowing who they defied. I will do whatever it takes to become stronger, and nothing else matters right now. The battle with the Goblin King was intense, with Cain holding the advantage. The battle ended, and Cain walked away silently, thinking, but absorbing this lot has exhausted me. Now I need a quiet place to recover. But there's one more thing bothering me. Cain called out, "Come out here." He was hiding behind a rock, whispering, "How did you know?" "Not bad, kid." Cain stood before him, sternly saying, "You think you can hide with such a strong, killing intent?" He laughed, arrogantly replying, "You really are a monster." Cain pondered, "I've been watching him since the Akasa snake went on a rampage. I was hoping that when the snake grew larger, it would kill him, and I would destroy the snake, and everything would be mine." He continued, "That power you possess, I guess it will be mine soon enough." Although he drew his weapon, holding it ready as a threat, Cain remained defiant, saying, "Is that so? How long?" "A few more years." "And how?" He said, "Don't pretend you don't understand. I know you don't even have the strength to withstand an attack right now." Cain said, "Didn't I tell you? How can you kill me when I'm not alone?" He was taken aback. "What?" A moment later, he cried out, having been struck by Cain. Cain had silently attacked him from behind. Suddenly, Dai appeared, drawing his bow and aiming at Cain. Approaching Cain, he asked what caused all this chaos. "Is this your doing?" Cain saw him and thought, "I'm exhausted and can't even lift a finger while this transformation is taking place. It's fortunate he showed up here." Dai asked curiously, "Why are you smiling?" Cain just thought, "I don't know if this is coincidence or fate. Whatever, the important thing is I'm about to get some rest." Then he called out to Dai, "I have a gift for you." He held out his hand with a necklace. Dai was stunned to see Cain collapse. "What happened to you?" He quickly took the necklace, worriedly asking, "Are you all right?" Dai thought, "I don't know what to do with this mysterious guy, but I definitely have to help him now." So at that time, Cain's body was converting its characteristics to a diamond physique. 92% of the energy has been converted into magical power and absorbed into the body. Body improvement has yielded results. The current progress is 92.5%. Cain slowly opened his eyes, recovering his stamina. His body state will be changed from a half-dragon body to a complete dragon body. Having just woken up, he understood that he had absorbed such immense power, yet it was still incomplete. Strange. I wonder what it will be like when it's complete. It's been a while since I checked my stats. He opened the status panel. The stats showed dragon eyes at 11.2%, enhanced senses at 32.5%, far sight at nothing, physical resistance at 20.3%. Fighting will accounts for 10.5%. Thoji's vampire sword reached 9.5%. Sun bow is 19.5%, and magic circuit accounts for 10.9%. The conclusion is that the newest skill, Magic Circuit, has increased significantly. He felt the abundant power welling up in his palms, a strange yet familiar feeling. Mana also made his arms firmer. Mana is said to have many uses depending on the user. Now I can control it at will. But what is this? Suddenly, Cain felt a flow of energy spreading throughout his body. He thought his senses had increased terrifyingly. Blinding light, spreading fragrance, pain throughout his body. It was a similar feeling to when he used enhanced senses like the Undie Cup. At this time, Dai returned to the room, asking his friend, "Are you awake?" Cain quickly sat up and said, Dai, stop, Cain. You need to rest a little longer. It will take a while for your senses to return to normal." Cain wondered, "Senses?" He said, "You didn't notice it, right?" Cain didn't understand what had just happened. "What do you mean?" Dai guessed, "You did something to make your body stronger, right? And you needed me to protect you while the power was being transferred into your body, correct?" Cain nodded. "That's right. You're exactly right." But Dai said you did it wrong, making Cain freeze, asking, "Can you explain in detail?" Dai explained, "I saw the Akasa snake was unusually large. You took its essence, right? And I bet you absorbed something similar to the previous essence. You didn't even know if your body could handle one elixir, and you dare to take two at once. You thought you could handle it, or you prepared something. I don't know. But the energy in your body will explode or lose control when absorbing two elixirs at the same time. Ken only thought that maybe he had done something to his body. If he hadn't, he would probably be dead. It's not surprising that someone like him has one or two secret skills. Even my little brother wouldn't know how to use that skill, let alone me. It's so mysterious. Dai continued, I protected you. By the way, you're lucky you met me. Otherwise, you'd be dead a long time ago. So next time, do your research before you want to use something. I'm not sure I can save you again, unless you have the power of a dragon to absorb it. Kane said, I'm sorry, but I've already made a pact with a dragon. My body is fundamentally different from a normal person's, so I can absorb a large amount of mana directly. But Dai doesn't know about that. He probably feels indebted to me because of the pendant. Kane thought he probably didn't want to see me die like that, did he? Is that how mana circuits are created? Understanding dawned on him. He said to Dai, so you adjusted my mana to prevent it from going astray. Dai calmly explained, it's similar to how I made the Undai cup. I had to use something of yours to correct the deviation. Do you know how much trouble I went through? He complained, I have so much to do. Kane replied, I really appreciate it. Dai said, you don't get it that easily. Kane declared, I'll repay you when I have the chance. Dai turned around. Like hell you will, he said, but I guess you're all right. Kane, surprised, didn't know how to respond. He smiled brightly and thanked Dai, glancing at the brightly glowing pendant. Dai explained, Kane's secret skill is Undai Divine Water, and I applied this skill to your body, just like when creating the Undai cup. But instead of using the Undai cup to contain Akasa, I used your body as the vessel. He continued, as a result, you not only absorb mana more easily while sleeping, but your body and senses have also been upgraded. Lucky you. Now you're strong. Kane started to leave despite Dai's scolding. I told you to rest for at least 3 days to fully recover. Kane immediately left. Seeing this, Dai just smiled and thought, how can someone who just recovered from a serious injury move so fast? Moreover, he felt Kane's Suinbua was excellent, as if he'd always had it. Meanwhile, Kane felt something different about his body and wondered, is this what it feels like to circulate mana? All he did was coat his legs with mana, and it made his Suinbua even more perfect than before. Even using only 1% of his mana, the difference was enormous. It made him much stronger, and all his previous fatigue vanished. If it's improved this much at 92%, what will my body be like at 100%? After a few flips in the air, Kane decided to stop and check the system notifications first. He would start by checking the first hidden mission and was surprised to receive a black bracelet as a reward. However, he couldn't see its name. The black bracelet was categorized as wrist protection, a bracelet owned by the Akasa Snake's master. Kane thought, if it's a precious item, it must have amazing abilities. Perhaps only one person can unlock it. So it collects the souls of slain targets, and it seems to have a rather morbid taste. He couldn't help but wonder, was its owner a demon? The true power of the black bracelet must lie there, as it was likely the power of its original owner. As he put on the black bracelet, a dark energy suddenly appeared. It enveloped half of Kane's body and gradually consumed him entirely. At that moment, the system announced, under the influence of the black bracelet, you have gained the ability to observe the world of the deceased, and this ability has merged with your Dragon Eye skill. My skill proficiency has increased by 13.5%. Because of this, I can now see countless ghosts drifting around. They're the monsters I've killed, or those eaten by the Akasa snake. However, I can't help but wonder, do they just wander around forever? And I feel lucky that I'm not cursed. Suddenly, 2 ghosts look at me, then their expressions change. Glaring at me with malicious intent. Luckily, I have my new equipment, which makes them afraid, and I take the opportunity to test its power. Without hesitation, I advance with my dagger and attack, destroying one of the spirits. For my next attempt, I think I should try using the new black scythe. The power of dark elemental mana, along with light, is one of the rarest elements. Dark elemental mana can be used as support to increase attack power or to curse enemies. It's a special element with many uses. I then find a deserted place and swing the scythe to test its dark power. A terrifying energy exceeding my expectations. On the cut, the rock and tree begin to decay from where the blade cut through. Perhaps it's a curse that follows the attack. This makes me even more curious about what would happen if I mix this energy with other skills. One by one, the spirits are eliminated on the spot, reaching a total of 5. Now, I try focusing the dark power of the black bracelet until it reaches a desired level. I then use the flame transmission skill, and just as I predicted earlier, but the energy is gradually losing control. Suddenly, it explodes, startling me. It was an explosion, and it could easily blow off an orc's or lizardman's head. If just a few souls can create such a large explosion, what would happen if I converted all the souls into dark energy at once? I then proceed to destroy all the bound souls, the number now reaching 150. I check the system again, and what I'm curious about is this its limit, or is there more? Do other players also have souls following them? I ponder for a while, then decide to put that aside and figure out later. For now, I've received the Monster Hunter title and have 4 pending quest rewards to process. This Monster Hunter title feels great. It will allow me to further increase my power. And the other thing I received is the Goblin King's Eye. It's jewelry and a B-rank protective amulet. The Goblin King's enemy, Zainam's Eye, will always point towards the one who killed him. It will continuously create effects to prevent his killer from being eliminated by others. When injured by an artifact, its owner emits a dense energy and gains a 10% damage increase. This artifact also tracks invisible attacks like curses and poison, providing a 15% chance to block such effects. This makes me confused and skeptical about it. However, the Goblin King's red eye matches the black bracelet quite well. Negative emotions or dark magic like curses are quite useful. They enhance dark elemental power, meaning you can increase your attack power with them. The same applies to this monster's 5-color stone artifact. It's fantastic. It will help Kane improve his stats remarkably. The eyes, ears, and nose can assist when using sensory boost, while the limbs can help with the Sumbwa skill. It's as if everything has been prepared specifically for Kane. After returning and meeting Dai again, Kane repeatedly thanked him for his enthusiastic help. Dai also learned that Kane would be leaving and heading straight to floor F, which Kane himself confirmed. Kane had obtained everything on this floor, so his decision was understandable, and Dai completely agreed with it. He also thought to himself, when Kane received Sumbwa, he had the feeling that Kane was very similar to someone he knew before. Truly, it was a familiar feeling. Dai couldn't help but be curious and wonder what this young man's past held. Every player who enters the tower has a regrettable story, and such regrets become their motivation, pushing them further. However, it's a completely different story for players who have let go of their regrets, like Dai. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. He then took out a sword and said it was the weapon of the person who attacked Kane earlier. It's a good sword. It would be a waste for such a good sword to go unused. However, Dai also said that if Kane didn't want to use it, he could just keep it in his bag and sell it to the mysterious merchant. It would fetch a decent sum. Intrigued, Kane drew the sword to examine it, and he had to admit that the blade was sturdy and well-balanced. It truly was a good sword, but Kane usually used dagger-type weapons, so this sword wasn't really suitable for him. Therefore, it was probably best to follow Dai's advice and put it in his backpack for safekeeping. Incidentally, Dai was extremely curious about how Kane would handle a situation if he were caught in a battle with Jangden. Their base is right in front of the entrance to Floor F, so they would cause trouble for him when he entered. Hearing this, Kane was taken aback and truly didn't understand what Dai was talking about. This surprised Dai. Didn't you just fight with Jangden? The green string on the sword, it's the symbol of Jangden. At this moment, Kane suddenly realized. So, they weren't ordinary hyenas, but players from Jangden, the tower-robbing organization that his brother had destroyed. The unexpected appearance of Jangden on the tutorial floor, a human farm with an organized system, and Kong and Doi suddenly leaving. If Jangden was the force behind the hyenas, then they had deceived all the other players under the guise of justice. And if that was the reason Kong and Doi left Kane, to stop them, then this matter was truly serious and incredibly dangerous. When Kong and Doi pushed Kane out of the group, he knew they had a purpose, but the path he had to take was different from theirs, so they had to part ways. At that time, Kane didn't realize how dangerous their situation was. He had a strong belief that Kong and Doi would overcome anyone in their path. Since their enemies were Jangden, Kane wasn't sure how many people they had or how strong they were. More importantly, behind Jangden was Heizo, one of the top 8 guilds in the tower. So the question was, could the two of them defeat such a powerful enemy? If Kong and Doi had successfully defeated Jangden, there would have been information about them throughout Floor E. But during that time, Kane hadn't heard any news about them. Perhaps they had lost to Jangden. Kane couldn't stop thinking about them. Kong and Doi, were they acquaintances or friends? Right now, Kane couldn't help but hesitate and wonder what he should really do. Besides, he considered Kong and Doi to be very close friends. They were always so cheerful. After some thought, Kane finally had his answer. Just then, Jana's words echoed in his mind. "You're always my hero, and I hope you don't lose yourself even when I'm gone." Kane touched the necklace while recalling his brother's words from the diary. Thanks to that, Kane felt empowered to continue fighting. Regarding his betrayed brother, Yeon-woo had a sword pierce his heart 5 times. 3 times by the lords, once by his former lover, and another time by someone Yeon-woo believed to be a friend, a comrade. Seeing change Dai prepare to see Kane off. He asked him, "Is this a battle you're heading towards?" However, Kane didn't really understand what Dai meant. So, he continued to explain, saying that he was once a warrior who fought for his people, also a fool who thought fighting was everything. And with you, my friend, Dai suddenly saw a lot of himself in Kane, from his appearance to his actions, and even the aura he exuded. It all pointed to someone about to enter a battle. He had been like that ever since he visited Dai. It seemed Dai was like him, a warrior in a battle against the world. If he didn't see that, he would be blind. Therefore, Dai knew one thing. Kane desperately needed his help. Inwardly, Kane thought if Dai helped him, things would become much easier. He was considered to have skills close to a high ranker in this tower, and could even destroy Jangden himself. However, there was still something that worried Kane. So he declined Dai's offer, because this was his fight. Saving Kong and Doi was the only goal he was striving for in this battle. His biggest goal was to shake Heizo, one of the enemies who hurt his brother. Sharing such a mission with someone else would be absurd. Therefore, Kane decided to handle it himself with his own hands. Although Dai had warned him about a battle that was sure to be difficult, Kane also knew that nothing was easy in this world. Finally, Dai wished Kane luck on his journey, and then he turned and left. He wondered. Heizo had built several human farms across the rounds of the tutorial floor, but why? In terms of efficiency, human farms weren't a way to retain players. If their goal was simply to take items and tokens from players, they could have relied entirely on looting. So what puzzled Kane was why they ran such a difficult-to-manage farm, and why they rebuilt their organization right after Theo wiped them out. Cain was certain there was a reason, something never revealed, something they could use against them. If Cain could uncover that secret and make it his own, it would be a weapon to shake Hazo, one of the top 8 guilds, the guild that shattered Thea and drove his brother Yeon-woo to his death. More than that, this guild harbored one of the traitors who betrayed his brother to escape there. It would be foolish to attack them head-on. Therefore, he needed a plan and to see what advantages he could leverage against them. Cain quickly checked the system time. About 4 days remained. So, if he let Jang Din get on his tail with only that much time, they would likely interfere with his progress for the remainder of the tutorial floor. He would have to constantly raid their base and demoralize them with relentless attacks. And when they showed signs of exhaustion, that would be their end. He would destroy their base, annihilate them until nothing remained. Just one day. All of this would have to be accomplished in a single day. Scene change. Floor F, Jangdin Guild. Bill asked his subordinate, "Have you found him yet?" They still hadn't found him. The entire E floor had been leveled. Hearing this, Bill thought this was a disaster. After the Legion was unexpectedly swept away by monsters, about 70% of Jangdin's warriors had been wiped out, and Bill had lost contact with Squad 1, the ones he'd trained to become the leading force in Hazo and the Hyena group. He had struggled to reorganize after that initial loss, and now this complete collapse. Not only that, but all other members of Jangdin had been swept away, causing the entire Jangdin network within the tutorial floor to vanish. Except for a few bases on floor F and in the inner area, Jangdin was practically annihilated. Everything he had built over the past few years had been blown away in seconds. This was truly a death sentence for Bill. By any means necessary, he needed to rebuild Jangdin before Iser found out. He was incredibly anxious. Only about 3 days remained until the end of the tutorial floor, meaning it was virtually impossible to rebuild Jangdin. Once the tutorial floor ended, Iser would eventually realize what had happened, and he knew he couldn't evade responsibility for his mismanagement. However, there was one way for Bill to escape this, and it had to be completed. To do that, he would have to push all the top-ranked players into it. So far, he hadn't been able to rely on that method because most of them had large guilds backing them. The reason Bill couldn't complete it wasn't just because of the poor quality of the materials, the players and monsters, as most of them were weak and lacked significant power. Lost in thought, Bill suddenly realized something incredibly important, and he knew what he had to do. The masked one now, things had gone too far to be picky. Bill decided he had to capture him, the one likely deeply involved in all of this. Bill immediately ordered his subordinate, "Search every corner of floor F and bring him to me." The subordinate obeyed and left. Now, Bill thought he needed to push things along. He went down to the dungeon and met them. He said with a laugh, "Why don't you surrender?" Blood sword and red hair. Meanwhile, Kong gnashed his teeth in anger and shouted, "Why are you back? Is there something else to say? Or do you need something else to extort from my father?" Bill quickly waved his hand in denial. "No, I'm here to tell you this. You'll soon become ingredients for the stone." This statement stunned Kong. The stone, something created using players captured by Jangdin and the hyenas just like him. It was the product and the very result of a gruesome experiment. An experiment that should never have been conducted. Bill continued, "Initially, we planned to slowly drain the energy from your body, but unfortunately, we're in a hurry now. I'd say it's good news for you, as it will end your pain immediately." Then Bill glanced at his subordinate and left. Kong, on the other hand, was filled with rage, but could do nothing. He didn't even care if he was eliminated. It was the consequence of his own impulsiveness. But Doi, it would be truly agonizing if Doi had a turn of gold with him. He was truly a good kid who followed him out of absolute trust, but he had led him to a terrible end. Truly, if he could, he wanted to free Doi in exchange for his own life. However, now, Kong could do nothing to stop them, and he desperately pleaded for help from someone. Just then, a sudden loud rumble startled both Kong and Bill, especially Bill, because he knew this building was designed to withstand tremors. So what was happening up there? Suddenly, a guard rushed in and yelled, "Bill, we have a big problem. Someone has infiltrated our base again." Hearing this, Bill angrily shouted, Where are they? Why now?" And outside the tower, another explosion erupted. Those inside the tower were also outraged. From the smoky rubble, Kane slowly emerged. He decided to use Goblin's footwork, then charged with lightning speed. One by one, everyone was eliminated by Kane, leaving no one spared. At that moment, Kane's pennant changed. The Goblin Kings, I had detected the danger surrounding him. Thanks to that, Kane was able to avoid the vicious attack just now and confront the others in the tower head-on. With the hand of O and his incredible speed, Kane launched a series of attacks. The number of bound souls continued to increase, 118. They started to panic, fleeing in terror. He's a monster. Without hesitation, Kane used a new skill, creating a floating fireball, and then it exploded, causing massive damage. The others behind him yelled, "What the hell are you doing?" Immediately, Kane turned and glared, making them tremble in fear. Kane slowly approached and said, "If you don't come to me, I guess I'll have to come to you." Just then, a scream echoed, then stopped. Just as Kane looked up towards the top of the tower, Bill appeared with a powerful force. The other players rejoiced. It's the captain. We're saved. But at this moment, Bill was only interested in the masked one. All this time, you've been hiding like a pesky rat, and now you decide to show your face. Suddenly, Bill roared, "Do you know where you are?" And Bill began to unleash a terrifying power, leaving Kane bewildered. What is this? This familiar feeling, what is it? Kane was certain he would never forget someone with such a powerful aura, but he truly didn't know where he'd seen him before. Just then, Kane suddenly realized something important. He remembered his deceased younger brother, who had a sword permanently lodged in his heart. From the friend his brother trusted so much, Lonit, the only person Yeon-woo could rely on in times of danger. But that man didn't hesitate to stab him fatally in the heart. And that bastard had some players he called brothers. These were the same people who laughed as Kane's brother collapsed in agony. And Bill was standing right before Kane's eyes. He would be the first gift Kane sent to his brother. Meanwhile, Bill called out to someone named Jan and told him to send a signal to Iser immediately, saying they were fighting the masked one. Just as Jan was about to leave, an explosion occurred, stunning him. And then Jan collapsed, unconscious on the spot. Kane immediately warned Bill, "I told you, don't be so arrogant and fight me. You better not even think about running away." Even if they ran to the ends of the earth, Kane would surely find them. Hearing this, Bill drew his sword, ready for a fight to the death. He laughed loudly with a challenging look. "If that's what you want, I'll show you just how weak your current skills are." At that moment, Bill's power exploded, causing the ground to crack. He jumped up and attacked Kane head-on. "You should regret coming here, brat." Kane used all his strength to defend, ducking to avoid the vicious attacks and continuing to retaliate. Bill was one of the players focused on climbing the tower. Therefore, Kane was very curious as to why a player like him was on the tutorial floor, and even with Jangden. Then Hazo, and even the human farm hyena pack, and Bill, surely it was all deeply connected. Lonit, the one Kane's brother considered most trustworthy, had turned around and stabbed a sword into his heart, and in the end, he was invited to Hazo as an executive. However, Lonit was always uncomfortable with his position. What he wanted was the top spot. What would happen if he was still harboring such ambitions? And what if Jangden was a front he used to hide his plans? Everything seemed to have a meaning. Meanwhile, Kane continuously attacked, leaving Bill somewhat surprised and unable to understand what Kane was trying to do. Suddenly, Kane jumped up and kicked him directly in the face. Bill didn't expect Kane to be so strong. The fight wasn't over yet. Bill was filled with hatred and a desire to destroy Kane as quickly as possible. However, Kane seemed to have realized something important, that Bill didn't know how to fight, though he may have been a skilled warrior in the past. Kane guessed he had become weak after spending so long with the new players. Hearing this, Bill became increasingly fearful and panicked, wondering who this masked figure was. At that moment, Kane unleashed the maximum level of his magic circuit and caused Bill agonizing pain. Now, Bill seemed drained of all his strength. He had lost an arm. Kane continued to advance towards Bill, intending to finish him off, when several new players rushed out to protect Bill. But Kane couldn't forgive anyone. Kane gripped his dagger, utilizing the Black Reaper technique, and the players gradually fell. The other players began to panic and continued to fight, trying to stop Kane. However, they were now equally terrified. Kane then used a hypnotic spell to make the other players obey his commands. Bill immediately recognized it as a mind control spell. Although he had never used this skill himself, the important thing now was to get as far away from this monster as possible. Taking advantage of their hypnotized state, Bill escaped, and the only thing that could save his life was the stone. With it in hand, Bill was certain he could destroy the masked figure. They say the Akasa King Cobra sometimes surfaces to breathe, and it will also fill its hungry belly while it's up. Jonna's younger brother and Aisha's group tried to kill such a monster without any knowledge of it. No wonder they almost lost. But thankfully, they met him, the one who saved both Aisha's team and Jonna's brother in the battle with the serpent. His first teacher was Gala. John, who arrived at a house surrounded by high mountains. Was this the place? Hello, is anyone home? Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind John. Who are you? He was a tall figure, about 1.9 m, with a sturdy, polished physique, brown skin, and somewhat handsome features. Finally, there were the long, pointed ears. Gala wasn't human, but an elf, one of the most prominent members of humankind. Among them, he was a diary.t and considered a natural-born warrior. John, who introduced himself, but Gala interrupted. I don't care about your name. I'm asking what you're doing in front of my house. Actually, John, who had received a tip to come here, because there's something I need here. You must be Gala. I want to receive the undyed cup. Zaham was the one who told him about it. He was an old friend of Gala's, who originally tried to climb the tower with him, and was also one of his brother's teachers. It was fortunate that he had information about them from his brother. Hearing this, Gala held his forehead and shook his head. That idiot, I told him not to reveal this. Come on in. Inside Gala's house were only hunting tools. All right, let's talk business. You want the undyed cup, right? That undyed cup is an artifact that can lure the Akasa King Cobra to the surface. It contains a large amount of the snake's favorite food, but the only problem is, Gala is the only one who knows how to create it. Do you know the conditions? Jonna knows a little bit about it, so Gala got right to work. The hidden mission, or rather, Gala's mission, is as follows. The diary.t have been testing many players for a long time to find someone with blessed qualities. His feet are known to be as fast as the wind. Jonna's task is to catch Gala while he's fleeing by marking him at least 5 times within 10 minutes. The reward will be given based on the number of successful touches. As mentioned above, very few people pass this test, but if successful, Yeon-woo will receive an additional skill from him. It's a special skill passed down through generations of the diary.t tribe. Suinbo accelerates the player's movement and eliminates the sound it makes. It will be very helpful in combat. It's a skill that will greatly benefit Jonna's attack style. That's why Jonna mentioned it in his plan. A great skill. Gala continued to explain. The rules are very simple. I'll hide around here, and all you have to do is touch me. I'll give you 15 minutes each time. I know there's a big gap between you and me, so I'll make it a little harder for myself. I won't use my hands and will only use my skill to run. So let's begin. Yeon-woo is very focused on his task. His movements are as fast as the wind and can hardly be seen with the naked eye. However, I can still find him. Then Yeon-woo uses his dragon eye to track Gala's trail. The green airflow penetrates every nook and cranny, leaving no place untouched. And Yeon-woo has also spotted his opponent. There you are. He lowers his sword onto the rock beside him. Just as Yeon-woo's intuition and eye technique predicted, to avoid being injured by the sword, Gala quickly jumped away from that spot. The most important feature of Suinbwa is optimization. It reduces unnecessary movement. Gala only uses a single movement pattern. Suinbwa has many weaknesses, so Gala won't be able to escape Jana's sight. On that branch are you. You can't escape me, my dear friend. For the second time, Yeon-woo found Gala. He reached out to grab Gala, but he managed to jump higher. His face now shows a bit of worry. It seems there was an opening. Gala didn't notice and let Jana touch him. This makes him seem even more formidable to his opponent. The first attempt was successful. Yeon-woo successfully touched Gala 7 times. The most difficult requirement of the mission has been completed. He achieved a rare feat bonus will be provided. Yeon-woo is eligible to receive the Undai Cup. He can claim the additional reward. Find diary.t Gala to receive the reward. At this point, Gala is completely and utterly impressed. Good heavens, I can't believe you caught me so easily. How did you do that? This is unbelievable. This mysterious young man could be the one he has been waiting for all this time. All right, quickly follow me. Gala rummaged through his stash and handed the bag to Yeon-woo. Here it is. Take it. There's a slight suspicion, wondering what Gala would do if someone came to steal it. Yeon-woo accepted the bag, inside of which was an incredibly sparkling gem. It turned out to be the Undai Cup, used to contain spiritual liquid, an orb filled with concentrated akasa. It's a priceless treasure for those who can utilize akasa, but a disaster for those who can't. Gala had warned him earlier to be careful when using it, as if the liquid inside the orb leaked, it would cause a catastrophe. Akasa is a substance that cannot be produced in the material world, and the leakage of such a material would lead to a massive explosion. Then, Gala handed Yeon-woo a book saying this too. This is Suinbwa, a skill usable by warriors chosen by the diary. It allows the user to move swiftly and increases attack speed, the speed increasing proportionally to your skill proficiency. Agile movement, temporary speed boost upon activation, attack speed doubled for a few seconds upon killing an enemy, and the user has a 7% increased critical hit chance. Suinbwa skill learned. Now, Yeon-woo could move swiftly, his senses were also improved, and his physical resistance was enhanced. It feels like my body is much lighter. It could be even better if I could kill the Akasa King Cobra with the physical enhancement. My body can utilize Akasa energy. Taking down that snake is when the perfecting process will be complete. Gala spoke while laughing. By the way, you make me think the newbies in this round are quite amazing. I've never seen a player in round 1 able to read my movements. Am I getting too old? Jana wondered, has anyone been here before me? Gala nodded, yes, 2 players. They said they were brothers, and both obtained the Undai Cup and Suinbwa, just like you. Hearing those words, Jana pondered, I see. Perhaps they're the 2 holding the top spots on the tutorial floor leaderboard, Zaza and Fanny. Not too surprising they came here. Gala, full of questions, asked, by the way, what are you planning to do with it? You don't seem to be an alchemist or a spiritualist. Jana's words surprised Gala. I'm thinking of using it to finish off the Akasa King Cobra. Looking at your face, is something wrong? Although a bit surprised, Gala had to tell the truth. I'm sorry, but that snake has already been taken down by those 2 top players. Yeon-woo left Gala's house, oblivious to the bloodstains stretching along the path. How the hell did those 2 know about this place? I thought no one knew about it, except for Aisha and me. They've ruined my preparations. At this moment, Janu noticed what was behind him, his face gradually turning pale. They've taken all the important parts of the Akasa king cobra, like the essence and venom glands. Janu wondered, how could they take it down so quickly and with only the two of them? How could they summon the Akasa king cobra so quickly? Did they also know the same information as me? What should I do now? Removing the mask from his face, Janu sat down and sighed. What's the best course of action now? The hidden piece I've been aiming for from the beginning was this snake, but now it's gone up in smoke. If I had it, I would have caught up to them. There's a 20,000 point gap between me and Zaza, but it's gradually closing. What if I hoard as many tokens as possible on floor E, clear out all the remaining hidden pieces on floor F, and then do a sweep on floor G? Best case scenario, I surpass rank 11, maybe even 8 if I'm lucky. Janu glanced to his left. Wait, what's this? No, this wound was inflicted after it died, very recently even. There are footprints here too, meaning it definitely wasn't Fanny and Zaza, but someone else. They're orcs, and they're doing something with the snake's brain. Elsewhere, the 6th rank player on the guide floor said, an assassination mission for me. The subordinate of his superior nodded. Yes, Bill has ordered the members of Squad 1 to assemble. He waved his hand. Get someone else. I'm busy maintaining my rank. Tell Bill that. I'm sure he'll understand. I've got enough on my plate as it is, and now I have to participate in an assassination mission, and the target isn't even in the top 10. Bill's subordinate continued, but this is a special order. Those who don't participate will be immediately expelled from the guild, so you all have to move together as a team. Bill will reward whoever brings back his head. However, since the target was behind the annihilation of Squad 2, Bill also advises you to be as careful as possible. Hearing this, he was surprised. This is my chance. If I succeed this time, the reward will be enormous. No doubt, it'll help me climb to the top, and Bill is helping me achieve it too. Wait, if the target wiped out all of Squad 2, that means he has all their tokens. If I take him down, I'll shoot up the ranks. This is amazing. All right, tell him I'll head over there immediately. Back at Jana's location, Sumba's proficiency increased by 1. 2%. What is this place? Janu was the first player to set foot in the Akasa snake tunnel. What? A snake tunnel? What are orcs doing here? There must be some kind of secret here. It must be related to the Akasa king cobra. Suddenly, Janu stopped and looked ahead. There, beating drums and chanting something, the orcs seemed to be worshipping an object on a pedestal, or rather, it was a brain that had been removed from a head. A goblin was lying unconscious. It wasn't breathing. Someone who looked like the leader shouted, "Our god was assassinated by the wicked. Arising from his life, take our souls, bring him back to life, and help us punish them. Return to this world and punish those lowly creatures. Oh my lord." A torch was lit, and they threw it onto the goblin. Janu stood there, observing all their actions. What are they doing? A black aura erupted violently before the raging flames. Inside, a thick yellow substance was writhing incessantly. It was like a volcano about to erupt, and then a strange object emerged. It was a snake with sharp fangs and black skin. Hidden mission content. The body of the Akasa snake is half physical, half spiritual. By providing sufficient energy, the Akasa snake can be revived at any time. The orcs are attempting to revive it with their ancient ritual. Stop the revival ceremony and destroy the snake before it grows. Jana's heart was filled with complex emotions. A revival ritual. If I can nurture the Akasa snake until it grows large, then destroy and absorb it. As long as the ceremony continues, I can make it grow even larger. It won't be too late to take it down once it reaches its limit. The key factor in the Akasa snake's revival is spiritual energy. It's like the Bathory vampire sword. If that's the case, I have to bring a lot of food to fatten it up. When it revives, it will be hungry. I need to figure out how to continuously supply it with food. Undying nectar. No, it's not enough, and I don't have much. The corners of Jonah's mouth curled up. So the best way is scene change to the lizardmen base. The leader of the 21st tribe spoke. Our king is dead. This must not be revealed, especially to the orcs. If rumors spread, they will rush to attack us. We need to be careful. A subordinate shook his head. This is exhausting. Then he cried out in pain. Intruder. Before breathing his last, Yeon-woo was the one who struck the lizard man down from behind. He brought an orc and placed it next to the lizard man. When the other lizard men see this, they will think they were killed by orcs. The more casualties, the better. Yeon-woo cast a flame onto the chaotic scene. It's small because my proficiency isn't high yet, but it's enough. I should head towards the western forest. Perhaps it's time for me to become stronger. The fire in the western forest started with just a small spark, but it spread and grew larger, consuming the Kobo village and gradually expanding until it engulfed the entire forest. The whole forest was almost completely consumed by it. Goblins and other species could only stand there and watch the burning forest without being able to do anything. Countless conflicts broke out between the monsters living in the area. They were fighting over places to live. Panic was spreading throughout the forest, with everyone suspicious of each other, including humans and monsters. A goblin ran in to report with panic. Chief, we are... The Goblin King frowned and said, I am not the chief. I am your king now. Are you sure it was the orcs? The subordinate next to the Goblin King nodded. Yes, the number of destroyed villages is more than the fingers on my hand, and the orcs, their bodies were found in every village. This enraged the Goblin King. I don't know what you orcs are trying to do, but we are goblins. We will never forget what you have done. The subordinate continued, My lord, the Kobos and the Nons have sent emissaries. They are requesting cooperation to take revenge on the orcs. The Goblin King couldn't help but stand up. Lead the way. Quickly lead the way. I will meet them. We will take down all the orcs. At the location of the forest devastated by fire, other species angrily spoke to the goblins. We are the same as you. The orcs attacked us, our worst enemy. They assassinated our king. We need to take revenge together. Many other races are in the same situation as us. The Chons and Aji are also suffering. They are also requesting an alliance. The Goblin King's anger erupted. This is an opportunity for all of us to take revenge. There's no more time. Gather everyone here. Take up your weapons. Follow me and annihilate the orcs. Everyone agreed, following the Goblin King, to take revenge. They would destroy the orcs. Yeon-woo has created tension between the monsters, causing them to start a war. Comma will be provided. A surprise mission with the following content. It's an unwritten rule among the monsters on the E-floor that they don't intrude on each other's territory. But the rule has been broken. A war between monsters is about to begin. Survive and destroy the source of the war. It's progressing the way Yeon-woo wants. The rewards will be the Monster Hunter title, the Goblin King's Eye, 5 monster gems, and bonus comma. The Akasa snake will revive faster, proportional to the number of monsters it kills, and currently, the wave is heading towards the orcs, and they won't be able to stop this legion. The result will likely be what Yeon-woo desires. The seed has been successfully sown. Just sit back and wait for the fruit to ripen. Elsewhere, the legion of those related to Bill are here. I see some useless fellows here. One of them got angry upon hearing those words. And look who's talking here. What can you do besides stare at me? Then the other retorted, Don't you know who you're talking to? But neither of them yielded. I'm so scared of you. If you want to do something, do it here. Then I try to stop them. Both of you, stop acting like children. I have a bad feeling about this. So let's just deal with him and get back. There's information that he's in the orc village. So let's go take care of it quickly. The ground shook violently. I reminded everyone, stop. The ground shook even more. Don't you guys feel anything? Then, far away on the other side, a legion of monsters and goblins was approaching. Dai couldn't believe this was happening. This is ridiculous. Everyone, retreat. But they approached very quickly. Get out of my way. Blocking our path won't end well for you. Then they rushed in and slaughtered the humans. The 6th-ranked player felt anxious. Not now, not like this. I will be Heijo's sword. I will survive and leave this place. A goblin appeared behind him. With great speed, he couldn't dodge it, and then what was coming would come. Currently, this place is a disaster. Nothing has happened in the orc area yet. The lizard men have started the war. They've crossed the northern barrier. The orc king wondered, why did they suddenly start a war? A subordinate reported, I don't know. They say we slaughtered their king. The orc king was furious. What? What's wrong with them? If they want it, we'll give it to them. But wait a minute. If their king is really gone, even better. Then the orc king laughed. He ordered his subordinates, quickly build a wall. Bring bricks, stones, or anything. We must stop them. Build a wall to block them. Block them all. Don't let them in. A muscular goblin picked up a rock and slammed it against the dividing wall. The wall crumbled, and the orc king watched in astonishment. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, then the goblin king laughed. We meet again. The orc king's eyes glowed red with hatred. You detestable wretch. The goblin king's expression was no different. Go to hell. Both sides clashed fiercely, the entire realm shaking from the impact of their battle. After crossing the mountains, the Sunbwa skill increased by 12.4%. Kane focused on traversing the peaks, his feet moving swiftly. Entering the mountain range, he paused, moving silently. Notification: you have entered the Akasa Snake Tunnel. Kane looked around, searching for the two monsters. It turned out the two monsters were fighting each other, the Goblin King and the Orc King. These two stubborn monsters were practically as strong as Hagen. They hated and despised each other as if they were eternal enemies. This was a battle of epic proportions, so it wouldn't end quickly. If neither of them died, the fight would drag on forever. He needed to lure them to the Akasa snake as quickly as possible. Let it gorge itself so he could obtain its power. Deeper in the tunnel, Kane heard the monster's cries. Chi! Oh God, please! God is punishing us. The Akasa snake spewed a stream of blue flames, a terrifying sight. The Orc King cried out in fear. The god has gone mad. The god is angry. The snake's fangs drew closer to his face. Watching from behind, Kane muttered, I knew it. It was bloodthirsty. There was no way to calm it. It was in a frenzy. Sharp claws shattered a large boulder. Kane quickly descended to assess the situation. He touched down on the ground and determined it was heading toward the surface southwest where the monsters were fighting. Perfect. It'll take a while for the Akasa snake to devour all those monsters up there, but I can't waste any time. The Akasa snake was an incredibly difficult challenge for players in the tutorial floor, but there had to be a reason why it remained here. Not even Gala, who had been observing the snake for a long time, knew what it was. However, one thing was certain: this wasn't simple. King continued to think. Based on a snake's habits, there had to be somewhere it could hide from external threats. He felt a cold gust of wind from within. Is this snow ginseng? He realized. A humanoid snow ginseng, a holy medicine in human form. It only grows on the icy plains after being exposed to lunar energy for hundreds of years. Because of its childlike appearance, many mistake it for a human. Kane was surprised to see it. Snow ginseng boosted mana energy after absorption. However, the amount of mana gained depended on the user's abilities, and it was difficult to utilize. I've only heard it's one of the 5 best elixirs, he murmured. I didn't expect to find it here. Now I understand why the Akasa snake lives here. His hand gripped a pair of tongs, ready to harvest it at any moment. Kane examined the snow ginseng carefully. The snake, it's cultivating the snow ginseng. Judging by its size, it's probably around 300 years old. Its quality peaks at around 500 years. Perhaps the snake is waiting for that, too. Little brother, you'll have to get in my belly first. He quietly approached the ginseng, but it suddenly detected him and sprang up. Cain said, "Run with everything you've got, but you're just stuck here anyway." The humanoid snow ginseng tried every way to escape, dodging all of his attacks. He said, "Sorry, but you're about to become my breakfast." The humanoid snow ginseng was surprised. Unsure of what was happening, its face blank. All of Cain's attacks were directed at it. It could only stare wide-eyed. Unfortunately for it, Cain grabbed the branch above its head. "Nowhere to run, little guy." The humanoid snow ginseng showed discomfort and pain, then froze. Cain succeeded in the challenge. He took off his mask. Notification: you have obtained the hidden piece, humanoid snow ginseng. Spiritual energy is exploding within your body. It will be converted into magic power. 92% of the spiritual energy held within the humanoid snow ginseng has been converted into magic power. Your body is beginning to absorb it. Your magic power has increased by 5 points, then increased to 7 points. You're continuously hacking further. Yeon-woo, codenamed Cain, is perfecting his body. The process is continuing from 22% to 27%. Completion progress has reached 42.9%. Notification: current status has been changed from immature dragon body to semi-fluid body. The skill magic circuit has been created. However, Yeon-woo felt he still couldn't fully control it. Manipulating mana, however, was much easier than before. The magic, strong magic, is rated CE+. Description: dragons are known as a race blessed by mana since ancient times, and players blessed by such dragons are granted the ability to control mana. The range of mana control will increase with proficiency. Strive to master your mana control. Yeon-woo felt great, thanks to the new power that allowed him to control many enemies. One man succumbed to Cain's relentless attacks. He said, "Damn it, what the hell? These monsters are heading towards that bastard Cain. He's definitely involved in this. As far as I know, the monster army is an unprecedented event, meaning someone is definitely behind all of this." He guessed it was definitely Cain who orchestrated everything. If I can kill him, I might be able to catch up to Zaza and Fanny. He gritted his teeth. "Just you wait, Cain. I'll kill you." 2 minutes of silence began. Cain opened his computer to check the stats, carefully calculating everything. The secret here is to build magic power and accelerate the dragon body completion process as quickly as possible. My mana usage is currently limited when using skills, but good things will come in the future. I can channel mana into weapons or concentrate it around my legs to increase speed. I've thought about all the benefits it brings, but I still can't use it with my current abilities. For now, I should find a way to increase my power as quickly as possible. Perhaps I can raise my proficiency level with the help of enhanced senses. Mana control. It's still within the boundaries of sensation. Suddenly, he noticed a ring dropped at his feet. What's this? A locket filled with someone's precious memories. It would be a good deed to return it to its owner. I wonder who it belongs to. I open the locket and see a picture of a family. Does Cain think this is what he's looking for? No one can understand why Gala always pursued the Akasa snake. He never hunted it himself, only set up trials to test those who wanted to hunt it, and passed on one of his skills as a reward. I stare at the locket, lost in thought. But if he's searching for his lost memories, then it's understandable. This wasn't in the journal. I decide to put the locket in my pocket, put my mask back on, and prepare to leave. Time to hunt. Deeper into the tunnel, the monsters are still fiercely fighting. The battle between the goblins and orcs still hasn't ended. In the midst of their fierce fighting, they discover another monster. What is that? Why is our god here? The Akasa snake suddenly appears and the monsters gasp in astonishment. Surprised, the snake spits venom. The Akasa snake's forces all cry out together, "Our king. Kill them all." The goblins are stunned. They say this is divine punishment. The orc king stops the goblin king. "Where do you think you're going? This is a warrior's duel." The goblin king retorts, "Shut up. I care more about the safety of my tribe than this stupid honor." The orc king, determined to stop the goblin king, says, "We will go back and destroy our god together." The two of them, along with tens of thousands of other troops, rush to destroy the Akasa snake. The goblin king leaps with his weapon, yelling, "Die." He confronts the god directly. Below, the orc king supports the attack and defense. Hidden behind a rock, Cain has witnessed everything. He realizes this is a complete mess. This is much worse than I expected. Only 10% of the monsters are left fighting the snake, and it's now 1.5 times larger than before. The two kings are still focusing their attacks on it, and some other monsters are continuously inflicting damage with what little power they have. I'm afraid this won't last long. The status screen informs me that my power with the mana circuit proficiency has increased by 0.7%. Cartilage body skill proficiency has increased by 15%. I quickly dash past the rock, past the orc king, try to absorb the energy. Bathory vampire sword proficiency increased by 6.4%. Vampire proficiency increased by 8.2%. By fighting and absorbing energy, I successively gained 3 points, 2 points, then 5 points of strength. After a while, the status screen appears. You have successfully defeated the Akasa Cobra. Bonus comma will be provided. Cain's hidden Easter egg quest and monster quest have been completed, earning 5,000 comma and 3,000 bonus comma. With a sharp knife, I stab the snake and extract its venom. The venom is connected to its essence, a venom gland that can melt anything it touches. I try taking it out, and nothing seems to happen to me. I decide to swallow it. A large amount of Akasa spiritual energy is flowing into your body. It will be converted into magic power. A large amount of poison erupting within your body is being converted into magical power. Due to the overwhelming energy source, the conversion process will require a significant amount of time and power. Your current state, a half-dragon body, cannot contain all the potential mana. Your body will continue to grow. The conversion is ongoing. The pause process will continue. The notification panel regarding the process is at 48% and keeps increasing. You should stay in a safe place during the conversion. External impacts will slow down or distort the transformation process. Cain is now facing the Orc King. The Orc King informs the Goblin King that this place isn't right at all. They are worried about everything around them. Cain appears, glares, and says, "You're all about to die," his voice heavy with menace. Cain appears, standing before the Goblin King and the Orc King. The Orc King grits his teeth and sighs. Perhaps this human is the cause of all this. Then he charges straight at him. "I will kill you." Cain, calculating, thinks to himself, these two monster kings are bosses like Hagen, and if so, they'll bring me a lot of karma and tokens. He decides to rush towards the Orc King and attack, using his sword to annihilate his opponent, blood splattering everywhere. Then, a notification appears. He has defeated the Orc King boss monster, and karma rewards will be provided. After finishing off the Orc King, he proceeds to the Goblin King to deal with him. The two clash fiercely with their weapons. And finally, Cain defeats the Goblin King. Bonus karma will be provided. While fighting the Goblin King, a series of troubling thoughts run through Cain's head. After the deaths of the two kings, the remaining monsters have two choices: flee or fight to the death. But I probably don't need to chase them. They're all weak and useless. But if those fools choose to fight, I'll absorb them, and they'll die without knowing who they defied. I'll do whatever it takes to become stronger. And nothing else matters right now. The battle with the Goblin King was intense, with Cain holding the advantage. The fight ends, and Cain walks away silently, thinking, but absorbing this lot has drained me. Now I need a quiet place to recover. But there's one more thing bothering me. Cain calls out, come out here. He emerges from behind a rock, whispering, how did you know? Not bad, kid. Cain stands before him, stating imposingly, you think you could hide with such a strong, killing intent. He laughs arrogantly, you truly are a monster. Cain thinks to himself, I've been watching him since the Akasa snake went on its rampage. I was hoping that when the snake grew larger, it would kill him, and I would kill the snake. It would all be mine. He continues, that power you possess, I'm guessing it will be mine soon enough. Although he draws his weapon, holding it ready as a threat, Cain remains undaunted. Is that so? How? He says, don't pretend you don't understand. I know you don't even have the strength to withstand an attack right now. Cain replies, didn't I already tell you? How can you kill me when I'm not alone? He's taken aback. What? A moment later, he cries out, having been struck by Cain's attack. Cain silently attacked him from behind. Suddenly, Gala appeared, drawing his bow and aiming it at Cain. Approaching Cain, he asked, what's causing all this chaos? Is this your doing? Seeing him, Cain thought to himself, I'm exhausted and can't even lift a finger while this transformation is happening. It's lucky he showed up. Gala asked curiously, why are you smiling? Cain just thought, I don't know if this is coincidence or fate. Whatever, the important thing is I'm about to get some rest. Then he called out to Gala, I have a gift for you. He held out his hand, which held a necklace. Gala was stunned to see Cain had fainted. What happened to you? He asked, quickly taking the necklace. He worriedly asked, are you all right? Gala thought to himself, I don't know what to do with this mysterious guy, but I definitely have to help him right now. It turned out that Cain's body was undergoing a transformation into a diamond physique. 92% of the energy had been converted into magical power and absorbed into his body. The body enhancement had yielded results. The current progress being 92.5%. Cain slowly opened his eyes, his strength returning. His body state would change from a half-dragon body to a complete dragon body. Having just woken up, he realized I've absorbed such immense power, and it's still not complete. Strange. I wonder what it will be like when it's finished. It's been a while since I checked my stats. He opened his status screen. The stats showed dragon eyes at 11.2%, enhanced senses at 32.5%, far sight at nothing, physical resistance at 20.3%, fighting will at 10.5%, vampire sword battery at 9.5%, Sumbwa at 19.5%, and magic circuit at 10.9%. He concluded that his newest skill, magic circuit, had increased significantly. He felt a surge of power in his palms. It was a strange yet familiar feeling. Mana also made his arms firmer. Mana was said to have many uses depending on the user. Now I can control it at will. But what is this? Suddenly, Cain felt a wave of energy spreading throughout his body. He thought, my senses have increased terrifyingly. Blinding light, spreading sense, pain throughout his body. It was a similar sensation to when he used enhanced senses. It was like the Undie Cup. By now, Gala had returned to the room and asked, are you awake? Cain quickly sat up and said yes. Gala stopped him. You need to rest a bit longer. It'll take a while for your senses to return to normal. Cain asked senses. He said, you didn't notice it, did you? Cain, confused, asked, what just happened? What do you mean? Gala guessed, you did something to make your body stronger, right? And you needed me to protect you while the power was transferring into your body, correct? Cain nodded. That's right, you're exactly right. But Gala then said, you did it wrong, causing Cain to freeze. Can you explain in detail? Gala explained, I noticed the Akasa snake was abnormally large. You took its essence, didn't you? And I bet you absorbed something similar to an essence before that. You don't even know if your body can handle one elixir, and you dare to take two at once. You thought you could handle it, or you prepared something, I don't know. but the energy in your body would explode or go out of control when absorbing 2 elixirs at the same time. Cain just thought, maybe he did something to my body. If he hadn't, I'd probably be dead. It's not surprising someone like him has a secret skill or two, a skill even my own brother wouldn't know how to use, let alone me. It's quite the mystery, Gala continued. I protected you, you know. You're lucky you ran into me. You'd be dead otherwise. So next time, do your research before you try something like that. I'm not sure I can save you again, unless you have the strength of a dragon to absorb it. Cain said, I'm sorry, but I've made a pact with a dragon. My body is fundamentally different from a normal person's, so I can absorb a large amount of mana directly. But Gala couldn't know about that. Perhaps he felt indebted because of the necklace. You probably didn't want to see me die like that, Cain thought. Is that how mana circuits are created? Understanding dawned on him. He said to Gala, so you adjusted my mana to prevent it from going astray? Gala calmly explained, it's like how I made the Undie cup. I had to use something of yours to correct the imbalance. Do you know how much effort that took? I'm so busy. Cain replied, I really appreciate it. Gala said, you don't get it easily. Cain resolutely replied, I'll repay you when I have the chance. Gala turned away. Like the hell you created, he said, but I guess you're all right. Cain, surprised, didn't know how to respond. He smiled brightly and thanked Gala, glancing at the brightly glowing necklace. Gala had said Cain's secret skill was Undie divine water, and that he'd applied this skill to his body, just like when creating the Undie cup. But like the Undie cup used to contain Akasa, he used Cain's body in place of the cup. As a result, Cain not only absorbed mana more easily while sleeping, but his body and senses were also upgraded. What luck! Feeling stronger, Cain continued on his way despite Gala's scolding. I told you to rest for at least 3 days to fully recover. With that, Cain immediately left. Seeing this, Gala just smiled and thought, how can the movements of someone just recovered from a serious injury be so fast? Moreover, Gala felt Cain's Sunbwa was excellent, as if he'd had it from the beginning. Meanwhile, Cain also felt something different about his body and wondered, is this what it feels like to circulate mana? All he did was coat his legs with mana, and it made his Sunbwa even more perfect than before. Even using only 1% of his mana, the difference was enormous. It made him much stronger than before. Even all the fatigue from earlier had vanished. If it had improved this much at 92%, what would his body be like if he completed the remaining 8%? After a few somersaults in the air, Cain decided to stop and check the system notifications. Cain began to check the first hidden quest. He was surprised to receive a black bracelet as a reward. However, Cain couldn't see its name. The black bracelet was classified as wrist protection, a bracelet owned by the Akasa snake's owner. Cain thought to himself, if it's a precious item, it must have excellent abilities. Perhaps only one person can unlock it. So it collects the souls of slain targets, and it seems its taste is quite morbid. At this point, Cain couldn't help but wonder, was its owner a demon? The true power of the black bracelet must lie there, as it's highly likely the power of its original owner. Just as he put the black bracelet on, a gloomy energy suddenly appeared. It covered half of Cain's body and gradually took over entirely. At that moment, the system announced, under the influence of the black bracelet, you have gained the ability to observe the world of the deceased, and this ability has merged with the Dragon Eye skill, increasing its proficiency to 13.5%. Because of this, Cain could now see countless wandering ghosts. They were the monsters he had killed or those eaten by the Akasa snake. However, Cain remained curious. Do they wander forever? And he felt lucky not to be cursed. Suddenly, 2 ghosts looked at Cain, then abruptly changed their demeanor, glaring at him with malicious intent. Fortunately, Cain had acquired the new equipment, which frightened them, and he took the opportunity to test its power. Without hesitation, Cain took his dagger and attacked, destroying one of the souls. For the next attempt, Cain thought he should try using his newly acquired black scythe. The power from the dark elemental mana, along with light, is one of the rarest elements. The dark element can be used as support to increase attack power or to curse enemies. It's a special element with many uses. Cain then found a deserted place and swung the blade to test its dark power. A terrifying energy beyond Cain's expectations emanated. On the cut, the rock and tree began to decay from where the blade had sliced through, perhaps a curse following the attack. Cain became even more curious about what would happen if he mixed this energy with other skills. One by one, he eliminated the souls on the spot, reaching a total of 5. Cain then tried to focus the dark power of the black bracelet until it reached a desired level. He proceeded to use the fire transmission skill, and just as he predicted, the energy began to lose control. Suddenly, it exploded, startling Cain. It was an explosion that could easily blow up a goblin or a lizard's head. If just a few souls could create such a large explosion, what would happen if Cain converted all the souls into dark energy at once? Afterward, Cain didn't hesitate to destroy all the bound souls, the number of which had reached 150. At this point, Cain checked the system again, and the thing he was curious about was whether this was its limit or if there was more. Other players, they also had souls following them, right? He pondered for a while, then Cain decided to put that aside and figure out later. For now, he had received the Monster Hunter title and had 4 pending quest rewards to process. Cain felt great about this Monster Hunter title. It would give him an even greater boost in power. And the other item Cain received was the Goblin King's Eye. It was a piece of jewelry and a B-rank amulet. Enemy of the Goblin King. Janums, I will always look towards the one who killed the enemy, continuously creating effects to prevent its killer from being eliminated by others. When injured by an artifact, its owner will emit a dense energy and gain a 10% damage increase. This artifact also tracks invisible attacks like curses and poison, providing a 15% chance to block such effects. This made Cain confused and skeptical about it. However, the Goblin King's red eye went well with the black bracelet. Negative emotions or dark magic like curses were very useful. Strengthening dark elemental power meant he could increase his attack power with them. The same with the 5-colored Monster Stone artifact. This was amazing. It would help Cain improve his stats remarkably. Eyes, ears, and nose could assist when using sensory enhancement, while limbs could help with the Sunbwa skill. It was as if everything had been prepared specifically for Cain. After returning and meeting Gala again, Cain repeatedly thanked him for his enthusiastic help. Gala also learned that Cain would be leaving and heading straight to Floor F, which Cain himself confirmed. Cain had everything he needed on this floor, so it was understandable, and Gala completely agreed with it. He also thought to himself that when Cain received Sunbwa, he had the feeling that Cain was very similar to someone he knew before. It was truly a familiar feeling. Gala was constantly curious and wondered about this young man's past. Every player who wanted to enter the tower had a regrettable story, and such regret became their motivation, pushing them further. However, it was a completely different story for players who had let go of their regrets, like Gala. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. He then took out a sword and said it was the weapon of the person who had attacked Cain earlier. It was a good sword. It would be a waste if such a good sword wasn't used. However, Gala also said that if Cain didn't want to use it, he could just keep it in his bag and sell it to the mysterious merchant. It would give him a decent sum. Curious, Cain drew the sword to examine it, and he had to admit that the blade was sturdy and balanced. It was indeed a good sword, but Cain usually used dagger-type weapons or something similar. This sword wasn't really suitable for him. Therefore, it was probably best to follow Gala's advice, put it in his backpack, and keep it safe. By the way, Gala is extremely curious about how Kane would handle being caught in a battle with Jangdan. And their base is right in front of the entrance to Floor F, so they'll cause trouble for you when you enter. Hearing this, Kane was shocked and didn't really understand what Gala was talking about. It left him stunned. Didn't you just fight with Jangdan? The green string on the sword, it's Jangdan's symbol. At this moment, Kane suddenly realized. So they weren't ordinary hyenas, but players from Jangdan, the thieving organization that his younger brother destroyed. The sudden appearance of Jangdan on the tutorial floor, a human farm with an organized system, and Kong and Doyle suddenly leaving. If Jangdan was the force behind the hyenas, then they had deceived all the other players under the guise of justice. And if that was the reason Kong and Doyle left Kane to stop them, then this matter was truly serious and extremely dangerous. When Kong and Doyle pushed Kane out of the group, he knew it was for a purpose, but the path he had to take was different from theirs, so they had to part ways. At that time, Kane hadn't realized how great the danger they would face was. He had a strong belief that Kong and Doyle would defeat anyone who stood in their way. The enemies they were targeting were Jangdan, so Kane wasn't sure how many of them there were or how strong they were. More importantly, behind Jangdan was Hazer, one of the top 8 guilds in the tower. So the question was, could the two of them defeat such a powerful enemy? If Kong and Doyle had successfully destroyed Jangdan, there would have been information about them throughout Floor E. But during that time, Kane hadn't heard any news about them. Perhaps they had lost to Jangdan. Kane couldn't stop thinking about them. Kong and Doyle, were they acquaintances or friends? Right now, Kane couldn't help but wonder what he should really do. Besides, Kong and Doyle were very close friends to him. They were always cheerful. After some thought, Kane finally had his answer. Just then, Jeonwoo's words echoed in Kane's mind. "You're always my hero, and I hope you don't lose yourself even when I'm gone." Kane touched his necklace, remembering his brother's words in the diary. Thanks to that, Kane felt empowered to continue fighting. Regarding his betrayed brother, there were 5 times Yeon-woo had a sword stuck in his heart. 3 were by lords, 1 by a former lover, and another by someone Yeon-woo had believed to be a friend, a teammate. Scene change. Gala prepared to see Kane off. He asked him, "Is this a battle you're heading towards?" However, Kane didn't really understand what Gala meant. So he continued to explain, saying that he was once a warrior who fought for his people, also a fool who thought that fighting was everything. And with you, my friend, Gala suddenly saw a lot of himself in Kane. From his appearance to his actions, and even the aura Kane exuded. Everything pointed to someone about to join a battle. He had truly been like that since visiting Gala here. Perhaps Gala was like him, warriors in a battle against the world. If he didn't see that, perhaps he was blind. So Gala realized something. Kane desperately needed his help. Inwardly, Kane thought that if Gala helped him, things would become much easier. He was considered to have skills close to those of high-ranking players in this tower, and could perhaps even wipe out Jangdan single-handedly. However, there was still something that worried Kane. Therefore, he refused Gala's offer. This was his fight. Rescuing Kong and Doyle was his sole objective in this battle. His ultimate goal was to shake Hazer, one of the enemies who had hurt his brother, and to delegate such a task to someone else seemed absurd. Thus, Kane decided to handle it himself with his own 2 hands. Although Gala had warned him about the inevitable difficulty of the fight, Kane already knew that nothing came easy in this world. Finally, Gala wished Kane luck on his journey, and then turned to leave. He wondered, why had Hazer established several human farms throughout the floors of the tutorial? In terms of efficiency, human farms weren't an effective way to retain players. If their goal was simply to take items and tokens from players, they could rely entirely on looting. So what puzzled Kane was why they ran such a difficult-to-manage farm, and why they rebuilt the organization right after Thea wiped them out. Kane was certain there had to be a reason, something never revealed, something they could use against them. If Kane could uncover that secret and make it his own, it would be a weapon to shake Hazer. One of the top 8 guilds, the one that crushed Thea and drove his brother to his death. More than that, the guild harbored one of the traitors who betrayed his brother to escape there. It would be foolish for Kane to attack them head-on. Therefore, he needed a plan and to assess what advantages he could leverage against them. Then, Kane quickly checked the system time. About 4 days remained. So, if he let Jangdan get their claws on him, they would likely interfere with his progress for the remainder of the tutorial floors. He would have to constantly raid their base and demoralize them with relentless attacks. And when they showed signs of exhaustion, that would be their end. He would destroy their base, annihilate them until nothing remained. Just one day. All of this would have to be accomplished in a single day. Scene change. Floor F, Jangdan Guild. Bill asked his subordinate, "Have you found him yet?" However, they still hadn't found him. The entire E floor had been leveled. Hearing this, Bill thought this was a disaster. After the Legion was unexpectedly swept away by monsters, about 70% of Jangdan's warriors had been eliminated, and Bill had lost contact with Team 1. The men he had trained to become the leading force in Hazer and the Hyena group, the ones he had painstakingly reorganized after their previous defeat, were now completely gone. Not only that, but all the other members of Jangdan had been swept away as well, causing the entire Jangdan network in the tutorial floors to vanish, except for a few bases on floor F and in the inner area. Jangdan was practically annihilated. Everything Bill had built over the past few years was swept away in seconds. This was truly a death sentence for him. By any means necessary, he needed to rebuild Jangdan before Iser found out. Right now, Bill was incredibly anxious. There were only about 3 days left of the tutorial floor, meaning it was virtually impossible to rebuild Jangdan in time. Once the tutorial floor ended, Iser would eventually realize what happened, and he knew he couldn't escape responsibility for his mismanagement. However, there was one way for Bill to get out of this. It had to be completed. To do that, he would have to push all the top-ranked players into it. So far, he hadn't been able to rely on that method because most of them had large guilds backing them. The reason Bill couldn't complete it wasn't just because of the poor quality of the materials. The players and monsters, most of them were weak and lacked power. Lost in thought, Bill suddenly realized something crucial, and he knew what he had to do. The masked man. Things had gone too far to be picky now. Bill decided he had to capture him. The man was likely deeply involved in this. Bill immediately ordered his subordinate, "Search every corner of floor F and bring him to me." The subordinate obeyed and left. Now Bill thought he needed to push everything he had. He went down to the dungeon and confronted them. He said with a smirk, "Why don't you surrender?" Blood sword and red hair. Meanwhile, Kong gritted his teeth in anger and yelled, "Why are you back? Is there something else to say? Or do you need something else to extort from my father?" Bill hastily waved his hand in denial. "No, I'm here to tell you this. You'll soon become ingredients for the stone." This left Kong utterly astonished. The stone, something created using players captured by Jangdan and the hyenas, just like you. It's the product, the result of a gruesome experiment, an experiment that should never have been conducted. Bill continued, "Initially, we planned to slowly drain the energy from your body, but unfortunately, we're in a hurry now. I'd say it's good news for you, as it'll end your pain instantly." Bill then glanced at his subordinate and left. Kong, on the other hand, was filled with rage but couldn't do anything. He didn't care if he was eliminated. It was the consequence of his own impulsiveness. But Doyle, It would be truly agonizing if Doyle had to fade away with him. He was a good kid who followed him out of absolute trust, but he had led him to a terrible end. Truly, if he could, he wanted to free Doyle in exchange for his own life. However, now, Kong couldn't do anything to stop them, and he desperately wished for help from someone. Just then, a sudden loud rumble startled both Kong and Bill, especially Bill, because he knew this building was designed to withstand earthquakes. So what was happening up there? Suddenly, a guard rushed in and yelled, "Bill, we have a big problem. Someone has infiltrated our base again." Hearing this, Bill furiously roared, Where is he? Why now?" Another explosion boomed outside the tower. Those inside the tower were equally enraged. From the smoky haze of the rubble, Kane slowly emerged. He decided to use Goblin's footwork and launched an attack with lightning speed. One by one, they fell at Kane's hands, leaving no survivors. At that moment, Kane's pennant reacted. The Goblin Kings, I detected the danger surrounding him. Thanks to this, Kane narrowly avoided a vicious attack and faced the remaining enemies within the tower. With O's hand and his incredible speed, Kane launched a relentless series of attacks. The number of bound souls continued to rise, reaching 118. Panic set in, and they fled in terror. He's a monster. Without hesitation, Kane used a new chapter, creating a floating fireball. It exploded, unleashing devastating damage. Those further back screamed, "What the hell are you doing?" Kane instantly turned, his glare silencing them with fear. He slowly advanced, saying, "If you won't come to me, I guess I'll have to come to you." Just then, a shout echoed, "Stop!" As Kane looked up towards the top of the tower. Bill appeared with a powerful force. The other players rejoiced. It's the captain. We're saved. But Bill's focus was solely on the masked man. All this time, you've been hiding like a pesky rat, and now you decide to show your face. Suddenly, Bill bellowed, "Do you even know where you are?" He began to unleash a terrifying power, leaving Kane bewildered. What is this? This familiar feeling. What is it? Kane was certain he'd never forget someone with such a powerful aura, yet he couldn't place where he'd encountered it before. Suddenly, a crucial realization struck him. He remembered his deceased younger brother, the sword permanently lodged in his heart, a betrayal by someone his brother trusted implicitly, Lonit, the one person John who could rely on in times of danger. But he hadn't hesitated to deliver the fatal blow. And that bastard had a group of players he called his brothers. They had laughed as Kane's brother fell, writhing in agony. And Bill, standing before him now, will be the first gift he sent to his brother. Meanwhile, Bill called out to Guren, ordering him to send a signal to Iser immediately. Tell him we're engaging the masked man. Just as Guren turned to leave, an explosion sent him reeling. He collapsed, unconscious. Kane warned Bill, "I told you don't get cocky. Fight me, and don't even think about running." Even if they ran to the ends of the earth, Kane would find them. Hearing this, Bill drew his sword, ready for a fight to the death. He laughed derisively. "If that's what you want, I'll show you just how weak your current skills are." At that moment, Bill's power erupted, causing the ground to crack. He leaped forward, attacking Kane head-on. "You'll regret coming here, brat." Kane strained to defend himself. He ducked and weaved, dodging the vicious attacks while continuing to retaliate. Bill was one of those players focused on climbing the tower. So Kane was curious. Why was a player like him on the tutorial floor, and with Jangdan, no less? Then there was Hazer and that pack of hyenas from the human farm. And Bill. It all seemed undeniably connected. Lonit, the man Kane's younger brother, John, who had trusted most, had betrayed him, stabbing him in the heart. And then he'd been invited to Hazer as an executive. But Lonit had always been dissatisfied with his position. What he wanted was the top spot. What if he was still harboring that ambition? And what if Jangdan was a front he was using to hide his plans? Everything seemed to click into place. Meanwhile, Kane's relentless attacks left Bill surprised and confused as to what he was trying to accomplish. Suddenly, Kane leaped up and kicked him squarely in the face. Bill hadn't expected Kane to be so powerful. The fight was far from over. Hatred and a burning desire to eliminate Kane as quickly as possible filled Bill's heart. However, Kane seemed to have realized something crucial. Bill didn't know how to fight. Although he might have been a skilled warrior once, Kane guessed he had grown weak after spending so long with new players. Hearing this, fear and panic began to creep into Bill's mind. He wondered who this masked figure was. At that moment, Kane unleashed his maximum magic circuit output, causing Bill to writhe in agony. Bill seemed drained of all his strength. He'd lost an arm. Kane continued to advance. He was about to finish him off. Just then, several new players rushed forward to protect Bill. But Kane couldn't forgive anyone. Gripping his dagger, he unleashed the black scythe technique, and the players fell one by one. The other players started to panic, continuing to fight and trying to stop Kane. However, they were now equally terrified. Kane then used a hypnosis spell, forcing the other players to obey his commands. Bill immediately recognized it as a mind control spell. Although he never used the skill himself, the important thing now was to get as far away from that monster as possible. Taking advantage of their hypnotized state, Bill fled. The only thing that could save his life now was the stone. With it in his possession, he was certain he could destroy the masked man. The man seemed to have been beaten to a bloody frenzy. Yeon-woo thought to himself, Azazel is practically destroyed. It's just you left, Bill. Inside the darkest dungeon, Kong was tied up against the wall. What the hell is going on up there? I thought we did something amazing, but now we're locked up here, watching the building collapse, as if waiting to be buried alive. Are we that unlucky? A voice startled Kong. That's all you can think about. Doyle said, You're the unlucky one, not me. I just followed you, and this is how it ends. So, your luck is being stuck with me. If so, that's just a sliver of luck. And so, the two of them bickered. You seem pretty cheeky today, you know that. There's something I've been meaning to do. If I die, I'll die after I talk to you. Kong, hearing that, retorted, You talk as if you've always been a goody two-shoes. We should stop teasing each other. We can't get out anyway. By the way, what do you think Kane is doing now? Doyle asked in a disappointed tone. He probably isn't thinking about us. I think he's on the 6th floor. Probably. If I had known we'd end up like this, I should have told Kane about that hidden piece. At least it wouldn't go to waste. You can tell me now. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a response. The dungeon door began to open. Both of them stared in surprise, unsure of what they were seeing. It turned out to be Kane. You guys look miserable. The chains are off. Doyle asked how he got there. That's a secret, kid. Kong thought to himself, I can't believe I'm seeing him again. Thank you so much. Kane replied, If you really want to thank me, you can give me the location of that hidden piece you mentioned earlier. You really have to make it a deal. Kong seemed to agree. My body feels like it's about to explode. Can I even get out in this condition? Doyle turned to Kong. After we get out of this prison, we'll be nothing but a burden to Kane. So we should tell him to leave us here, and we'll find our own way out. Kong then said, Thank you so much. Don't worry, I've already taken care of Azazel. Kane added. This surprised Kong immensely. Azazel has been destroyed. What do you mean? So those noises up there were you? Doyle understood everything. Kane simply replied with something like, Yeah, something like that. You answered his question, so why won't you answer mine? Kong seethed inwardly upon hearing this news. But Bill is still alive. Wait, that guy's still alive. Wait, you haven't gone down the stairs, have you? Just as Kane suspected, Bill seemed to be hiding something down there. You know what's down there? Kong spoke with a deductive look. I don't know exactly what it is, but those bastards, they created something from the lives of other players. And so they began to assess the situation. This is a human farm. I thought it would be big, but its size is beyond my expectations. Kane thought to himself, I can't even guess how many people were locked up in this underground prison. But the important thing is that I saw signs of habitation inside some of the prisons. There must have been an event here not long ago. Player's soul flesh is said to be a precious material in the tower. However, such acts are taboo in the tower, not only because it's inhumane, but also too dangerous. But whatever they're trying to create, the cost of recreating it has reached tens of thousands of lives. From the beginning until now, all we've done is cause trouble. But now Bill is nothing more than a trapped rat. I successfully rescued Kong and Doyle. My remaining business is to go down and kill Bill. And I'm also curious to see what they've created up until now. Kane suddenly noticed something. They were ghosts. Perhaps these are the ghosts Bill killed. Do you want my help? Kane asked. It seemed they didn't. If so, you can help me on one condition. Want to hear it? In another scene, Bill was entering a room. He seemed to have grown weary. A giant bullet was placed under his pillow. I spent so many years creating this bullet. During that time, my former teammates grew and became much stronger, climbing to higher floors. But I didn't care. My wish was to be able to give this power to Master and help him become the king of the world. But now the only thing that exists in my life is survival. The stone contains a concentrated essence and has undergone many refinements and compressions. Master said that just swallowing the stone will create a huge amount of mana in the body. It creates two outcomes. Either the body changes or it explodes. In addition, a complete stone wouldn't have the risk of causing an explosion, but I really have no choice. I hope the stone is almost complete. What's this? Something should have happened when I swallowed it, right? Why isn't it working? Why isn't anything happening? Am I missing something? Why? While panicking, he suddenly heard a voice. Is this where you're hiding? Kane was standing very close to him. Bill had no choice but to turn and face him. Is that the stone you were trying to create? It's not working anymore. So many people have died for this failure. Why isn't it working? Bill gritted his teeth in anger, becoming more frantic than ever. Why are you pushing us to this point? We didn't even do anything to you, yet you're trying to sabotage our achievements. If it weren't for you, I would have succeeded and the guild would have everything. Why don't you walk your own path instead of interfering in our business? You ask me why. Kane took off his mask. Do I have a grudge against you? I've been looking forward to this day. Seeing Kane's face, Bill was utterly shocked, but it seemed he was still not subdued. He refused and said it was impossible. What? Surprised, aren't you? Kane asked in a triumphant voice. You have no idea how much I've missed you all. John who? How is he still alive? He was definitely killed that day. There were so many witnesses. Someone who should have died in the tower returned to life. Something like that truly horrified Bill. The tower has undergone a massive change. There's been a power shift. The former members of Athea have found their own ways to survive in various places. Each of them has been able to get what they wanted. They continued their normal lives after everything they did to John Who. I thought maybe some of them would feel remorse for what they did, but none of them did. Kane thought to himself, so maybe I don't need to worry about those bastards anymore. Please kill me. Bill seemed exhausted. His breathing labored. What should I do? Do you know the story of the green frog? A frog that always does the opposite of what people ask. I'm starting to see why he did that. By the way, I have a lot of friends who are quite desperate to see your face. Ignoring his pleas, Kane snapped his fingers and they appeared. They're the souls of demons. Through the black bracelet, they can channel dark energy into the physical world. Those who met a tragic end, becoming ingredients for the stone, want revenge on the one who killed them. For that, they are willing to become my servants. And finally, here, they can finally appear before Bill. The souls surrounded Bill, leaving him speechless with fear. Don't do this to me. Please save me. Please don't kill me. But it was too late. Kane left, leaving Bill and the souls alone in the room. Kane stood before a barren land. Everything here is probably over. Did I miss anything from the last time I was here? Kane suddenly noticed something. There was a dark pit in the middle of the ground. Bill, the last time I saw you, you begged me to end your life. But in the end, you tried to escape to survive, didn't you? But there was no response, only an empty void with a stone. I can't find any information meaning I can't use it. Normally, items like this are usually classified as F, but this one was created from the lives of many players. No matter what, I can't leave the stone here. I should pick it up and deal with it after I find a way. So Cain picked up the stone. It emitted a light. It melted in Cain's hand, leaving him bewildered. I tried to control my mana to push the stone away, but the mana just circulated around it, preventing it from being expelled. It's acting so naturally, as if it's a part of my mana circuit. But perhaps due to the absorption, I've accessed more information than before. Could this be all I've discovered? A unique artifact, unlike any other within the tower, yet everything about it is hidden. This artifact is incomplete. I must complete it to gain access to the locked information. Once completed, information about the artifact will be displayed and the seal will be removed. Most of the information about it is unavailable. The stone isn't flawed, but it's truly incomplete. It needs more materials to be finished, but should I complete it? It's next to my heart, yet it doesn't have any abilities or effects before completion. So that's it. That evening, Cain announced everyone could leave. Kong and Doyle appeared. I always felt this, but everything you do is different. Kong spoke up. That means you created utter chaos. I'm starting to wonder what we did to you to make you cause such a ruckus in a guild like this. Are you showing your mysterious side again? Cain put his mask back on. What about Bill? Upon hearing the news of his demise, Doyle was thrilled. Good to hear that. I'll direct my sister's vengeance towards Ha, since I want to kill Bill with my own hands. Courage without strength is nothing but recklessness. That's the lesson from this incident. If I want to enforce justice, I must become stronger. Strong enough that no one would even think of touching me. Kong looked at Doyle, who seemed lost in thought. All those bastards are gone, and it's over here. But my body can't function properly. I feel dizzy after just walking a bit. So Kong called Doyle's name. Do you think we've finished everything here? I think you're right. It's frustrating to admit it after everything we've been through. Cain, your next destination is floor G, right? Kong asked, here, take this. Cain pulled out a pouch. This is everything we found in the tutorial floor. If you're trying to pay me, take it back. I don't need it. I think you've got us wrong because we're giving up on the tutorial floor. Cain was surprised to hear they were giving up. Kong explained further. While you were fighting there, Doyle and I had a serious talk. We can't go to floor G in this condition. We'll be captured by those who are watching closely for a chance to grab us. Doyle added, so we decided to give up this time and aim for the next. And there's no chance for us to take the top 1 and 2 spots. So, in the end, we'll give up on this tutorial floor. Those at the top of the tutorial floor rankings are awarded a large amount of rewards. But taking the top spots is difficult. Cain could understand that. But can you retry the tutorial floor? Cain suggested, don't you know that? Quite a few players try the journey repeatedly until they qualify for the tower. So that's it. Until now, I thought players only had one chance to clear the tutorial floor. This kid didn't mention anything about this kind of rule. Cain felt his blood boil. There's no fixed time for the tutorial floor to open. The guides said it opens whenever the tower wants. So they wouldn't know how long they'd have to wait if they gave up this time. I met some good guys and even took down Bill. Cain recalled that both of them were good people. So you want to take this. Cain held up the bag from earlier. It's good to give them to someone who needs them, otherwise we'd have to throw them away, right? Kong said. Besides, I think you can give Fanny and Zora a run for their money. Kang's expression looked mischievous. You know, the John Who in you is really dirty. But Kong rebuked him, saying, print it, you idiot. You're telling him to do it just because you can't do it yourself. You're really dirty. Kid, you're breaking my heart. They're names that keep popping up in the tutorial floor, even on the tutorial floor leaderboard. And those are the names of the players I have to defeat on floor G. Cain thought to himself, who are they? That question made the two stop fighting. Kong answered, Doyle and I tried so hard to get past those monsters, but we couldn't. So take it all and get first place. Then at least we can say we helped you get first place. That would be awesome. All right, I'll do my best on your behalf. Yes, this is what I desire. The camaraderie of men born amidst battle, friendship and rivalry. This is the very scene I was hoping for. Take it all, brother. Kong cheerfully slung his arm around Kane. Moreover, they crowned him. Look how goofy you look. Stop laughing. The final floor in 2 days. The end is near. I have to be quick. The clock is ticking from now on. If it weren't for the crown, I would have been buried in the lair or eaten by the boss monster. I went down to the lair that Kong and Doyle mentioned. It was tough, but I managed to defeat it after a long battle. It was strong, a monster almost as powerful as the Azazel serpent. But I need to kill it as fast as possible because it will help me speed things up. Kane's face was drenched in sweat. His sword was plunged into the ground. Kane seemed to have discovered it. This was the hidden piece that Kong and Doyle had thought about using to surpass the others. Kane held the sword up and examined it. He seemed greedy, even Azazel, and now he's gotten his hands on Vike. Vike observed through the screen and assessed. A player who has hoarded almost all the hidden pieces like that. All the known hidden pieces, everything about them. And in the end, he even blew away Azazel. How can a player like him still exist? What will he do with only 12 hours left? And this show will become even more interesting since I'm the only one who knows about it. Even among the Guardians, only the highest numbered individuals can access information with such a high security clearance. Recently, some Guardians have abandoned their neutrality and engaged in private deals with players. Therefore, all player information must be tightly sealed to prevent any potential issues. Let's see what he can do. Vike observed through the screen. You have entered Floor G, the final section of the tutorial floor. The system began its announcement. I finally made it. This is Floor G. The Floor G challenge will now begin. While optional in sections E or F in Floor G, it becomes mandatory. You have successfully cleared 6 floors and fulfilled your duties to meet the tower's entry requirements. However, the tower demands more achievements from you, a place where top players come to battle one another. Because of this, competition among players becomes incredibly fierce, to the extent that situations like lower-ranked players teaming up to take down higher-ranked ones frequently occur. John, who described the 6th floor with one word, an arena of glory and a chaotic war zone, a place where only the highest-ranked players can participate in battle. Rankings change so frequently that players can aim for the very last round. Kay noticed a group of people standing over there. What's going on? Is it a monster? How could a player do this? Do you want to fight me? Come on, I'll take you all on. That guy looks fierce. Ken looked closely and saw his fangs slightly protruding. Purple eyes, golden hair, and notably, a horn growing from his forehead. It was none other than Fanny and Zora. They both belonged to the One-Horn tribe. John, who observed the 2 One-Horn tribe brothers, silently assessing them. The One-Horn tribe, among the demi-human races present in the tower, are considered the embodiment of martial arts. Fanny stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack. Everyone stumbled and fell, shaken. Fanny arrogantly asked, "What are you doing? If you want our kama, come and get it." Scoffing, Fanny challenged them, "Don't just stand there. If you do, I'll come to you." The other players, astonished, retreated and took defensive positions. Fanny swung his fists at the players, causing their defenses to crumble. Unleashing a flurry of punches, Fanny exclaimed, "Nice coordination, but it's not enough to stop me." One player was sent flying by Fanny's punch, teeth knocked out. Excitedly, Fanny asked nothing more. "Come on, all of you." The remaining players were terrified by the sight. In no time, Fanny had knocked down numerous players, beaten beyond recognition. Throwing one player aside, Fanny turned to the others, causing their faces to pale. Not letting anyone escape, Fanny attacked again, arrogantly saying, "If you don't use all your strength, you won't be able to stop me." John, who watched from the side, impressed. He's incredibly strong. I can understand how they managed to defeat the Akasa serpent. Looking off to the side, Yeon-woo continued his thoughts. And there's one more person, Zora, Fanny's younger sister, the unrivaled first place in the tutorial floor rankings. Kong mentioned her. Recalling last night, Kong had warned, Fanny is absurdly strong. I feel like I'm standing before a huge mountain when facing him. But Zora, she's a bit different. She's gentler and deeper than Fanny, like the abyss of the deep sea. That's why I fear her more. At least you can see the mountain's peak when you look up, but the seabed is much harder to fathom. Back in the present, Yeon-woo is still observing Zora and silently evaluating her. Perhaps I'm starting to understand why Kong fears Zora more. She's hiding something vast and ferocious. But what is it? Noticing Yeon-woo's gaze, Zora looked up and back at him. Meeting her eyes, Yeon-woo gasped. A calm gaze. To be precise, she was looking deep inside him. A faint smile replaced her indifferent expression, as if she had found something amusing. She sees me. Yeon-woo calmly smiled to himself, resolutely thinking, perhaps it's time to stop standing on the sidelines and probing. There's no other way. Time to join the battle. Rummaging through his bag, Yeon-woo walked towards Zora, thinking to himself, I wonder if anyone will help me. Pulling out a cloth pouch, he thought determinedly, maybe this will help. With that thought, Yeon-woo poured out all his tokens. The other players stirred, murmuring amongst themselves. What is he doing? Why is he pouring them out like that? What's wrong with him? Damn, what a waste. You could have given them to us. What the hell? Just how many tokens does he have? Is that 1,000 or 2,000? Yeon-woo's unusual actions startled Zora, her eyes widening in surprise. Even Fanny paused, glancing at him. Ignoring everyone's stares, Yeon-woo calmly said, Convert. The tokens began to glow. The system appeared with a notification. The tokens collected on the previous 2 floors have been converted to comma points and added to your current score. The tutorial floor rankings have been updated. Zora was utterly astonished to find herself ranked second. The onlookers continued their excited chatter. Unbelievable. This is the first time since this round started that the top rank has changed. Yeon-woo chuckled inwardly. The bait has been taken. Let's begin. He slowly drew his sword. A dense, murderous aura radiated outwards. The system displayed the sword's information. VG, classification, unknown, rank, no information. In the Silver Age, forgotten days of the distant past, there existed a divine sword that every great hero yearned to possess. But as it passed from hero to hero, the sword became stained with too much blood, eventually transforming into a demonic blade. After a long period, it was sealed underground. Yet, despite being sealed for 3 ages, the sword has not escaped its demonic curse and cannot regain its original form. To restore its original form, the sword's curse must be completely cleansed under specific conditions. The murderous aura emanating from the sword was overwhelming, making it difficult for the other players to withstand. What the hell? What kind of power is this? Some players started to have delusional thoughts, chattering excitedly. If only I could get him. Look at the amount of comma he has. First place. I could be at the top. It seems he's a solo player. No group or teammates backing him up. If we kill him, we won't have any trouble. Our rankings will skyrocket. Unless he's someone with power like Fanny and Zora, it's going to be pretty tough. But he's alone. But he won't be able to stand against all of us, right? Yeon-woo ignored the malicious intentions of the players, silently marveling. The ability to spread a curse is bound within VG. It's a curse fueled by the vengeful spirits of fallen heroes. This is definitely an incredibly powerful curse. Gripping the sword tightly, Yeon-woo muttered to himself, let's begin. Sword's blessing skill. As Yeon-woo used the skill, but the players grimaced and clutched their heads, overwhelmed by the noise emanating from the sword. Sword's blessing is the concentrated malice of the heroes slain by VG, transforming a holy sword's blessing into a curse. When facing a large number of enemies or stronger foes, the sword unleashes demonic energy, inflicting damage proportional to your own power. Yeon-woo proudly exclaimed, "This is exactly why Kong and Doyle were so interested in this weapon. Its power is extraordinary. When landing a powerful blow on an enemy, the sword transmits its curse to other enemies near the target. Targets affected by the curse suffer from a contagious effect, significantly reducing their defense and movement." Yeon-woo recalled his conversation with Kong and Doyle. Kong had said worriedly, "The stronger Fanti and Zora are, the greater the sword's power becomes." Doyle continued, "This skill allows the user to catch up to top players without much trouble." Remembering their words, Yeon-woo calculated silently. Although its power is like cheating, Kong desperately wanted to surpass Fanny and Zora with VG. This weapon is terrifying as hell. The sword's murderous aura grew stronger, making it difficult for the other players to withstand. 1. Overwhelmed, cursed. What the hell is this? He's heading towards the center. Yeon-woo stopped standing still and began to move, rushing forward. The other players, faces pale with fear, shouted, "Stop him." Without a word, Yeon-woo lightly swung the sword, creating immense pressure that lit up the area, filling it with smoke and dust. After the dust settled, the remaining players asked fearfully, "Am I still alive?" But some players had already fallen. Seeing the scene before him, Yeon-woo thought to himself, "Its power is truly terrifying." But that's not all. But there's more to its power. A green smoke spread, affecting many. Someone asked, "What is that? What the hell is this?" Another player responded, trembling, "This is some kind of curse." The system displayed a notification. Contagious blessing. The sword transmits its curse to nearby targets, inflicting damage and reducing defense and movement speed. Ability locked/sealed. The players afflicted by the curse clutched their throats, faces blue, struggling to breathe as they met their demise. Without letting them scream further, Yeon-woo swung his sword again. Blood splattered everywhere. Coldly and handsomely, Yeon-woo looked back, thinking he'd dealt with these pesky flies. Zora remained. As quick as lightning, Fanny stood in front of his sister. With blazing eyes, Fanny said excitedly, "This is it. This is what I've been waiting for. No more playing around with trash. This is a real fight." Though eager to fight, Fanny turned to his sister and asked, "Can I go?" Zora asked back in surprise, "Since when did you need my permission?" Fanny scratched his head. "I know, but you know what I mean." Exasperated with her brother, Zora smiled and lowered her head. "Fine, hurry up. We don't have much time." Having received permission, Fanty cracked his knuckles, laughed loudly, and turned to leave. Zora called after him, "But before you fight, leave that with me." Embarrassed, Fanny said, "Oh, yeah, I forgot," and handed over all his kama to Zora. A system notification appeared. The tutorial floor rankings have been updated. Zora was in the lead again. The onlookers, seeing Fanty so readily give his kama to his sister, began to murmur amongst themselves. What the hell? He gave her everything, so he has no points left. Kama is what players fight each other to obtain, and he just gives it to his sister like that. Hearing them, Fanny scoffed. "Don't think we're the same as you trash. We're completely different from you stupid animals." Fanny thought gleefully, "Just kill that guy, and everything will be fine." Fanny took a fighting stance, preparing to fight with all his might, thinking to himself, "This is a skill I've never shown anyone on the tutorial floor, so be happy you're about to witness it." Fanny used his lightning fist skill. Enveloped in lightning, Fanny rushed toward Yeon-woo, shouting, "Why worry when you can get kama everywhere, right, idiot?" The two forces of Fanty and Yeon-woo collided, splitting the tutorial floor in two. Many players were affected by the impact, and the ground exploded. Fanny stumbled back, exclaiming, "You're pretty strong, but you think you can fight me with that meager power. Try to entertain me." Yeon-woo didn't reply, only slammed his sword into the ground, causing it to crack. Fanti, unable to react, could only stare in bewilderment. What the hell? Fanti coughed up blood from the force of the sword. Astonished, Font exclaimed, impossible. Born into the royal family, I've trained in many martial arts and grown stronger. Even in this tutorial, I absorbed the Akasa serpent's essence, which increased my mana enormously. How could I be pushed back? Wiping the blood from his mouth, Fanny grinned. Not bad. I'll show you who's king here. Surprised that Fanny was still smiling after being hit, Yeon-woo wondered, why is he laughing? Fanny spoke. My father taught me to never back down. The ruler is the skill he passed down to me, and I'll prove that I'm the one worthy of inheriting it. As he used the ruler skill to summon lightning, Fanny chuckled to himself. This is interesting. I'm getting excited. I didn't expect someone this strong here. Wonderful. Fanny launched his lightning fist towards Yeon-woo, but he blocked it with his sword. Zora had been watching from the sidelines. Fanny swung his fist powerfully. Yeon-woo nimbly dodged the attack. Mid-air, Yeon-woo thought. His attack kicked up dust and covered the area. It's making it harder to pinpoint his location, but it seems he's close by. Suddenly, Fanny was standing before Yeon-woo. He unleashed a surprise punch that Yeon-woo couldn't avoid. A barrage of punches followed, sending Yeon-woo sprawling, unable to stand. Fanny followed him down, grabbing Yeon-woo's head and delivering a final blow. He grinned wickedly. It's over. Yeon-woo thought, this is a glimpse of what's about to happen, but right now, this unfolding scenario is just one of the future's possibilities. Before moving to Floor G, I checked my skills using Farsight. I spent a long time researching how to use this skill. A system notification appeared regarding the special skill, Farsight, proficiency 0.5%. Description: allows the player to see a certain amount of time into the future. The duration increases proportionally with magical power and skill level. As a penalty for peering into the future, the user will experience severe dizziness due to the time difference when the skill ends. Yeon-woo stood with his arms crossed, observing the system notification. It would be a waste not to utilize this skill's full potential. Being able to see the future is a huge advantage, especially in battle. On the battlefield, a brief moment of inattention can cost you your life. Even if it's just for a few seconds, being able to anticipate what will happen next is invaluable. This skill is like a guardian angel. However, considering the mana cost, it's quite high. Farsight provides a glimpse of the future for a few seconds, but the amount of mana it consumes in those few seconds is enormous. Even though my mana is greater than anyone else on the tutorial floor, I can barely withstand it. Another significant problem is knowing when to use it. If I don't know when my life is in danger, how will I know when to activate it? Even if I do use it, I could still be in danger. Using it in combat means not only seeing the next 3 seconds, but also analyzing the opponent's movements and formulating a strategy based on what I see. Combining it with other skills is a gamble. If successful, I can turn the tides even when losing. But if I fail, I'll pay with my life. However, it seems the plan worked. Returning to the fight, before being punched by Fanny, Yeon-woo had anticipated the attack and made calculations in his mind. See the future with Farsight, enhance combat abilities with Dragon's Eye, combine it with Fighting Spirit and enhance senses, and move swiftly using Subwa. That's the best combination right now. As for the side effects from using the skill, Fanny was utterly surprised when Yeon-woo quickly dodged his surprise attack. Yeon-woo clenched his fist, locking Fanny's arm. I can endure it by using physical enhancement. Fanny, with his other hand, attempted another punch, grinning. It's over. Yeon-woo dodged effortlessly as he replied, perhaps, but that's for you. Fanny spat blood from Yeon-woo's blow. Yeon-woo used the sword's blessing to attack, making Fanny cry out in pain. After dealing with Fanny, Yeon-woo turned to attack his sister. Now the only problem left to finish everything was Zora. Very quickly, Zora drew her sword to block Yeon-woo's attack. As he attacked, Yeon-woo calculated. The moment I used far sight, I saw the chance to kill her. It's now. The images from my far sight showed the dagger plunging into Zora's throat, killing her instantly. I thought it was done, but no, Zora deflected the dagger. Yeon-woo was incredibly surprised. She blocked it. I'm sure I made no mistake with that attack. But how could she block it? With an indifferent expression, Zora unleashed a powerful sword strike towards Yeon-woo. Seeing him withstand all her attacks, Zora exclaimed, "You're strong." Seemingly realizing why he couldn't kill Zora, Yeon-woo thought in astonishment. Her eyes, something about them allowed her to see through all my attacks. Pressured by Zora's gaze, Yeon-woo mused, a piercing gaze that can see the essence of anyone and anything. Just like how Fanny received the ruler, Zora also inherited a secret step as part of her family. In battle, it allows the user to read the opponent's thoughts and intentions, helping them anticipate their attacks. It's the special skill that helped Zora become the top-ranked player in the tutorial floor. Reading the opponent's thoughts and intentions, allowing them to anticipate their attacks, makes her stronger than other players. That's why Farsight is useless against her. Just as I realized my skill was useless, its effect wore off, Yeon-woo thought worriedly. Farsight's time is up. By now, the ground beneath Yeon-woo's feet had crumbled from the force of their attacks. Zora, losing patience, asked, "Do you want to continue fighting?" Sheathing his sword, Yeon-woo calmly replied, "No, I'll stop." Pleased with Yeon-woo's answer, Zora said with a smile, "A wise choice. You fought against many players, including my brother. Truly impressive. I've never seen a player like you. I would give you the first rank if I could, but we have our reasons for holding on to it." Confused, Yeon-woo asked, "Strange. What makes you think I've given up?" Hearing this, Zora raised her sword in a ready stance and asked loudly, Without waiting for Zora to react further, Yeon-woo pulled out a large number of tokens. When she regained her composure, Zora was utterly surprised because what Yeon-woo held were hers, her tokens. Zora stammered, unable to speak. "How?" Yeon-woo then answered her unspoken question. Her eyes can only predict something within their range of vision, right? Yeon-woo thought gleefully. She's only focused on my actions, so she won't notice such a coincidental element in the plan. But she only lost half of her tokens. Still, it's a significant loss. Remembering all of Yeon-woo's actions, Zora could only curse inwardly. Damn, I didn't think he'd be able to figure out my ability. Yeon-woo said cheerfully, holding the tokens he had snatched. "Thanks for the comma points. I'll take good care of them." At that moment, the system appeared again to announce, "The tutorial floor rankings have been updated. Yeon-woo is now ranked first." The lucky players who survived the battles, looking at the rankings, could only yell in disbelief, "What the hell is this? Has there ever been a player who collected this many comma points in the tutorial floor? He's a predator. In the eyes of other players, he's nothing but a carnivorous beast." Zora seemed to want to say something, but Yeon-woo used the Subwa skill to leave. As Yeon-woo disappeared, Zora stood still, thinking angrily. This is the first time I've failed since entering the tutorial floor. A complete failure. Clutching the hem of her shirt, Zora trembled with rage. But then she blushed and exclaimed, "He's so cool." The countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The tutorial floor has ended. Yeon-woo had been transported elsewhere and was sitting on a rock, waiting. The system announced, "All remaining players will be transported to the waiting area. Be careful of the transfer's effects." Yeon-woo thought as he was transported, "It's finally over." All the other players, along with Yeon-woo, were transported to the waiting area. Everyone looked around in confusion, asking each other, "What is this? Is the tutorial floor over?" A few players recognized Yeon-woo and started whispering, "Is that him?" "Yeah, the top ranker, the token hoarder. I heard he defeated the One-Horn Tri Brothers." "Ridiculous. I wonder who he is. Yeon-woo thought, puzzled. Token hoarder. Is that what they're calling me from the rumors that spread on 4G? Never mind them. More importantly, Z's key. This is the only way I can get it. I'll visit 2 places after entering the tower. One is the Thea tribe's home, and the other is Olabu's treasury, where the gods of the past guarded their relics. Z's key is one of the 12 keys to open the door to the treasury. Kong and Doyle. Oh, they really left. They said they would give up on the tutorial floor. It feels strange not seeing them. From deep within the group of players, a voice called out, Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo turned around in surprise and asked, Kid. Z said happily, Yeon-woo. It really is you. I heard that a new rookie appeared in the tutorial floor, and when they said he wore a mask, I immediately thought of you. It really is you. Yeon-woo thought, surprised. The gloom he carried has completely changed. He asked, Seems like you found the Zija garden. Z replied excitedly, Yes. I found it hidden in the waiting area side section. I was lucky to see it. Yeon-woo assessed silently. In the Zija garden, players can make contracts with spirits. Z has the excellent qualities of sorcerer. So if you can learn elemental magic based on your aptitude, you can achieve outstanding advancement. The dragon's eyes beneath the intricate barriers are watching. There's only an empty space below. Yeon-woo continued inquiring, It seems you've achieved quite a feat. Did you happen to find another hidden piece? Z honestly replied, It was similar to that. I met a wonderful teacher. Yeon-woo asked in surprise, A teacher? Z cheerfully continued, Yes. Oh, you don't have to worry about me. You taught me a lot, so I wanted to come here and thank you before you leave the tutorial floor. I owe you a lot. Anyway, thank you so much. Thanks to you, I found something that belongs to me and even met a wonderful teacher. And someday, I'll look for you in the tower. Having said that, Z used teleportation to leave. Yeon-woo watched, silently. It seems the kid has truly found something wonderful for their life. The guardian of the tutorial floor laughed heartily. It moves me that you all have returned after a whole month. The guardian of the tutorial floor bowed respectfully and said, Greetings, everyone. I, the guardian of the tutorial floor, welcome you all with all the love in my heart. Thank you all for your hard work. Unlike other rounds of the tutorial floor, many of you have demonstrated clever positioning and excellent skills to overcome the trials throughout the 7 sections. The guardian of the tutorial floor pushed up their glasses ominously and said, I hope that you can continue on in the next floors. Now then, having spoken, the guardian displayed the leaderboard. All the players immediately buzzed with discussion. Wait a minute, is that 500,000 points? I heard that the high-ranking players in our group only have 50 to 100,000 points. What the hell? How can that be? What's going on in this G floor? Behind him, 2 bullet-like gazes were fixed intently on Yeon-woo. Zora smiled and said, Congratulations. Yeon-woo used his dragon eyes and mused. Why does she have a good impression of me? Does she have ulterior motives? Or is it something else? Why? Interrupting the stark contrast, the tutorial floor guardian cheerfully announced. Player name has ranked first with 51,590 points. This is the highest score recorded by a player not only in this region, but also in the history of the tutorial section. Therefore, he will receive a reward based on this achievement. A system message appeared before Yeon-woo. Do you agree to register your name in the Hall of Fame? Yeon-woo was surprised and mused internally, Hall of Fame, a list to honor those who have scored the highest on each floor of the tower. While everyone expected Yeon-woo to excitedly choose yes, he chose no. As he made his selection, Yeon-woo thought, if someone is given the opportunity to register their name in the Hall of Fame, it means they've had an outstanding performance. However, it will expose the player's identity. The system displayed another message. You have declined to register your name. Your record has been deeply engraved in the tower. You can register your name later if you wish. The floor guardian, seeing Yeon-woo not registering his name, was utterly surprised and exclaimed, Well, That's certainly a unique personality. But there have been players like you throughout the tower's history. Those with exceptional skills who prefer to remain out of the spotlight. It wasn't as grand as the Guardian made it sound. Yeon-woo simply didn't want others to know his real name. He just didn't want to reveal his true identity. The Guardians snapped their fingers, and a gift box appeared before Yeon-woo. Now, it's time to present your reward. Yeon-woo opened the gift box, and a system notification appeared. You have received the Egg of Obelisk. You have received the Lion King's helmet. Seeing he received top-tier items, Yeon-woo exclaimed, "Every single one of these is amazing. There's even an item once used by a lord." Yeon-woo had found what he needed, thinking to himself with a smirk, there it is. Among the gifts was Z's key. Z's key. Classification, unknown. Rating, C+. Description, a key used to open the treasure of the god Z, the sky god. Nothing is recorded about its usage. Holding the key in his hand, Yeon-woo mused, despite being a god's item, it's only C+. It wouldn't be surprising if it were classified as junk and ranked F. A single piece like this is useless. If an outsider saw this, they might have complained about such an item being given to the highest ranked player. In fact, many players had received this key and ended up throwing it away. However, upon climbing to higher floors and discovering the key's use, they regretted discarding it. But even if they knew the key's secret, using it was far from easy. To complete the key, the player had to collect 11 other fragments. The remaining key fragments were all hidden pieces and difficult to obtain, just like Z's key. I have to open Olibu's treasure, no matter what. Now that I have these in hand, the problem is things are only going to get harder. The Guardian clapped their hands, interrupting Yeon-woo's thoughts. This concludes the tutorial. Once again, thank you all for your hard work. Those deemed eligible to participate in the tower climb will receive a notification soon. Even if you don't receive a notification, please try again in the next round. Now, I must bid you farewell. I hope to see you all again soon. With that, the Guardian vanished, leaving only a blinding golden light. A system notification appeared. You have proven yourself worthy to participate in the tower climb. The tower will continue to pray for your firm footing in becoming a god. Do you agree to enter the tower? A bright blue light enveloped Yeon-woo. Fanny called out from behind, "Hey, White Mask." Yeon-woo turned around, surprised. "What do you want?" Fanny replied, "I want to challenge you. What happened on floor G was all because of your illusions. Stop with the childish tricks and fight like a warrior." With fiery eyes, Fanny declared, "You shouldn't refuse if you still want to call yourself a warrior." Contrary to Fanty's burning passion, Yeon-woo simply dodged with an indifferent air. Not bothering to fight, Yeon-woo raised his hands in surrender. "I surrender." Fanny was utterly shocked and yelled, "What?" Yeon-woo continued, his voice still indifferent. "I'm saying I surrender. Say you've beaten me. Isn't that what you want? Don't tell me you want to fight someone who's already surrendered. Are you even a warrior?" Fanty's eyes, once blazing with fighting spirit, now held a bewildered look, unable to comprehend what was happening. Ignoring Fanty's dumbfounded expression, Yeon-woo turned and walked away. Okay then. By the time Fanny understood what had happened, Yeon-woo had quickly disappeared. "Hey, wait. I'm not finished yet." Fanty sat down hard on the ground, helpless, as everyone looked at him with suspicion. He swore angrily. Damn it, what the hell is he doing? Zora stood to the side, laughing directly in her brother's face. A new talent had joined the tower. As soon as the tutorial floor ended, rumors quickly spread throughout the tower's community. A super rookie had taken the top spot with the highest score in history. A player who earned over 500,000 comma points on their first attempt. Someone who swept through the entire G floor, defeated the royal bloodline of the One-Horn tribe, and hoarded everything that existed on that floor. Thus, the nickname everyone gave him was the Hoarder. At the same time, many guilds planned to recruit him. Throughout the tower's history, more and more players completed the tutorial floor and entered the tower. But at some point, finding outstanding players became much more difficult. In such circumstances, the appearance of a new talent excited everyone. Countless people tried to find information about him, but despite all their efforts, only one thing could be found. This player always wore a white mask and didn't even register his name, basking in anonymity as he didn't want to reveal his identity. No one could find any trace of this player, and as time passed, the rumors about him were shrouded in an air of mystery. At this moment, Yeon-woo had entered the tower. Looking around, he sighed in awe. The scene was like something out of a movie, and there was one thing that stood out the most amidst this magnificent scenery. Right in the middle of the vast civilized land stood a tall tower, so high that its peak couldn't be seen amidst the clouds. The tower of the sun god, Abai. Those bastards are there. The players involved in his sister's death are all rulers within the tower. Every action she took was seen as a challenge to them, and then powerless against their strength and schemes. Yeon-woo stood inside a building and removed his mask, thinking resolutely. But now it will be different. I will look at them through the eyes and voice of my sister, and then I will do to them what they did to her. This is just the beginning. The next day, Yeon-woo was strolling through the tower, searching for something. It should be somewhere around here. The location looks like the one in the photo. It must be nearby. Standing in front of a house, Yeon-woo affirmed silently, "Looks like this is it." Stepping inside the house, Yeon-woo thought, "Seems like I found the right place." This place is like the background in the photo. The weapons are all very clean. The equipment here is incredibly good. Yeon-woo strolled around, picking up and examining various weapons. Henva's black helmet. Classification: headgear. Rating: B. Description: a helmet forged by Henva, a dwarf. It will conceal the user's presence in darkness. Henva's great bow. Two-handed weapon classification. Rating B-. Description: a bow crafted by Henva, a dwarf. It is made from the horn and sinew of a minotaur. The bowstring so stiff that ordinary people cannot draw it. Henva's high-grade iron sword. Two-handed weapon classification. Rating C+. Description: an iron sword forged by Henva, a dwarf. It boasts superior durability and longevity. Yeon-woo, intrigued, opened a blood-stained, seemingly rusted dagger. Its description was quite faint and unclear. Approaching the dagger, Yeon-woo exclaimed, "From what I know, there are two cases where dragons I refuses to analyze. One, it's too poor, or two, it's too good to be analyzed with my current proficiency level." Picking up the dagger, Yeon-woo assessed it. This seems intriguing. Yeon-woo was about to leave when the dwarf entered from outside and asked, "Who are you?" Yeon-woo's uninvited appearance had been noticed by the old man. "Who are you?" The dwarf, seeing no response from Yeon-woo, growled, "I'm asking you, who are you?" Yeon-woo, seeing the man before him, suddenly remembered. The dwarf in the photo was identical to him. He was the dwarf smiling next to his brother in the faded photograph, the one his brother mentioned countless times in his diary. Yeon-woo thought to himself, if someone asked me to choose the person I trusted most in Thea, I would have to think long and hard. However, if they asked the same question, but within the entire tower, I could answer without hesitation. Hanova. He was like a father to him. Mentioning the word father made John, whose demeanor turned pensive. In reality, my brother and I didn't have many memories of our father. We were told he died in an accident when we were very young. When I think of him, I can only recall a vague feeling of warmth for being held in his arms. So there must have been something special about Hanova for my brother to call him father. It took a moment for Yeon-woo to answer Hanova's question. "I'm here to buy weapons." But Hanova was no fool. "What did you say? Buy weapons?" Even though you see the state of this place. A dilapidated, crumbling ruin with no sign of commerce whatsoever. But Yeon-woo stubbornly replied, "Is there a problem with that?" This statement only angered Hanova further. "Young man, I don't have time for your jokes. Leave." Hearing this, Yeon-woo still responded calmly, "I don't have time for jokes either. I came here to buy weapons." At this point, Hanova dropped all pretense of politeness and roared, "I'm not selling any weapons. So get out of here." He was very unwelcome to this uninvited guest. But Yeon-woo's next question stunned the dwarf. "Has Thea been disbanded?" That very statement made Hanova look at the young man differently. But he only gently lifted a pile of wooden swords and turned away, saying, "You dare speak of it, lad." Just that sentence was enough for Yeon-woo to confirm it. So it's true. Originally, Hanova was Thea's master craftsman because he wasn't a player. Thus, he couldn't be an official member of Thea, but no one could argue that he wasn't a part of the team. Thanks to the excellent weapons and armor he provided, Thea had a smooth journey in many battles and in climbing the tower. However, he refused to sell his weapons after Thea disbanded. Yeon-woo gently asked, "Did the guilds threaten you? I bet they pressured you to join their guild." Contrary to Yeon-woo's gentle approach, Hanova reacted strongly. "I'm warning you, lad. Don't talk about that." But the warning couldn't stop him. Yeon-woo continued, "However, you ignored their threats. It seems like they started hurting the customers who bought things here, didn't they? That's how they kept people away from your shop. Even when customers did come, you chased them away to avoid putting them in harm's way. It's easy to guess what happened to you." Hanova, his secrets laid bare, tried to remain calm. "However, you don't have to worry about that. Just sell your wares to me. That's enough." Hanova walked over to the pile of weapons, silently accepting the offer. "All right, if you want to buy these weapons, then buy them. What do you need?" Yeon-woo didn't need to think. He'd already made his choice. "I want this." Hanova seemed slightly taken aback when Yeon-woo lifted the sword, but he didn't say anything. But right after Hanova asked for payment, Yeon-woo replied, "Can I buy it with something else?" This angered Hanova. "Are you crazy? Get out of my shop if you're going to." But Yeon-woo was just testing the waters. He pulled out a large bag. With just a glance, Hanova recognized it. "Wait a minute, that's Dep's Hunter's pouch." Yeon-woo thought to himself, "Just as I thought." He recognized it immediately. Dep's pouch made Hanova look at him in a new light. "Huh, I guess you're not as bad as I thought." He mused. Dep only entrusts his belongings to players he acknowledges, which means this lad has been recognized. Dep has a keen eye for judging players. Hanova agreed to let Yeon-woo trade the contents for the weapon. "All right, it seems like you're trying to trade my weapons for what you got in the tutorial floor. Take them out. By the way, my weapons are very expensive. It'll far exceed the value you're imagining." And the items Yeon-woo took out were goblin teeth and jawbones, lizard eyeballs, mixed blood orc ribs, and a brain. Just from the first few items, Hanova silently assessed. As expected, they're all useless junk. But while individually they were worthless, together they told a different story. Now that I look closely, he has pretty good equipment for a new player. The sword he's carrying, it's a bit short to be called a regular longsword, but it has traces of both holy and demonic energy within it. And the bracelet he's wearing on his wrist, although I can't assess it accurately, it's definitely a remarkable artifact. Did he get that in the tutorial floor? The next item Yeon-woo pulled out made Hanova explode. This damn thing. Are you kidding me?" But Yeon-woo responded with feigned innocence. "Huh, what are you talking about? Are you joking with me? Do you know the value of what you're pulling out?" Yeon-woo calmly replied, "Of course I do. Not a relic left by the Beast Lord, the Lion King's cradle, a headwear with an A- rank, is an artifact used by the Beast Lord, who vanished for unknown reasons in the past. Born from a mythical white lion and a hellbeast's egg, rated B. The egg was produced by a hellbeast and only hatches through a special method. After hatching, it will follow whoever it sees first. The Beast Lord was one of the most renowned overlords in the tower. He once ruled the tower alongside the Vampire Lord. Although its value is lower than the Vampire Lord's Batho D sword, that doesn't mean it's useless. The Abhorlith embryo also holds considerable value. The Abhorlith is a hell beast known to inhabit the deepest forest of Gehenna. It takes a difficult process to hatch its egg, but considering the advantage of having an additional beast companion, it's entirely worthwhile. Both items possess power that can make their owner stronger than any ordinary player in the tower. Hanova thought to himself, even with his improved skills, his items couldn't be more valuable than those two. No, this wasn't a joke. It was mockery. How had he been reduced to being looked down upon by such a new player? Yeon-woo, as if reading the dwarf's thoughts, spoke up. If you think these materials and items are more valuable than the dagger, could I request you to make an item for me? Hanova immediately guessed that what Yeon-woo wanted was the creation of the Thorn of Hatred Eye. An artifact named after such a monster certainly held value comparable to the other two items. There weren't more than 5 master blacksmiths in the tower capable of crafting it. Hanova questioned, "You little rascal. You were aiming for this from the moment you stepped into this place, weren't you?" Yeon-woo didn't hide it and replied, "I apologize if that offended you. I heard you'd stop creating artifacts, so I had to use this method. I'm truly sorry." But Hanova still needed further confirmation. "Are you sure you want to do this? I mean, you don't know what commissioning me entails, do you?" But Yeon-woo was extremely confident. "As I said, I can handle the other guilds. What I want is for you to focus on crafting the Thorn of Hatred Eye. Don't worry about anything else, all right? Of course, if you're still afraid of the other guilds, I'll find someone else." This haughty attitude greatly annoyed Hanova. This brat. "Fine, wait there, I'll make it." The system displayed a notification. Appraisal successful. Dragon Eye proficiency has increased by 15%. Hanova's dagger, a B-rank hand weapon, a knife that Hanova, a dwarven blacksmith, crafted using his own flesh and blood over 3 years. Initially, it was created for a loved one, but with its owner gone, the blade absorbed Hanova's rage and hatred. Thanks to this, the dagger possesses sharpness that can easily split a boulder in two, a dwarf's wish. The magic dagger will absorb all the wielder's emotions. The stronger the emotions, the sharper the blade. Blade of Hatred. The blade's fire aggravates the opponent's wounds and corrodes their life force. If the target's life force falls below 20%, there's a certain chance they'll be afflicted with a frost poison status effect. This item is a growth type item. It can develop alongside its owner, and the growth rate depends on the owner's familiarity and proficiency. Yeon-woo held the dagger, thinking to himself, "It's much better than I thought. It's amazing, so comfortable and fits my hand perfectly, as if it were always mine." He thought about the system's words from earlier, wondering who was this precious person it mentioned. Walking alone on the quiet late-night street, Yeon-woo held the watch in his hand, thinking, 1 month later. Just like the first time I received it. The only difference is that it was completely silent before, but now it's making small ticking sounds. That means this watch is changing little by little. That's probably enough. As he thought this, his eyes changed, surrounded by a dark aura. This made Yeon-woo realize that many people were tailing him. Not just one, but 17. Are they after my rewards? Or maybe it's a threat. But I don't want to get into a fight right now. Not wanting to cause any conflict, Yeon-woo quietly changed direction. The tailing figures had no intention of letting him escape so easily. They signaled each other and checked the alley Yeon-woo had entered. A strange thing happened. It was a dead end, but there was no sign of him. Frustrated, they muttered to each other, "What the? Where did he go? Damn it, we lost him." But they didn't know that he was still silently standing in a hidden corner. He arrived at his destination. "Welcome." As soon as he stepped inside, Yeon-woo placed a bag of money on the table with a request. "The rooftop. I want to use the rooftop." As requested, the attendant led him to the top of the building. The attendant spoke enthusiastically. "I must say, you're in luck. You see, Our rooftop is known for its splendid view, and many customers visit our establishment just for this sight. And lately, we've had some regular customers. To have some privacy, John ordered a hazelnut coffee, no sugar, and no artificial beans. Looking at the scenery before him evoked a sad memory. This cafe is where he used to come. I've been walking around the places my brother visited in his diary. A place filled with memories of John who laughing and chatting happily with his teammates. The coffee he ordered was brought up. His heart was still heavy with thoughts. He knew almost all the great places here. Looking at the surroundings, he wondered, I wonder what he did here. What did he look like when he talked to his teammates? This coffee is bitter. Maybe I should add some sugar. But perhaps when John who drank it with his teammates, happiness made him not feel the bitterness. Dawn broke. Hanova's forge also opened its doors early in the morning, but he was already incredibly busy, and John who once again returned. Seeing him, Hanova asked, why are you here? John who replied, I stopped by to check if my order is coming along well. It seems like you've acquired all the necessary components to create the item, right? It seems you've started working on this now. I'll come back later then. Hearing this, Hanova angrily roared. You're such an annoying brat. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He realized that over the past few days, this guy had been incredibly mysterious, always coming and going as he pleased. Even when yelled at, he just nodded and never stopped what he was doing, no matter how much Hanova provoked him. But anyway, he wasn't interfering with his work. Forget it. I'll just pretend he doesn't exist. Meanwhile, John who activated Dragon Eye to observe Hanova's crafting process, slowly melting and dissolving the metal inside a forge. Casting, pouring the molten metal into a dagger mold, forging the metal until he achieved the desired shape, and finally, the refining process. The entire process unfolded before his eyes after using Dragon Eye. An artisan, that's the word to describe this. The Wings of Heaven, his brother's nickname, was all thanks to the items Hanova crafted. His skill was truly remarkable. As soon as John who returned to his normal state, he found Hanova looming over him. Finished your nap, you little rascal. One person works tirelessly while the other sleeps. Tell me, why are you here? John who innocently replied, didn't I tell you I was bored? His words were like poking a bear. Even Hanova's patience had its limits. If you're bored, sit down there and hammer something. Just stop bothering me, you lazy bum. Since Hanova insisted, John who obliged. He took the hammer and got to work. But there was one uncertainty. How do I light the fire in the forge? I can't forge without fire. His nonsensical questions irritated the old man to the point of speechlessness. Do you have high blood pressure? Want me to get you some medicine? You should just be quiet. But John who remained fixated on the fire. Despite Hanova's scolding, he innocently thought, I can understand why Chan, who followed him from the beginning. In the heavily devastated land, a figure in elaborate armor appeared, walking towards them. A mysterious person, following a map, had arrived at this place. He looked around and spoke. This truly is a hell of chaos. Seeing the place in ruins brought him unbearable heartache. He thought to himself, this is worse than what I read in the reports. Not to mention if anyone even survived, but everything built, gathered, and achieved while hiding from the ISIL areas turned to dust. That damn Bill. I knew he was greedy when he acted, but what did he do to cause this outcome? Filled with resentment, the mysterious person ordered his subordinates, find him by any means necessary, even if you have to dig through the rubble or search the entire tutorial floor. Rain poured down, mirroring the storm in his heart. And this person was Leo Tae, one of the 5 leaders of Hazo, formerly a member of Thea. Back at the forge, John who asked Hanova, can you teach me how to forge? This isn't a joke anymore. I really want to learn blacksmithing. Hanova's anger subsided, replaced by calmness. What will you do with it? John who replied, there are some things I want to repair. Repair? Repair what? I'm sorry, I can't show you that. It's an item that holds precious memories of my brother. I want to restore it. It's a magical item. It has many magical devices placed inside that I dare not touch. Hanova can certainly repair it. However, I still can't trust him. And if he sees it, he'll recognize it immediately. Hearing this, Hanova just calmly puffed his pipe, agreeing and not asking any questions. This surprised Yeon-woo. I thought he would get angry with me again. But the old man replied, "Don't talk about it if you don't want to. I don't care. Players who leave the material world and enter the tower all have their own stories. Just grab anyone passing by and ask them to talk about their own life. You could probably write a book. I bet you're no exception, especially wearing that mask. You're advertising that you have plenty of secrets to hide. I don't have time to give you a proper lesson because of this pesky order of yours. I'll just teach you the basics. The rest you'll have to watch and learn yourself. Thank you." Although Hanova's words seemed gruff, Yeon-woo thought, does he care about me? He probably just thinks I'm free labor. But Yeon-woo also saw the kindness in him. Behind that coldness, Hanova seemed like a shy person. Inside the weapon forge, Hanova constantly criticized Yeon-woo for making too many mistakes, even being so loud that everyone outside felt bothered. Yeon-woo didn't protest, just continued his work. This attitude surprised the old man a little. At least, he doesn't seem like a complete idiot. Normally, beginner's items often have a series of flaws, like hammering with improper intensity or the metal being heated incorrectly. But he's doing very well, quite impressive. He's figuring out the proper way to forge the parts with the right force and temperature and movements that only a skilled blacksmith could make. Hanova returned to his own work. After a hammer blow, he was still preoccupied with Yeon-woo's talent. He seemed to have no knowledge of forging at first, but gradually he got better after my instructions, and now he's like a regular blacksmith. This is the first time I've seen someone learn this so quickly. Thinking of this, Hanova suddenly remembered someone, an apprentice who also had similar traits to Yeon-woo. He recalled the young man pleading with him, "Sir, can you teach me how to use this hammer? I've always wanted to learn how to make weapons and armor. Please teach me." Compared to Yeon-woo's current clumsy appearance, the old man could only sigh, telling himself he was getting old and thinking such nonsense. Yeon-woo made another mistake. "Idiot, I told you to choose the right angle." Night came, and Yeon-woo finished work after a grueling day of forging. He put on his hooded cloak and left in the night. It's been about half a month since I came here. This road I only saw in the diary. It's become a habit of mine. He reminisced about the moments Hanova taught him, both sweet and bitter. He's funny, always grumbling and complaining, but he always checks and corrects what I can't do. Maybe I'm starting to understand why my brother called him father. I feel warmth being around Hanova. I thought I wouldn't have anyone left, but thankfully, there's still someone beside me, so I shouldn't cause him any trouble. I can't let him get caught up in my mess. Yeon-woo decided to leave as soon as the thorn dye was complete. Looking at the tower before him, he realized he had truly achieved what he wanted inside, after finding and meeting some people Yeon-woo was close to. Now, I only have one final goal: climb the tower and destroy all of them. High ranking, the enemies I have to destroy are on the higher floors. It's highly likely they've all heard the rumors about me. That's why I need to get stronger as soon as possible. At the very least, if I meet them, I'll make them explain my brother's death. Just then, Yeon-woo was surrounded by a group of strangers. They slowly closed in, tightening their circle around him. Moreover, their target was Yeon-woo's image printed on the wanted poster. White mask, black cloak. It's him, the fool who ignored our warnings and entered Hanova's forge. "Looks like you're new to the tower. Why did you dare ignore our warnings?" he questioned. From this harsh tone, Yeon-woo knew they were the ones harassing and giving Hanova a hard time, known to be under pressure from the 8 largest guilds. However, these 8 guilds don't care about business outside the higher floors, and they chose to sabotage Hanova's business to show off their power and to make other guilds wary. Seeing no response from Yeon-woo, the shouting man immediately became agitated. Yeon-woo gave him a chance to leave, But it seemed this player didn't appreciate the peace and charged at Yeon-woo. What a fool. Before they could even draw their swords, Yeon-woo vanished into the night. He circled behind a fat, tattooed man and punched a few holes in him. They stared in shock at their close comrade's death, grieving deeply, only regretting they couldn't do anything as another comrade fell with a slash across his body. The third one about to meet his end was a tall man. He trembled, fearing he'd meet the same fate as the others, unaware that Yeon-woo was right behind him. After a scream, only the leader and one other remained. All his subordinates had fallen at Yeon-woo's hands. He threw a dagger straight at the last subordinate, tearing his face open. Finally, only the one who demanded Yeon-woo's life remained. After retrieving the dagger from the other man's face, Yeon-woo glared at him and delivered a fatal blow. In the throes of agonizing pain, he wondered how a newcomer could be so strong. You're crazy. Yeon-woo immediately stepped on his head as if to assert his dominance. If he didn't talk, Yeon-woo would be the only one leaving this place alive. Having obtained the information, Yeon-woo went to an abandoned cellar. Inside the cell was old Manhwa, with purple bruises covering his skin. Yeon-woo rushed over. Manhwa sobbed, "I'm sorry. Everything you left and the artifact you requested, they took it all. I am truly sorry. I'll try to fix it." Yeon-woo wasn't concerned about that. His top priority was Manhwa's safety. "It's a relief you're not seriously injured. All right, leave everything to me. You should rest and take care of yourself." Manhwa, sensing something amiss, quickly stopped Yeon-woo. "Hey lad, what are you planning to do?" "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Manhwa looked at Yeon-woo with fearful eyes. "It's clearly the Night Watch's doing. Rumor has it they belong to one of the most powerful guilds that rule the underworld of the outer districts. There are also rumors that they're backed by the Red Dragons, one of the 8 strongest guilds. So, no one dares to interfere with the Night Watch's misdeeds." Thinking about their background, Manhwa resigned himself, accepting this as his own fault, the fault of standing by while someone dear to him was in danger. Suddenly, Yeon-woo called Manhwa's name, reminding him of how another young man used to call him. Yes, it was Yeon-woo. His strong, determined gaze reminds me of him. Manhwa then collapsed from exhaustion. Yeon-woo disappeared into the night. It turned out the leader of the gang from earlier wasn't dead. He was Quilet, one of the infamous Night Watch. Yeon-woo grabbed Quilet's head. "Lead the way to the place I heard about. If it's the wrong place, you're dead." "I understand." They both then arrived at a cellar. From outside, after glancing around, Yeon-woo assessed it as a good location. He could also sense something unusual about the place. Yeon-woo ordered Quilet to go inside alone. With his swollen body, Quilet intended to refuse, but then stopped himself. Walking alone into the place reeking of murderous intent, coupled with his injuries, quickly attracted the attention of the flies buzzing around there. "Quilet, what's wrong?" Suddenly, Yeon-woo appeared and grabbed his arm. Without a word, he knocked Quilet down, directly provoking the entire cellar. They realized Quilet had betrayed them and targeted him to silence him. The rest rushed toward Yeon-woo to send them both to their graves. He continuously dodged the sharp spears, then seized the opportunity to strike. Another group arrived, and Yeon-woo used one of the thugs as a shield, throwing him back at the others. By now, the cellar was in complete chaos, and Quilet sat trembling in a corner, praying. The man whose arm Yeon-woo had broken earlier cried out in pain, only to be struck down by the figure before him. "Damn it, he's just a newcomer. Get him." Having spoken, he became Yeon-woo's next target. There was no one left around who could fight, let alone help him escape. He trembled, pointing at Yeon-woo. You dare." 2 swordsmen appeared, but were quickly blown away. One was riddled with holes. The other received a scar across his waist. It was quickly the scarred man's turn. Yeon-woo lifted him into the air and ended his life. Impossible. How can he be this strong? At this moment, Yeon-woo heard the sound of a trap and became alert. Where is it? Above or below? He quickly spotted someone fleeing below. It seemed he was trying to escape through a secret passage. But sorry, buddy, you can't run. That's not going to happen. Yeon-woo channeled his strength into his right leg, then slammed it down, sending tremors through the floor. The flames had eaten away at the floorboards, creating a gaping hole. From above, Yeon-woo could clearly see the crook gathering loot from the safes. Without a word, Yeon-woo jumped down, drawing his familiar dagger. The leader, seeing the massive sword beside him, grabbed it defensively. You bustat. He swung the sword fiercely at Yeon-woo, but missed. This only angered the battle-hungry Yeon-woo. With a single thrust, he pierced the cellar leader. The heirloom sword cracked, then shattered, along with the leader's throat. The leader was dead after his encounter with Yeon-woo. Those above witnessed the scene. Speechless with fear, Yeon-woo glared at them and ordered one of them to come down into the cellar where Yeon-woo held court. A steaming cup of coffee was brought for the quiet night. Here, this is the coffee you requested. Did you poison this? No, absolutely not. The server's hair stood on end. A single person like John, who had turned this place into a gang's graveyard. Who is this monster? There were some newbies who came to Hanova's forge, claiming to be one of the 5 master blacksmiths. Usually, with players, just threatening them is enough. But this time, who would have thought the collector wasn't in the tower, but in these outskirts? And the items taken from Hanova's shop were his. What the hell is he doing out here? The consequences of choosing the wrong person are dire, and we didn't even know he was the top player, breaking the tutorial floor's record. He even single-handedly wiped out an entire legion. I think I'll have to close up shop for a good while. Finishing his coffee, Yeon-woo suddenly spoke of compensation for the damage he'd caused. The items you took from Hanova's, and the things you destroyed. The economic losses Hanova suffered from having to close his shop when you interfered with his business. Also, I need your gang to keep an eye on Hanova's forge, so none of the other guilds can bother him. If you have any objections, feel free to speak up, but I can't guarantee your safety. Now, bring me everything in the safe and everything you looted from Hanova. Bring the ones who destroyed and harmed Hanova here. I want them to repair his house. And you better remember to look after Hanova for me, or else you understand, right? You can inform those backing you. I'm not sure they'll have time to take care of your guild. The server nodded subserviently, watching Yeon-woo's receding figure. All right, the rest is up to you. Yes, I understand. Dawn was breaking. Yeon-woo was on his way back to the forge. He still had a few more demands for Hanova's bullies, so he would wait for them to arrive and give his orders. He met Hanova waiting in front of his desolate shop. As soon as Hanova saw him, he demanded, "Where the devil have you been?" Yeon-woo dropped the 2 heavy bags from his shoulders, revealing a hoard of valuable gold rings. "You've been causing trouble again, haven't you? Well, I suppose you won't tell me anyway. All right, bring this bag inside." Yeon-woo seemed relieved behind his white mask. Meanwhile, at a banquet table, some drunken men had heard about Yeon-woo's appearance in the cellar the previous night. What? In the outskirts. Why was he there? A bearded man declared, "He's the collector everyone's been talking about, the one who's been hiding his identity. And it seems he's with Master Craftsman Hanova. Hanova's been constantly harassed by other guilds, and the collector wiped them all out." A pink-haired man seemed quite interested in Yeon-woo, especially his impressive feats, chuckling with amusement. "The outskirts, huh?" The woman opposite him seemed to recognize the name Hanova, but quickly dismissed it. Back at the forge, Hanova's previously dilapidated shop had been beautifully refurbished. Thanks to Yeon-woo's intervention, it now resembled a luxurious store. Not only was the exterior renovated, but the interior furnishings were also top-notch. "Do you like it? Huh? What's this about? You should be thanking me. Haven't I made this place much nicer?" Hanova hid his pleasure, his cheeks flushing slightly. "I know you did this, so I'd finish the dragon's gaze faster. Why should I thank you? This is for your benefit, not mine. And you haven't even done any work here." Hanova's attitude reminded Yeon-woo of Sundya, someone back on Earth with a similar demeanor. Did you say something? Nothing. The forge began its day anew with familiar sounds. Dragon's gaze can now detect flaws. Dragon's gaze skill proficiency has increased to 22.9%. It's no exaggeration to say that dragons are the strongest and wisest race. This is just a fraction of the dragon's gaze's true power, but it's enough for me to advance rapidly. What would it be like to use it at its full potential? Yeon-woo wondered. The system promptly provided an answer, or rather, a reward, as his understanding of blacksmithing had increased. The knowledge gained would open up more possibilities. According to the system, knowledge was a power that would broaden Yeon-woo's perspective and expand his world. Seek knowledge and become a seeker of truth. The dragon's blessing will always be with you. The progress of completing your body will continue. After reading this, Yeon-woo felt uncertain. Is balance what I need for my abilities to progress? I thought I was close to achieving it, but it seems much more complicated. Ultimately, Yeon-woo decided to focus on his work at the forge, setting aside his thoughts and concentrating on the sword before him. Thanks to his newfound knowledge, Yeon-woo easily recognized the piece of metal as an unfinished metallurgical work. It wasn't bad for his first attempt at smithing. Glancing at Hanova, he was surprised to see Hanova's timid nature. Hanova, on the other hand, thinking Yeon-woo was possessed, scolded him loudly. What are you staring at? Get back to work. I'm sorry. It seems I can see everyone's information. I didn't know the ability the system mentioned included accessing other people's information. Being able to see information about other players could be advantageous in combat. But timid and shy. What's that about? AC on the info window. Please for a moment. Yeon-woo turned to Hanova. I want to ask, what should I do when the temperature exceeds the appropriate level? What are the standard guidelines for welding metal? The forge's airflow seems a bit weak. Why did you do that for that part? The barrage of technical questions made Hanova want to pull his hair out. He held his head in his hands, leaving Yeon-woo to figure things out on his own. I'm asking this to do a good job. I told you, it's best if you learn by yourself. Teach me once, and I'll do it myself. You idiot, how many times a day are you going to ask me that? Let me do my work, your order, and if I can't finish it on time, it's your loss, not mine. Yeon-woo ignored him and asked Hanova to look at his sword. It was a novice blacksmith sword with an E rank rating. The gleaming blade made Hanova gasp. What the hell? You made this? Impossible. This isn't something a novice blacksmith with only 10 days of experience could make. I knew you were smart and your skills developed quickly, but this is beyond imagination. If this is your first time making one, it's pretty good, but it can hardly be called a good sword. To me, it's just junk. Yeon-woo asked, heartbroken. Can't you compliment me a little? That depends on my assessment. Anyway, you have to practice a lot. It's still far from a finished product. As he spoke, Hanova shyly ignored Yeon-woo. He said he would keep asking until he created a finished product that satisfied Hanova. Naturally, Hanova kicked Yeon-woo out, wanting some peace and quiet to work. The two then bickered noisily, just looking for a fight. Suddenly, Yeon-woo sensed something coming. He quickly pulled Hanova aside. Just a second later, a terrifying explosion rocked the area. Electrical sparks engulfed the forge area, scorching it black. It turned out to be the pink-haired man from the previous night's drinking party. He said he'd been searching everywhere for Yeon-woo. After confirming Hanova was safe, Yeon-woo immediately rolled up his sleeves and headed for the door. A scream echoed through the forge. Just another normal day. Hanova tried to close his eyes and calm down, but finally lost his temper. He pointed at Fanti in the corner, yelling at Yeon-woo, "Are you going to just leave him like that?" Yeon-woo couldn't help but glance at him. Fanti was holding an egg, rubbing it on the wound on his eye, seemingly having no intention of leaving. Yeon-woo decided to ignore him and continue his work. Fanti began to taunt him. "That was just me being caught off guard. You think you can beat me?" he said excitedly. "Let's fight again. I'll crush you." Let's go outside and fight like two warriors. But no matter what he said, Yeon-woo pretended to be deaf and didn't respond. Fanny slumped down in despair, like a girl who'd just been brutally dumped. As Hanova watched the drama unfold, a cup of tea appeared before him. It was brought by Gia, hoping he could relax a bit. Suddenly, Hanova was captivated by something on her. Looking at the sword Gia was holding, a familiar feeling washed over Hanova. Gia explained, "This is the sword you forged for me when I was little." Hanova couldn't hide his surprise. "I remember now, you're the War King's daughter. It seems you've improved a lot." Memories flooded back into Hanova's mind. The adorable little girl with round eyes tugging at his trousers, asking him to make her sword. And the troublesome boy who always got a knock on the head from him. Hanova looked at Fanny now. "You haven't changed a bit." He asked Gia helplessly, "Will you stop your brother?" Gia just chuckled. "He's always been like this. There's nothing I can do." For the next few days, Fanty persistently followed Yeon-woo, demanding a fight. He challenged him during meals, even when Yeon-woo was trying to relieve himself. It gradually became a habit for Fanny. His initial threats had turned into earnest pleas, but Yeon-woo remained indifferent. Hanova was the first to lose his patience. He clutched his head in exasperation. "Just fight him already." Hearing this, Yeon-woo put down his hammer. He turned to Fanty and asked, "Why should I fight you?" Fanny responded excitedly, "Let's fight to see who is stronger, who is worthy of being a warrior." Yeon-woo sighed. "I don't care. Didn't we already settle this? You won." Yeon-woo added, "What do I gain from fighting you now?" Fanny was enraged. "What do you mean by gain? A warrior doesn't fight for gain." Knowing he held the upper hand, Yeon-woo decided to propose a wager. Afraid Yeon-woo would change his mind, Fanty immediately agreed, even suggesting that the loser should serve the winner. Yeon-woo demanded that Fanny call him Hae-young if he won. Fanny instantly accepted the terms. Yeon-woo stood up, and Fanty, overjoyed at finally getting to fight him, practically wept with joy. The two then went off to a private area. After a while, they both emerged. Yeon-woo looked the same as before, but Fanny was in a far worse state, now sporting two black eyes instead of just one. Hanova was taken aback, wondering what had just transpired. Gia was also surprised that her brother, the son of the War King, had been so thoroughly defeated by Yeon-woo in less than a minute. Fanny stared at Yeon-woo's retreating back, thinking resentfully, "I was sure I was his equal on the tutorial floor. But now his strength and physique have reached a new level. Just how much stronger has he become? I've spent my whole life honing my skills as a warrior, yet I still lost." Fanny asked Yeon-woo in a low voice, "Hae-young, why are you in the outer district instead of proceeding into the tower?" Yeon-woo turned back with a warning look, and a frightened Fanty quickly corrected himself, "Sir." Fumbling with his hands, he continued, "You know, I've been waiting for you. I mean, you served for a long time in the tower." Yeon-woo suddenly called out Fanty's name, impatiently telling him to be quiet. He couldn't concentrate with Fanty's constant rambling. Despite his annoyance, Yeon-woo considered Fanty's words. "Why am I staying here?" He chuckled softly. "There are many reasons." Yeon-woo completed the first 10 floors within 10 days and was awarded the Hezek key after setting that record. That was the first thing that made Thea famous. A hidden piece only for players who quickly cleared the tutorial floors. Similar to how the Moss key is only awarded to top-ranking players in the tutorial. The tower once again demands players complete an incredibly difficult task to obtain the second piece, which is to clear 10 floors in less than 10 days. Only after receiving the Hezek key did Yeon-woo become aware of the Olifu treasure and how to obtain the Moss key. He then felt regretful, thinking that if he had tried a little harder, he could have ranked first and received the Moss key. Fortunately, Yeon-woo later had the opportunity to enter the Olifu treasure, but if he had entered a little earlier, things would have been different. Although it would be difficult, Yeon-woo didn't think it would be too difficult. The skills and experience he gained in the tutorial floors would be of great help. Above all, Gage's eyes would be a great asset. Yeon-woo looked into the distance. Perhaps this was the competition between himself and Yeon-woo. He told himself, I must not lose to him. Meanwhile, Manhwa grumbled as he walked. I haven't had a single day of peace since that fool arrived. Even if I tell them to be quiet, they never listen. It's such a headache. For a moment, a scene identical to one from the past flashed through Manhwa's mind. He shook his head. Why am I thinking about them? Those scenes can never return. Manhwa took a drag from his pipe, lamenting that he was getting old. Then, he returned to his unfinished work. At that moment, the large door suddenly opened. Manhwa politely saw off the visitor, apologizing but saying the shop was closed. But when he clearly saw the person before him, Manhwa froze, speechless. The person had a tall figure and long, fiery red hair that blazed against the night sky. They greeted Manhwa naturally. Long time no see, master. Back with Yeon-woo, a notification suddenly rang, signaling a successful appraisal. Yeon-woo picked up the pocket watch to examine it. His skills finally allowed him to view its information. At the same time, Fanny and his sister Dora came to find Yeon-woo, asking him what he was doing. Before Yeon-woo could answer, Dora spoke up. Kane Ozaboni isn't like you. She guessed that Yeon-woo was devising some strategy for climbing the tower. After a while, Fanny finally recognized the title. Ozaboni, that's what you just called him. Dora simply replied, he's your Hyung, so he's my Ozaboni. Or do you want me to call him something else? Fanny immediately acted childishly, demanding that Dora also call him Ozaboni, much to her exasperation. Yeon-woo sat between the two, feeling slightly annoyed. Suddenly, they heard a noise from below. All three immediately went on high alert as the footsteps grew closer. Fanny wondered, who is that? The unfamiliar middle-aged man greeted them politely. Excuse me, but are you Kane? After hearing the man's question, Yeon-woo simply replied, yes, and you are. The man gave a polite smile. He then introduced himself. I am Zaha from the Zephy Guild. I would like to invite you to join our guild. Following that, invitations were sent continuously, piling up into a small mountain. Fanny couldn't resist teasing. You're quite the celebrity now. Huh. This means Yeon-woo's performance has become known to guilds all over the tower. After the Zephy Guild left, countless other guilds came to invite Yeon-woo to join their ranks. Most of them were from small, unknown guilds, but some hailed from considerably larger organizations. Only, Yeon-woo had no intention of joining any team or guild. After finishing his coffee, Yeon-woo stood up, intending to return home. But before he could take a single step, he had another visitor. This place has changed a lot since the last time I was here. As if sensing something, the stranger glared at Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo, equally surprised, stared back. The stranger spoke first. You're the guy who likes something or other, right? Yeon-woo couldn't hide his anxiety. Why is he here? The stranger was Baha, the Fire Fist, a high-ranking player in the tower, known for his generally gentle nature. But in battle, he became ferocious, turning everything to ash. He was one of the leaders of the Red Dragon Guild, also a former member of Thea and a disciple of Manhwa. Baha approached Yeon-woo to start a conversation. I heard you're a blunt person, but that's all right. I'll get straight to the point. I want you to join the Red Dragon Guild. Baha made an incredibly enticing offer. I don't know if you're aware of this, but this is the first time we've extended a recruitment offer to a newcomer, and you're the one we're looking for. If you join, I'm willing to dedicate my efforts to helping you climb the tower in the best way possible. Trust me, the support we can provide surpasses anything you can imagine. The top 8 guilds prefer to employ those with proven abilities rather than excavating potential talent. The only exception was Haza, who poured his efforts into nurturing players with potential. However, an offer from a powerful guild like Red Dragon meant they desperately needed strength, even a small amount like Yeon-woo's. Yeon-woo thought to himself, At that time, the atmosphere among the 8 guilds had become tense. For the Red Dragon Guild, their main objective was to recruit talented new players and prevent other guilds from acquiring them. From now on, any guild approaching me signifies their willingness to confront the Red Dragon Guild. Outwardly, Baha was kind and polite, but deep down, he was a monster. He was trying to avoid actions that would arouse suspicion in the person he needed. Thinking so, Yeon-woo said, "I don't want to be tied down." Baha, instead of getting angry, just chuckled. "You just finished the tutorial floor, so you think you could do anything, huh?" Finally, he patted Yeon-woo's shoulder lightly. "Take your time to consider our offer." Before leaving, Baha added, "Hanova seems to be quite fond of you. He's a soft-hearted person, so please take care of him for me." Hearing Hanova's name, Yeon-woo suddenly thought of something. He immediately ran straight to Hanova's place. Hanova was a little surprised to see Yeon-woo and asked him what he was doing there. Yeon-woo was worried something had happened to him, but thankfully, everything was fine. As it happened, Hanova also had something to tell Yeon-woo. "I've started accelerating the creation of your artifact. It might be finished sooner than expected." Hanova took out a chest. He had worked so quickly that it was already completed. Hanova pushed the chest towards Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo opened it without hesitation. Something inside wasn't right. The thorned eyes he needed weren't in the chest. Yeon-woo questioned Hanova, who chided him. "Look closer first. You're being disrespectful if you haven't even examined it properly." Yeon-woo heeded his words and looked carefully at the item. It wasn't the thorned eyes, but something even better. It offered body protection and acted as a talisman, a grade A- artifact. Shaped like a giant with 100 eyes and 1,000 arms. The 100 eyes helped grasp any external changes by deepening the owner's senses. In critical situations, it could increase sensory perception by 20%. The 1,000 arms reduced damage received from 5 types: physical, fire, ice, lightning, and light. It also increased resistance to 3 types of effects: curses, poison, and magic. The thorned armor's effect was to divert a portion of the damage inflicted on the body. If the owner's health dropped below 15%, it could restore up to 50%, but only once per day. Holding the armor in his hands, Yeon-woo thought to himself, the thorned eyes were coveted for their ability to defend against various dangers. Though extraordinary, not many players possess them due to the difficulty in gathering the necessary materials and the scarcity of skilled enough blacksmiths. Yet, Hanova had not only created them, but also enhanced their defensive capabilities by transforming them into armor. Hanova stood beside him, urging Yeon-woo to put it on and see the effects. Yeon-woo obeyed and put it on. From the outside, it looked like any other coat, but after a moment, the armor began to transform. Hundreds of eyes appeared, covering the entire garment, making it look incredibly frightening. Even Hanova, its creator, found the sight nauseating. A notification arrived. The thorned eyes have begun to assimilate with your senses. They are now considered a part of your body. Sensory assimilation unlocked. Yeon-woo was surprised. Something must have been specially incorporated into this armor. The thorned eyes crafted within the armor were superior to the original in every aspect. A hidden effect, perhaps, and it increased the owner's mana circulation speed. Even the body completion process was accelerated. The system began confirming the body completion progress. Finally, the number stopped at 99.1%. Yeon-woo was stunned. Hanova explained, "I don't know if you noticed, but that armor also reduces mana flow resistance and increases mana regeneration by 10%. The basis of its stats and abilities comes from mana options." He then told Yeon-woo to check the remaining mask. It was called the Hanova Demon Mask, Grade A, crafted with Hanova's own blood. It could disrupt an opponent's perception, wouldn't easily fall off the face, and self-repaired when damaged. It could also increase attack power by up to 30% and reduce crowd control skill duration by 10%. Finally, It could borrow the power of the beast lore to inflict fear on surrounding enemies for 10 to 20 seconds, weakening their defense by 20%. This is a growth artifact that can develop alongside its owner, and the growth rate depends on the owner's familiarity and proficiency. It's a unique artifact, not bound to the owner, and cannot be transferred or traded. It's also a set item with the Hanova dagger. When equipped together, they provide the user with cumulative effects. Hanova took a drag from his cigarette and continued. I figured you'd never take that mask off, so I made this for you in my spare time. You've seen what it can do. I bet it suits you. Yeon-woo held the mask in his hand. He worried he wouldn't have enough to pay for all of this. Hanova sighed, just pay me back when you can. Yeon-woo thought back to their previous transaction, feeling like he already owed him too much. Seeing this, Hanova joked, "Ah, are you getting sentimental on me?" Yeon-woo sincerely replied, "Thank you so much. I'll put them to good use." Hanova scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he'd never asked Yeon-woo his name and took the opportunity to do so. Yeon-woo looked at him, startled, but fell silent a moment later. Hanova said it was all right if he didn't want to tell him, as he didn't really care. Yeon-woo finally uttered the name Kane. He told Hanova, "My name is Kane." The scene shifted. Baha had just returned to the base. Looking at the men standing guard around him, Baha was a little confused. He turned and asked his subordinate why they were blocking the way. The subordinate explained that they were doing it for Baha's safety. The subordinate followed up, asking why the player nicknamed the Collector hadn't come back with him. Baha simply replied that Yeon-woo said he would consider their offer. Seeing his subordinate's displeasure, Baha spoke up for Yeon-woo. After all, he's a new player full of pride. Didn't you? I both feel that way when we cleared the tutorial floor. Their goal was to prevent other guilds from approaching Yeon-woo from the start. No idiot would approach Yeon-woo knowing the Red Dragon Guild had already met him in person. Suddenly, Baha turned and asked his subordinate, "How's the investigation going? Did you find anything?" The subordinate replied that everything was just as Baha had predicted. Baha laughed loudly. "Lonnie, he's changed. Not long ago, strange information appeared in the Red Dragon Guild's intelligence network, and it was about Lonnie. Haza's new member was secretly plotting something on the tutorial floor, but they didn't take any action to interfere. When it comes to magical items, nothing is as versatile as a magic stone. There's a legend passed down from ancient times among alchemists that there's something that can contain a dense amount of mana called a stone or a heart. Every player in the tower has mana within their body, and this mana-containing vessel is called a mana organ. However, the mana organ is a part of the body, so there's a certain limit to the amount of mana the mana vessel can hold. So, many players sought ways to supply mana from external sources. The first items known were recovery potions. There were also magic tools along with various other options. Magic items store excess mana, and countless other items were created afterward. But players still yearned for other ways to gain more mana, so they tried to create things that could provide them with an unlimited supply. And the souls of players are known to be the purest source of mana. The easiest way is to extract the soul from their physical body. A twisted smile spread across Baha's face. Lonnie was attempting to create a magical organ from hundreds, possibly thousands, of players. Baha had heard of such a thing long ago, but he never thought Lonnie would actually try it. Baha asked his subordinate about Lonnie's current location. He was informed that Lonnie had been found on the tutorial floor and was heading their way. Baha immediately ordered his men to find Lonnie and his artifact. If they couldn't retrieve both, they were authorized to kill Lonnie. Baha's eyes flashed red. He said ominously that artifact must be brought here at any cost. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo was preparing for his departure. He sheathed his sword and donned his new mask. Everything was ready. Seeing this, Hanova sighed. Yeon-woo spoke first. "Hanova, I don't know how long I'll be gone." Hanova understood. Yeon-woo was a climber, and there was no stopping him. Yeon-woo started to say something, but stopped himself. He knew Hinova understood that this farewell might be their last. With a tinge of regret, Yeon-woo said, "Thank you for everything." After saying goodbye, Yeon-woo started towards the tower. Standing before the massive gate, he knew this was just the beginning. He reached out to open the gate, but a voice called out to him. His hand, not yet touching the door, was grasped. Yeon-woo turned to see Fanti, panting heavily behind him. Fanti angrily demanded, "You didn't even care when I begged you to climb the tower with me, and now you're going alone. Why didn't you tell us?" Yeon-woo calmly replied, "Why should I?" He added, "I don't know what you think of me, but I don't have time for you too. Playtime's over. I have business to attend to." Fanny was speechless, but then Zoza suddenly arrived. She said with a smile, "You can go ahead, Ozaboni." Then, with a knowing smile, Zoza added, "But we'll be right behind you. We'll go wherever we want, so you can't stop us." Yeon-woo glanced at them and finally said, "Suit yourselves. Lagging behind won't help you." Fanti put on an air of importance. "We've already reached the first floor, so if you have any questions, you can ask me." Zoza, from behind, quipped, "I wonder who made such a mess when they didn't even know the rules." While the two bickered, Yeon-woo quietly proceeded to open the gate. The moment the gate opened, the journey began. A notification rang out. "You have entered the Tower of God Abai. This is the waiting area for the first floor. The trial will begin when enough players are present." This was an important area, a place for players to rest or even find teammates to form groups. Yeon-woo quietly surveyed the area. There were about 50 people present. While observing, Yeon-woo overheard whispers and murmurs directed at them. He now realized that several people were looking their way. Yeon-woo didn't understand what had drawn so much attention. The whispers continued behind him. "Is that him? Yeah, the hoarder. Damn, what bad luck." Yeon-woo, on the contrary, found it rather convenient. He wasn't planning on making friends anyway. His goal was to complete the first 10 floors within 9 to 10 days. That was the only way to obtain the Hezek key and find additional hidden keys on each floor. One was received from the tutorial floor, another for topping the tutorial floor leaderboard. And there were 10 more keys hidden within the first 10 floors of the tower, some obtained after completing hidden quests, the rest concealed in unexpected locations. At that moment, a person stepped onto the platform and introduced himself. "Welcome everyone, my name is Azon, and I will be your guide for this first floor." He glanced briefly at Fanti and Zoza before continuing. "I know some of you here are already familiar with the rules of this floor. However, I will still explain them in detail for the new players. I will only say this once, so please pay attention." As Azon clapped his hands, the surrounding scenery transformed into a cliff face. This is the Twin Cliffs area on the first floor, and the challenge will begin now. A small screen appeared in front of each person. The rules of the game were written on it. There are 2 large cliffs facing each other. On each cliff is a team of 100 players. Both teams have 5 crystal stones. Protect your team and your crystals while simultaneously stealing or destroying the opponent's crystals. The team that steals or destroys the most crystals within the allotted time wins. Azon added, just as it's written in the announcement. The cliff opposite also has a team of 100 players, just like this side, and they have been given 5 red crystals. For simplicity's sake, I'll call them the blue team and the red team. You can use any item to protect your team's crystals. You can hide them or give them to stronger players to hold. Think about what the other team might do to figure out the best strategy. Yeon-woo frowned. A difficult task. How can I cooperate with other players when we don't even know each other? The key for this floor was Hiza. Yeon-woo needed to obtain 10 crystals from both teams to receive this key. The biggest problem here was that players could destroy or steal the crystals. Once a crystal was destroyed, obtaining the Hiza key would be impossible. No matter what, I can't change the rules. There's no time for negotiation or fighting either. It's best to just eliminate those in my way. Yeon-woo stared at the blue crystal in Azon's hand, intending to take them all first. He raised the crystal in his hand and announced, "We will begin now, and I will distribute the crystals to each team. Those who will hold these crystals, please step forward." While everyone was still hesitant and unsure of who to choose as their leader, a man volunteered for the task. Immediately, Fanti objected, lumbering towards the two of them. The man who had just volunteered was taken aback, completely confused. Fanny belligerently declared, "I don't recall agreeing to this." The other man tried to explain, "Is there a problem? We can discuss what to do with them after we get the first crystal." Fanny refused to listen and immediately tried to seize the items. "I don't care. Just give me all 5 crystals." Azon and the other man cried out, "What are you talking about?" Fanny held his head high, arrogantly stating, "Wouldn't it be better to give those crystals to me for safekeeping instead of hiding them? Or is there someone who can protect them better than us?" The other man was furious. "You should be ashamed of yourself, Fanti. Because of your damn ego, the crystals shattered last time. That wouldn't have happened if you weren't so greedy and aggressive. That's why I can't let you have them this time." Everyone else nodded in agreement. Yeon-woo sighed helplessly from the sidelines. So that's what happened. He must have broken the crystals while also taking an active role in the fight. Sounded just like him. How ridiculous. Fanti, enraged, abandoned all pretense of civility and raised his fists. "So what? You want to fight me and see who wins." Despite being bystanders, everyone's expressions quickly shifted to fear. The other man, though furious, took a step back. Azon handed the 5 crystals to Fanny and wished him luck. Fanti, overjoyed, accepted them. His joy was short-lived. Yeon-woo approached, held out his hand, and demanded hand them over. All of them. His action stunned everyone. Even Azon, returning to headquarters, looked back to see what was happening. At that moment, a voice called out, "You're back." It was Vike, wanting an update on the situation. Azon stammered, "Sir, to be honest, I'm not sure. He's a very strong player compared to the other newcomers, but he's still a newcomer. I don't understand why the veterans have such high hopes for him." Azon glanced at the monitor, where Fanti was dejectedly handing over the 5 crystals he'd just received. Vike, finding the situation amusing, proposed a wager. "I see. So, should we place a bet on him?" Azon, surprised, didn't understand what kind of bet he meant. Vike explained, betting that Yeon-woo would do something extraordinary, while Azon chose the opposite. No way. Back with Yeon-woo's group, Fanti's respectful demeanor and action surprised everyone. What happened to him outside the tower? And calling him brother. Fanti, robbed of his prize, angrily kicked a rock down the path, muttering, "Brother, you're so mean. He took all my crystals to show off." Just then, Zoza rushed over to Yeon-woo. She asked cheerfully, "What's the plan, Bonnie?" The sight of the beautiful girl made the men around them blush, their hearts pounding. Yeon-woo asked her for a favor. "Could you guard this place for a while?" Zoza inquired about the duration. Yeon-woo estimated around 30 minutes to an hour. Zoza cheerfully agreed, carefully reminding him to be safe on his return trip. Yeon-woo stood before the bridge, lost in thought, calculating his next move. Why was the first floor trial so difficult, requiring others to infiltrate the enemy base and locate the hidden crystal? But the biggest problem here was the bridge's ropes. They looked like they could snap under even the slightest pressure. Even if some magical power could help one cross the chasm without the bridge, it would require intense concentration, easily broken in this situation. That's why fighting on the bridge seemed inevitable. Though difficult, there had to be more than one way to complete this trial. Yeon-woo mused, "If I fight on the bridge, things will become very difficult. But I have a way to complete all of this with the least effort." Yeon-woo drew his sword, pointing it skyward. Immediately, a brilliant light appeared. The power emanating from the sword grew increasingly overwhelming. This is the fastest way to eliminate them. All the onlookers gasped in astonishment, except for Zoza, who remained completely calm, her faith in him absolute. Yeon-woo severed the bridge ropes, completely cutting off any escape route, and leaped to the opposite bank before the horrified eyes of those remaining. What the hell? He's actually insane. Stop him. But it was too late. Yeon-woo engaged his opponents directly, a single slash, cleaving them in two. Yeon-woo struck again with a decisive blow, a blinding flash of light shooting straight ahead. When it faded, only corpses remained. Hundreds of eyes appeared on Yeon-woo's body, incinerating the chaotic mess. He retrieved 2 crystals, one red and one blue, and merged them, obtaining a new item, Heeza's Key. This was a rare C-rank item, a key used to open the treasure of Heeza, the divine being of magic. Nothing was known about its use. Yeon-woo gripped the item, thinking to himself, I've obtained the second key. At that moment, the system announced, trial complete. Only 30 minutes have passed since the trial began. This is also the shortest battle in the tower's history. You have achieved a remarkable feat bonus, will be provided. You have obtained 5,000, an additional 3,000, will be provided. All players will be summoned to the waiting lobby now. Beware of the change. Do you wish to register your name in the Hall of Fame? Yeon-woo immediately checked the no box. Azon complimented Yeon-woo. That was amazing. This is the first time I've witnessed a player complete the trial so quickly, even though it's the first floor. You truly are the collector. You've set a new record. Azon bowed his head, feeling a bit uneasy. It hadn't been long since he'd made the bet with Vike, but to think this round would end so fast. Losing the bet was a little irritating. However, one thing he knew for sure. This player's rank and achievements weren't solely due to luck. Not only that, he also knew about the existence of the hidden pieces, even how to obtain the 12 keys of Alabu. It seemed he would need to bet on Vike's side from now on. Azon offered to give Yeon-woo a share, but Yeon-woo stopped him. Hold on, I want to receive all the rewards once I clear the entire novice area. This further surprised Azon. The longer one holds onto their rewards, the better they become, and that's precisely what this man was doing. If he ended up setting a record for every floor, what incredible reward would he receive? What crazy plan did this player have? If that was the player's decision, Azon had to comply. The system immediately announced, the trial is complete. Do you wish to proceed to the second floor? Azon turned back to the group who had been standing still like statues. Do you intend to go to the second floor? They looked at each other awkwardly. One of them spoke up. We didn't earn any this round. I forfeit. And with that, they all left. An unusual silence fell upon the clearing. Only 3 people remained. Fanny, Yeon-woo, and Zoza. Azon continued his duties. It seems only 3 of you are left. Are you ready to depart? The 3 of them nodded in agreement. Azon led them to the next round. This is the mountain and field trial of the second floor. Before we enter the match, Yeon-woo reminded Fanny, I've said this before, but if you don't like the fact that I'll be taking all the in these trials, you should turn back now. Fanny winked playfully. Come on, who is that necessary? Honestly, I'm just curious how far you'll go, so let me tag along. Yeon-woo then requested a solo run for this trial. Immediately, a man with a wolf's head appeared. He introduced himself. I am Hanek, guardian of the second floor. He approached the 3 of them and asked, do you wish to proceed with the trial immediately? Yeon-woo nodded firmly. Hanek cautiously reminded the player, it will be very dangerous. Yeon-woo didn't seem too concerned. The higher the risk, the greater the potential reward, right? Hanek nodded. It seems this player is quite knowledgeable about this tower. In that case, I will impose some restrictions on Mr. Fanny and Ms. Zoza, Mr. Kang. The system notification popped up. The second floor trial begins. You are currently in a beautiful forest blessed by the goddess of harvest. This forest has always provided ample food for all the animals residing within. But recently, some monsters have appeared and are attempting to seize the forest, monopolizing its benefits. Protect this forest from the monsters and restore peace. The main objective for the second floor trial is to become the king of the forest by defeating countless monsters. Upon hearing the rules, Yeon-woo felt even more confident, as it wasn't much different from a monster horde attacks during the tutorial. This was a trial he was sure to win. Monsters began to attack their prey. Yeon-woo tightened his grip on his sword and sprang into action. He eliminated an entire group in a single sweep. In an instant, Yeon-woo obtained Meter's key. As usual, the system asked Yeon-woo if he wanted to register his name in the Hall of Fame. Yeon-woo quickly declined. Continuing to the third floor, the trial here was sword and spear. He recalled that Aisha took 10 days to clear the novice area. So, for this goal, Yeon-woo was determined to complete it within 5 days. Outside, the tower operators were closely monitoring his every move. Everyone was stunned by his lightning-fast speed and victories. He completed the 7th floor in 12 hours and 28 minutes. "This is insane, it can't be," one of the pointy-eared guys exclaimed in shock. At least Aisha was a team, this guy's soloing. It's absurd. Another notification came from a different colleague. 8th floor, 7 hours and 5 minutes. He's beaten Athena's record and obtained the key. Everyone was dumbfounded, utterly despairing. The only one benefiting from this wager was Vike. Quickly receiving his winnings from the bet, Vike laughed heartily in satisfaction. "I'm going to be rich. Thank you, Mr. Kane. I wish every day were like this." Back with Yeon-woo's group, he had reached the fire and lava stage of the 9th floor. Before him stood a colossal monster, proclaiming itself the King of Fire. Yeon-woo finally requested outside assistance. "This one's tough. I doubt it'll be easy. Fanny, I want you to hold Azo in front. Then Zoza, you take care of him." They quickly agreed. Fanny attacked from the front, and Zoza ambushed from behind. Azo, completely restrained, was left vulnerable to Yeon-woo. Seeing his chance, he drew his small sword and struck down on Azo's head. It collapsed on the spot. The three of them collected their spoils. Hephaestus's key. "I now have 10 keys, including Zeus's. I just need 2 more to open Alibu's treasury. One can be won by setting a time record for clearing the source of freshness area, has its key. The other, Hermes' key, can be found on the 10th floor. I need to finish this quickly." A notification appeared. "You have reached the final section. Do you still wish to proceed to the 10th floor?" It warned, "This floor is solo only. Your group will be disbanded upon entering the gate." Before undertaking the challenge, Kane asked Fanny, "You won't back down after coming this far, will you?" Fanny crossed his arms and confidently replied, "Don't be embarrassed when we surpass you soon enough." Kane smiled, proud of his friend, and turned away with a reassured nod. "All right then, I'm off." Both Fanty and Zoza agreed, eager for the challenge ahead. They prepared to enter the daunting trial, the wide arena of the 10th floor. The path of the 10th floor will now begin. The notification board announced, "You are now in a void, isolated from the realms of life and death, where the laws of time and space no longer exist. However, you're still a living being and do not belong here. Your task now is to find a way to escape this place." Kane thought, "Now I can see why most players lose on this path after finishing the first floor. They say the difficulty of the 10th floor surpasses the combined difficulty of floors 1 through 9. It's a path where even those who conquered the other floors become trapped. This is a place where the simplest thing to test is willpower." Yeon-woo worried, thinking, "Because we continuously set new records on our way to the 9th floor, we're on top of the world, and we believe we can easily do the same on the 10th. But this damn tower really knows how to crush one's hopes. The 10th floor takes everything from you. Without friends, family, or companions. You are left alone in a void, having to escape without a single clue. Kane's opinion differed. He believed that no matter how skilled you are, a psychological battle is vastly different from a physical one. After successive successes, Thea finally met a challenging foe. By then, people are sure to tremble when they have to face a challenge alone, having constantly relied on their friends before. But obviously, that won't be the case for me. His hand tightened around his sword. Kane closed his eyes, convinced there must be a door somewhere on this 10th floor. He stood before 2 doors and decided to choose the red one. There it is. Notification. The final path has reached its end. You have completed all the trials in the beginner area from the 1st to the 10th floor. Kane has obtained the item, has its key. The time you spent completing all the trials is 151 hours, 35 minutes, and 1 second. You have broken the previous record held by John, whose father, of 83 hours, 2 minutes, and 9 seconds. You have set a truly remarkable record. Do you wish to inscribe your name in the Hall of Fame? Kane pondered for a long time and murmured, "It's been so long since I last saw her name." He decided not to register. You have declined to register your name. You have received the silver ring, the bone badge. The hidden fragment has its key, and he accepted the rewards. Notification. You have collected 12 of Olibu's divine keys. The keys will now be combined. You have created the key and are eligible to enter Olibu's treasury, the vault of golden treasures that the Olibu have accumulated over tens of thousands of years. You may take 1 item from the treasury. Kane said, "I need to take items like Zeus's lightning bolt and Thea's shield, both renowned treasures kept within a treasury." He approached the golden gate and used the key he had just obtained. This must be the key to this gate. He opened it and stepped inside. He entered and saw Hermes sitting before him. He said, "So you're the reason the Guardians were so alarmed." Kane recognized him as a god who could freely travel between the mortal and immortal worlds. And because he could carefully observe mortals, he was tasked with protecting the treasury from those who coveted it. Hermes shared, "Lately, I've been receiving more frequent visitors, but no one has surprised me quite like you. This is truly the first time I've seen a mortal like you." Kane stated frankly, "I want to enter the treasury." Hermes chuckled. "You seem rather impatient. Very well, I shall grant your wish." He clapped his hands. The door opened, revealing a path of shimmering gold and flowing treasures. Hermes said, "By the way, I'm a bit embarrassed to say this myself." Kane was surprised by this. He asks, "But what do you think about using these? As you know, they're some of the most coveted items in existence. If you choose to take one of my artifacts, I will also appoint you as my apostle." Apostles are the powerful right hands of the gods and beings who obey their master's will. And because they're bestowed with the power of the gods, they're also known as representatives. They stand shoulder to shoulder with influential lords, greatly impacting their doctrines. Or they're the one-man army who has trained themselves to surpass the limits of the human body, and thus they can become leaders in the towers themselves. Hermes is one of the 12 elite gods among the Olympian gods. Becoming an apostle for such a being is a tremendous feat, as one would receive unimaginable power from him. Receiving the title of apostle and a unique artifact would be better than getting your hands on Zeus's lightning bolt. Kane thought for a moment. It was a tempting offer, but he couldn't allow himself to be tied down. Shaking his head resolutely, he said, "I'm afraid I cannot accept your offer." Hermes replied, "I understand. I respect the path you have chosen." Kane paused, wondering the path I have chosen. What does he mean by that? Then he walked forward. Hermes said, "Take me with you. You'll regret leaving me here alone. What do you think of me? Am I not attractive enough? I think I could be of great help to you." Arriving before the treasure area, where many ancient artifacts were displayed, he stood by the display for a long time, finally finding what he needed. Kane found the treasure he needed. This is probably the first design of the Gorgon. It will petrify opponents who look at the shield. Notification board. Do you want to choose Thea's shield as your reward? He immediately pressed agree. Cain remembered where Zeus's lightning bolt was. Suddenly, the necklace glowed. Curious, he opened it to see a Roman numeral clock face. What is this? The clock has already struck 11. A moment later, searching around, Cain said joyfully, "There it is." He opened the door to the room. I don't even need to guess what this is. It's the lightning bolt. According to mythology, Zeus defeated his father and other titans with just a lightning bolt, and the lightning bolt was here. It's the real thing. I don't need anything else. All 12 artifacts out there combined are not equal to this. He touched the sword carrying the lightning current. He figured his instincts were telling him he had to possess this lightning bolt. Suddenly, the sword shattered. Cain was surprised. It broke. Zeus's weapon. What am I supposed to do now? In front of him, the iron wire flashed with lightning, wrapping around his arm. At this moment, Cain remembered Hermes' words. He had said, "I respect the path you have chosen." He wondered, what's happening? This is completely unexpected. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't the time to blame myself. I need to figure out what happened to it. From now on, I need to appraise it. This bracelet on my arm is for wrist protection. In the past, something caused people to live in fear of the great Black King. Eventually, they betrayed him and imprisoned him in the abyss. For countless years, the Black King's resentment grew as he thought about the betrayal that lingered in his mind. This led to the corruption of the 3 prisons that held him, and he turned them into tools. Regarding the Soul Collector, it allows the user to collect the souls of their targets. The souls will be added to the collection and will never escape. They will become loyal servants of the owner and readily carry out commands. Next, the Familiar Soul. When using a certain amount of mana, the souls in the collection can be converted into familiar souls. The users must overcome the target's hatred. Once a soul is converted, it becomes a slave to the user, ready to carry out any command. Finally, Black Energy. This is an upgraded version of Black Lightning. It can consume the souls in the collection and transform them into dark energy. The Black King, huh? I've never heard that name before. My brother never mentioned him in his diary. Imprisoned, Cain paused to connect the dots. The Akasic snake has always awaited its master's return. That's what was written in the black bracelet's description. And it also said that this was why it considered its master's item something precious. So, the Akasic snake's master is the Black King. And the reason he couldn't return was that he was betrayed by his subordinates. Cain continued to think. It seems the Black King was powerful enough to make the Akasic snake his minion. I should learn more about this Black King when I get out of here. Since it's already happened, let's try to think positively. There's no point in lamenting what's lost. Instead, it's better to try and figure out how to effectively use what I've gained. Notification. You have chosen lightning as your reward. The doors of Olabu's treasury are closing, transitioning to the new challenge. A god welcomes Cain. They said, welcome. Although it was only the first 10 floors, looking back at what you did to overcome the challenges so perfectly, you truly impressed all of us once again. Congratulations. Cain wondered, why did the lightning disappear? He smiled brightly and said, that's a secret. Cain continued to ask, what about the Black King? He replied, that's also a secret. Why was I given this bracelet? He explained, the tower distributes rewards based on a player's achievements. There's no other reason than that. We are merely representatives of the tower, acting in accordance with its will. All the rewards you receive are based on what you demonstrate. So, whatever you've experienced is all due to the path you chose. Therefore, I can't explain more about the questions you've asked. Cain stroked his chin, muttering the path I chose. Does that mean the decisions I make in the future could be related to the Black King? I really don't understand, but the answers won't reveal themselves if I keep worrying about it. Let's focus on what's in front of me for now. The administrator said, it seems you've gradually realized something. All right, Shall we proceed to your next reward? You currently have 1,420,119 comma points. This is truly a remarkable number of points you've accumulated. Quite impressive. You have a total of 12 rewards and comma points from the first 10 floors. Would you like to receive them now? Kane refused. No, I want to combine them into one reward. The administrator chuckled and asked again if there was anything he wanted. Kane quickly replied that it was lightning. The administrator said, "How foolish. You know there was already a deal made." Kane seriously continued, "I'm not joking." The administrator said, "If you don't want to receive anything, then why don't we decide to use you?" Kane hesitated to say something. The administrator interrupted him and presented the mythical god face shield. Your reward is something no one has ever achieved before. Therefore, giving you this artifact as a reward is sufficient. Do you want to take this as your reward? Kane examined the shield closely, thinking to himself, I thought it would be incredibly heavy since it's forged with 9 layers, but it's as light as a feather. The administrator continued, all the rewards have been presented to you. I'll be going now. Battle end notification. Will you proceed to the 11th floor? Before leaving, the administrator smiled slyly. He not only awakened the Black King's despair, but even received the shield as a reward. He truly is an interesting player. The next Guardian seems to be Lablé. I'm very curious to see his reaction to this player's performance. He gets rather annoyed when he has to deal with anything interesting. The scene changed. Baha read the information and saw a 10th ranked enemy, guessing it was Kane. A general spoke to Baha. That's exactly right. Apparently, he broke all the records for each floor from the 1st to the 10th. Baha was surprised that Kane was ranked first in the floors. His component score was impressive. Baha admired him, saying, he's better than I thought. The general asked, is it worth regretting? Baha replied, what are you talking about? The general said, I'm talking about the records. Aren't those records you participated in achieving? Baha bluntly asked, are you interrogating me? The general said, it's just my own curiosity. Baha asked, are you saying our queen's most beloved minion is asking me a personal question? Believe it or not, I think it would be easier for you to believe a dog would meow like a cat. Baha confessed. To say I'm not envious would be a lie, as those records are also traces of when I was a part of it. But it's all in the past. It should be left behind, and I don't care about it anymore. There's only one thing that matters to me now, and that is how to make this newcomer ours. I believe that one day he will join us, but that doesn't mean we have to wait for him indefinitely. And if by chance he decides not to join, we'll have to eliminate him, just like we did with the others. Looking towards the distant sky, deep, melancholic eyes pondered. Many clans recruited, and many clans hated Aisha. They are unusual individuals, not affiliated with any guild. Despite attractive recruitment offers, they not only refuse, but can even conquer the tower's floors on their own. The 8 great families can't let this continue, and they've all decided to either possess them or eliminate them completely. Is that answer sufficient for you? The man replied, it seems you've mentioned something you shouldn't have. I advise you to be careful next time. Hearing this, the other chuckled and said, please don't mind me. It seems the queen still suspects me regardless. Then they approached a cliff. Here, right? The other replied, according to the coordinates, yes. Below, a group of cloaked figures were channeling some kind of power. A portal connecting to a Zhang. What are they trying to hide that they need to create a portal in the outskirts like this? It seems we don't have much time, so let's proceed. He raised his hand, signaling to the troops behind him. Below, right near the portal, another figure appeared. A white-haired man stepped out with his guards. Baha, seeing him, launched an attack. A series of red beams shot downwards, accompanied by dozens of sharp arrows. Below, the man, still walking leisurely, suddenly sensed a murderous aura and looked up. A large explosion erupted, smoke and dust billowing everywhere. After the dust settled somewhat, the man, covered in wounds, glared at Baha with resentment. Baha then leaped down to where the man stood. Lonnie, long time no see. Lonnie channeled magic and launched an attack. With his arm brimming with magical power, he charged towards Baha. But Baha effortlessly blocked the attack with a single hand. The impact from their clash caused the surrounding ground to crack. Lonnie roared, "How dare you attack me? Do you know what you're doing?" Baha, blocking the attack, said with a smile, "Of course. Isn't that why we're going to war? The head of one of the 5 war gods of the family will be a good way to start this event, wouldn't you say? We were once friends, and it's a shame anyone would know about this." Then Baha swung his hand, creating a bolt of fire that shot straight towards Lonnie. "I'll end things here," Baha declared. "So why don't you leave behind the mana core you possess? If you do, I promise you a painless ascent to heaven." Lonnie was also gathering his magical power. "Your appearance and your pride. Diary.t seems you don't like it easy." Meanwhile, in the dream world of the 11th floor, Kane thought, Fanti and Idoza haven't arrived yet. I guess I'll have to wait for them a bit longer. Suddenly, a pair of rabbit ears appeared. A smartly dressed man with a rabbit's head said, "It's a pleasure to welcome you. My name is Labele, and as you can see, I am the guardian of the 11th floor." He assessed the situation, thinking the top rookie after Aisha has finally met someone who makes the other guardians nervous. Actually, the guardian of the 11th floor is someone else, but I made a deal with them because I wanted to give special attention to this rookie here. I apologize, but there's no other way. I couldn't pass up this wonderful opportunity. I should have prepared some carrots for the 11th floor guardian. Then the rabbit smiled brightly and said, "Do you know that things change from this floor onwards?" Kane replied, "I heard there won't be a waiting area and long-term trials." The rabbit said, "That's right, but it seems you understand more than just the basics, so you'll need further guidance. As you know, those who undergo many trials to become a god are called players. They are required to surpass their own limits, as well as the limits of humanity. And to do that, you have to go through trials with life-threatening dangers and overcome a series of challenges. That's why they say the real trials begin on the 11th floor, and what you're about to experience will be unlike anything before." What Labele is trying to explain is that if a player fails right in the beginner area, they can overcome the challenges no matter how many times they've been challenged. And because there's a waiting area, people can have time to recover from their injuries, no matter how badly they're hurt, and continuously challenge the trials with their ultimate goal in mind. However, things will change from the 11th floor onwards. There will be no more waiting areas, and if you fail a trial, you'll have to stay on that floor. If you're injured, you have to find a way to heal yourself. And even if you're at a dead end, you have to find a solution on that floor. In short, players will be stuck until they complete the trials. So be careful. There's no such thing as retrying from this point on. Do you have any more questions? Kane shook his head. If not, let's begin now. A notification appeared. The 11th floor trial will begin now. This is the dream world, a mythical world where dreams from all over the world and other dimensions converge. The beasts that live in this world are called divine beasts, and they feed on the dreams that drift into this world. Your task is to hatch your own divine beast. These beasts are nurtured by dreams, and your dedication will become a great collaborator for the long journey that awaits you. The rabbit said, "The egg in your hand is that of a divine beast. However, no one knows what kind of beast will hatch from your egg, as it will change according to your dreams and dedication. But one thing you need to keep in mind is that although the egg develops on its own, it's still an egg. It will never hatch if the owner doesn't give it enough love and attention. So make sure you nurture it properly with the necessary food, behavior, and attention. Because the more you put your sincere love into it, the stronger the divine beast will become. Now, I'll leave if you have no further questions. I'll see you at the end of the trial." He disappeared. Kane held the egg in his hand and thought, a divine beast's egg. This is so troublesome. She said the 11th floor trial was very interesting because it's the only one you can enjoy. With the previous boring trials, and above all, Kane's characteristic being psychology, he spent a lot of time caring for her and talking to the egg every day, nurturing it with a lot of love and beautiful dreams. Thanks to his efforts, he was able to hatch one of the best species to emerge from these eggs, the mythical dragon. And with his dedication, he was even able to meet the ancient dragon. Therefore, he established a contract allowing him to use skills like dragon eyes. In a way, the 11th floor was a significant turning point for Kane. On the other hand, I'm not very good with things like this. Unlike him, I'm terrible at nurturing things. Hatching an egg myself shouldn't be a problem, as the tutorial mentioned various ways players can hatch their eggs. The problem is what kind of beast it will hatch into. The flame transmission skill is useful in many ways, so increasing its proficiency will definitely be good. If I'm lucky, ideally, it would hatch into a phoenix, as it's related to the fire and wind elements I need to acquire the flame of life. It seems like Fanti and Idoza will need quite a bit of time to get here. I guess they won't be of much help either. Then, I stood up and carved into the stone tablet. South of the Great Forest, we agreed to leave a small message where we'd go if we got separated. They'll be able to find me with this information. Time to go. Kane shot off immediately afterward, arriving before a cliff face. A notification popped up. You have entered the Phoenix's territory. Defense against fire and wind elements will be significantly reduced. In this territory, your overall stats will be reduced under the influence of the Phoenix. The Phoenix has begun observing you from afar. Unusual gusts of wind suddenly arose in the sky. Kane, below, observed the surrounding situation and thought, is the Phoenix always this wary? This one seems to have pretty clear killing intent. On the other side of the steep mountainside was a cave. That must be the Phoenix's, he thought. Just as he was about to step towards it, Kane suddenly heard a strange warning voice in his head. Stop, take another step, and I'll kill you. Kane, by now, probably had an inkling of who it was. He said, I've come from afar to obtain your flame of life. I hope you can give me a quest. The voice said, I have no need to share anything with you, filthy human. Kane's face was full of question marks. He thought to himself, there's something strange here. For some reason, she reminds me of a cowering hedgehog. Don't tell me. He quickly leaped to the mouth of the cave, ignoring the initial warning. Please forgive my intrusion. Inside the cave, a pair of eyes shone clearly in the dark night. How dare you trespass, human? He realized it was protecting its most precious possession. He said, I see you seem to be incubating eggs. The Phoenix roared, and what's it to you? Get out. I don't have time to play games with you. After that, the two of them talked back and forth. It turned out that it had lost an egg, and Kane had an unexpected quest. A notification popped up. The ruler of the southern forest had one of her eggs stolen while she was out finding food for her soon-to-hatch children. Find the lost egg and return it to her. By doing so, the Phoenix will never forget your kindness. Time limit until your egg hatches. Reward, a favor from the Phoenix. 2 quests, Flame of Life. Kane is currently following the trail of the stolen egg. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed from somewhere nearby. Close by, 2 punks holding a Phoenix egg said to each other, Awesome. I can't believe how lucky we were to find this while the Phoenix was away. We should jack up the price for this thing. Something this rare. I mean, they'll pay us anything to get this egg, right? One thought to himself, having my own Phoenix would be amazing. Only a handful of people have a mythical beast in the tower. Gotta find a chance to ditch this idiot and take it for myself. While daydreaming about his rosy future, he suddenly felt a warm trickle down his nose. The larger one behind him came up, put his arm around his shoulder, and said, The sap we collected earlier must have really tired you out. You didn't even notice I put way too much on you. Don't blame me. If it wasn't you, it would have been me, right? The other guy cursed and then dropped dead. The larger one then grabbed the egg and walked off. This thing, I've always wanted this. I can't believe this day has finally come. I'll be the player who owns a legendary beast. Suddenly, he felt something strange. He looked down to see a blade sticking straight out of his chest, causing him to freeze. The phoenix egg finally landed in Kane's hands. He had considered ambushing them from behind, but worried they would drop the egg during the fight. So there was no choice but to wait for the most opportune moment. In the end, everything went smoothly, partly because they took each other out. Kane gave the two bodies a proper burial, leaving no trace behind. It would be great if every quest were this easy. The phoenix couldn't hold back her emotions and sobbed, "I never thought I'd see my child again." Witnessing this sacred maternal love, Kane sincerely blessed them. It was truly heartwarming to see them reunited. It also made him think of his little brother. The phoenix looked up at him. "Thank you, human." Kane replied, "You're welcome." The phoenix got down to business. "You saved my child, so I will keep my promise. I will grant you one favor. Tell me what you desire." Kane held out his hand. "I want the flame of life you possess." The phoenix asked in surprise, "Do you know what you're asking for, human?" But he confidently replied, "I do. I've heard it's the power behind your very existence." The phoenix is a creature that dies by self-immolation, then is reborn from those very flames. The flame is a symbol of revival and is also known as the life fire. The phoenix could guess why Kane needed the flame of life. "Do you intend to use it for your egg?" He admitted that was the case. The phoenix lightly flapped her wings. "I understand. Now, I will give you a task, and I will grant you the flame of life, which no one else possesses, as I owe you a favor. Furthermore, I believe you will easily overcome the task I give you." The system promptly notified Kane, "You have received the phoenix's favor. Intimacy with the phoenix has increased by 200. The phoenix will be less wary of you. You will receive the flame of life as a reward for the quest. Achieve the phoenix's acknowledgement. You have completed the hidden quest, the phoenix's task." Afterward, the phoenix instructed Kane, "However, to obtain my flame, you will need a suitable container. So, go and create one, then return here." The system panel announced the acceptance of the hidden quest, Flame of Life. The flame of life is the source of the phoenix's infinite power, requiring a special container to carry as its inseparable asset. Gather materials from the monsters scattered around the 11th floor and complete the container to carry the flame of life. The necessary ingredients are 5 seagull eggs, 80 Sato snake apples, and a small dragon heart. There is no time limit, and the reward is the phoenix's favor, the flame of life. Kane scratched his head, thinking the task of creating the container was more troublesome than obtaining the flame itself. The phoenix urged him, "Our agreement is complete. You may go and return when you are ready." Kane replied, "All right," and departed. After going outside, he temporarily sat down and set up camp to rest. Kane sat by the fire with his egg. Although it's just a beast inside the egg, it's still a child. It's still sensitive and affected by external influences. So, the first thing I have to do is create a quiet and less stressful environment. Kane fiddled with the straw in his hands. Although it's a bit late, I should quickly make a nest. When Kane looked at his egg, he noticed a change. The egg glowed as if it knew Kane was worried about it. I guess it's in a good mood. For his beloved egg, Kane spared no effort in making a straw nest. This is how people make it. I followed the instructions, but wasn't very successful. Finally, Kane pushed the straw nest aside. He picked up the glowing egg. "Wow, I never thought I'd do this." Next, he carefully wiped the eggshell with a dry cloth. While wiping, he chuckled, thinking, "Should I raise a few more?" The next morning, birds chirped in the forest. The egg was placed in a clean, tidy nest. Kane carefully placed it on a high branch. Looking up from below, Kane was extremely satisfied. "It looks better now." He turned around, preparing to depart. "Now, let's see the details of the reward." It seems there are a total of 8 items. Kane pressed the Accept Items button on the system. The rewards were neatly placed in front of him. First was a skull earring. Cain exclaimed, "Is this the only useful thing?" This is the skull crest earring, a D-rank support item. An earring made from the skull of a player who was a witch doctor in life. It was once a magnificent artifact when it was first created, but time has eroded its past grandeur, and now it's only used as a support item. The witch doctor's soul still resides within the skull, constantly screaming in agony. Its screams can slightly amplify dark mana. Cain knew this wouldn't be a great item just by looking at its options, but it included the witch doctor's soul. He shook the earring in his hand, thinking this will be a good opportunity to try using it with the black bracelet. With that thought, Cain clenched his fist and activated his magic. A stream of blue energy from his hand enveloped the earring. The red inside the skull's mouth began to react and glow. Cain paused and observed. Quickly, the red light deepened and spilled outwards. The witch doctor's soul gradually appeared before Cain's eyes. Even the soul couldn't believe it was appearing like this again. Cain stood before the soul, seriously evaluating it. I thought it would be the soul of a player, perhaps devoured by a monster while alive. I wonder if it really works. Cain slowly approached. I guess it won't be of much help. The soul didn't seem hostile towards him. He reached out and placed his hand on its head. Currently, it only existed in a spiritual state, and it hadn't obeyed his commands yet. First, I have to train it. Amidst the soul's meaningless cries, Cain used his power to suppress it. Obey. But the soul still didn't respond. He repeated, obey. Only then could Cain observe its expression more closely. It seemed the witch doctor's soul was weeping miserably. I don't want my life to end. I don't want to end like this. I want to keep living. Cain used more force to suppress the soul's emotions. He shouted, obey. Powerful magic, centered on Cain, erupted outwards. Finally, when everything subsided, the witch doctor's soul turned black. With two blue flames in its eye sockets, it calmly looked at Cain. He placed his hand on his chest and sensed. It seemed he had connected with it. So this is how it feels. He began giving simple commands. Sit, stand, run, turn, run around that tree over there and come back. See that fruit over there? Bring it to me. The witch doctor now followed every command, from simple to more complex requests. Every time I ordered it to fetch fruit, it used a small spell to complete the task. Although it couldn't use high-level spells anymore, it seemed to have no problem performing low-level magic. The soul showed no signs of defiance, nor expressed its own opinions under any circumstances. It seems to have become a loyal servant. But there's one more test I want to do with it. First is speed. It's slower than my son, Pa, but it's not a problem to bring along. Next is the command range. It can receive commands from about 100 meters away. There aren't any issues when the soul is close, but the further away it goes, the less it seems to listen, and I can feel the connecting string between us thinning. I should find a way to make the connecting string stronger. I guess I'll call it puppet string. Now let's finish this soul examination. On an uneventful day, Cain led the soul forward, testing its spell-casting abilities as they walked. The soul always obeyed Cain's commands. It seems the modification only slightly upgraded the soul's initial abilities. But because it has physical attack capabilities, a large number of bound souls would be very useful. Undead can evolve into higher-level beings, and they'll continue to grow. So this familiar might even develop into something like a lich later on. Cain thought about an army of undead. What if I could train an army for myself? He checked the information on the system panel. Could he add any soul he liked to the collection? While doing so, he suddenly noticed something strange. Cain clicked on option. Two skeletons quickly appeared beside the witch doctor's soul. The lesser monster is a guardian of the laurel leaves, the material needed to create Artemis's laurel crown on the 6th floor. Invoca is the strongest final boss, also defeated on the 9th floor with the help of Fanny and Doza. All of them are souls of the strongest beings from the starting regions. I collected all their souls in case I needed them in the future, but I never thought I'd use them like this. I should probably name them. That way, it'll be easier to give individual commands to each one. Cain pointed at Voka, then the lesser monster, and then the witch doctor's soul. You'll be CA, you'll be Non, and you'll be Boo. The system registered everything. You have named your bound souls. Each soul has been given an identity. This has boosted the morale of your bound souls. Your relationship with your bound souls has increased. As your relationship increases, your bond will become stronger, and they will follow your commands more faithfully. Cain carefully checked the stats. Closeness with bound soul Boo, witch doctor's soul 15/30ths. Lesser monster 8/41sts. Ka, zich/chinzich. Each one has a different maximum limit. Cain wondered if they were satisfied with just being named. Collected souls usually don't have identities since they were captured. Although bound souls are stronger than normal souls, they still don't know who they are. Giving them a name seems to have given them a new meaning to themselves. Cain summarized, "Seems like the results aren't too bad. I can feel the connection between us is stronger than before." Each soul's abilities seem to correlate with what they had when they were alive. Non nimbly showed off impressive speed, and CA is quite a strong creature. Although a bit slow, its power is overwhelming. He rubbed his shoulder. That means I need to continue collecting more powerful souls. Cain clenched his fist with determination. Now let the hunt begin. By the time the sky was painted with the colors of sunset, Cain's system announced that the number of souls collected was 500. He paused. My soul collection limit used to be 150, but now it's expanded to 500. It seems my limit has tripled. I want to see how many close souls I can create. He trailed off, but it seems 10 is the maximum. That's much less than I expected. Not only that, but the newly created ones, while visually impressive, are weak and useless. Cain rotated his wrist. The capability will likely increase with the user's proficiency. That means I'll have to place my hopes on that for now. And I need to know the details of this item. To do that, I'll need Doza's help to use her eyes. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. You possess quite an interesting item. Cain was surprised. I thought you were resting. The voice continued, my children have stabilized, and the artifact you possess has piqued my interest. That bracelet wrapped around your arm. Who are you really? Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a figure clad in armor, stained with wounds, stumbled out, their demeanor grim. I traded everything to escape those bastards, but now I have nothing left. He clutched the wound bleeding through his armor. This would never have happened if I had that stone. He gritted his teeth in anger. You'll pay for all of this, no matter the cost. News of the clash between the Red Dragon Guild and the Blue Sword Clan shook the entire tower. They spoke mostly of how Baha and the Flame Beast had ambushed Lonnie and how Lonti was the only one to escape successfully. The Red Dragon Guild declared war and posted notices on the bulletin boards in the cities of each floor. The Red Dragon Guild and the Blue Sword Clan were two of the largest factions in the tower, which was why this war was expected to bring about a massive upheaval. Countless factions and players began preparing for the upcoming conflict. A fresh notice was torn down. Fanny held the scrap of paper in his hand. This is all we hear wherever we go. He crumpled the paper. I thought we could easily overcome the challenges from the 11th floor onwards after completing the beginner areas. A shadow fell over him, causing Fanny to look up. The shadow of a large bird nearly obscured a patch of sky. The red bird landed on Fanny's arm. A letter was tied to its leg. He recognized it immediately. A messenger sent by the tribe. The letter's contents were simple, 2 lines. Return immediately upon receiving this letter. It was a summons. Fanny immediately set off. A short while later, he appeared in a village. The villagers were surprised and stopped their work. They excitedly gathered to greet him. Master Fanny and Lady Doza, what wind brings you back so suddenly? The villagers chattered amongst themselves. Everyone knows how busy the tower has been lately, but I don't think that's why they're back. Lady Doza, I wonder if anyone has caught your eye yet. From behind, a man carrying a hoe approached. Oh ho, my son and daughter, you're back. Doza met her father, but her face held no trace of joy. She was irritated, having been called back while searching for Korot. She thought it couldn't be anything urgent, seeing as someone apparently had time to waste on mere farming. Her father calmly replied, "A man's got to eat to live, right? No matter how busy we are, we need to rest sometimes, right? By the way, why is my daughter so salty today?" Fanny shook his head. "Father, do you really want to know?" He began teasingly. She was looking forward to a thrilling adventure with her beloved Korot, but because of your summons, Doza gave him a swift kick. "Shut up." Their father laughed along. "Oh, has our little girl finally found herself a good husband?" Fanny chuckled. "Oh boy, does that mean we'll be having noodles soon? We haven't had a feast in quite a while, have we?" Their father slung an arm around Doza's shoulders. "I'm quite curious who dared to steal my precious daughter's heart." Doza gritted her teeth. "Hands off, buddy." Seeing Doza's genuine anger, he released her. All right. I wonder who could put up with her temper. Unbelievable. Anyway, let's get down to business. I am Natsu, the legendary war king. Although I didn't mention it in the message, I'm sure you too heard the news on your way here, right? Fanny scratched his head. That's actually why we came back. I didn't even flinch when Atio was in trouble. What's different this time? Natsu spoke seriously. At first, I didn't intend to get involved, but things are getting complicated. Fanny listened intently. How so? The War King solemnly declared, "We've decided to join the war as mercenaries." Fan has vowed to relinquish his horn, and you know what that means, don't you? The news left Fanny and Doza speechless. For those of the one-horn tribe, their horn represents their honor and pride. Giving up a horn is like saying they're willing to risk everything. Natsu sighed helplessly. Then he smiled. "It seems we'll have a lot to discuss. So let's go inside first." The voice continued to question Kane. "What is that bracelet wrapped around your arm?" Kane answered honestly, "I don't really know." This surprised the voice even more. "Normally, I can see through most objects, but this one is a true enigma, as if it's shrouded in a thick fog, at least in my eyes." Kane thought to himself, an artifact that even a mythical divine beast can't recognize. Things are getting complicated now. The Phoenix spoke again. "There's one more thing. That bracelet is an item that represents a reflection of me, but at the same time, it's also very much unlike me in some aspects, like a mirror." Kane became bewildered. Reflection and mirror. The Phoenix explained, "I am a creature that burns life and is born from fire. But that item brings life through death and also represents death. Life and death are different concepts, but they are also the same because, in the end, they are one." Kane repeated, "Life and death are one." The Phoenix affirmed, "Indeed, I may be a living creature, but I am only reborn through death. On the other hand, that black bracelet of yours manipulates death. It gathers the souls of the deceased and transforms them into dark energy or familiar spirits. It, too, can be considered a kind of resurrection." The Phoenix pointed out another of Kane's items, and that shield as well. "I can certainly feel divine power emanating from it. It's blessed by a war goddess, isn't it?" Kane lifted the shield in his hand, the Aegis shield. It's a 9-layered shield blessed by Athena, a goddess of war, and can block most attacks. The Gorgon's curse helps repel all evil and brings a powerful petrification curse to those who meet her gaze. The goddess's weapon grants its owner a powerful blessing, protecting them from ranged attacks and unleashing a surge of disruptive voltage to shatter the enemy's soul. Furthermore, it bestows blessings upon those recognized by the owner as allies within a certain range. The blessings activate 10% of a person's stats and morale, increasing resistance by 15% against all effects. The influence of the effects and the number of recipients increase proportionally with the skill level. There's also a line that cannot identify the item due to it being sealed. Kane wondered, is it because it's a divine item? Perhaps its stats are unbelievable. The Aegis has both defensive and offensive properties. It provides excellent protection from dark magic and simultaneously places a petrification curse on enemies within a wide range. Kane caressed the shield's surface, but that's not its most important ability. The crowd control skill is what truly stands out. It can buff allies and weaken enemies. Normally, this type of skill is exclusive to royalty classes, but even overlords typically have limitations on their skills, such as only being able to target their own minions. The Aegis, on the other hand, can buff anyone the owner considers an ally. This means any of Kane's familiar spirits or those who follow his commands are all buffed based on its power. You turn away, it's much better than what Yeon-woo mentioned, and I don't even need to worry about being remotely released. But I guess it must have some drawbacks too. Kane looked back at his gathered spirits. The familiar spirits are looking at one of your items with fear. Your intimacy level with the familiar spirits has decreased. Kane read the notification and hesitated. Don't tell me. The black energy in his hand glowed. But halfway through, specks of gold seeped in. Finally, the black energy crumbled. Kane broke out in a cold sweat. It seems the Aegis and this black bracelet are incompatible. The black bracelet uses curses and dark mana, while the Aegis holds holy attributes. It makes sense that they wouldn't be compatible. Kane drew the sword from his back. If that's the case, Kane brandished his holy sword. What about something that was once a holy relic like this holy sword? How will it transform? The shimmering lights on the blade grew stronger. The demonic curse corrupting the Visith was being dispelled by the Aegis. The Visith's sacred aura began to revive. But because the holy sword's curse was so potent, it would require more holy energy to completely erase it. Kane sighed in frustration. What should he do now? The Phoenix chuckled. It wouldn't accept the bracelet of death, yet it welcomes a cursed holy sword. How interesting. A cursed item and a holy item. The tower has never granted anyone such contrasting artifacts at the same time. If you want to understand this, you should ask them. Kane stored the weapons back in their place. Thanks a lot. The mystical Phoenix said, all right, now I will give you another mark. For all of my children have hatched, including the one you helped save. Kane smiled. Is that so? Congratulations. The Phoenix said, I'm truly grateful to you. As for my request, I was hoping you would name this little one. Kane returned inside the Phoenix's lair. An adorable baby phoenix sat obediently in his hand. The chick was very active, constantly flapping its wings and chirping. The phoenix watched them both with amusement. Even someone like you is struggling with this. Huh? Kane stroked the chick's chin. Warm, really warm. The phoenix urged him now give it a name. A system notification appeared for Kane. The phoenix is requesting you to name her third child. Will you accept her request? Kane looked closely at the chick in his hand. Finally, he said, Cherubi. The phoenix froze for a second, but since she had already asked, she had to accept the simple name. Kane, not understanding, asked, is there a problem? The phoenix, trying to hide her true feelings, said, it's nothing. I think it'll be fine. Kane pressed the accept button on the system naming prompt. A notification appeared. You have named the Phoenix's third child Cherubi. You have established a link with Cherubi, and Cherubi will be greatly influenced by you. Cherubi's affinity towards you has increased greatly. You have formed a bond with a mythical beast. As a result, all mythical monsters and demonic beasts will now be less hostile towards you. Kane closed his eyes. I'm feeling something welling up from within my body. Your spiritual growth has been confirmed. The body awakening process has resumed. The system started counting percentages, reaching 99.5, then stopping. Current awakening status is 99.5%. It appears the bond with the baby phoenix has influenced your development. Only 0.5% left. It seems I'll be fully awakened soon. Then, Cain looked at his shield. How do I use this thing? He raised his hand, preparing to channel energy. Maybe I should try channeling it with some mana. Magic began to flow, and the shield levitated into the air. Cain observed it. Could this be some kind of ability? It's easier than I thought. Cain tried to separate the layers of the shield, but it caused an explosion. The shield layers scattered across the ground, and Cain clutched his head, kneeling down. If I want to control them, does that mean I have to focus on all 9 pieces at once? I tried lifting one piece. Controlling one is no problem. So what about 2? Now, Cain started to have difficulty. It took a while for the 2 pieces to lift as he intended, but Cain's whole body trembled from the exertion. It was harder than he imagined. Simply put, it's like this. Draw a circle with your right hand and then draw a square with your left hand. It's not a miracle, but if you draw with both hands at the same time, it won't give you the desired shapes. So it means that controlling all 9 at once is impossible. So if I want to use all 9, I have to divide my consciousness. Cain summoned Bu, Nan, and Ka. We'll do some training. After a day of intense training, at night, Cain removed all his equipment. He immersed himself in the lake, relaxing like a young man. While bathing, he conveniently opened his status board to check. The stats seemed to have changed quite favorably. The sensory enhancement had leveled up a lot. Is it because I focused on it while trying to separate my consciousness while practicing using the Aegis? Until my familiar hatches, there's really nothing to do on the 11th floor. So I can focus on training to use the Aegis. He scooped water onto his face and slicked his hair back. Anyway, where are the others? He switched the status board to the ranking section. Based on this, it seems something has happened. They should have finished and gone up to the 11th floor, which means something must have come up. I wonder what happened. Cain worried about Doza and his friend Fanny. I shouldn't worry about them too much since they know how to take care of themselves, but I hope they arrive before my familiar hatches. He pondered silently for a moment. Cain leaned back into the water and floated. It seems I've changed quite a bit, haven't I? Fanty and Doza never appeared on the 11th floor, even after 5 days had passed. Cain focused on training during that time and was able to use 3 layers of the Aegis shield. His close spirits could now materialize for an extended period and had also developed to the point where they could start acting independently. Cain proudly watched Bu practicing magic not far away. Now I can manage in a real fight. A moment later, he gathered all his equipment. The Phoenix asked him, "Are you leaving now?" Cain replied, "Yes, I have a lot to prepare." To carry out this new task, Cain had to train seriously. It was time to go and create a container for the flame of life. Cain quickly moved to the 3-peak territory on the 11th floor. He peered at the forest ahead. It should be somewhere around here. Cain stepped inside. Immediately, a winged creature sensed his presence. Cain waited for it, and there it was. The monster opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and flew in to attack. From this moment, the system began its notification. The hidden quest, Hunt the 3-Peak, had been activated. The 3-Peak is known to devour everything in sight. Because of its voracious appetite, the beasts living near the forest all live in fear of being eaten. To stabilize the ecosystem on the 11th floor, hunt a 3-Peak and retrieve its eggs to prevent them from hatching. This quest is linked to the Flame of Life quest. The reward for success is plus 5 points to all stats of the 3-Peak's head. Lady Luck is smiling on him, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What a bonus. Cain smirked, his hands tightening around his twin daggers. Come on out. Immediately, the spirits Cain released began to act, surrounding the area. Kane's target was the monster in front of him. The ferocious three-peak lunged as if to devour him, roaring towards Kane. The three peaks' roar created an unpleasant magic that wrapped around his arms. Devour. This three-peak is second only to Vutsa. I probably can't convert its spirit into a close spirit immediately because of the resentment towards it, but later, maybe. The spirits Kane had released successfully completed their task and returned. He praised them. Good job. Kane tossed a black orb to them. The system announced, "You have used a spirit seed." Kane generously gave one to each. "Here's yours. Boo, the witch doctor has been strengthened, with all stats increased by 1 point. The monster non has also been strengthened. Its speed has increased by 3 points. And Ka has gained strength, its health increasing by 2 points. Kane watched the spirits swallow down the rewards he distributed. I used souls to create these spirit seeds, and it seems they are quite effective in leveling up close spirits. Each time they consume one, their stat points increase. I should work on creating more spirit seeds for them." Kane lifted the three-peak eggs in his hands. Being a hunter seems easier than I thought. Just let them do all the work. I don't have to do anything. It's great to think that I can just sit back and watch my stats increase. I can even easily get the rest of the materials effortlessly. Kane checked the information on the container quest. Next is the Black Shadow Serpent's apple. Kane led his spirit army. Let's go. At the same time, the sound of weapons clashing echoed on the ground. The Cheaty team, carrying supplies, panted heavily. "Oh my god, I'm so tired. How much further?" The elf girl comforted her teammate. "Just a little further. Almost there. Lip told us we're close." The leader forced a smile and replied, "Because she said so, I believe it. Let's keep going." The Black Shadow Serpent's lair is the most challenging dungeon the group has been assigned to so far. The serpent possesses a paralyzing poison that takes effect with just one bite. They are constantly under attack. The team has been in the lair for 5 days now. Their supply of anti-venom has run out. If this were a normal raid, they would have retreated long ago. But they had gone too far to turn back. A reward awaited them at the end of the cave, promising to compensate for all the hardships they had endured. The whole team clung to a single belief. As long as we get our hands on the Black Shadow Serpent's apple, we won't have to go through such difficulties anymore. We'll be able to defeat them with just a finger. Finally, the team stopped at a large gate. "We're here." All the members were so happy, they almost cried. "We finally made it." The leader smiled and cautioned, "I know everyone is very happy right now, but it's too early to celebrate. Prepare for battle. We'll need to be careful from now on." He slowly pushed the large gate open. "Let's go." When the gate opened, every member of the Cheaty team raised their weapons cautiously. However, what they saw made them bewildered. Behind the gate was a vast forest. Tall trees that scraped the sky stood close together, but their upper branches were bare. What the hell is this? They had no idea that Kane had been one step ahead and completed the task. All the apples on the trees had been picked and harvested. He checked the system screen while his spirits did the work of collecting the apples. I've seen this too many times to be surprised. After finishing the task here, Kane returned to Bazat City. He strolled down the street, listening to the complaints of other players. "Damn it again. Which bastard took all the materials? He's cleaned out every place." They sighed. "I know the material spots will regenerate, but who knows how long we'll have to wait. I think I'll grow old before I can complete this quest." Kane couldn't bring himself to argue with them. "It's bad, but I really can't help. I need as many as possible to make a container for the Flame of Life. So it seems I've been stealing them, even without a quest in any case." Kane walked to the meeting point, lost in thought. Though quiet, he still attracted some attention. The shops along the street all had closed signs. This was the largest city on the 11th floor. Bazat City was known as a peaceful and bustling place. I don't think the atmosphere would become so heavy just because of me. I wonder what happened. Just then, someone shouted, "Move out of the way." A A soldier in red armor shoved people on the street. Out of the way. Do you know who we are? With the eye-catching red motif, Kane immediately recognized them as the Behemoth Guild. They didn't usually appear on the lower floors, so why were they here now? Behemoth was a guild belonging to the Azu clan. If they were acting suspiciously, it meant something had happened to the Azu clan. I should find out what it is. Kane stealthily approached them. After wandering around the city for a while, he finally stopped in front of a place with a star sign. Is this the place? The sign with an 8-pointed star looked very new. Kane pushed the door open and entered the shop. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of those inside. Kane dropped a cloth bag on the table. He spoke to the bartender behind the counter. I want to buy something. The friendly man smiled. We always welcome wealthy guests. So, what item are you interested in? Kane stated the name of the item, ladybug wings, as many as possible. The bartender nodded. We always have small items like that. Kane added, from the Valen Forest in week 31. The bartender readily agreed. They're in the warehouse, but they'll cost quite a bit. However, with this amount, I suppose it's enough to meet your request. After checking the warehouse for a while, the bartender brought out what Kane had requested. Here you are, sir. He took the bag and checked on the spot. Before leaving, he inquired about some information. Also, there are a few things I'm curious about. The bartender listened to his question. Yes, please tell me. Before asking, Kane generously gave the man a small bag of coins. The bartender smiled even wider. You are indeed a generous man. So what do you want to know? Kane asked him, what's happening on the 11th floor? I see people from the Behemoth Guild everywhere outside. The man asked immediately, is this your first time on the 11th floor? He nodded and said, I've been away from the big cities recently. He scratched his head. That's why you don't know anything about it. Where should I begin? Do you know about the fight between the Red Dragon and the Azu clan? The question startled Kane. Killing intent unconsciously radiated from him. What? This agitated the others in the shop. Some even prepared to draw their swords. Kane was startled and quickly restrained himself. Damn it, I overdid it. He regained his composure and placed another small bag of coins on the table. Continue. What you just said. Tell me more. After receiving the money, the man worked very meticulously. So you don't know anything at all. There was a clash between Baha of the Red Dragon Group and Lante from the Azu clan in the outskirts. Lante escaped with his life. In the process, the two factions declared war on each other, and now a full-blown war is about to break out. Kane thought to himself, Baha and Lante fought each other. If two high-ranking representatives clash, war is inevitable. It seems things are getting more interesting. The bartender added, it's highly likely the battle will take place on this 11th floor. Kane was surprised. On this floor? Why? He replied, there could be several reasons, but the main one is due to the abundant resources. This is where mythical beasts can be easily obtained. Kane completely agreed. What he said has a noteworthy point. Mythical beasts will be very helpful in improving their ranks, especially for players who want to quickly increase their power. They need to collect various resources so their mythical beasts can evolve to prepare for the upcoming war. And now I'm here, taking everything they need for the battle, making everyone resent me. In this case, Kane gathered the items he had bought from the shop and quickly left. I should leave here before more players come to the 11th floor. After he left, a subordinate inside asked the bartender, what the hell was with that deathly aura around that guy? He immediately ordered, follow that man. We might get some interesting information. The subordinate immediately grumbled, what? You want me dead for sure. You can't say that after seeing him. He's a monster. But the old man said, I know, that's why I told you to do it. The subordinate looked puzzled. Why? Is he that important? The old man smirked. Are you blind? That mask. He's the hoarder. The twin moons hung high in the late night sky. Kane walked briskly through a forest, stopping after a while. He spoke to someone hiding behind a tree. Isn't this the perfect time to show yourselves? Behemoth Guild soldiers emerged fearlessly. The hoarder, right? Kane asked. What do you want? The commander waved his hand dismissively. Just a few things we want to check. We're sure you've heard about the guy who destroyed the mythical beast habitats on the 11th floor. Many people have suffered heavy losses because of him. The commander's expression turned sly. We suspect you're the culprit, and we request your cooperation in this investigation. His greedy eyes fixated on the bulging bag on Kane's back. Quickly, the commander's men surrounded Kane. He calmly placed his hand on his weapon. Whether in the tutorial or here, why are there always so many greedy people obsessed with things that don't belong to them? The commander, not hearing clearly, asked what? Kane drew his blade. If you're going to attack me, then come and stop with the nonsense. Kane had mentally prepared to deal with them before arriving. Didn't you come looking for me? Come on then, and stop with the flimsy excuses. His words enraged the red-haired man. So is you. Because of you, so many people have suffered. We'll make you pay. With the confidence only Kane could possess, he replied, if you can. Suddenly, a dark aura appeared. Before the red-haired man could react, his head flew off. The sight made his comrades' faces turn pale. Blood sprayed everywhere. Kane's companion, a skeletal spirit, followed him. They were all stunned by this power. What is that? They're above us. Everyone run. Before he could finish his sentence, the man was pinned. No one could escape this fate. Though they held swords, they seemed useless at this moment. And then, what was inevitable happened. They were all killed. Their legs began to tremble. They ran, screaming, help me. But even if they ran to the ends of the earth, human speed was no match for the spirits. In an instant, it caught them from behind. Kane also joined the fight. A single sword stroke reduced his opponent to a pool of red liquid. Helplessness surged through them as they realized their powerlessness. The man trembled, meeting Kane's crimson gaze, but he still managed to utter, "Do you know who's backing us? How dare you?" Before he could finish, Kane grabbed him by the collar. "And who's going to tell them? When you're all dead here." From a distance, someone observed Kane. "It seems they've started. Those guys dare to pick a fight with the hoarder. Oh, aren't they top-ranked players?" The red-haired man was utterly astonished. For just one person to defeat the entire behemoth guild, strange. He wants to become the enemy of the entire Azu Zakotha guild. His red-haired comrade said, "He's alone. No matter how strong he is, he's no match for us. Surround him first. He won't be able to win if we attack from all sides." They were all worried about their own fates. They decided to confront Kane. "Why is it so dark? It wasn't like this before. This isn't good. At this rate, we'll be... Everyone gather here." The purple-haired man's eyes widened slightly. "What is this?" "This is everyone. We're the others." The purple-haired man's subordinate said, "Captain, I think we should reconsider." Finally, the captain of the Sa-Zet Hizo guild arrived, panicked. "What are you all doing here? There's no time to explain. We have to get out of here quickly." The purple-haired man explained seriously, "We can't abandon the mission without a clear reason." "What's happening in there?" The truth was, ghosts were chasing them. The Sa-Zet Hizo guild captain stammered, trembling. "They tore everyone apart, and they're coming this way. Hurry, we have to run." The purple-haired man still didn't understand what was happening. "Ghosts? You mean monsters like specters or wraiths?" The urgency in Hizo guild captain's voice intensified. "They're much worse. Run." But his face was drained of all color. "Behind you." A frightened, stuttering voice cried out. The purple-haired man finally turned around. The spirit began to gnaw and devour everyone. Another chase began, and the prey were desperately fleeing. The ground was gradually sinking into a hazy fog. The skeletal spirit was like an assassination machine, terrifying everyone. The truth was, the fog wasn't very effective on its own. It dulled the players' senses, disorienting them, and even blinding them if they stood too close. With their vision impaired, they easily panicked, fearing ambush. The fear from one person spread, creating a ripple effect and causing panic throughout the entire group. The skeletal spirit said coldly, "It's a simple curse, but it's effective enough on its own. Such weak, foolish creatures. They dare to try and eliminate Master. Master is the one who saved me from the torment of the underworld, the abyss of hell. After we deal with these insects, I believe my generous Master will reward me with even more souls. I will become stronger. Even though I'm already strong, if I can become stronger than this, I don't know how I'll contain myself." Didn't Master say he would become a necromancer and achieve even greater things? Just thinking about being useful to Master, thinking about what more I can do is destroy all his enemies. The red-haired man looked up at the sky in fear. "Don't tell me only the three of us are left alive. Why is this happening to us?" The man beside him said, "Wait, do you hear that?" The sound made everyone freeze for a few seconds. Something was approaching through the dense fog. A haughty figure moved closer from afar. The eyes beneath the mask held a gaze that instilled fear in all who saw it. Cain's hand still gripped the blade, stained crimson with blood. His coldness was becoming increasingly apparent. "Which one of you wants to live? Only one gets that chance." After a brief pause, another spray of blood erupted into the air. Cain swung his blade down without hesitation. "You said you'd do anything, right?" The red-haired man sobbed and pleaded. "Yes, please spare me. I have a child." But Cain was unmoved. He went straight to the point. "Do you remember who gave you information about me? Go tell them if this happens again. I'll make sure they cease to exist. Now anything else?" The red-haired man stammered in fear. "Sir, I'll be sure to deliver the message." "No, I'll warn them. Leave it to me." Cain watched the red-haired man's retreating back. His skeletal spirit appeared beside him. "Follow him." Cain thought to himself, "I'll have the spirit follow him and find out who leaked the information. Once I identify them all, I'll nip this in the bud and deal with the source. I've wasted too much time dealing with them. I need to gather the remaining materials quickly." At a small tavern Cain had visited before, the bartender was cleaning up, restless. "Why haven't I heard anything yet? It's been hours since the information spread throughout the guilds. With the upcoming war between the Red Dragon and Azu clans, numerous guilds have gathered in Bazat City, and information about the Hoarder is selling for a high price. Many guilds have joined forces to hunt him down, making it valuable intel into Layput, whether they succeed or not. This is a crucial opportunity to gauge the Hoarder's strength, and I'll sell this information for a fortune." The tavern door burst open. "Seems like a failure." The red-haired man swaggered in. You bastard." But several figures stood in his way. Tattoos, muscles. They were all too intimidating for the red-haired man. He recoiled, his earlier confidence gone. But then something appeared that surprised everyone. It was Cain's skeletal spirit. It emitted red and blue sparks. "What is that?" "It's growing." The lights seemed to engulf everything. It suddenly exploded, shattering the surroundings. People from afar could see it. What was that over there? The tavern was now a ruin, people and objects unrecognizable. In a cave within a vast area, Phoenix saw Cain's figure. "You took longer than I expected. Just ran into a few pesky bugs." Phoenix asked, "But you found what you needed, right?" "Not just that. I found a lot more." Phoenix got down to business, the items in the leather pouch shimmering. "It seems you only took the finest ingredients. Just by looking at these, I can tell you're quite dedicated." Phoenix combined everything into one. A blue light erupted from Phoenix's mouth. "So what do you think? It's been a while since I've created something this high level. System announcement. You have created the ultimate flame of life. Soul vessel. Phoenix. Flame of life activation initiated. You have completed a hidden quest. You have obtained the flame of life." Cain remembered his past, a voice echoing in his mind. "John, you got a perfect score again." The smile of his younger brother, John, radiated warmth. "It's nothing special. I'll beat you next time. How dare you quit just because you lost?" These were Cain's warm childhood memories, a time when he didn't have to worry about anything, just laughing and playing all day. All those memories slowly resurfaced. And his younger brother, that smile of John's. As long as these memories remain, I'll always be with you. A tear rolled down Kane's cheek. I don't know why I'm crying right now. Sorry, I didn't mean to react like this. Phoenix smiled gently. It's all right. It's nice to know that you, who always seems so cold, actually have warm feelings like everyone else. The sacred flame symbolizes life. No matter who you are, memories are a firm and unwavering anchor against the storms of life. You could even say that life is created from layers of memories. I don't know what you saw, but those memories will help you stay grounded and will continue to be with you throughout your life. So cherish those precious memories. Kane chuckled. Thanks. The fiery phoenix spread its wings, seemingly in great pain. Tears fell as it cried out in anguish. While you were gone, my youngest loved playing with this egg. She knew you would be leaving soon, so she's sad about having to say goodbye. Kane replied, I guess I should come back to the 11th floor more often, even after I'm done experimenting here. Boom! A la d'explosion est chouette. Phoenix exclaimed, well then, shall we begin? Boom! Whoosh! Sounds reverberated, light shone brightly. Phoenix looked surprised. Oh, it's rare for an unhatched egg to be this large. Perhaps it's a legendary dragon. A shimmering egg appeared before Kane and Phoenix. Suddenly, it began to crack. Beams of light flashed everywhere. Phoenix and Kane watched intently, staring at the egg in bewilderment. They looked at each other, confused by the egg's strange transformation. Phoenix's face was frozen in a stunned expression. They waited, but even after a long time, the egg didn't hatch. Phoenix sighed dejectedly. This is the first time I've made something like this. I can see it's fully developed, but I don't know why it won't come out. Phoenix sighed again. We should wait a little longer. It might change its mind and come out any minute. Kane nodded and continued to watch the egg. Kane and Phoenix created more flames of life and channeled them into the egg. According to Phoenix, the egg still hadn't hatched because it needed more flames of life. But even after all that, it still refused to hatch. Phoenix sighed wearily. This is driving me crazy. Kane, in despair, fell into deep thought. It still looks the same. Maybe that's the reason. Kane asked, have you figured out the reason? Phoenix replied, motivation. Kane seemed unconvinced and a bit confused. Phoenix explained, yes, motivation. You see, dreams are the most important thing for divine beasts. They are born and live by searching for dreams. And where there are no dreams, they don't see the need to appear. As far as I know, humans, whether big or small, always have dreams. If memories are what sustain us, then dreams are the driving force of life. Phoenix asked Kane, do you have a dream? Kane fell silent, thinking, a dream. I didn't realize I didn't have such a thing until you mentioned it. Even if I did, it could only be one thing, revenge. But that's not a dream, it's a goal. I always thought dreams were trivial and cumbersome. Now what am I supposed to do? Kane remained silent for a long time. A small phoenix came to his side. Kane spoke. Are you here to comfort me? You're saying your friend is just sleeping and I shouldn't worry too much. All right, if motivation is what it needs, then I just need to find something else to replace it, right? I'll give it as many flames of life as it wants until it's satisfied. And if that doesn't work, I'll give it the energy of the other 3 divine beasts. Let's see if it can stay put in that cramped shell after it's stuffed itself full. The gloomy, bleak scene faded. The dullness was replaced by a peaceful blue sky, lush green trees. Kane was on his way to search for a dream when Natsu approached and asked, are you Kane? Natsu pulled off Kane's cloak. Natsu knelt before Kane, grinning widely. Hee, it's an honor to meet you. I'm a messenger from Fanny and Zoza. The letter isn't long. It says the Unicorn Clan has an important trade deal, and to show their loyalty, Fanny and Zoza had to return. They apologize for informing you so late, and say not to worry. They'll catch up after everything is settled. Kane read the letter seriously. Kane asked Natsu, "Are Fanny and Zoza doing well?" Natsu replied, "Yes, sir, especially Fanny." Kane thought to himself, he's still the same. Huh, that's good. Natsu said cheerfully, by the way, do you need any help? Kane wondered why. Natsu replied, "Actually, the princess told me that although you seem fine, if you need anything, I should assist you at any cost. I may look like this, but I'm the leader of the spirit mages. Just between you and me, I'm a trustworthy person." Kane was surprised. Spirit mage. Does that mean he has the power of prophecy? The Unicorn Clan is a tribe with a long history, existing since the tower first appeared. They have always been the strongest tribe here. There are many reasons for their enduring strength, such as their incredible power and their neutral policies. But the most crucial factor is their extrasensory perception, known as prophecy or divination. They're the only ones who can connect with the gods who govern the tribe. Kane thought to himself, I've heard that the Unicorn Clan's extrasensory perception allows them to hear the words of the gods and convey them to their people. There isn't much information about them, as the content of the prophecies is extraordinary and accurate. Therefore, to protect them from those who covet this power, the tribe keeps the identities of the spirit mages secret. Natsu said, "I know what you're thinking, sir, but I'm not that skilled, so don't worry too much. I'm not the only successor. There are other recognized successors. But that doesn't mean my abilities are inferior, so please trust me." Kane hesitated, pondering. He seemed unsure if he fully trusted Natsu. If that's the case, then, Natsu inquired, "So, Sir Kane, you mean you need to utilize Lady Zoza's abilities, correct?" Kane replied, "That's right." Natsu asked, "Then you just need to come with me. It's just to the tribe. It's not difficult at all." Kane responded, "But aren't you in the middle of an important trade deal?" Natsu said cheerfully, "That's true. But that and this are different matters. Besides, many elders in the tribe are eager to meet you. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone?" Natsu exclaimed, "Just trust me." Kane pondered. Come to think of it, the Unicorn Clan is one of the first inhabitants of this place, so they must know many secrets within the tower. If so, a visit would be very beneficial. Natsu and Kane stood before an egg, looking quite small in comparison. Natsu was astonished. "Even though you mentioned it before, this is truly unbelievable." Kane spoke, "I'm ready, but how do we get to your tribe? I heard they don't welcome outsiders." With their purple hair and single horn on the side of their heads, the Unicorn Clan prides themselves on their natural abilities and physique. Except for tribe members who come of age and climb the tower to prove themselves, the Unicorn Clan is known as a tribe isolated from the outside world. Not only that, they also don't accept trade with outsiders, and it's very difficult to find the tribe's location. Natsu said, "That's all nonsense. If we were truly as secretive as they say, how could we maintain the tribe? We welcome outsiders and even encourage free traders to come and do business. But it's true that the village is protected by a barrier, so please follow me closely. Take this. It's a permit that allows you to leave the tower." Natsu was radiant and cheerful. He seemed to be brimming with energy at the prospect of accompanying Kane. Kane took the permit and followed Natsu's instructions. Afterward, Natsu disappeared, leaving Kane to continue. Kane was a little bewildered, but then he promised, "I'll be back soon." In a desolate place, the land was barren, the landscape pristine and silent. Mountains stood close together, trees bare and spindly. Only two people and the giant, mysterious egg remained. Natsu spoke up, "All right, from here on out, you must follow my every footstep. If you stray, the path will become disordered, and you'll be trapped here forever." Suddenly, Natsu stamped his foot. Kane felt truly confused, unsure of what Natsu was planning. He looked astonished. Conseil technique, relying on Magong. The Unicorn Clan created a skill called the concealment technique, a skill that distorts the surrounding space. By simulating the natural flow of energy currents, it's similar to a magic circle, but the concealment technique is different. While a magic circle creates an entirely new energy structure, the concealment technique merely simulates the natural flow. Kane pondered, I'm not entirely sure what it is, but I think I understand the gist of it. He was incredibly curious and bewildered. Natsu grinned at Kane. Isn't it fascinating? We've arrived at the village. Kane was amazed. Dragon's Eye. It doesn't look like writing, but I think I'm starting to understand. Walking on this path is like walking on a flow of energy. It reminds me of my magic mentor. I guess I can figure out the way. 45 degrees to the left. Next, 16 degrees to the right. Then, suddenly, Natsu darted past, startling Kane. He asked, "Hey, where are you going?" The wind grew stronger, scattering leaves everywhere. Kane stood motionless, facing the strong wind. He was standing before a small village. He asked, "Is this the place?" "Oh, an outsider who can pass through the concealing clouds and mist." This voice, Natsu approached and said, "What's going on? Where are you going? You're very lucky to have made it through. If you had deviated even slightly, you would have been trapped in the concealing mist." Kane replied, "I kept walking because I saw the path." Natsu was stunned. "Huh?" Kane responded, "Don't worry. I saw a shorter route." Natsu was utterly bewildered. He could traverse the path that I had to memorize. How is that possible? A monster. Impossible. Because this is the Unicorn Clan, I thought it would be different. But within the small village, everyone was diligently working. Young girls, beautiful girls, frolicked and sang. The scene was delightful and uplifting. Kane thought, it's just a normal, rural village. The villagers looked at them and asked, is that a human? Do we have visitors today? No, I haven't received any news. Everyone was excited. A mask. Isn't Natsu carrying out the princess's task? Oh, so that person is for Lady Zoza. Kane was confused. What are they saying about me? Suddenly, a voice called out, startling him. It was Zoza. She was incredibly beautiful and radiant, a vision of pure, innocent, and poetic beauty. Kane approached and greeted her. "Are you well?" Zoza replied, "Yes. I apologize for leaving without telling you. We thought we would return quickly." But Kane patted her shoulder. "It's all right. It was a complicated matter, after all. Don't worry anymore." After hearing this, Zoza brightened. Natsu stood outside, observing. Wow, I don't remember ever seeing the princess smile so brightly. Zoza's usual glance is enough to scare anyone. Someone approached. "So this is our guest." Natsu said cheerfully, "Are you the one my son and daughter have been bragging about all day?" Kane looked at Natsu thoughtfully. This man was the chieftain of the Unicorn Clan, the one who ushered in a new era for the tribe, the god of war. Natsu laughed proudly. Kane had remembered everything. Natsu exclaimed in mock fear, "Oh my, you saw it. You're pretty good." "Not bad. You managed to get through the concealment technique after all." Natsu's child asked, "What did you see, father?" Natsu replied, "Something very interesting. Don't worry about it. An amateur like you wouldn't be able to see it." His son said angrily, Yeah, whatever." Natsu said, "Well then, I have a question for you." Kane felt bewildered, a little worried and scared. "What is it? Was I not supposed to see that? Or was it wrong that I passed through the concealment technique on my own?" Natsu spoke. "When do you want to marry my daughter?" Natsu gave a fearsome smile. Zoza was embarrassed, her face completely red. Warlord Natsu asked a question that stunned all three of them. "When are you going to marry my daughter?" Zoza, upon hearing that question, stammered, unable to speak. She yelled in embarrassment, "Father." But the warlord's demeanor was full of pride. "Daughter, have you forgotten our tribe's traditions? You must secure a good man when you have a chance. He is worthy of becoming a member of our family. I met and married your mother when I was your age and had you." Zoza angrily replied, "I can take care of my own marriage, so please stop talking." Fanti had to use all his strength to restrain his younger sister's fury. "Come on, let go this time." Natsu cleared his throat and said seriously, "Anyway, It's been a long time since we've had a visitor from the outside. We can't just leave him standing here like this. Let him inside. We'll continue this conversation over tea." Cain was respectfully welcomed into the clan's hall. Alone, he sat in the empty martial arts hall, waiting for the warlord to arrive. Looking around, Cain thought to himself, "I didn't expect the interior to be so simply decorated." Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. "I apologize for making you wait." Warlord Natsu finally emerged. "I needed time to change my clothes. It's been so long since I've worn formal attire that I forgot how to put it on." Natsu, receiving a compliment from Cain that it suited him, became even more confident. "Of course it does. These clothes make me look awesome. They even remind me of my younger days. I made quite a few girls cry back then, you know? Now let's begin." Each of Natsu's words rang out clear and concise, detailing Cain's information. The rookie who set records in both the tutorial and trainee areas, the associate of Bloodblade and Foxtail. The monster who swept all the rewards on every floor he visited, the hoarder, and the one who defeated the Oza Guild. Am I correct? Hearing this, Cain startled, standing up in fear. "How?" Warlord Natsu's eyes turned sharp. He commanded, "Sit down." Immediately, Cain lost control of his body, unable to move. "What's happening? I can't move. I guessed wrong. That monstrous aura isn't something slumbering within the god of war. It's perfectly sealed, hidden behind that smile. He's a true monster." Cain had no choice but to obediently sit down as ordered. Natsu, with a smug look, thought to himself as he looked at Cain, "You needn't worry. Those who know about this, that within the tower don't exceed 3. Natsu spoke aloud. "All right, let's get down to business. I've heard the reason why you've come here through. Xanu and that enormous thing outside is your proof, yes?" "Yes, sir. Those in the tribe have never seen anything like this. We don't even understand what Xanu is saying, but this is truly astonishing." Cain asked the warlord, "Do you think they'll find an answer?" Even Natsu couldn't answer this question. "Who knows? This isn't my area of expertise. In any case, why don't you try trusting them? They've accumulated a lot of knowledge over the years, so they should be able to help you." Just as Natsu finished speaking, there was new information. "We found a similar case in the archives. This egg is probably the same." "Is that so? What is it?" The egg described in the archives was 4 meters tall and hatched after being given something. Specifically, the monster that hatched from the egg was a void dragon. Natsu and his subordinates gaped at the information, while Fanny and Zozo worriedly said, "Good heavens, there really are people who hog all the luck in the world. How can I get something like that?" "But Elder, as far as I know, the 4 legendary monsters can't be born inside the tower." The Elder replied, "That's right. Legendary monsters originate from outside the tower, including the Void Dragon. So that case even occurred before the tower appeared." Natsu then posed the question, "In that case, if the egg hatched a Void Dragon, does that mean this egg could also hatch a dragon or a similar monster?" The Elder couldn't be certain, but it was a possibility. It could be understood like this: that the egg grew abnormally large for unknown reasons. Researching it will require a moon seed. Moon seed was something Cain was hearing about for the first time. Zozo explained, "The moon seed is one of the rare herbs passed down through generations. Not everyone knows about this herb, as other races don't know its uses." Hearing this, Cain directly asked the warlord, "So if I want a moon seed, what do I have to do to obtain one?" Natsu gave a haughty smile and replied, "So you want a moon seed, something only our unicorn clan can provide. But as my daughter said, it's a precious herb found only in our clan. One such seed takes 15 years to grow." Cain seemed to understand the underlying meaning behind those words and replied, "You know, I don't have much to trade. If you'd allow me to pay later." But before he could finish, Natsu quickly refused. "We don't accept credit here." Cain thought carefully, Do I need an item befitting the god of war? Is it Vijay or Aegis? Seeing Kane struggling to find something to trade, Natsu offered a suggestion. Actually, it doesn't necessarily have to be an item exchange. Instead, you could put in some physical effort. You've heard about the war between the Near Zeta Federation and Azus, haven't you? We'll be participating as mercenaries. We want you to help us in this battle. What do you think? Kane thought to himself, what? Just then, the system displayed a notification. The Unicorn Clan has decided to break its long-standing neutrality and is also preparing to participate in the war as a mercenary group. Participate in the war as a guest of the Unicorn Clan. Prove yourself in battle to receive a special reward. Reward: increased affinity with the Unicorn Clan and Moon Seed. Kane pondered cautiously. The war between the Near Zeta Federation and Azus. For my revenge. This is a war I must join at any cost. I've been thinking of a way to participate, but to participate as a mercenary of the Unicorn Clan. This solves both the egg problem and allows me to join the war. Two birds with one stone. But there's one thing I still don't understand. The tribe usually doesn't participate in the main events of the tower. There are a few theories. The Holy Spear of Azus. That person is from the Unicorn Clan. I don't know what that person did to involve the Unicorn Clan in this, but it seems that because of them, the tribe decided to emerge. Kane asked a question as if to confirm his thoughts. You'll be siding with Azus, then? Natsu readily admitted, I knew it. You're quick-witted. So what do you think? Agree or refuse? Do you need more time to think? Kane made his decision to join the war. This pleased Warlord Natsu. That's the spirit. A man should be brave. Make sure you observe everything that happens in the war carefully. It's your chance to gain experience, especially if you want to continue climbing the tower. The Hoarder, Kane, will participate in the war as a member of the Unicorn Clan. Any objections? If not, then, just before Natsu could make the official decision, Jeong voiced his opposition. All right, Jeong. What's the reason? As he began with Father, Natsu sternly interrupted him. This is an official meeting. Watch your language. I apologize, Your Majesty, but I want to say that we can't let a nobody like him, someone whose abilities are unproven and who can't even pass the 11th floor, join us. Hearing this, Zoza spoke up. So you're saying you don't accept the person Prince Fanny and I nominated? Jiang responded without hesitation. That's right. He's just a commoner. How can he compare? That statement sparked Zoza's competitive spirit. Do you dare to wager on those words? And of course, Jiang readily agreed. Seeing the situation escalating, Natsu intervened. All right, stop it. If you want to argue, go outside. You're a real killjoy. So, Jiang, you don't trust Kane? Is that it? All right then. If that's the case, we just need to test him, right? After Warlord Natsu's words, Zoza, Fanti, and Kane went outside to speak privately. The Zoza siblings seemed very apologetic towards Kane. We can't believe you have to fight, Jiang. We're so sorry for everything. So sorry. But Kane didn't seem bothered. Don't worry. It was bound to happen. I need to prove myself somehow. Fanny, though understanding, still felt uneasy. Yeah, but I still feel bad. It's like you're being dragged into our family drama. Kane, puzzled, asked family drama. Zoza then decided to explain. Have you ever heard anything about our clan? Even a little. Kane thought for a moment. Although the Unicorn Clan is seen as a single tribe, that it's actually made up of 51 different clans, and among them, the strongest becomes the king. Zoza clarified further. I'll explain simply. Our tribe has 51 clans. The Hanzo clan is one of them, where Fanny and I were born. The king of the tribe is chosen from among the children of the previous king. And to ensure fairness among the clans, the king must have at least one heir from each clan. Meaning, she paused, then continued, yes, Jiang is our half-brother, and he belongs to our father's clan, the Beijun. He's also one of the 4 most likely candidates to be chosen, just like Fanny. No, Actually, he has a better chance of becoming king than Fanny. Fanny, stunned for a moment, exclaimed, "Hey, that's not true." Zoza retorted, "Shut up. Who told you to be so weak?" Cain, now understanding the situation, said, "So, to undermine your position, he probably caused this incident in front of the elders." Zoza replied sadly, "Exactly. Moreover, Jiang reached level 30 at a young age. He declared he would become the strongest among the tribe members. So, if you need the moon seed, we'll do everything we can to." Cain gently patted Zoza's head, cutting her off. "It's all right. I can handle this. Just sit back and watch. Didn't you say you'd treat me like an older brother? Helping each other with difficult problems is what siblings do. Your big brother here will take care of everything." Cain's courageous words gave the Zoza siblings a newfound respect for him. It didn't take long for the duel to commence. Everyone in the Unicorn clan was excited and anticipating the match, except for Fanny and Zoza, who were worried sick. On the stage, Warlord Natsu announced the rules. "As I said, this is just a competition. No killing allowed. Whoever kills the other will be punished." "Understood. All right, begin." As soon as the signal was given, Jiang, with an arrogant demeanor, thought to himself, "You naive fool. I'll make sure you and Fanny can't hold your heads up after this," by using the Beijun clan's ultimate sword technique. But before he could finish his thought, the figure of Cain before him suddenly vanished. Surprise. Cain appeared abruptly behind Jiang. "Didn't expect that, did you?" Jiang just barely managed to turn around. Before he could even get a clear look at his opponent, Jiang was hit with a blow that sent him reeling. Cain's swift attack style and decisive strikes left the spectators stunned. But this seemed to please Warlord Natsu, who let out a hearty laugh. Cain spoke up, "Honestly, I don't care about your motives for this duel. It has nothing to do with me. But this is the fastest way for me to prove my skill. Remember my words. Don't ever think about getting in my way. My business is none of yours, right?" Natsu looked at the young man before him with immense satisfaction. But Jiang wasn't about to give up so easily. He stood up, roaring, "I'm not finished yet." He then grabbed his sword and pointed it towards Cain. Jiang unleashed his special technique, causing Fanty and Zoza, seated above, to stand up in fear. That's the Aoza blade. He's insane. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he thought, "This won't be as easy as you think. Just one strike of the sword dance." Jiang lunged towards Cain like an arrow, his intent to kill burning fiercely. Go to hell. Heavenly punishment. But with the protagonist's aura, how could Cain be defeated so easily? A series of slashes were unleashed in rapid succession, but Cain dodged them all. This only fueled Jiang's rage. "Where do you think you're going, you brat?" Cain could no longer stand idly by and let Jiang do as he pleased. He unleashed his own technique. With a single blow, he struck Jiang in the stomach. The impact nearly ruptured his internal organs. For Cain, this battle was like a light warm-up, not requiring much effort. Before the hundreds of spectators, Jiang was completely defeated. Everyone above cheered excitedly. "He's better than I thought. Did you see those moves? He's not performing art, but that was truly impressive. I think his skills have reached perfection in actual combat, right?" And now, Natsu could confidently declare, "Now, I'm sure no one has any further objections. From this moment forward, the hoarder, Cain, will become a part of our Unicorn clan." Night had fallen. As Natsu and his subordinates were discussing the events, he noticed a figure lurking behind him. It seemed to have something to say. Cain didn't hesitate to speak his mind. "I'd like you to answer a few questions." It seemed Natsu had already anticipated the question. "You're asking why I knew you were connected to the Aza Guild, aren't you?" "Indeed. To be honest, I didn't discover that truth myself. Someone told me." "Who told you?" "The soothsayers. Their intuition warned them that a visitor to this village would cause great trouble within the tower, and that this person might have deep connections to our clan. This made me wonder what kind of trouble they were referring to. Lately, The only major incident has been the destruction of the Aza Guild. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else. Even if we join forces with the Azusa Guild, it won't matter. More than that, I'm not some weakling who'd sell information about someone, with their children clinging to them, just to ensure his own safety, am I? Kane still wants to know this person's true identity. I understand. So, who are you talking about? The answer, one for one, left him stunned. Warlord Natsu explained, many people may know, but he simply sits idly, waiting at the highest level a player can reach, observing every situation that unfold within the tower as if he were a god or something similar. Sadly, neither I nor the soothsayers can get close to that lazybones. Even you can't escape his eyes. One for one has an ability called clairvoyance, which allows the user to see through the causal laws of the world. So he can see everything that happens inside the tower. Hearing this, Kane asked, when will we join the Azusa Guild? Soon, Natsu replied, 5 days from now. Everything has been arranged. We'll depart early in 5 days. Kane, upon receiving this information, was a bit disappointed. In 5 days, that's soon. Warlord Natsu, sensing the young man's mood, said, don't be surprised. We will be the ones to initiate the war. That is the decision of this warlord. No one has a grander, more magnificent beginning than I, do they? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a meeting was taking place. Damn it, to think we'd have to accept that idiot with the title of War God. This was the conversation of those from the Azusa Guild. The God Sword spoke with a sneer. How ridiculous. He hasn't held the position of War God for long, but he's already been defeated by the Zedagan Guild. Unbelievable that we had to waste Dragon God Elixir to heal him. Present at this meeting were the God Sword, the God Bao, and the God Warrior, all from the Azusa Guild. A mysterious voice echoed, God Sword, that's enough. Whether you accept it or not, Lant is still one of us and a top contributor. There will be no further arguments on this matter. What matters to us now is how we will fight this war against the Zedagan Guild. As you know, our forces are dwindling compared to theirs. But there is one key difference. We have the grid sword, which they do not. And I believe it's not impossible to carve a few lines across the throat of that arrogant Queen Xia. Before we engage in the war, we need someone to deal with the 4 legendary beasts. This statement further excited the God Sword. It's true that unwanted matters should be dealt with first. The mysterious person delegated the task. God Sword, I authorize you to eliminate 6 and 7. Eliminate all of them, and you will be granted the elixir. This task was not too difficult for the God Sword. He was quite pleased to obey. We received a letter from the One Forest tribe not long ago. They will be leaving soon. The war will begin shortly. God Sword, I want you to coordinate with them for the rest. Until then, I need you to carry out your assigned task to the fullest. The meeting ends here. Before everyone leaves, the divine order called God Sword back. Wait, God Sword, since you will possess the legendary beasts, I wonder which one you will pursue first. But you know, our brethren will ascend to the 11th floor, so I don't want any complications to arise. God Sword only sighed upon hearing these words, saying nothing more. At a great mountain, a voice echoed throughout the surrounding space, Southern Phoenix. On a quiet, moonlit night, Warlord Natsu sat alone in a room filled with mystery. He seemed to be speaking to the Southern Phoenix. Does this satisfy you? Is it the child you're referring to? The Phoenix replied, I'm certain of it. Have I ever been wrong? Never. The Phoenix continued. It broke through our clouds and mist without leaving a trace, and it truly earned Endora's favor. Do you think the boy has proven his potential? Natsu then felt all the details fall into place. Right, so you're saying that he's the one who received the blessing from death. I really want to try and train him. The Phoenix also gave him a suggestion. Take him as your disciple. And Natsu desired the same. If that's possible, drumbeats tore through the sky. After his confrontation with Jeong, the One Forest tribe was holding a small feast to welcome their guests. although it seemed like they wanted to lose before the war even began. Cain just sat quietly in the distance, observing the people of the Unicorn Clan singing and dancing. He muttered to himself, "There are so many people having fun here. This atmosphere doesn't suit me at all." As he sat down, a large shadow suddenly appeared before his eyes. A man with a fierce look approached and said, "So you're the newcomer." Seeing no reaction from Cain, he became more aggressive. "If you're the youngest, you should stand up and greet your seniors. How dare you let a senior come to you?" Cain looked at the man and thought, "It seems like 9 outsiders joined the tribe. He's probably one of them. It seems like 9 outsiders joined the tribe. He's probably one of them. How ridiculous. Why is a parasite trying to show off his strength here?" Cain ignored the man's words and calmly replied, "Move aside. You're blocking my view." That statement provoked the man. He was about to attack Cain. What? This brat? When Zoza appeared behind him, just in time to stop this misguided action. "What's going on?" "Huh, princess." The man acted as if nothing was happening when he saw the princess. "No, I just heard someone new arrive from outside, so I came to greet him," Zoza replied. "I apologize, but I'll be showing him around, so I don't think he needs your help." The man was forced to leave in resentment. As soon as he was gone, Zoza and Cain returned to their friendly demeanor. "You didn't have to do that," Zoza replied. "I know. I just didn't want to ruin the festive atmosphere. I've been looking after your egg." "Thank you. It's nothing. We should be thanking you. You have no idea how excited the elders were, Cain." He recalled the elders' actions when they met him privately. They asked if he could leave the egg behind while he was away battling, so they could study it further. Asking is putting it lightly. They practically begged, "We haven't had anything like this to study in ages. Can't you leave it with us? We won't cause any trouble, please." Just thinking about it made Cain embarrassed. I don't want to remember their faces at that time. Zoza, curious, noticed the chain on his wrist. "By the way, I don't remember seeing that chain around your wrist before." Cain replied, "Actually, I was hoping you could help me with this. I want you to examine it with your special eye. I can't discover much on my own." Zoza immediately used her special eye and spoke. "I think this is a very ancient handcuff. Judging by the material, it seems to be made of god iron." "No, that's impossible, as that material is no longer available. But one thing is for sure, it's incomplete. It may contain immense power. Judging by the joints, I can confirm there are at least 2 parts. But looking at that small detail there, the markings suggest there are 3 parts in total. The first part is what you already have, Cain. The second is a leg cuff, and the last is a neck shackle. I'm sure these 3 parts make up the artifact. To complete the set, you must find the other parts, which will help you understand it better." Cain replied, "I understand. And one more thing." He hesitated, unsure whether to speak. "I want to learn your tribe's martial arts. Is that possible?" Hearing this, Zoza was extremely surprised. "You mean the martial arts of my tribe?" Cain didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. The martial arts were a special technique of the Unicorn Clan, not to be passed on to outsiders. That's why Zoza couldn't answer Cain's question immediately. He had only asked hypothetically, not really concerned about being refused. Zoza was very surprised to see him admit it like that. She took a deep breath to regain her composure, then spoke. "I'll ask my father, but it won't be easy to get permission. This request might be a bit much." Cain had already thought of fallback. If they refused to teach him, he would try to learn it himself, which might take a little longer. Immediately after returning home, Zoza reported to Warlord Natsu about Cain's desire to learn their martial arts. He was wondering why his daughter was visiting him so late at night. He was old but wise. He could tell from his beloved daughter's subtle expressions that she had fallen for the young man. Zoza even frankly stated her opinion. He could be a potential candidate for Zinket. Her opinion surprised her father. He hadn't thought she held him in such high regard. "Don't pretend, father. I know you see his potential, just like I do." Seeing his beloved daughter's reaction, Warlord Natsu didn't show any anger or displeasure. On the contrary, he gave a satisfied smile. "Perhaps you're right. That Cain does have potential. He's got some skill, too. Seeing her father seemed pleased with Cain, Zoza immediately asked, "So that means you'll agree, right?" "No, but I will allow it on one condition, Zoza. You know that the successor to the seer still has certain limitations, don't you? Thanks to centuries passing, only you have inherited the full extent of those prophetic abilities. Soon, the position of our tribe's seer will belong to you. If you have your eye on that young man, he must prove himself worthy of you." Zoza then expressed her confidence in Cain's abilities, believing he would easily succeed. As a father, seeing his beloved daughter about to find love, Warlord Natsu was very pleased. He had always worried about his poor daughter, Zoza, destined to be tied to the tribe's secrets. She had to learn to grow up and be responsible from a young age. She knew that with her future position, she would bear a great responsibility and walk a thorny path. That's some touching father-daughter sentiment, reaching all the way to the heavens. "Ha! Want a hug from your old man? Don't be so cheesy." As night fell, Cain was returning. As he walked, he thought about what Zoza had said earlier. At first glance, it seemed to be God iron, but something felt off. How could there still be enough God iron to forge something like that these days? He looked at the iron cuff on his wrist. God iron. This is God iron. This is really confusing. Just like there are many types of herbs used to make medicine, there must be countless types of metal that can be forged. Among all the metal types, God iron is said to be one of the best. Divine God iron is said to be extremely powerful and incredibly rare. And in this world, the rarer something is, the more expensive it is, and the more sought after it becomes. It's so rare that even those in the tower have never seen it with their own eyes. Regardless, I know it's real, because the very sword that pierced her was forged from it. It was the material that pierced my sister. If all the links are made of that divine God iron, then what kind of monster is this Black King? And if he's truly that powerful, why haven't I heard any rumors about him? Lost in thought, a man suddenly called out, "Hey kid." He asked loudly, "Why are you wandering around here so late? You think you can escape from here? You're just clinging to the princess. Know your place." Seeing Cain's displeasure, the man became even more aggressive. "Want to fight me? You sure know how to pick a fight." After just a few short minutes and a few cries, everything returned to normal. The next morning, the sky was as blue and clear as ever. The man who seemed so aggressive yesterday was now as docile as a puppy, with a purple bruise around his eye. His attitude had done a complete 180. He respectfully greeted Cain and even wished him a good morning. At the same time, Zoza arrived and saw the two of them standing together. "There you are, Cain." Zoza's eyes lit up like headlights. Upon seeing her, Cain immediately asked about Warlord Natsu's decision regarding his martial arts training. Noticing Cain's focus solely on this matter, Zoza turned away, feigning annoyance. "Is that all you care about?" She huffed. However, her pique was short-lived. 10 seconds later, she turned back, announcing things look promising. "He's allowing you into the Copper Archives. The archives hold records of all the original techniques our tribe has developed. They're divided into 4 sections based on the power of the techniques within: iron, copper, silver, and gold. Outsiders are rarely granted access to even the Copper Archives, let alone the others. But it seems my father has taken a special interest in you. But there's a condition. You can't ask for help from anyone, not even me or Fanny. My father has decreed that you must study the materials and gain enlightenment through your own efforts. And he said there will be a test after 4 days. If you pass, he promises to teach you the tribe's combat techniques himself. Warlord Natsu would personally train him. Even Cain hadn't dared to hope for that. It seemed Natsu had truly taken a liking to him. After Zoza relayed this information, a new quest appeared for Cain. The quest was from Warlord Natsu, king of the Unicorn clan, who had seen potential in him. During the observation and testing period, he was to teach himself combat solely by creating his own fighting style using the skills learned from the Iron and Copper Archives. The time limit was 4 days. Upon completion, the first reward was direct training from the warlord. The second was the 8 extremities fist skill set, and the third was the Zinket inheritance. 8 extremities fist and Zinket Shadow Blade were still vague concepts to Kane, but the prospect of training with the warlord himself was incredibly motivating. But creating his own fighting style in just 4 days seemed impossible. Even Zoza couldn't fully grasp her father's intentions. The rest was up to Kane. You have to succeed. Having relayed her father's message, Zoza immediately led him to the archives. According to their history, the archives were built during the time of Soho, the founder of the Unicorn Clan, who led their ancestors to the Tower World. The archives housed all forms of knowledge, from skill sets of every martial art they'd created to magic tomes, alchemy manuals, and various other ancient texts. The Iron Archives alone stretched a considerable distance. Beyond them lay the Copper section, guarded by higher-ranking protectors. The entrances to the Silver and Gold archives were strictly off-limits. Noticing Zoza's hesitation, Kane spoke up. "It's all right. You're not allowed to help, so don't feel bad. I'm grateful for all the help you've given me already." Now, he needed to find the necessary texts among the countless volumes. The important ones would be the most worn from frequent use, which might make the search easier. Suddenly, he pulled a book from a shelf. No text provided. Flipping through a few pages and skimming the text, Kane couldn't understand a thing. Something about inner skills, pressure points, and something else about the mind and meridians. The terminology was too difficult for him to grasp. But he wasn't allowed to ask for help. If he couldn't understand it, he would just have to memorize the content. Zoza, watching him, thought he was truly intelligent. How could he possibly understand all the words in this book? Understanding martial arts terminology was the most basic step, but it took a considerable amount of time to learn. Wouldn't it be too difficult if he was just starting now? At first, Kane took quite a while to read, but as he finished one book after another, his reading speed increased, and so did the number of books he could read. He still couldn't understand all the vocabulary, but he could grasp the general idea. Having a lot of foundational knowledge wasn't necessarily a good thing. It was like building a sturdy and spacious container before filling it. So, in his case, he shouldn't focus on mana at the beginning. Instead, he should expand and upgrade his magic circle. The first thing to do was to strengthen the magic circle. Then, the methods of using it would naturally become stronger as well. He didn't think he could use all types of magic, but he could practice a simple spell first, and it would help increase his strength and defense. Thinking this, he looked back at the stack of books he had taken. He would probably have to finish the rest tonight. The words in these books were written with difficult terminology that had to be memorized. One book mentioned inner cultivation techniques focused on drawing mana energy from the mana stream. The energy flowed in the air, and through respiration, it accumulated energy within a person's body. This energy could move through countless pathways distributed throughout the body. The more energy one absorbed, the stronger they became. The components that controlled the energy flow were called pressure points, and they were located in various places within the body. Pressure points could open and close these pathways like a dam operating within a magical circulatory system. However, pressure points didn't actually exist. The energy flowed continuously like a river. Dragons also knew about this, but they didn't care because they inherently possessed this ability. On the other hand, Kane was only human, a significant difference from dragons. Therefore, he needed something similar to pressure points, something called energy cores. If he could create energy cores in every corner of the pathways within his body, he could gain complete control over them. Thinking of this, Kane's spirits suddenly lifted, so he could control his own energy. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Kane had established a new concept for the magical circulatory system. He had discovered one of the fields unknown to dragons and earned the titles Cultivator, Pioneer, and Blessed by Mana. In addition, he gained a new skill, mana control. The gods and devils on the 98th floor were starting to take an interest in him. For some reason, the gods and devils of the 98th floor governed from the 77th floor down. If anyone caught their attention, they would be blessed with their power. Dodin grant them the title of apostle, allowing them to meet the gods directly, like Hermes did in the past, or through messages. But that rarely happens. Even Dongyu has never received such a message. It seems the hypothesis about the energy cores must hold immense power. In any case, Kane knew one thing for sure. The path he had chosen was the right one. And after that, he received the cultivator skill, allowing him to easily access the energy flow in the air. The energy used in each attack was greatly increased, and his cultivation speed also accelerated. Mastering this skill not only increased the amount of mana he could absorb, but also accelerated the energy regeneration time. If he could use and replenish energy faster, his spells would become increasingly effective. This is a dream for any player. It's like a cheat skill. The title Blessed by Mana is even more amazing, significantly enhancing emitted energy and allowing the player to use various spells unconditionally. In addition to a 15% increase in power, his skills also developed significantly. But that wasn't the most important part. Kane being able to use various spells meant he could freely use energy from two opposing systems. Basically, it's impossible to use Aegis Shield and Black Bracelet simultaneously, but thanks to this title, that restriction no longer applied. Finally, there's the mana control skill, which allows him to gather energy from the air and transform it into magical energy. The greater the energy stat, the faster the conversion. The newly created magical energy, purified through breathing exercises or meditation, becomes purer when filtered from the air and then absorbed into the body, forming magical energy. The next stage, mana manifestation, increases the output power of magical energy. The effectiveness of this output isn't related to the skill of the individual. The current rank for this skill is D-. Kane will have to level up this skill through cultivation. Mana control is the skill he needs to use magic more effectively. Although its rank is currently low, since Kane can create energy cores and a new cultivation method, the ranking shouldn't be a problem. Now he understood the basics. He just needed the materials to complete it. Currently, he had countless resources in front of him. All he needed to do was find the necessary information. Kane had been diligently researching from early morning until dusk, not even knowing how many sunsets had passed since he entered the archives. When the twilight pierced through the window, Zoza drowsily awoke. She didn't know when she had fallen asleep. It seemed to be the third day already. Rubbing her eyes, Zoza wondered where Kane was. Entering the archives, she found him still there, standing like a statue, looking quite serious. Zoza called out, "Brother, cousin." Even through his mask, Zoza could see the intensity in his eyes. His eyes? What's with his eyes? I recognize that look. I've seen it before in Fanti and countless other clansmen. It's the look of someone clinging to something while navigating a thick, unpredictable fog. The look of someone who's successfully cultivated a martial art, a sense of liberation from the mundane world. Lost in thought, Zoza watched as Kane's eyes suddenly changed again. It was like the look of enlightenment. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind swept through the archives, sending books swirling into the air. The guards, seeing the commotion, rushed in, unable to believe their eyes. They had no idea what was happening. One of them suddenly realized something and shouted, "Wait, it's that!" His energy flow A heavenly apex meridian has been opened. He reached such a high level in just 3 days. Isn't that on par with brother Jeong-woo? After his state returned to normal, Kane turned to Zoza. Hearing him addressed as brother, Zoza's heart fluttered. I've been watching him these past few days, she thought, and now I feel like the man before me is completely different. He's truly amazing. So cool. Her face flushed, a look of utter captivation on her face. She was completely smitten. But then Kane uttered a chillingly practical sentence. I'm starving. Do you have anything to eat? Fortunately, she was fond of him and treated him well. Seeing him hungry, she immediately brought him a delicious meal. Perhaps it was thanks to that decisive moment that Kane and Zoza could now comfortably chat and read together. The book he was reading mentioned that after the energy meridians are opened, the magic circulatory system operates more efficiently. In the first stage of the magic circulatory system, completed mana is regulated into a new system to eliminate unnecessary waste products within the body. His current progress was 97%, truly not in vain. A normal person has 360 acupoints. After opening 36 key points, Kane will gradually be able to open one type after another to transfer mana to other magic circulatory systems in his body. Although the energy in the magic circulatory system is somewhat reduced, the effects they bring are greater. When Zoza asked about his completion progress, he simply replied that it was about 95% with 5% remaining. Though his words contained a hint of modesty, this was just a simple internal energy cultivation method. But it was also a part of the process of forming a completely new Magong. In Zoza's eyes, being able to do everything in just 3 days, especially considering Kane previously knew nothing about cultivation techniques, truly surprised her. Zoza asked if he needed anything else, but Kane seemed deeply engrossed in the book. He didn't even hear her question. It seemed each cultivation technique had its own unique characteristics, whether second grade or third grade. They each have a specific purpose. The martial conversion technique is used to open the magic circuits. The Three Masters' internal chi cultivation primarily teaches how to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. And finally, the Sacred Dragon technique will help the practitioner complete all stages to develop their internal chi. For further study, there's also Singong, Magong, and Dakong. What you've created, brother, is just a foundation. To be recognized as a true cultivation technique, it needs to have its own unique properties, something you currently lack. Hearing this, Zoza asked, "Are you thinking about something?" However, Kane didn't have an answer to that question. "So, are you planning on going somewhere?" "I think I need to search again." In the Bronze Systems Skill Repository, that very afternoon, the two immediately headed to the Bronze System Repository. Upon arrival, they rummaged through the entire library and selected numerous books. Looking at the mountain of books before him, with only 1 day left, Kane was determined to find what he was looking for within that time frame. Meanwhile, Warlord Natsu's old friend seemed quite irritated. Warlord Natsu, on the other hand, appeared rather relaxed. Although they were both working on the same task, their moods were inexplicably different. Suddenly, he stood up. "Simba, I can't focus anymore. Why are you in such a good mood? Did something good happen?" Warlord Natsu raised his hand, laughing as he spoke. "Old man, don't you know what day it is today?" "Today's the day." He paused mid-sentence. "What day is it, anyway?" "The day I find out just how capable my son-in-law is." Did Zoza really plan to give him the Shadow Sword? Certainly. Defeating Jeong, reaching the 30th floor right after the tutorial, and at that age too. I think it would be very difficult to find someone like him. It's a shame we can't see his real face behind that mask. Hearing his friend's words, Warlord Natsu puffed up his chest with pride. I bet he's incredibly handsome. It was unclear how he could be so certain. Judging by his smiling face, he probably already knew something. Ahem, old man, You're not going overboard, are you? Completing the mission in just 4 days. What a ridiculous mission. Even in your youth, you couldn't have done that. And Warlord Natsu was known as a prodigy in his youth. Seeing his old friend getting carried away, Warlord Natsu quickly changed the subject. Oh, what about the egg? Any news? They have very little information about it, and they don't understand it very well. It's highly likely it's a legendary beast. But as for the details, they probably can't be disclosed yet. There's still a few things that need to be confirmed. Now it seemed it was time for Warlord Natsu to check on his beloved son-in-law's progress. He wondered what Kane had learned. With that thought, he immediately went straight to where Kane was training. He called out loudly for Zoza and Kane. "Oh, you look much thinner. Zoza, have you been starving him or something? Look at him. This boy is beyond my expectations." Warlord Natsu thought to himself. It was just the right time for his arrival, as Kane also had something to show him. Hearing the Warlord's agreement to watch, Kane quickly executed the technique. It was unexpectedly a fire-based technique. Its impact was quite impressive. Warlord Natsu was quite satisfied with what was unfolding before his eyes. Not only him, but even Zoza, who had been observing Kane for the past few days, was surprised by his display. At this point, the destructive power of this magic was truly immense. It looked no different from a complete fire tornado. At this moment, that name surfaced in Kane's mind. He had just received the Angel Wing controller skill. This skill reminded him of someone, his younger brother, Yeon-woo. The only difference was that his brother's wings were heavenly wings. It was also an ability his brother possessed in the past. After finishing the technique, as expected, Warlord Natsu immediately complimented him. "You've truly become a monster. But it seems you've learned a few things from me, haven't you? Kane didn't bother hiding it, because you're the strongest person I know right now." Haha, this son-in-law really knows how to flatter his father-in-law. He laughed heartily. Warlord Natsu had lived for so many years. It wasn't difficult for him to recognize that martial conversion had laid the foundation for Kane. Kane was also nurtured by 3 mixed attributes and the innate martial arts ability of the dragon species. It seems you're focusing on enhancing your attack power and destructive capabilities. You've even incorporated light into it, but I think it would be better if you modified it a bit. Seeing him see through everything, Kane was quite surprised. "You really know?" He simply acknowledged. Perhaps so. Why are you looking at me like that? It's true. How can I explain it? A genius like me knows just by looking at something. Looking at the boastful old man in front of him, Kane thought of his superfluous younger brother, Yeon-woo. It was the first time Kane learned about the concept of mana. It was truly annoying when both his brother and Run could explain it. They even teased him, "Don't you know anything about those with innate talent?" Kane wondered, do all geniuses have this kind of arrogant attitude? Warlord Natsu continued, "But that's enough. Congratulations on passing my test. You're the 3rd person to accomplish this." He clapped his hands in praise. Immediately after, the system issued a notification. "You have achieved a high level of martial arts proficiency, exceeding the highest challenge level. You have reached the level to learn from the Martial King. Learn from him to achieve a higher level. You have been recognized for Baji Quan. Request it from the Martial King. You have successfully obtained the Gene Code Shadow Sword. For more details, discuss with the Martial King. You can inquire further about the reward." After that, Warlord Natsu tossed Kane a book. It was the book on Baji Quan. As promised, from now on, I will be your instructor, and what I intend to teach you is the book you're currently holding. Furthermore, as you know, we must participate in the war. I want you to consider me an assistant during the time I teach you. I won't teach anything twice. Do you understand? Kane held the book in his hands, staring at it. If I can stick with him, I might be able to witness him fighting. And if I obey him, use my dragon eyes, I can definitely improve a lot. At that moment, he asked a question. "I inherited something called the Shadow Sword. What's it called?" "Well, I can only say we can cross that bridge when we come to it. Obviously, You can abandon it if you want. Anything else? You said I'm the third person to pass your test. Who are the other two? Haha, you're really curious about them, huh? You've certainly heard of one of them. He's quite famous. That person is none other than the Sword God. Hearing that answer, Cain was extremely surprised. The Sword God is one of the 5 leaders of the Azure Code Guild, and his swordsmanship is also exceptional. People say he's the best swordsman and also the first to pass this test. Warlord Natsu didn't hesitate to reveal the first person, but he was vague about the second. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but even if I did, you wouldn't know them. It seems that person has good sword skills, but wants to keep them hidden. Then, Cain had one last request. I want to see your true power, Warlord. Cain told Natsu that he really wanted to witness his true power, which surprised him. Receiving a nod from Cain left Natsu bewildered. He felt being a teacher wasn't easy at all, but Natsu didn't refuse Cain's request, instead asking what he should show him. Natsu explained that he usually doesn't show others, but for Cain's sake, he would give him a small demonstration. Finishing his words, Natsu told Cain to watch carefully. This is a part of Ba-ji Quan called Heavenbreaker. Natsu assumed a martial stance, the veins and muscles throughout his body bulging. Immediately afterward, Natsu swung his hand towards Cain. The afterglow of Heavenbreaker sped towards Cain's Oni mask before passing over his head. Cain couldn't believe what he had just seen. It happened in a brief moment, but what he just witnessed made him question if there was a monster still lying dormant deep within the warlord. Suddenly, a strange constellation appeared in the sky, and Cain looked up in astonishment. Nearby, Zoza was also startled as she witnessed the sun crack into 2 pieces. The scene looked exactly like the apocalypse, covered in a blood-red hue. Suddenly, the fragments reconnected, and the sky cleared as if nothing had happened. How could something like that happen? Cain couldn't understand. Natsu's sigh interrupted his train of thought. He complained, "My shoulders are stiff from not using this power for a long time," and then asked Cain, "Anyway, you saw it, right?" Natsu reminded us that we're leaving tonight, so don't be late. Zoza, give this boy some food. People will underestimate him if they see how skinny he is. Understand. I'm leaving now. There's no doubt that the strange phenomenon of the sun cracking earlier was caused by Natsu's Ba-ji Quan. Its power, true to its name, is to break heaven. Watching Natsu's retreating figure, Cain resolved that one day he would reach that level. Returning to his home, Natsu groaned softly. Using that technique almost put him on the altar watching naked chickens. A voice echoed, reprimanding Natsu for his previous actions. Who told you to show off like that? You're just overdoing it. The elders are frantically searching for you. They're wondering if you're in your right mind, as the other clans will complain to us. Natsu justified himself, but couldn't show his weakness. Furthermore, a martial arts master must be someone insurmountable, like a solid wall, and a goal for Cain to strive for. The other person asked, what if you've completely destroyed his motivation? Natsu felt that if that were the case, then Cain was only that much, not worthy of his regard. The mysterious voice continued to question, anyway, are you satisfied with how things are? You wouldn't do that if he didn't meet your standards, right? Natsu said he was satisfied from the beginning, and he was planning on making Cain work harder than he had originally intended. That shadow sword guy took 30 days to complete the test, but Cain only took 4. Natsu asked if the other person didn't think he needed to become a better teacher to be fair to Cain. As night fell, the warlord saw it as a sign of the approaching war. Natsu summoned everyone. He spoke up, telling everyone to pay attention, and began a probe. Are you all scared because it's been so long since I've gone out? Don't let fear make you wet your pants. I'll definitely be checking for anyone like that, understand? Natsu warned. One of them teased, since you're our king, don't embarrass yourself by getting beaten. If that happens, we'll have to replace you with someone else. The crowd murmured. This was a great scene to witness. They could see him get beaten up, much to their amusement. Kane really couldn't get used to this atmosphere. Natsu didn't mind and continued, "If that happens, I'll embarrass you even more by following you down to hell and pinching each of your ears. Got it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below cheered excitedly. "All right then, let's begin. Time to play all out," Natsu said ominously. One by one, they tore the pieces of paper in their hands and teleported elsewhere. Kane didn't leave immediately. He clutched the paper in his hand. Kane thought of his brother as this moment finally arrived. Yeon-woo, piercing through the moonlight. A pair of crimson wings soared across the sky, signaling that the war between the Red Dragon clan and the Azure Code clan would soon begin. On the 11th floor was the world inside the tower. Natsu was sitting on a large rock when Kane approached him from behind. "Did you call for me, sir?" Natsu turned to look at Kane, who had just arrived, and said, "Indeed. I think I should teach you Baji Quan before we enter Kusum City. Starting today, I'll teach you one form each day. So keep your eyes peeled and watch carefully. I told you, when I teach something once, there's never a second time. Understood?" Kane replied, "Understood, sir." Natsu, pleased with Kane's decisive answer, continued, "Now, as you can see, martial arts are divided into 3 different parts: Sim, Ghi, and Che. Sim is the skill you often call mana. In other words, it's internal energy. Che is the meridian, the dantian, and the body itself. Ghi is the thread that connects the two, allowing the practitioner to utilize martial arts properly. Moreover, swordsmanship, saber techniques, fist fighting, among all those skills, the Baji Quan I'm about to teach you is one of the highest level Ghi. The reason, of course, is because I created it. Naturally, it has to be the best," Natsu declared confidently. He then added, "Baji Quan isn't a simple fist-fighting technique. If you use a sword, it becomes swordsmanship. If you use a saber, it becomes saber technique. And if you use a spear, it becomes spear technique. That's how it works. I'll teach you this first because, well, you don't have a choice." Laughing heartily, Natsu, feeling he might have been a bit over the top, said he would now guide Kane step by step. First his gunbow, followed by Teguk, Likian. Watching each movement of the martial art form, Kane was astonished. The moves were incredibly concise and precise, from the footwork to the angle of his arms. Natsu was flowing with the run currents surrounding them. It wasn't a coincidence. The warlord was clearly drifting along the run flow, completing a series of movements. Natsu stopped, announcing, "There, it's done. Those are the steps of the first form, out of all 32 forms of Baji Quan, called Gungan Shinshin." But Natsu secretly smirked. Although it was the first form, it comprised 64 smaller steps. Telling Kane he'd only demonstrate it once was a joke. Obviously, a novice couldn't memorize it in a single viewing. Natsu thought smugly, "Now, honestly admit you can't remember it, my dear disciple. Your magnificent teacher will guide you through it step by step." Aloud, he asked, "So, Kane, do you think you can do it?" Contrary to Natsu's expectations, Kane said, "I've memorized it, sir," leaving Natsu frozen stiff. He wondered if he misheard, but Kane then asked, "May I begin?" Kane proceeded to perform the form, following the exact sequence Natsu had just demonstrated. In moments, he had completed it all, and asked, "Is that correct, sir?" Natsu was shocked, unable to believe Kane had actually memorized everything in one go. Gritting his teeth, Natsu conceded, "Of course. If you couldn't do it, you wouldn't be my disciple, would you?" Now, on to the next form. Later, as dawn approached, notifications from the system popped up one after another, from Baji Quan skill initialized to advanced Baji Quan unlocked. It's a martial art that combines the mana of the 8 points and the divination of the 8 trigrams. It can be used with both swords and spears. It's a high-level martial art. Specifically, With each step of the 8 trigrams technique, Kane's power will increase by 5%. As skill proficiency increases, the connection between each step can add up to 40%, and the mana of the 8 points enhances the senses and covers blind spots. Kane can use mana thoroughly. As for the second and third forms of Baji Quan, find the remaining fragments and complete the skill. Natsu said, "Trying to recover. As I expected, you are very suited to learning Baji Quan. If you're my disciple, you could learn even more." Natsu's 2 children, standing behind their father, silently judged him. Now Kane felt his mana becoming more stable. However, having just learned the basic form, it took a long time for it to return to normal, but he really wanted to try it out. Thinking this, Kane called out to Natsu. Natsu interrupted him, telling him to call him master. "Since you are my disciple, why would I be your king?" Kane agreed and called him master, then asked his main question. "Master, can you entrust the battle at Kuzum to your disciple?" Natsu disagreed. This was a matter that only his tribe could be responsible for, and the members of the unicorn tribe as well. However, Natsu considered this an opportunity to see how far Kane's martial arts skills had progressed. Natsu thought a good idea. In Kuzum City, an explosion occurred, startling Sanin, the strict captain of the 8 Lily Division under the Red Dragon Gang. He suspected the Azure Code Gang, but his subordinates said it wasn't them. It was caused by the Unicorn Tribe. Sanin couldn't believe it. They had never interfered in the wars of other gangs before, so why now? Before Sanin could process it, a figure with a terrifying aura appeared from atop the city gate. It was the warlord. Natsu, smiling, unleashed a powerful palm strike. This attack pierced the city wall. Fortunately, Sanin wasn't hit directly, but his face paled. Natsu quickly appeared before Sanin, greeting him before immediately asking if he wanted to live. "I'll give you a chance." Nearby, smoke and fire filled the area, but noticeably, something seemed to be glowing in the night. Fanny, with sharp eyes, said, "It looks like someone's flying this way. He's holding something. What is that? I don't know if it's a person." It was indeed Natsu, and moreover, he was carrying Sanin and another soldier. Fanny pointed and exclaimed, "Now the old man's resorting to kidnapping." Natsu, annoyed, told his son to shut up and then asked Kane, "You wanted to test your martial arts skills, right?" Natsu told Kane to go ahead. Sanin and the other soldier were confused, so Natsu pointed directly at Kane and told them to fight him. Whoever defeated him would live. It was that simple. Of course, that's just what Natsu thought. Not only was Sanin brought there, but 4 others as well, totaling 5 people. Kane was also bewildered. Although Natsu said he would give him a chance to experiment, he didn't expect him to use this method. The warlord's presence was likely putting pressure on the others, but the truth was they were all quite strong. So much so that Kane had to wonder if he could really fight on par with them. But that didn't mean he would refuse this request. Kane agreed to Natsu's terms. This was the perfect opportunity to test his Baji Quan and control over the Heavenly Wings mana. Natsu began explaining the rules, which were simple. He would decide the victor of each one-on-one fight. All they had to do was step forward according to their formation, the order of which Natsu left to them. The Red Dragon Gang Knights exchanged glances. The black-haired man stepped forward, declaring himself Kane's first opponent. He inwardly assessed Kane. He seemed to be famous on the 11th floor, but ultimately, he was still a newcomer. Did he really have to fight a life-or-death battle with a brat? The man drew his sword and told Kane to make his move. Those were the only words he spoke to him. Without further ado, Kane assumed a ready stance. As soon as Natsu shouted the signal to begin, Kane, using his fiery red wings, charged straight at his challenger. The man, startled, tried to create distance. Unfortunately for him, Kane, agile as a bird, somersaulted in midair and plunged his knife into the man's stomach. sending him flying 10 meters. It was clear Kane had focused on unifying Sim, Ghi, and Che, then using Run's movements to wield his blade. He realized then that everything had already merged almost perfectly as he'd hoped, incredibly optimized. Kane continued his assault, incorporating Dragon's Eye. His attacks became unpredictable. With just a few moves, the black-haired man was down at Kane's feet. Natsu, quite satisfied with his performance, ordered the next opponent forward. In a short amount of time, men had staggered and collapsed, coughing up blood, making Sanin hesitate to step forward. Even so, Sanin felt that Kane seemed to have reached his limit. Voices around him warned Kane to be careful with Sanin, even if he could see everything or even if he was in peak condition. Sanin could be a tough opponent because he was a high ranker. High ranker was a title given to the strongest players who climbed the tower. Generally, they were players who had climbed higher than the 50th floor from the beginning, but the 50th floor was not to be underestimated. Getting past the 49th floor was incredibly difficult, as the monsters there were so powerful that even the strongest players gave up or failed there. It was called the barrier zone. The exceptional players who conquered the 50th floor were called challengers or high rankers. Kane thought that he would have to face the 8 great gangs alone for revenge anyway, and if that were the case, he would also need to defeat high rankers and the 9 kings. So, a fight with a high ranker was the best way for him to quickly break his limits and become stronger. Thinking this, Kane quickly attacked Sanin. As Kane closed in, Sanin suddenly asked if he could ask him a favor. Sanin said, regardless of the outcome of this fight, he wanted his men spared. Kane, not quite understanding what he meant, backed off. Sanin continued, to be honest, on the way here, I was so scared I couldn't think about my men. I know we face each other as enemies, but you're not some cold-blooded killer who slaughters those who surrender, are you? Kane realized the bastard in front of him had no intention of winning the fight. Anyone could see he currently had the upper hand. He didn't know where this change came from, but it could be that he was preparing for his own demise, which meant he also had to prepare to meet his maker. If he failed, would this be his farewell to life? Not letting these thoughts hinder him, Kane continued his assault, pouring all his strength into his martial arts. He attacked Sanin relentlessly. He wondered, since Sanin was a high ranker, why he was completely different from the previous 4. No matter how many times Kane attacked, he couldn't find an opening, but a stream of blue mana escaped from Sanin, and Kane was surprised to find his weakness, his left arm. Kane immediately struck at it, but Sanin dodged just in time. He knew he had been hasty, and when Sanin counterattacked, he couldn't dodge in time. During the fight, Kane kept wondering why. Was there something he hadn't noticed? This time, there were 2 openings. At that moment, he was immediately wounded by his opponent. Even though waves of pain were surging through him, Kane still couldn't understand. What was going on? The flow was suddenly disappearing. What was happening? His opponent suddenly spoke. I see. You don't know what the main point is, do you? This question startled Kane. He quickly gave a smug grin. But how could that be? A mistake only amateur martial artists make. So, I'll be the one to survive this. His attack shocked Kane. Zulfust, completely different from before. Everything he had done until now was just to probe him. He suddenly felt extremely bewildered. If this continued, he would die. Was there any way to avoid it? No, no way. Even if he could block it, the result would be the same, death. The status window quickly displayed information. You have activated the Farsight skill. A moment later, his opponent thrust a sword through Kane's body, but seeing him unharmed startled him. What? I'm sure I hit you. Kane immediately retorted in a steely voice. You don't need to know. Grimacing in pain, he whispered, even so my men can live. Faced with Kane's question, aren't you afraid of death? His opponent calmly replied, of course I am. Before I came here, I was trembling with fear, wanting to live. But seeing how the martial king cares about you, I realized I'm a fool. Though slightly humiliated, I'm also a commander. His resolute actions gave Kane pause for a long moment. He looked towards his opponent, a thought surfacing. At that moment, an idea flashed through his mind. Zenu, if someone like Sanin had been by his side, perhaps he wouldn't have met such a tragic end. Everyone immediately rushed to support Zenu, offering continuous encouragement. Well done. That was a good match. You seem pretty skilled at fighting. Faced with his inquiry, what was the key point? Natsu confidently asserted, it's a feint. But he firmly countered, no, I'm talking about something different from feints. Natsu could only patiently explain, but the theory remains the same. Its only difference lies in its potential or reality. Let me explain it in a simpler way. When his sword almost touched you, that sword had multiple possibilities, and among those, it could lead to many other possibilities, right? So, among all those possibilities, which one would you choose? Zenu immediately offered his own thought, based on the situation. Hearing this, Natsu exclaimed joyfully, exactly. Everything is based on the situation. Through instinct or thought, you decide which possibility to move within. But the focal point combines one or more possibilities. Zenu quickly understood and blurted out a trap, making him nod in agreement. You can understand it that way. If you fall into a trap, you can abandon it and choose another possibility. The key is the power to choose. But that's only for players who have master mana control. As for you, someone who just learned Baji Quan, you're still a long way off. Besides, the focal point isn't perfect. Once you reach a higher level and your sixth sense improves, it becomes easier to perceive. Zenu immediately concluded in his mind, focal point and sixth sense. It seems like it's not easy to achieve both. I'll have to improve my strength to attain them. The only thing I can do is keep training. And so, the first battle between the Red Dragon Gang and the Azure Code Gang ended in Kuzum. At this time, on the 11th floor in a large forest, a loud shout suddenly echoed. Get out of the way. The Phoenix quickly sensed something's coming. The next morning, Fanny's voice resonated within the large house. You seem to have her covered. So can we fight? Just once. Annoyed, Kane warned. Fanny, if you don't want to be hung upside down from a tree, be quiet. His cold demeanor made Fanty and Doza quietly leave. Kane continued to ponder the focal point. As he left Kane's room, Fanny couldn't help but wonder. What's he thinking about now? It's not healthy at all. Isn't Uncle Frank coming today? What good is it for him to come here? No one here welcomes him. You stay here and take care of Hyung-nim. Take the opportunity to pin him down. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Fanny's excessive teasing made Doza shake her head helplessly, just like his father. Then, she heard a loud noise from behind. It was Kane rushing out of the room. He was moving towards a large forest, thoughts racing. I sensed the Phoenix's fear. What happened? At that moment, the system announced, you have entered the Phoenix's territory. But I didn't sense the Phoenix's presence. After the loud explosion, a hole appeared in the ground, revealing a shimmering light. Curiosity drove Zenu to investigate. He rejoiced inwardly upon seeing it. You are the Phoenix, just as the rumor said. Quite useful for alchemy. This is the Phoenix's memory. No one has come here for a long time. But do you know what happens to those who come here? Another man appeared, his declaration resounding. I don't know, but this time the outcome will be different. It turned out to be the martial god, Sabbath. Among the 8 gangs, the Azure Code gang has the fewest members and the least power. But even so, there are reasons why they are still called strong. Because they have 5 renowned martial gods. Martial gods are very strong, each of them ranked among the top. And the one here is one of them. And the Phoenix is dead. The Unicorn Clan is allied with the Azure Code gang. I won't be able to take the Phoenix with me. Perhaps I'll have to leave the clan. The Phoenix quickly revealed his thoughts. It seems you have found your youngest child safely. That's fortunate. Don't be too upset that I'm dead. Though I have died, I will live again through my flames. I won't be here for now, but I will be reborn. Zenu suddenly felt confused. The phoenix isn't answering me. This is a lingering spirit. Dead is dead. Even if reborn, it will be in a new body. Come to think of it, she was afraid I would make the wrong decision in the end. At the same time, the phoenix responded, "Therefore, as a special favor, I ask you to look after my youngest daughter until I return." Of course, that's not all. Though small, I hope this power will help you and my youngest daughter continue on your path. The status board then displayed a new notification. The phoenix has chosen you as its successor. In accordance with her wishes, the original life flame has been bestowed upon you. The magic circle is preparing to receive the life flame. Your body has successfully received it. Successful progress initiated. Zena found it somewhat difficult as he received it. So hot. But he hardened his resolve. This is the power left by the phoenix. I can't waste it. After a long period of endurance, the system issued the next notification. All magic circles have been opened. Successful progress complete. You have received the title, Phoenix's Successor. Affinity with the fire attribute increased by 30. You have attained a portion of the fire attribute's proficiency. Congratulations! Flame transmission skill proficiency has reached 100% and the advanced skill heat wave has been unlocked. Fire skill count, 050 activated. Your body's development has been confirmed, the spiritual layer has increased, and the paused successful progress will continue. Current progress, 99.8%. Zenu felt the results he had achieved. My magic circuits have expanded. It's good that all my circles have been opened. But why is the fire seed next to that stone? Even if I try to move it, it won't budge. Holy fire is the flame of the phoenix, a symbol of rebirth and revival. Some say this is the first flame to ever exist, a pure flame coveted by many gods, purifying. It burns away evil and curses, possessing incredible immunity and resistance to demonic attributes. Its power grows with skill proficiency, and it has the ability to partially heal the body. A blessing of fire. It takes precedence over all other fire attributes and boasts high resistance. It can control fire. As a high-level skill, it is truly a precious gift. At the same time, the urgent cries of the phoenix chicks continued, instantly recognizable to Zenhu. You want to save the other mythical beasts, but you... He then silently realized it doesn't want what happened to the others to happen to them. What an admirable child. Zenhu didn't hesitate to nod in agreement. All right, let's go save them together. What he didn't expect was Doza suddenly appearing before him. How did you find this place? She quickly explained, I saw you run out, and I followed you because I was worried. Where is this? Zena didn't keep Doza waiting, patiently explaining. Where I used to be. It seems the Azure Code gang is hunting all the mythical beasts. Seeing her bewildered expression, Zenhu frankly added, I won't ask you to back down, don't worry, and I don't plan on asking the Unicorn Clan for help either. But I hope you won't get in my way. His words left Doza feeling deflated, but she finally offered, then I'll go with you. Zenhu just began to express his concern. If it's because you feel guilty, then... But she immediately cut him off. No, I want to help. Besides, personally, I don't like how the Azure Code gang is dragging my clan into this war. Even though Zenhu frankly stated, but Master won't like this, Doza confidently replied, I don't think that a problem, since you were only his disciple for a short time. Zenhu had no choice but to nod in agreement. All right, it's going to be pretty tough. You sure you won't take that back? At that moment, in the Azure Dragon's territory in the east, Zenhu felt a deep sense of disappointment as soon as he arrived. We're too late. The status screen quickly confirmed. The Azure Dragon's spirit is watching you. The shadowy figure spoke cryptically. So you've been chosen by a divine beast. Being here, you must know what's happening, right? He looked around, silently assessing the situation. These are the remnants of the Azure Dragon. If that's the case, then Zenhu boldly proposed, "I have a request for you." The shadowy figure immediately guessed his intentions. "You want to extract my vengeance in exchange for being able to use my power, right? You got guts, kid. Fine. That bastard not only woke me up, but also dared to steal my core and my heart. I'm not one to sit idly by, patiently waiting for rebirth. This time, I'll cooperate with you." The status screen then displayed a new notification. "You have been recognized by the Azure Dragon and received the hidden quest, Azure Dragon's Trial. You have received the Azure Dragon's favor, significantly increasing your compatibility with the Azure Dragon. The Shadow is kind enough to offer, currently, the distance between you and that bastard is vast. I will help you shorten it a bit." The status screen then presented a choice. The Azure Dragon proposed a second trial. Accept. Hidden quest, Azure Dragon's second trial. The legendary divine beast of the East, the Azure Dragon, tasks you with punishing your enemy. Accept the power bestowed upon you by the Azure Dragon to defeat your enemy. The reward will increase, depending on the difficulty of the task. The Shadow gave its final words. Done. The contract is established. The system hastily updated with more information. You have received the Azure Dragon's blessing. You have earned the title Azure Dragon's Partner. Zenhu then traveled to the Black Tortoise's territory in the north. The Shadow once again expressed its regret. "Such a pity you humans arrived late. At least you'll receive our blessing, won't you?" Zenhu readily expressed his cooperation. Gladly. He quickly received the Black Tortoise's blessing. The system then informed him, "You must complete the trial given by the Black Tortoise. Hidden quest, Black Tortoise's Trial. The Black Tortoise is watching you, the one carrying out the Vermilion Bird and Azure Dragon's tasks. A trial is given to you. Instead of revenge, the Black Tortoise is seeking a successor to guard its territory. Find a mythical beast worthy of becoming a successor and transform them into a legendary divine beast. The rewards are a fragment of the tortoise's head, a piece of skin from the serpent's tail, and another secret reward." The Black Tortoise added, "Because we have 2 lives, we can live twice. Therefore, even if we die, we have no regrets. But if possible, there will only be one. Everything depends on you. We will watch over you." Zenhu successfully earned the title Black Tortoise's successor. Compatibility with the water attribute has increased by 50. Temporary blue soul blessing. The system continued to update with new information. You are linked to a soul with the Black Tortoise, allowing you to focus on the trial. With blue soul, various blessings of ice attribute and compatibility have increased by 50. This skill is inherent. Only those recognized by the Black Tortoise can receive it, and leveling up depends on proficiency. The temporary Blue Soul Blessing skill has been created. The temporary Blue Soul Blessing is, you are linked to a soul by the Black Tortoise, allowing you to focus solely on the trial. With Blue Soul, the various blessings of the divine beasts will not conflict with each other, and you can utilize all of them. Only those recognized by the Black Tortoise can receive it, and leveling up depends on proficiency. Zenhu breathed a sigh of relief after reviewing the information. Exactly what I need. He then decided to move to another location. Right? Next is the west. Only one divine beast remains. After arriving at the final location, Doza was also startled by its appearance. This divine beast maintained an uncooperative attitude. Ridiculous. Are you telling me to leave? Me. Go away, human. I'll handle this myself. Or give me the child on your shoulder. Divine beasts can help each other. While Doza was extremely indignant, Zenhu calmly replied, considering it risky. He won't surrender because of his own pride. This has given me another idea. Can I speak my mind? I think instead of continuing to stand here, we should leave this place now. The white tiger is different from the other 3 divine beasts. He refused our help. Doesn't that mean we've tried our best? Unexpectedly, Zenhu quickly nodded in agreement. I think so too. Let's return to the Azure Code gang. No, because of Chobi, I can't go back there. I'll go to the Red Dragon gang as soon as I get my egg. At the same time, another loud explosion suddenly erupted, causing Doza to confidently declare, "It's begun." Zenhu, still calm, spoke up as a reminder. "Chobi, that's the one we'll have to face in the future." He quickly thought about sharing his vision. It was the 9 swords that martial god Sabbath had collected over time. The white tiger, having just been attacked, roared indignantly. "How dare you?" Zenhu quickly realized he's playing cat and mouse with him. Is martial god Sabbath always this strong? Judging by his madness, he's wielding 2 types of magic weapons. Magic, or maybe he's using dark magic. The white tiger, after being injured, helped Zenhu realize, my chance has come. But only a moment later, he felt extremely disappointed. Knew it. After the fight, he left immediately. The white tiger, still in pain, deliberately probed. "Are you here to mock me, human?" Zenhu calmly replied with an indifferent attitude. "This is all your decision. Why would I do such a thing?" The white tiger, however, stubbornly retorted, "So what? If you're expecting me to give you something those fools can dream on, there's nothing for a useless human like you." Zenhu, seeing that confident look, remained calm and announced, "Who said I would accept your request?" "Devour." The system immediately provided information. "You have used the dagger and gained strength and mental power." The white tiger could only scream in panic. "What is this? Stop! Stop immediately." The system gave a new notification. "Your evolution process has been confirmed. The success rate has been temporarily paused to continue at 99.8%. The white tiger, despite being restrained, couldn't believe the reality. How? How can a human? After a struggle, Zenhu received the success notification. The success rate has been completed. The current progress is 99.9%. You have earned the title White Tiger Conqueror. You have successfully collected the legacy of the 4 divine beasts. The titles Vermilion Bird's successor, Azure Dragon's partner, Black Tortoise's successor, and White Tiger Conqueror are being combined. You have received the title 4 Divine Beast Successor. 4 Divine Beast Successor, a title awarded to the player recognized by all divine beasts on the 11th floor. The title holder will be imbued with blessings. Effects: all attribute resistance increased by approximately 15%. Control over mythical creatures, like those in myths, is significantly increased. With the divine beast blessings, your innate powers are being activated. You have successfully absorbed the white tiger's soul. At this moment, Zenhu was silently assessing the situation. I think because that sword formation caused damage to its soul, that's why it was killed by that chicken earlier. Now, it was killed by me once more, which is also worth a try. Finally, I've obtained a soul seed as a gift for Chobi. The system immediately confirmed it. Chobi can now grow thanks to the soul seed. It affects its appearance. Dark energy has influenced some demonic powers. Chobi appeared with a larger physique, just as all the trials were completed. Then, I silently realized, because Chobi is also a beast, I can still consider this a success, right? Chobi immediately replied with gratitude. "Thank you, Master." But Zenhu responded humbly. "I should be the one thanking you." After observing Chobi's growth, I kept wondering, that little kid, just by looking at the energy it possesses, it could easily achieve a pretty high rank. I also didn't forget to express my gratitude to the girl beside me. "Doza, thank you for your help until now. So, once we reach the confinement area, please return. I might point my sword at the Unicorn Clan in the future. No matter how you look at it, it's not something you should be involved in." At this point, Doza sadly corrected him. "Why did I help you? Don't tell me you really don't know the reason." Chobi, seeing the awkward situation, innocently inquired, "Aren't you two going to become a couple?" Zenhu, upon hearing this, asked in embarrassment, "Where did you learn that from?" Chobi quickly explained, My mother said that later, when I have a girlfriend, we'll become a couple. This made Zenhu shake his head in exasperation. Why would you say that to a child like Chobi? The two then continued their journey. Seeing Doza looking around, Zenhu became curious. Do you have a meeting with Kwa Doa today? Doza quickly remembered. Come to think of it, I heard he's coming today. But unexpectedly, amidst the crowd, Zenhu saw Trang-mu. With the characteristic techniques and physique of the Unicorn Clan, and also a formidable opponent in Kwa Doa. Trang-mu, passing by Zenhu, inquired, You picked up something again, haven't you? After Zena met Natsu, he was probed by him. What good stuff did that bird eat? But why do you insist on sitting still like a dead person? I immediately expressed my apologies. I came to apologize to you, Master. I want to give up being a guest of the Unicorn Clan. This caused him to angrily exclaim. After all the care we've given, now that the situation is dangerous, you want to leave just like that? To prevent things from escalating, Zenhu immediately clarified. No, it's not like that. But he still decided to remain silent for a long while to concentrate his thoughts. After all, if I keep the soul, it will be difficult to hide it forever. After some hesitation, Zenhu decided to tell the truth. Something happened in Kwa Doa, but Natsu is acting incredibly calm. These Kwa Doa brats, you're trying to tell me they've caused another strange incident, aren't you? Anyway, he spoke as he unexpectedly struck Zenhu as punishment. Then, a helpless voice followed, You ungrateful child. Do you even understand the relationship between you and me? Even though our bond hasn't been established for long, I've treated you like my own child and taught you with all my heart. I've been completely sincere. Yet this is how you think. If something like this happens, you should run and tell me. That's the only way I can help or scold you. Whatever it is, I would do it for you. Stop acting like a mere guest. That's the relationship between a teacher and student. You foolish disciple. It's clearly no different from the relationship between parents and their child. The bond between parents and children is divine will. However, the bond between teacher and student is a human moral principle. But precisely because of the moral principle, there's a deep, undeniable connection. But who am I to you, after all? Zena looked at him and silently pondered. Who is he? Though he always has a teasing attitude. He taught me everything, one thing at a time. If there was something I didn't know, we'd think it through together. Yet, I was always wary and suspicious of everything. In the end, am I any different from those who hurt my brother? As soon as the thought ended, Zenhu immediately made a promise. You're my teacher. From now on, I will always think of you that way. The more he listened, the more indignant he felt, and his voice rose. So you've always thought of me that way until now. Then, Natsu tried to control his anger and gently agreed. All right, I'll keep the egg. You take this with you. Zeno looked at the precious book and happily recognized it. Supreme Extreme Fist, Middle Fist, and Lower Fist. Despite his slight annoyance, Natsu still deliberately warned him. The next time we meet, I'll blow you away. Be prepared. Zena bowed and quickly left. On the way, he met Doza and Fanny. As soon as they saw him, they expressed their resentment. Leaving your brother behind and running off like that, huh? Don't even think about stopping us. We're coming with you. But Zenhu, wanting the best for them, coldly replied, You might become enemies of the clan, you know. Doza, on the other hand, appeared completely calm. I've already prepared myself for that. Fanny, standing next to her, quickly added, Even if we didn't, I thought we'd have to meet those ugly Kwa Doa people, making me feel sick to my stomach. This is much better. Their determination made Zenhu shake his head helplessly. Fine, do whatever you want. Doza then questioned Fanny, but why do you want to come along? Zenhu watched their argument with a smug smile, as if he had found a good teacher. I seem to have gained 2 more wonderful siblings. Then, Doza began to analyze the current situation. Right now, the Red Dragon Gang is in Vegas. They intend to expand their territory. However, That place is under constant attack by Na-Zeus. Though Na-Zeus has the advantage of controlling the detention center, the Red Dragon Gang holds the upper hand by occupying Vegas. Before Zena's curious gaze, Doza explained, "How is that possible?" She added, "Because Baha is leading them. He's said to be in command of the 11th floor. Besides, ever since the Unicorn Clan joined the fight, they've become much more cautious." Zenhu silently assessed the situation, thinking, it seems they're determined to reclaim the 11th floor at all costs for their pride. Not only that, Na-Zeus now has a martial king, a divine sword, and a divine spear. So the Red Dragon Gang definitely won't just sit back and take it. Fanti suddenly remembered something. How was Hyung planning to join the Red Dragon Gang anyway? He readily admitted, talking about facing danger. But Doza confidently asserted, that being said, they won't mind. Members of the Unicorn Clan tend to leave the clan. Hearing this, Zenhu expressed his concern. So, if they meet you? Doza quickly interrupted him. It's all right. As long as we don't directly confront them, we'll be safe. Fanny confidently added, they might even be afraid of meeting us. Besides, they don't know our father is a martial king. They wouldn't dare to cause trouble. So, what does Hyun plan to do? Zenhu calmly replied, isn't what you just said the answer? Baha wants me. He thought to himself, from their perspective, no one would want to ignore someone like me. Zenhu quickly arrived in Vegas and delivered a message. Bring this to Baha. He'll be very pleased to know this is a gift from Kane. Upon meeting, Baha cheerfully asked, let's see who's arrived. Zenhu expressed his apologies for being late, but Baha interrupted, who cares about being early or late? The important thing is that we've finally met. Those standing nearby whispered amongst themselves, the hoarder. Isn't he the rising rookie? He and Baha are so close now. Zenhu surmised, this is probably what he wants to exploit. He's using my name as a stepping stone to elevate his status within the Red Dragon Gang. Baha, upon seeing Fanti, inquired, is it all right for the son of a martial king to be here? Fanti enthusiastically replied, my father and I haven't spoken in a while. This information surprised Baha. Is that so? Then we welcome both of you. So what are we waiting for? Let's go inside. There's a meeting going on, so we have a lot of people to introduce you to. This is the hoarder from the Unicorn Clan. Who is he? Even those on the lower floors have heard of him, right? Zenhu silently guessed. Those from Gita are considered traitors and aren't welcomed by other clans. Balhotul, 81 eyes. According to legend, a single eye of the dragon has dozens of compound eyes. And there are 81 high-ranking individuals who will succeed the Summer Queen. There are some familiar faces here. Baha reminded them, everyone looks unconcerned, but remember this. The location where Na-Zeus is stationed. Captain Zahn exclaimed in surprise, is that true? He carefully examined it once more, puzzled. Who brought this here? Baha explained it was brought by these friends. Captain Zahn cautiously suggested, I think this should be examined. It could be a trap from Na-Zeus. But Baha confidently replied, if that's the case, this will be the turning point. If no one objects, I want to give them a task and offer them a suitable reward. So, if everyone agrees, I'll accept it. He then made a proposal to Zenhu. I want you to take the position of captain of the second squad of the Foreign Legion. Zenhu instantly realized this was a large legion of 3,000 mercenaries. Leading a squad meant being in charge of hundreds of players. Not bad, he thought. I will stay here and climb my own tower. Even if it's martial God's Sabbath, Baha, I will not back down and I will win when I can. Finishing his thought, Zenhu bowed his head and confirmed, I will do my best, sir. The Red Dragon captain immediately called out to everyone present, introducing everyone to Captain Kane, our new captain, and to the members, Fanti and Doza. Please welcome them in your own way. But he leaned closer to Zenhu and whispered, I don't trust you. Don't let me catch you doing anything stupid. The people below began to chatter amongst themselves. Captain, aren't you from the Unicorn Clan? The Unicorn Clan is on Na-Zeus' side, right? What, the hoarder? You're right. The Unicorn Clan members look like siblings. Fanti, on the other hand, seemed quite proud. Looks like your reputation is growing without us around. Huh. A loud voice suddenly called out from the crowd. Hey, Captain, we have something to discuss. Call a meeting. Kane replied, what do you want to ask me? It's not hard to answer. Consider this an introduction, because someone took all the hidden items on the 11th floor, causing us a great loss. A representative spoke up, and, Captain, you happen to resemble the bastard we're looking for. You see, he still owes us. Fanny complained. Kane snapped. Fanny, how annoying. Get rid of them. Fanny questioned, why are you making me do your work, Kane? Kane started to get angry. Let me be blunt, or do you want me to do it myself? Fanny retorted, your temper really is something, but I'm bored anyway. He flew into a rage and started to attack. A man charged forward, yelling at Fanny, you bastard. He attacked Fanny. They were evenly matched. Finally, he was injured in the arm after receiving an electric attack. Refusing to give up, he continued to attack. The captain intervened. What the hell are you doing? You idiots. Attack all at once, not one by one. Neither side yielded, shouts ringing out. Take this. Fanny confidently said, bring it on. The more, the merrier. Fanny had the advantage after using an electric attack. He struck his opponent's hand, causing him to collapse. The opponent screamed, my hand, my leg. He was clearly in pain. Doza reported to Kane, Master, I don't like that guy one bit. A phoenix appeared, screeching loudly, get out. Get everyone out of here. Kane turned away, saying to the phoenix, how annoying. Fanny said, damn it, I thought it would be a decent fight. This is so boring. My hands are getting dusty. He ordered what? You can still stand. Why don't you just lie down? Doza said to Kane, shouldn't he have gone easy on them? Now look at them. What are we going to do? Suddenly, he used holy fire. Colorful flames spread throughout the room, surprising everyone. All the injured were healed. No one knew what had just happened. Fanny said enviously, what? When did you learn that? Kane didn't hide it from him, honestly replying, I learned it a while ago. He continued, break a few more of their bones, and don't leave anyone out. Scene change. At the new meeting, Kane presented the events. He criticized a demon is a demon. No, perhaps even worse than a demon. Healing them and then beating them again, healing and beating again. It's completely inhumane. Who would do such a wicked thing? I'll only say this once. What I need is an obedient hunting dog, not one that bites its master. This is your last chance. Fanny laughed at them. That's right. Behave yourselves. Kane requested, Fanny, you handle the rest. Fanny, itching for action, turned around in surprise. Kane continued, train them. They'll be useful to us later. Fanny protested, even outside the clan. You're making me do this troublesome task. Kane turned away. Don't want to. Go home then. Fanty, disgruntled, silently left. Then he returned with an angry, hateful expression that frightened everyone. He yelled, you're all dead. A female officer spoke to Baha. It seems you found a good treasure, haven't you? Baha zet pet fun zibli tangju, she said. He even brought such valuable information. How lovely. Baha playfully asked, it seems you're interested in him. She said cheerfully, of course. He's the third disciple of that eccentric man. How could he not be interesting? She also requested, keep him under control. It seems he's planning something. There's going to be some drama to watch soon. Baha replied, I'll keep an eye on him. She also asked about land. Baha said he's still stuck outside. The divine sword is protecting him, so it's taking quite a while. We're doing everything we can to track his location. As soon as our target makes a move, I'll let you know immediately. She said, how annoying. He's clearly researching that stone further. Isn't he? Baha replied, that's possible. But I guarantee he won't touch the stone until it's complete, so I've set some bait. She asked curiously bait. He whispered in her ear. After listening, she chuckled, satisfied. How cute. I think it's a good idea. Baha thanked her for the compliment. She flipped her hair dramatically. Damn, those heavenly wings. If it weren't for that bastard, I wouldn't have fallen to this lowly place. But it won't be for long. She ordered Baha, quickly find that stone for me. because I needed to restore the dragon heart. Trang-mu rushed to Na-Zuz and asked, "What's going on?" Na-Zuz, the martial god, responded calmly, "Trang-mu, that's what I want to ask. What is the meaning of this? Although you two are brothers, this is an official meeting. Please behave accordingly." He spoke through gritted teeth, anger and resentment in his voice. "Martial god, he treats me like a stranger now." Trang-mu continued, "Doza, Fanti, and the others are acting strangely. Are you aware, martial god Na-Zuz?" Na-Zuz replied confidently, "Of course. If I didn't know what my children and disciple were planning, what good would I be as the martial god?" Trang-mu exclaimed, "Then how can you sit here so calmly?" Na-Zuz replied, "Because I prefer it this way." Unsatisfied with the answer, Trang-mu grew more frustrated. Na-Zuz continued, "It's unfortunate about the Na-Zuz clan being affected, but our tribe doesn't interfere with individual choices. They are responsible for their own actions, not the tribe. You should know this better than anyone, shouldn't you?" He continued, alluding to his own departure from the tribe. Trang-mu began to understand. "So, if we face them in battle, we can retaliate." Na-Zuz replied, "As I said, everyone is responsible for their own actions. I have no right to interfere." Trang-mu said, "I hope you keep your word," and quickly left the room, slamming the door behind him. Na-Zuz remained calm, resting his chin on his hand. He said to the elder, "I think he's matured, hasn't he? But his temper hasn't changed a bit." The elder replied, "Besides Lanth, the leader of the Jia tribe, do you really intend to let Cain, Fanny, and Doza do as they please?" Na-Zuz said seriously, "The rules haven't changed, old man." The elder continued, "Through struggle, the qualities of a king are forged. That's how you're monitoring the situation, isn't it?" Na-Zuz reread the decree. The scene shifted to the training grounds. Fanny yelled at the soldiers, "You idiots. What the hell are you doing? Can't even do this right. Want to kiss the dirt again." He commanded, "Left step, right swing." The soldiers followed his instructions, but not to his satisfaction. Fanny roared, "I can't hear you." Again, Cain and Doza observed from above. Doza commented, "Even though it's only been 4 days, they've made some progress." Cain replied modestly, "Indeed, they are proving useful." Looking down at Fanny directing the training, Cain said, "He has a knack for instructing others effectively. If only it weren't for that fiery temper. Or perhaps that's his innate leadership skill." Cain's eyes held a sense of reassurance regarding Fanny. He thought, from now on, I can leave everything to him and relax. Doza asked curiously, "By the way, what have you been looking at?" Cain replied, "The second volume of 8 Extremities Fist." Doza was surprised. The second volume. "Father truly trusts you." 8 Extremities Fist is one of the most advanced martial arts created by the Martial King. The higher the level, the harder it is to learn because it takes so much time. It takes years to understand it. I suppose that makes sense, since it took me a long time to learn it too. Probably even Bonnie as well. She slowly sipped her tea, suddenly thinking of something. "Wait, Father never said I couldn't help him this time. If I help him train, then I can spend some alone time with Bonnie." She smiled and said to Cain, "I'm guessing you're finding part 2 difficult. Do you need my help?" He declined. "No, I've memorized the forms, and I'm learning them step by step. I'm just reviewing to make sure I'm doing it right and haven't missed anything." In his mind, he was thinking, if I use this with my magic circles, it's going to be pretty complicated. 8 Extremities Fist is very powerful, but because I want to use it with my magic circles, I need to adjust it a bit to synchronize them. He studied the gods and demons on the 98th floor who were watching him with interest. Hermes was looking at him proudly, suddenly remembering Hermes. At first, he wasn't paying much attention, but now it's become a nuisance. Suddenly Baha appeared. He said, "Divine General, you seem to be doing well. It's a relief to see you working hard to increase your strength." He said to Cain, "I heard you'd subdued the mercenaries. I didn't expect it to be true." Cain thanked him. Baha friendly said, "No need. So what's up? Do you think you're ready to go now?" Cain replied, "We can move anytime. But before that, there's something I need to tell you. Baha asked, what is it? He asked, do you know that the saber god's son is on the 16th floor? Baha froze, exclaiming in shock, the saber god has a son. Cain continued, even within the Jews clan. The saber god is known as someone who lives and fights by the sword. Do you know that the saber god is struggling with a lack of magical power? Only the higher-ups know this. Baha asked in surprise, yes, what does this have to do with the child he's hiding? Cain confided, the saber god's son was born with a difficult condition. They say his body can't accumulate magical power. Even if he brings back every kind of medicine, without magic, it's useless. If he were in a normal environment, it might be okay, but in the tower, his life is precarious. Especially since the saber god has many enemies. Baha said he must be hiding the child while also treating him. And he's continuously expending his magical power to treat his son. Am I wrong? Cain said, that's right. That's all I know. The reason why the saber god is hunting the 4 divine beasts is almost certainly related to treating his son. If the Jews clan lets him have the inner core and the heart, he'll have no reason to refuse. Cain thought, I have to do whatever it takes to restore the inner core and heart of the phoenix he obtained. This information is in Zenhu's diary, but I only heard about it while I was staying with the Unicorn clan. Baha speculated it could be a trap, whether you know or not. Cain said, I know this could be false information, or I could be a sacrificial pawn. That's why I'll volunteer to go. Baha asked again, you're sure? Cain replied confidently and seriously, yes, I guarantee you, the one who devised this strategy will reap the benefits. Baha laughed. Are you saying you'll give me all the glory if you succeed? A month ago, you were someone who wouldn't listen to anyone. Cain said, through this incident, I've realized the world is a dark and cold place. Before Cain left, Baha said, it's good you've realized that. In such a cold place, you should keep yourself warm. From now on, you'll only have warm spring days to look forward to. Cain replied, I'll keep your words in mind. But he asked warm spring days. Baha smiled faintly, thinking, I wonder if you'll actually get to enjoy those spring days. It seemed he had something else in mind. Cain assembled his troops. Second squad, assemble. We have a mission. The plan to capture the saber god's son might be leaked, so we need to be extremely cautious. Our mission is to ambush the Jews clan soldiers stationed on the 16th floor. I want to remind you all of something before we go. I haven't completed the challenges from the 16th floor down. All the soldiers were surprised. Scene change. 12th floor, coffin for the wanderers. The challenge notice for the 12th floor appeared. This place is nothing but a land of death filled with the remains of warriors. A place devoid of even a single blade of grass due to drought. Overcome this deathly land with your strength if you have the power and will to overcome the trials ahead. One soldier said, I don't think I can come back here. His equally exhausted comrade replied, who knew that rumor was true. The phoenix appeared, saying, where's it warm? Cain warned, from the 12th floor onwards, the environment becomes harsher, and the challenges are mostly about finding ways to overcome them. So it's quite clear there are many rare hidden items that can't be found on other floors. One of them is the fire orb. Cain focused his gaze forward, thinking, to achieve something great, I should probably collect everything along the way with the help of the red dragon. He addressed his troops. All right, time is limited. Find the items and proceed to the 13th floor. Meanwhile, I'll cross this vast desert. Everyone agreed in unison and set off on their mission. Passing through the deadly land, littered with skeletons, Cain thought, with this, it'll be easier to tell if there's a spy. The phoenix, accompanying him, anxiously asked, Master, why do they listen to you so readily? He bluntly replied, not really. The phoenix continued, then what are they looking for? Cain replied, the fire orb. Upon hearing this, the phoenix asked, what's that? He simply said, something delicious. He rejoiced, really. He said, the fire orb will certainly be delicious for Churbai, and good for its health too. Kane calculated, I'll give half to Churbai and the other half to the closed spirits. Recently, the spirits have reached their growth limit due to the black bracelet's growth restriction. So I've devised another way to become stronger, enhancing their attributes. If I can give them attributes other than the darkness they already possess. The reason the fire orb is so special is because it's excellent for enhancement. That's why it's such a good item. Besides, it's something I can exploit as I please. Churbai asked Kane, so you have to give me lots of yummy things, okay? Promise. Kane agreed. Churbai yawned widely and said, I'm sleepy. I want to go to sleep. He told it to go to sleep, but not before reminding it to wake up when the food arrived. Kane continued searching for the orb. Unexpectedly, the orb was right there. Churbai woke up and said, I don't know. I feel very comfortable here. Kane asked why it felt comfortable. It said it's true. It's very warm and soft. That's why I feel so sleepy. Kane thought to himself, initially, I thought it was because of the holy fire here, but Churbai's energy is stabilizing faster and more surely inside the stone. It's better than the magic bracelet. Should I perfect it or should I remove it? Because Churbai is using it, it probably can't harm it right now. Notification. All challenges completed. You have miraculously overcome the deadly land. All efforts will be rewarded. Kane said, I can not only increase physical resistance to external impacts, but also enhance my holy fire attribute. I've just installed the additional cores, so now I have 108. Do you want to go to the 13th floor? Kane stepped forward, seemingly finished with his business there. The Lapla rabbit appeared and said, please wait a moment. You haven't changed a bit since the old days, have you? Quiet as always. You seem busy, so I'll get straight to the point. The rabbit said, currently, players are heading towards the temple of the three goddesses. Correct. Kane was surprised by the question. The rabbit continued, don't be so alarmed. We guardians only appear to ensure a safe environment for the players. We don't bother players or spread rumors, so you don't need to worry so much. Kane remembered Zenhu having a hard time confronting the guardians, especially the top 12. Lapla was the zodiac rabbit among the 12 guardians. He was very curious and liked to interfere and poke his nose into other people's business. And obviously, it wasn't a good thing. Kane asked, do you have something to say? He said, I'm here to deliver a message from my superiors. Kane was surprised. Superiors? He chuckled and said, you probably don't know, but we guardians, especially the 12 zodiac guardians, have another role. This is a message from the gods and demons. Kane asked in surprise, a message. He said among them, I'm here to deliver a message from a demon. Among the three goddesses, be wary of the strongest. He gradually understood, becoming more worried. Be wary of the strongest of the three goddesses. What does this mean? Who sent this message? Lapla said, I'm just a messenger, so you don't need to know the details. Even if I knew, I couldn't tell you due to some system restrictions. There are some things players need to investigate themselves. Kane thought to himself, they're talking about the strongest of the three goddesses, so that means Urd. But why so suddenly? Kane asked, why do they have you deliver that message? Lapla Rabbit quickly replied, that I don't know. A simple errand runner like me couldn't possibly know what the gods and demons are thinking, right? Kane thought, demons are still demons. They're usually unreliable, but still quite troublesome. Well, I was planning on angering the three goddesses anyway. Before Kane left, Lapla Rabbit said, just as I thought, it seems you're not taking the warning to heart. Then I hope you have a safe journey. I've been more thorough this time, so there won't be anyone obstructing you on your way to the 16th floor. Return to the 13th floor. Kane arrived at the 16th floor to undertake the challenge. This is the 16th floor, the gate of Lapan EU. All troops have arrived at the 16th floor, Kane announced. Hand over everything you've acquired. Everyone gasped in surprise. This is like protection money. Don't tell me he brought us along just to rob us. Notification. You have obtained 182 fire orbs, 3 ice crystals, and 91 snow roses. Baha had given Cain a dimensional bag before he left the 11th floor. It was a rare item where someone had enchanted a small bag with spatial magic. It's like an item storage, Cain thought. He said, "If everyone is ready, then let's go." A general asked him, "Captain, where are the Azuzua ice soldiers stationed?" Cain replied, "They are at the temple of the sick cow." Upon hearing this, everyone's jaws dropped. What? Zenhu explained the current situation to his subordinates. The Zanjii of the present, the sick cow of the future. In the Aga legends, there are 3 goddesses who reside at the Yuzazun, the stream of fate. They sit together beneath the Isa sea tree, spinning golden threads that decide the fate of mankind. Therefore, their temple always has many devotees, even some gods and demons who wish to meet them to see their future. However, these 3 goddesses avoid the gods and demons on the 98th floor and always reside on the 16th floor. Surprised by Zenhu's decision, Sanin asked nervously, "What do you mean? Are you saying we're going to attack a temple?" Seeing nothing wrong with his words, Zenhu calmly asked back, "Is there a problem?" Afraid of offending the goddesses, Sanin tried to persuade him. "That's absurd. Even if the 3 goddesses don't leave the 16th floor, they are still goddesses. If we anger them, they will surely punish us." Feeling that this was a waste of time, Zenhu interrupted. "No, you don't need to worry about that. The 3 goddesses, or the 3 fates, can only predict the fate of others, but they cannot harm anyone. That's why they are called that. The Great Power Tower system has great limitations. Because they can predict fate, their bodies are restricted from physical contact. That way, they won't abuse their power." To prevent them from refusing the mission, Zenhu threatened. "Furthermore, refusing a mission will be considered a breach of contract, so you'll be held responsible for your punishment. Do you know that means belonging to the demons?" The 8th team, Bakakak, turned pale with fear upon hearing Zenhu's words. Ignoring the unwilling expressions of Sanin's group, Zenhu ordered, "All right, let's go." Sanin's team, though reluctant, had to follow. The system displayed a notification. "You have arrived at the temple of the future sick cow." The followers of the 3 goddesses became agitated upon seeing them, whispering amongst themselves. They muttered in confusion, "What's this? What's going on? What is the Red Dragon Gang doing here? Why are they suddenly here?" The temple attendants rushed out to inquire, "What is the Red Dragon Gang doing here? I don't know what you're doing here, but this is a sacred place. Please put away all your dangerous weapons." Dissatisfied, Zenhu questioned them gruffly. "Did you just say you don't know why we're here?" The temple guard, not understanding Zenhu's meaning, asked, "What do you mean?" Zenhu cut him off before he could finish. "If you don't know, that means whoever sent you is looking down on us. And if you're pretending not to know, that means you're looking down on us. So, how should I interpret this?" Using his dragon eyes to sense the surroundings, Zenhu silently assessed the situation. "I don't sense any hatred or fondness around the Sit Cow Temple. Since I'm here representing the Red Dragon Gang, the bigger the conflict, the better. Furthermore, the more destruction we cause here, the more serious the matter will become when it reaches Saber God and the Azuz clan." Having carefully calculated, Zenhu unleashed his power, attacking the temple attendants. They scattered in panic, some even falling to the ground. Without further ado, Zenhu used his sword to tear through the temple, creating a tremendous explosion that sent dust and debris billowing into the air. Seeing this, the members of the Red Dragon Gang eagerly joined the fray, attacking the temple guards. A female follower, seeing Zenhu enter a room, cried out in an attempt to stop him, but to no avail. "Wait, you can't go that way." By then, Zenhu had already opened the door, and a strong fragrance wafted into his nostrils. The person inside asked in surprise, "Who are you? I've never seen you before. Did you bring a girl here?" Looking at the person sitting on the floor, Zenhu silently assessed him. "Han Bin, Saber God's only son. When Zenhu didn't reply, Hanbin asked impatiently, "Hey, are you listening? What the hell? I didn't bring anyone here." A follower quickly arrived at the room and shouted from outside, "Wait, let me explain." Zenhu ordered the Red Dragon gang members, "Don't let anyone in here." The follower was forcibly dragged away by the Red Dragon gang. Inside the room, Hanbin lost his patience and demanded, "What the hell is going on? How dare you touch my people? Do you want to die?" Ignoring Hanbin's ranting, Zenhu coldly ordered, "Take him outside." Hanbin struggled and cursed as he was dragged out. "Let me go. I said let me go. Do you know who I am?" Finding the commotion too loud, Zenhu struck Hanbin, knocking him unconscious. It became much quieter. As he walked out, Zenhu mused, Saber God's paternal love for his son has blinded him. Hanbin has struggled his whole life with his frail health, and the easiest escape was drugs. That's what made him so reckless. Even the Temple of the Future Sit, Cow, couldn't interfere because he's Saber God's son. They probably didn't know what would happen to them if they refused his orders. So they must have continued to cover up this brutality. In the end, they colluded with Hanbin. They must have taken advantage of the fact that the three goddesses couldn't take any action because their role is only to foresee the fate of others. Now, the Temple of the Three Goddesses was in ruins, no longer possessing its original majestic beauty. Leaving the temple, Zenhu continued to ponder. News of what happened here would surely spread throughout the town, and the reputation of the three goddesses would decline, even that of Saber God and the Azuz clan. The system appeared with a notification. You have reached the 11th floor. The Unicorn clan members, seeing Zenhu arrive, were excited. Doza cheerfully called out to Fanny. Fanny also cheerfully replied, "Brother, you're here. Just by looking at you, I can tell you've been causing trouble, haven't you? It must have been fun, huh? If I had finished my errands, I would have." From afar, Baheda interrupted Fanny mid-sentence. This guy looked a lot like Saber God. With a few more wrinkles, he'd be even more alike, Baha thought to himself. I can't believe I caught this guy without him mentioning me even once. Although I don't believe it, who would have thought such a trump card would fall right into my hands? With the goal of using him to replace the Summer Queen's empty heart, I had to lure Lan out with the incomplete stone by meticulously planning. If I'm right, Lan's stone is still incomplete. But if there are materials to help complete it, even that suspicious bastard will come running. And I've secretly prepared the materials to complete the stone. Initially, I unintentionally leaked the information and lured Lan out. But there's one flaw, given Lan's personality, before personally inspecting the materials, that he won't do anything drastic. But Saber God's son has fallen into my hands. Then, just having him is enough bait to lure Lan out with the stone. With his son in my hands, Saber God won't have any choice. He's dedicated and ready to share his magic with his son. So that means, to him, his son is definitely more important than his clan and his martial arts. Baha, feeling increasingly pleased, ordered, "Wake him up." At the monster's headquarters, Thotin entered with a bright face and an energetic voice. "Good morning, everyone." Upon opening the door and entering a room, Thotin suddenly stopped at the unexpected appearance of someone. Frowning in surprise, Thotin asked, "What brings you here, Vike?" Vike, sitting comfortably in a chair, smiled faintly and replied, "I'm just making a stop here. Besides, I heard an interesting rumor." He paused for a moment, his eyes full of implication as he continued. "Recently, a demon has taken an interest in an area on a lower floor. And people are saying that Lapla was the one who interfered. Can you tell me what your intentions are?" Hearing this, Thotin cursed inwardly. This cunning old man, he definitely won't let this go. Elsewhere, in Saber God's territory, he had just heard the news from his subordinate, their voice urgent. The Red Dragon Gang attacked the Temple of the Future Sit Cow. We don't understand how they knew, but Hanbin has. Saber God's face paled with worry as he urgently asked, "What happened to Hanbin?" Without waiting for a complete answer, he frantically began to prepare to leave. A worried subordinate asked, "Saber God, where are you going?" Overcome with fear, Saber God, as a father, declared, "Even if I don't know where he is, I have to go save him." Anywhere. Saber God entered his room and slung his sheathed sword over his shoulder. On the table lay a piece of paper. "If you want to find your son, bring the stone." Saber God trembled, muttering anxiously, "Don't tell me." When he opened the box, inside was a part of his son. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the god of the Azuz clan sat clutching his head, groaning, "This headache is killing me." After declaring his departure from the Unicorn clan and the Divine Order, he faced countless obstacles and trials everywhere he went. But he swept them all away, plundered his enemies, trampled them underfoot, and rose again. In the end, he always triumphed. Then he was surrounded by those like him. And now they served as the founders of the Azuz clan. However, unlike Tia, which he easily destroyed, the Red Dragon Gang was like an iron wall he couldn't break through. The infamous 81 Eyes were just the beginning. Moreover, the Red Dragon Gang had something other clans didn't: history and culture. The birth of the Red Dragon Gang occurred long ago when players gathered on the 77th floor to overthrow Anfan's rule. Afterward, they became a large, well-structured organization capable of leaving a great legacy. As a result, their strength became deeply rooted, a hidden power greater than what they revealed to the outside world. The force currently deployed to the 11th floor was just the tip of the iceberg known as the Red Dragon Gang. But even so, the Azuz clan would be crushed, just as the Red Dragon Gang desired. With their history and traditions, no clan could defeat them with those two things. I want to end this war as quickly as possible. But if that happens, the 9 kings will also disappear. News of their surrender will spread, causing them to be hated, and their reputations will plummet because the Azuz clan is known for its confidence and pride. That's something I can't allow to disappear. Is the sword the only solution? Although they call it a sword, it could transform into a spear for spearmen, or a bow for archers. With a name Divine Frame, it's a divine item that looks like a god. But to use it requires a massive amount of magic. It's still incomplete, but I should retrieve it now. An omnipotent stone. It's something that will be a great help in controlling the sword. I'm talking to myself. It seems I'll have to put land aside and awaken the sword. Suddenly, a subordinate reported from outside. Something terrible has happened. The god wearily asked, "What is it?" The subordinate respectfully replied, "Saber God is attacking the martial god." Hearing this, the god was utterly astonished. Outside, the martial god was being wounded by Saber God's attacks. Saber God coldly said, "Don't make me repeat myself. Hand over the stone." With a single swing of Saber God's sword, the ground behind the martial god exploded. The martial god fearfully replied, "You bastard. How many times do I have to tell you? I don't have that thing." Saber God's anger surged as he stepped forward and said coldly, "I never asked where it is. I just said to bring it here." His eyes blazing with fury, Saber God growled, "You'd best bring it to me if you still value your life." With that, Saber God unleashed a powerful sword attack towards the martial god, with no way to dodge. The martial god could only brace for the impact, cursing inwardly. Damn it, too late to dodge. Just when the martial god thought this would be his last spring, a flash of light intercepted Saber God's attack. It was none other than the god of teachings. The martial god called out, his voice trembling, "God of teachings." Seeing this, Saber God said, "What are you doing? Step aside. This doesn't concern you, God of teachings." The god of teachings, filled with anger, retorted, "Saber, I should be the one asking you that. How dare you point your blade at a comrade while the Red Dragon Gang is right in front of us? Have you gone mad from overwork?" Consumed by worry for his son, Saber God disregarded his comrade and angrily pointed his sword at the other two gods. "Get out of my way." A voice filled with authority boomed, causing both Saber God and the God of Teachings to flinch. "What's going on here?" The God of Swords descended from above, surrounded by a brilliant golden light. He demanded, "Speak, Saber. Tell me what's happening." Wiping a trace of spittle from his lips, Saber God replied, "There's only one thing I want. I simply asked Martial God to give it to me." The God of Swords inquired, "And what did you ask him for?" With an emotionless face, Saber God replied, "The stone." The God of Swords was taken aback. Seeing his reaction, Saber God lunged forward and exclaimed, "So you do know about it? I don't know what this stone is or why either of us should care about it, but Hanbin, my son, has been kidnapped. I need that stone to save him. I'll accept any punishment, so just give me the stone." Hearing Saber God's words, the God of Swords began to assess the situation. "It seems the Red Dragon Gang has laid a trap for us." He then spoke in a calming tone, "I don't understand the situation fully yet. Let's calm down and discuss this first." Saber God couldn't wait any longer. "I'm in a hurry." The God of Swords summoned a sword and attacked Saber God, commanding, "I said wait, Saber God. Go back to your room and cool your head. I'll summon you when things have settled down." Though reluctant, Saber God was forced to return to his room as ordered. Uncontrollable rage erupted within him like a storm, and he unleashed his fury upon his surroundings. The sounds of shattering objects echoed, transforming the once peaceful room into a scene of chaos. As his anger subsided, Saber God collapsed in anguish, his eyes growing distant as memories of the past flooded back. Each memory, like a deep cut in his soul. Love had come to him like a warm spring breeze. It had come to someone like him, who was not destined for romance. Her only remaining memory, as her eyes closed. He paused. Then the image of his frail, weak son filled his mind. My son, my frail child, always waiting for my return, unaware of the hardships I face against my enemies. In this utter despair, Saber God felt his heart tear apart, thoughts of pain and hopelessness swirling through his mind. If only I were stronger. My son, I'm sorry. Forgive me. As Saber God was consumed by grief, a fleeting figure appeared outside the door, causing him to pause. Anxiety rising, he quickly went to investigate, but upon opening the door, he found only emptiness. No one was there, only a box placed neatly under the dim light. On top lay a mysteriously folded piece of paper. Saber God froze, his body turning to ice before the enigmatic box. A powerful sense of unease washed over him, causing his legs to weaken, and he collapsed on the spot. His trembling hand reached out, slowly taking the paper. His eyes, strained, read each word as if fearing to miss a single clue. If you want to find your son, bring the stone. Upon reading this, fear tightened its grip on his mind. With the last of his courage, he slowly opened the box. Inside, a single eyeball rested, gleaming with a dull light, causing his blood to run cold. Saber God recoiled in horror, unable to believe what he saw. He screamed in agony, his cries tearing through the air. He collapsed onto the cold floor. His subordinates outside, hearing the commotion, rushed in, only to freeze at the sight before them. Saber God was on his knees, his body enveloped in a crimson light, radiating a terrifying and malevolent aura. A suffocating, heavy-killing intent filled the air. A subordinate stumbled back, stammering a question he couldn't voice. This is a magic surge. Saber God lifted his crimson eyes, glaring fiercely at the subordinate before him. His voice, deep and powerful, boomed, "Whose side are you on?" The subordinate, drenched in sweat, his legs giving way, knelt before him. His voice trembled, but his words were sincere. "Since you saved my life, I have always been on your side." The red light around Saber God flared intensely as he stared into the kneeling figure, scrutinizing every word. The air in the room grew heavier, pressing down on the subordinate, who dared not raise his head. He bowed low, waiting in utter tension. Saber God looked down at him, his eyes still ablaze, but his voice now calm and chillingly cold. "Then gather them. At sunset we begin." His words were final, laced with a heavy killing intent, leaving no room for delay. The subordinate scrambled to his feet, glancing back at Saber God as he hurried away, still trembling from his terrifying presence. The crimson light surrounding Saber God intensified, like a smoldering fire waiting to erupt into a destructive inferno. Elsewhere, in Fanty's cozy quarters, the dim light played across his face, his eyes gleaming with smug satisfaction. He sipped his wine, the crimson liquid flowing down his throat. "Saber God," he chuckled, "must have started moving by now. Kane, thanks to you, everything is going smoothly." Zenho looked up in surprise, his sharp eyes fixed on Fanty, his voice laced with suspicion. You already had a spy planted there." Fanty smirked, his voice booming with pride and certainty. "Want me to enlighten you? There's nowhere the red dragon doesn't have eyes and ears." He took a sip of wine, his eyes hazy yet calculating, as if savoring the success of his plan. He continued, his tone soft but suggestive. "They're everywhere, truly everywhere. And by the way, it's all thanks to you." Seeing Fanty's glass empty, Zenhu immediately stood up and refilled it with deep red wine, his gaze respectful. Fanty accepted the glass with a satisfied smile. His warm voice resonated. "Everyone in the meeting room praised you. We've even planned the next step. After that, everything will end the war, even the Azuz clan." Fanty's lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with confidence, as if he had foreseen the bright future he would achieve. Each of his words was filled with ambition, like arrows poised to fly from a bow, unstoppable. "My reputation will be solidified then, and I'll make those bastards who call me a traitor regret it." Fanty looked up, his eyes sharp as a slender knife, staring directly at Zenhu. His voice, filled with promise and determination, rang out. "So gather them. And you have a bright future ahead of you, overcoming adversity for both of us." Fanty's gaze seemed to affirm that his promises were not empty words, but a clear, definite plan. Each sentence was a guarantee, an undeniable commitment. "From now on, let's support each other. I'll pull from a front, and you'll push from behind. What do you think? A beautiful picture, isn't it?" Zenna didn't answer immediately. His eyes glazed over, lost in distant thought. In his mind, scenes from the past flooded back, an unforgettable memory. The day Aisha was created, the day she still remembered until her death. But Fanny had decided to turn his back and bury that memory. It seemed he had completely forgotten about it. "You say the red dragon has eyes and ears everywhere. Meaning you must have been the red dragon's eyes and ears back in Asia." After the conversation with Fanny ended, Zenhu walked back to his room. Each footstep echoed in the silent space. His mind was filled with thoughts. When Hanbin was brought here, the board was already set, on a broken board. If you want to take what you want or discard it altogether, you just need to prepare for it. Zenhu knew he needed to prepare thoroughly. "I should set up a magic barrier, just in case." Clutching the small bag, Zenhu thought to himself, increase power. Need to increase power as much as possible. Zenhu resolutely called out, "Come forth." Immediately, a cold aura emanated from the bag, and a faint spirit gradually formed. This spirit had no clear shape, just a blurry shadow, but the power radiating from it was enough to make the surrounding space heavy. Zenhu wasn't afraid. He knew this spirit would help him in the next steps. The spirit, following Zenhu's call, appeared and respectfully replied, "My esteemed master." Zenhu silently appraised the spirit. Is this because it was once a player spirit? Unlike other familiar spirits, Bo could already speak, but due to its low intelligence, it could only manage a few words. What I want to do now requires intelligence. So, after careful consideration, Zenhu Commandidbo. From now on, I will give you a few items in a specific order. Make sure to absorb them in the order I give them to you. Be careful not to miss a single drop of magical power. Respectfully replied, Kinderstund. Still not entirely trusting, Zenhu reiterated, remember, the process will fail if you miss even a drop. Firmly affirmed, Kinderstund. Zenhu took out several items and instructed, let's begin. The order is 2 fire gems, 5 ice crystals, and 9 golden roses. Bo received the items from their master and followed Zenhu's instructions. After Bo finished absorbing them, the system appeared with a notification. Bo, the sorcerer spirit, has successfully absorbed 2 fire gems. Fire attribute increased by 1. Fire attribute increased by magic. Zenhu was surprised by Bo's absorption ability. If this works, Bo will evolve to a higher level than before. Here, Zenhu quietly sank in a deep thought, their expression tinged with an indescribable pensiveness. There are 2 main reasons why the Aisha Guild became successful. First, my encounter with the dragon Calithu on the 11th floor. Second, the Bobai Lu experiment, which led to the creation of enhancement items. I'm not particularly worried about Calithu's identity, and the awakening process is almost complete. But the enhancement items are different. As the name suggests, enhancement items are like drugs that increase magical power. My brother didn't know the exact details of how they were made. He only wrote down the basic ingredients and ratios in his diary. But if it's something that can be created with just the ingredient ratios, it's not a product that only Bai Lu could make. When creating it, some ingredients had to be frozen or dried, so it took quite a lot of time. But fortunately, familiar spirits don't have to worry about that because they are made of abnormally condensed magic with intelligence. Just give them random items, and they can absorb everything. Zenhu stood silently, arms crossed, watching Bo absorb the energy, their mind a whirlwind of complex thoughts. It would be great if familiar spirits could evolve on their own, but currently, the limitations of the Dark Bracelet don't allow them to do so, which is why I'm using this method. Zenhu used their dragon, to check Bo's progress. Bo, the sorcerer spirit, has successfully absorbed the blue crystal. Magical power increased by 3. Water attribute increased by 2. You have reached the limit of providing energy to Bo, the sorcerer spirit. Further leveling up will negatively affect the spirit's body. The spirit's ethereal body is starting to fragment. Bo, the sorcerer spirit, has absorbed the black rose. Werid, Zenhu deployed medic to assist Bo. Its stats haven't been affected yet. Do everything you can to endure and absorb it, no matter the cost. This is why I chose you for this, a sentient spirit. Zenhu continued to monitor the situation with their dragon eye. Bo, the sorcerer's spirit, has surpassed its limit. You have achieved deep thought. Evolution commencing. As the evolution process began, Bo's spirit started to glow, its entire body enveloped in a brilliant blue light, gentle yet brimming with mystical power. The light flowed around its body like water, each wave radiating a pure essence that seemed to vibrate the surrounding space. However, hidden within this purity, shadowy black tendrils suddenly appeared, coiling around the blue light like ghostly specters. The black aura exuded a sense of danger, as if ready to devour anything in its path. Time passed in tense silence. The entire space was weighed down by the pressure of the evolutionary process, causing everything around to seem frozen. Then, suddenly, the blue light flared one last time, exploding in a decisive moment. As the light gradually dissipated, Bo's form became clear, no longer a formless floating spirit, but a powerful entity standing firmly on the ground. Bo slowly opened its eyes. Within their deep sockets, a vibrant blue flame burned fiercely, a testament to its newly awakened power. The blue fire in its gaze held not only majesty, but also a hint of death, sending shivers down one's spine. Finally, Bo bowed its head, its voice deep and respectful. "Greetings, my esteemed master." In that moment, the space seemed to tremble slightly, acknowledging the immense transformation that had just taken place. Before Zenhu, a shimmering notification appeared midair, each character clearly displayed in golden light, emitting a warm aura. "Congratulations. You have found a way to obtain the Death Cleric. Continue to seek further measures. The power of darkness will be with you. You have achieved a feat not easily attained. Bonus Gamma will be awarded. This achievement will not be added to the 11th floor challenge as it was completed individually. You have received the title Deathbringer. The world is divided into two sides, death and life. They despise each other because they cannot integrate. However, with this title, you will receive love and blessings from both death and life. The effectiveness of all immortality-related attributes will increase. Control over the darkness attribute plus 20. You have received new knowledge about death. General knowledge expanded. Dragon Eye proficiency increased by 35.1%. As the shimmering notification faded, the space returned to a solemn silence. Bo, the evolved spirit, remained kneeling before Zenhu, its posture utterly respectful. The vibrant blue flames burning in its deep eyes represented unwavering loyalty. In a deep voice laced with gratitude and reverence, Bo slowly spoke. "Master, you are the one who pulled me from the abyss. No matter what happens, I will willingly obey your commands." Bo's voice carried a strange power. As it finished speaking, the surrounding air seemed to stir. It was as if the oath had not only touched Zenhu's heart, but had also been etched into the very fabric of space, becoming an indelible testament. Zenhu stood silently, his gaze fixed on Bo. He sensed the absolute sincerity in every word and, above all, the unbreakable bond that had formed between them. No further words were needed. A single, slight nod from Zenhu was enough to express his acknowledgement and absolute trust in his devoted spirit. Zenhu looked at Bo, a thoughtful glint in his eyes before he asked, his tone calm, yet laced with concern, "What magic do you currently possess?" Bo bowed their head, the blue flames in their eye sockets burning brightly. Their voice, respectful yet firm, answered, "When I was alive in my previous life, I could use almost all types of magic." Zenhu nodded in satisfaction. Their gaze swept over Bo's powerful form, now more solid and imposing than before, and asked in a low voice, for example. Bo knelt on one knee, hand placed over their chest, their gaze fixed steadily on Zenhu as they spoke. "I will show you. Would you mind giving me a part of your soul?" Zenhu replied indifferently, if necessary. Not letting Zenhu wait long, Bo extended a hand and began to cast magic. First was the summoning of death gods. The blue light on Bo's hand flared brightly, and as the light faded, death gods in monstrous forms appeared. Using souls as a medium, I can summon them. If there are corpses, I can also turn them into skeletons or ghouls. Next is the blood mist. If the opponent can see it, I can occasionally create illusions and inflict fear upon the enemy. It can also transfer strength and magic from the enemy to allies. Zenhu stood silently, watching Bo demonstrate their abilities. Zenhu couldn't deny that Bo's evolution had exceeded their expectations. Witnessing the drastic change and absolute loyalty of this spirit, Zenhu silently assessed. "It seems much better than before. Not only does it cause the opponent to panic, it can also steal their strength. It's certainly beneficial for a fierce battle. Bo then cast another spell. This time, a golden light burned brightly in their hand. This is absorption from corpses. Based on the number of corpses and souls, basic magic like fire and ice can be used. In my previous life, I was a necromancer. Unlike dark mages or witches, necromancers specialize in corpses and curses. So for now, this is all I can do. But I will become stronger and a complete spirit. I will not disappoint, Master. Zenhu was truly satisfied. With Bo's evolution, they thought fighting alone while commanding the lesser spirits is a bit difficult. But now I can relax a bit and leave this to them. Since they can control corpses, they can also control the lesser spirits. Zenhu nodded in satisfaction and cheerfully commanded, "All right." Bo placed a hand on their chest and sincerely said, "I will not disappoint, Master." After finishing their conversation with Bo, Zenhu opened the system interface and thought, "Now that I've acquired a summoner, I just need a knight to fight by my side." A moment later, Zenhu summoned Sanen's spirit. Sanen looked around in surprise and asked, "Where am I?" Zenhu, standing calmly in a corner, spoke up, "This is the Red Dragon's base, Sanen." Seeing Zenhu, Sanen was astonished and spoke angrily, You clearly killed me. How can I be here? I've heard that necromancers or dark mages can deal with souls, but I've never heard of a soul being completely restored like this." Listening to Sanen's reasoning, Zenhu was quite pleased, thinking, based on his level of awareness, he's smarter than most who become spirits. If I can make this person my spirit knight. Sanen stood in deep thought for a long while before asking, "Oh, and about my request, what happened?" Zenhu, true to his word, immediately replied, "I've released them, but those who?" Sanen raised a hand to stop Zenhu mid-sentence and said, "That's enough. If I asked for more, it would be selfish. But you call me here. You must want something, right? And the fact that you're with the Red Dragon and not the Azuz clan is also very strange." Zenhu nodded and continued, "I'll explain everything to you." After listening to Zenhu's story, Sanen laughed heartily and exclaimed, "You turned against God Saber because of your relationship. I like that. You don't seem as greedy as the rumors say. So you want me to become your Shadow Knight, meaning you wanted to work under you." Zenhu immediately replied, "That's right." Without hesitation, Sanen replied, "I refuse. You don't need to ask why. I was born and raised in the Red Dragon, and I have no intention of leaving them after death either." As if anticipating this outcome, Zenhu thought to himself, "It truly isn't easy." But seeing him so stubborn, it really isn't easy to obtain a soul like Sanen's. I want to know more about the point he mentioned. What is it really? Zenhu then threatened, "There's no other way. I'll have to use force." Showing no fear, Sanen asked in surprise, "Huh? You have a way." Zenhu immediately said, "I've collected your soul. You think I can't bind you?" Sanen scratched his head foolishly and replied, "Huh, that's true, but can't you just let it go?" With a cold expression, Zenhu crossed his arms and flatly refused. Left with no other choice, Sanen coughed and said, "I take back what I said earlier. You're too greedy. All right, doesn't sound bad, but I have one condition." Zenhu, seemingly afraid Sanen would change his mind, quickly asked, "What is it?" Pointing at Zenhu, Sanen said, "I'll obey you, but you can't control my mind and make me stronger than when I was alive. Not just the strength of a high-level player, but even more." Zenhu, very pleased with his new knight, said cheerfully, "Don't worry, I'll become the strongest, so you can trust me." Sanen grinned and said, "That's settled. To be honest, from the moment I first saw you, I knew we were the same." Zenhu said, "But there's something I have to do. You'll probably have to fight against the Red Dragon and face your friends in that battle." Sanen, undeterred, affirmed, "I'm prepared. Starting a new life, so there's no need to dwell on the past, right?" Zenhu nodded in satisfaction, thinking he's completely different now. Zenhu then asked in surprise, Why the sudden change of heart? Sonnen closed his eyes and smiled, saying, I don't want to be too stubborn. If I keep clinging to the past, it will be hard for me to move on peacefully. And I'm more curious about what you'll do in the future. It seems interesting. Zenhu chuckled helplessly, thinking, he's more complex than I thought. But as long as I have him, the road ahead will be easier. After their banter, Zenhu handed Sonnen items similar to bows and said, now, absorb these items in the order I give them to you. After giving the items to Sonnen, the system appeared. Soul identity successfully evolved. Death Knight created. The Death Knight has pledged loyalty to you, bound by the Black King's despair. It will become your reliable sword and shield. Please name the soul. Zenhu immediately entered the name, Sonnen. The system then displayed a congratulatory message. The name Sonnen has been given to the Death Knight. Loyalty increased by 15, reputation increased by 5. After successfully evolving, Sonnen, clad in mystical black armor, respectfully said, Greetings, my esteemed master. Thank you for. Before Zenhu could finish his sentence, Sonnen interrupted, annoyed, don't speak so formally. I am your servant and knight. A master shouldn't speak so formally to their servant. Of course, I will speak to you politely. Zenhu then asked, so the focal point can only be sensed through the senses. At this point, both of them had sat down to talk normally. Sonnen replied, that's right, choosing one of many possibilities. If you can't read the future, you must rely on your senses. Of course, the senses we speak of are different from the 5 senses we possess. It's a different realm. The 5 senses are like instincts. Hearing Sonnen say this, many thoughts ran through Zenhu's mind. I felt it a few times before. Perhaps he's talking about the 6th sense? Intuitive decision-making. It could be something akin to precognition. Sonnen continued, usually, someone at your level easily understands, but I think this is a bit difficult for you. I was surprised to learn you only recently started learning martial arts. The higher you climb, the more skilled opponents you'll encounter. There's a good chance you'll meet people who use the focal point, so I think you should learn it quickly to fight them effectively. Zenhu asked seriously, is there a way to learn faster? Sonnen replied, there is. The more you fight, the more experience you accumulate. Zenhu interrupted, so it's clear that. Sonnen continued, remember all the movements. Memorization is best in these situations. The more you remember, the more you can utilize it when needed. Zenhu suggested, can you teach me some of those movements? Sonnen happily agreed to Zenhu's request. Of course, my master. Since we're talking about it, let's start now. It seems you're in a hurry. Zenhu wanted Sonnen's guidance for training, but unfortunately, he could only train for a very short time. The reason was that Zenhu received an urgent summons, forcing him to halt all activities to carry out the important task at hand. Zenhu sighed inwardly. The training with Sonnen didn't last long because we were summoned again. Zenhu walked ahead, followed by his one-force tri-brethren. While walking, Zenhu suddenly felt a sharp, intense pain in his chest. Zenhu stopped, clutching his chest, his face showing pain and worry. In his mind, Zenhu kept wondering, what's suddenly wrong with me? Looking up, he saw a dragon standing before him. It was the Summer Queen. One of the skills that the Dragon Clan possesses, Dragon's Breath, is the dragon power within me reacting to the presence of another dragon. Luckily, she isn't looking this way. I just need to endure this for 2 days. Elsewhere, Divine Sword Saber had gathered all his men and said, you won't gain anything by drawing me out, and furthermore, you'll be branded as traitors. I'll give you a chance to leave here. After this, I won't accept any more requests to leave. The subordinates under Saber's command remained silent. Seeing this, Saber frowned, thinking, it seems my life hasn't been wasted. Stopping his wandering thoughts, Saber gave the order, I'll take your lives. Saber's subordinates began their brutal work. After finishing off one man, one of Saber's subordinates asked, what about the target's location? Is the esteemed divine sword injured? The divine sword is protecting him in the study. Is it possible to separate them? Sir, I'm afraid not. Meaning we have no way to approach the divine sword. This is difficult. A signal flare shot into the sky. Those outside, seeing the signal, began to prepare. A blaze erupted. Several people ran, shouting, "Fire! The supply depot is on fire. Is it a red dragon attack? Bring water here. Where are the red dragons?" Divine Saber recalled the events before the operation began. This is the blood rebellion medicine I received after finishing off the 6th leader of the demon army, a rather terrifying power. Although it amplifies the body's latent abilities to another level, it's an item used for suicide or in times of crisis because it multiplies one's magical power several times over. But if it's the only way to defeat him, then I won't hesitate to take it. A guard, seeing Saber approaching, called out, "Divine Saber, you're not permitted here." Saber, surrounded by a fierce, hellish aura, continued forward. Inside, the divine sword and divine marshal were talking when they heard a noise. A tremendous explosion ripped through the divine sword's room, shattering it. Divine marshal angrily rebuked Saber. "You finally," Saber coldly stated, "just hand over the stone and I won't kill you." Divine marshal responded in frustration. "How many times do I have to say it? I don't have it." Seeing this, the divine sword stepped forward and asked, "Did you have to go this far?" Divine Saber coldly replied, "I'm already here, so nothing can be changed. Hand over that fool." The divine sword angrily retorted, "Are you finally taking revenge by rebelling? Will you still continue if it's like this?" Saber wondered in surprise. Is this an illusion? Everything I've seen so far is fake. The divine sword coldly stated, "Look at the consequences of betrayal. Is this the only way? I'll still give you one last chance because you were the first friend I journeyed with along with Jiao." Saber replied, his voice filled with anguish, "You, who only calculates and evaluates everything, can't understand. They surely departed peacefully, so pitying them only curses them. There's one thing you should know. Whether it's 1, 10, or 100 people, there's only one person I must save, no matter what." Before deciding to come here, Saber donned an air of confidence. "There's something you should know. Whether it's 1, 10, or 100 people, there's only one person I must save, no matter what." Powerful magical forces emanated from the opponent facing Saber. He drew his sword. His nimble feet combined with lightning speed as he lunged at his foe. Saber's subordinates called out to their allies, "Protect the master. Don't let anyone near him." Saber's sword radiated a crimson aura, using the swirling vortex of its blade to encircle the enemy. The whirlwind continued its relentless dance, culminating in the tomb of 9 swords. But things weren't as simple as Saber had thought. Another sword appeared before him. He's still standing after that blow. The divine sword was right next to Saber. This is the power of the 4 swords, eternal departure. He closed the distance rapidly, still charging in. How foolish. This is the end. With just a finger, the masked figure blocked Saber's sword. Not only that, he shattered it into pieces as if the sharp blade were merely a piece of cake. Saber was both astonished and helpless. Impossible. I've already amplified my magical power. My skills are far greater now than in my prime. And yet, I can't even leave a scratch on him. 3 swords attacked Saber simultaneously. What? The masked figure's eyes glowed crimson. There's something called circumstance. These words forced Saber to reflect on his life. The days of wandering aimlessly, searching for strong opponents to become stronger himself. I dueled with the one known as Divine Sword and was defeated. After overcoming the shock, I started following him, aiming to observe and learn more. Unlike Divine Sword, you who dedicated your life to training, I had a wife and a son. But at that time, these circumstances prevented me from becoming stronger. and my senses gradually weakened. Is this as far as I can go? Finally, Divine Sword spoke. However, I am grateful to you, because you drank the blood rebellion. The fusion process of the 4 divine beast cores, which I didn't know when it would be complete, is finally finished. The only thing left to do now is extract it from you. Saber was utterly shocked, never imagining this was his purpose. Divine Sword continued. I didn't expect to have to act so soon. Should I thank the Red Dragon for this gift? Saber's body trembled, but he was actually laughing. So that's it. Everything he's done. Divine Sword has been observing everyone's actions and reaping the rewards. Truly one of the top figures. In the end, even I was used. If this is how I die, then my son, who has always lived in suffering, will become a withered flower without even the chance to bloom. At the very least, I don't want my son to become like that. Wait, that piece of paper back then. There was a line written below the message, telling me to bring the coordinate stone. Divine Sword, you made a mistake. You shouldn't have told me about the core fusion process. As soon as the words left his mouth, a blinding green light appeared. It resembled a pre-drawn magic circle, illuminating the ground. Divine Sword watched in surprise. It was Hang On. From that magic circle, a massive creature emerged. It slowly spread its wings and flew out of the circle, letting out a terrifying roar. Not only Hang On, but others who were with Dan who also appeared from the magic circle. The first thing that caught Dan-who's attention was what lay right before his eyes. This was the magic of the 4 divine beasts. So Saber was dead. Black streams of energy slowly flowed into Dan-who's body. Was it absorbing? Dan-who had begun to absorb the magical power of the 4 divine beasts. The title of inheritor of the 4 divine beasts was accelerating the process. Magical power increased by 5. Magical power increased by 10. Magic circle proficiency significantly increased, the percentage gradually reaching maximum completion. Dan-who's magic circuits expanded. His development was confirmed, and the paused inheritance process continued, filling the empty layers. Current progress, 100%. And so, Dan-who's inheritance was complete. Dan-who's dragon form was awakening. Everyone below was terrified at the sight of such a massive creature. Just a single roar from it was enough to cause chaos. A monster. How can we? Hang On is a fire dragon. It breathed fire at anyone it deemed an enemy. Anyone hit by this attack would be reduced to dust in an instant. Dragon's breath. Be careful. Divine Sword hadn't done anything so far. Just stood there watching the events unfold. From the loss of the 4 divine beasts' power to the appearance of Red Dragon, it seems they want to challenge my wrath. After seizing the divine beast's power, I planned to use the stone to complete the sword, but now everything is in chaos. Are you trying to ruin everything I've built over time? Summer Queen, how dare you? Damn you. Divine Sword leaped high into the air, out of Hang On's sight. It seemed to be waiting to see what he would do. Divine Sword dashed along Hang On's body, filled with rage. I will destroy you. An explosion erupted in midair. The onlookers gasped in awe, as expected of Divine Sword. She must be the Summer Queen, but there's no way she can defeat Divine Sword. Divine Marshal and Divine Priest joined the fight. Divine Marshal spoke first. If you have time to chat, why not come out and fight? I'll clear the way. Then Divine Priest added, it's been a long time since we agreed on something. If we defeat the Summer Queen, Red Dragon will fall quickly. And with the 3 divine warriors, nothing is impossible. Meanwhile, Vante was also fighting. He took down the small fry around him first, successfully defeating the deputy commander over there. What is this? How could it be this easy? Is this all there is to the Azu's ice core? How disappointing. Everyone's fighting amongst themselves. And Doza's got a lot on her mind. I still don't see the One-Horn tribe here. If my father were here, Red Dragon would suffer heavy casualties. Besides, Dan-who said to leave this place to me. I wonder where Zabon is. did something happen. After absorbing the 4 divine beasts, Dan-Hu's body began to change. Waves of blue energy continuously flowed into him. My magic circle is expanding. It feels like my whole body is being torn apart. Dragon scales appeared on Dan-Hu's back. Sharp spines, typical of a dragon, sprouted from his back. His legs seem to have become sturdier. Dan-Hu's body is slightly different, but it doesn't seem like he'll fully transform into a dragon. Dan-Hu has successfully awakened all of his dragon components. The awakening process is complete, and his attributes have been successfully changed. The Geomantai trait has changed to Geoconic. Dan-Hu has achieved a miracle. Awarding bonus kama. He receives 10,000 kama and an additional 15,000 kama. Dan-Hu's status has been changed from incomplete dragon form to complete dragon form. He has gained a right to view a helpful report on the dragon species. Report on dragons, knowledge of dragons, and dragon privileges have been partially unlocked. This is an overview of the geoconic form. First, the dragon's territory depends on your abilities. You can establish your Bina, a territory where you can maximize your power within a certain range. Second, knowledge of dragons. You can activate a knowledge system called Choma, exclusive to the dragon species. Third, dragon privileges. You can use the power of the Keter truth. Everything feels so different. Everything about my body now is truly different. It's like before, I could only observe things, but now I can control them after some practice. It's the power to seek and understand the truth of all things. That is the geoconic form. The most significant change is in my privileges. Because I have the geoconic form and the blessing of the ancient dragon, I can now unlock up to 8 privileges. The privileges I currently possess are only the first step, but it's still astonishing. A disembodied voice emerged from behind Dan-Hu. New successor, are you the one that Brat spoke of? Dan-Hu looked back in surprise. That voice? How? I thought he was dead. He must have met Chan, who through the mystical dragon granted him the dragonkin and his legacy, then closed his eyes and waved goodbye. So what is this? The voice spoke again. Until you find me, I will wait for you. Dan-Hu has completed the hidden mission, the Azure Dragon's second trial. Dan-Hu is rewarded with a Bits bead string, the Azure Dragon's fury, and the Azure Dragon's territory. At this moment, Dan-Hu suddenly realized, that's right. The first target was to capture Divine Sword. Now it's on to the next one. Both of you come forth. 2 spirits appeared at Dan-Hu's command. Oh, great master, command us. Dan-Hu observed the players here. They weren't ordinary. They were strong enough to be part of a large guild. There were even high-level players among them. If I could gather players like them. No, it's still too early. You all disperse. Lante and Baha are all that remain. Everything will end when I finish off both of them and escalate the war. Baha will definitely try to assassinate Lante, and he will do everything to protect himself. Lante, he doesn't have that stone, which means he must possess some immense power to replace it. And when he and Baha clash, I will take them both down. A fierce battle amidst a sea of flames. Intense fighting in all 4 directions, and, besides those others, Baha is also facing his own enemies. But against those without superior strength, Baha only needs to snap his fingers to take them down. With these feeble attacks, do you think you can survive any longer? The 2 members who were about to attack Baha suddenly froze. And then what was coming finally came. Baha in an instant engulfed them in a firestorm. What the hell are you doing? The renowned war god is just this much. Now hiding like a rat. Come out, Lante. Do you think you can hide from me with just these ants? Could it be that the previous defeat made you more cowardly? Only Lante knows the truth. Nonsense. Even if it means disobeying the divine swordsman's order not to go out. Over here, Baha continues to provoke. So impatient. What are you plotting? Unfortunately, you won't have much time left. Tell me the location of the stone, Lante. The fire grows larger and Baha continues to casually converse with Lante. 72 Demon Sword Squad. Demon God Sword Squad. Guardian Sword Spirit. White Sword Squad. It's not funny to hear that the war god is being escorted by the elite warriors of the Azuz Corps. Anyway, you're the only one left. What do you think? Lante, thinking of giving up. It's useless to try, my friend. You're not the leader, are you? Having endured enough, Lante shouted, there's no such thing, you idiot. The stone you're looking for isn't here. It's gone. If I had it, I would have handed it over immediately. Why wait until now? Someone as arrogant and stubborn as Baha wouldn't let it go easily. If that's the case, it seems I can't help you. At this point, Baha used his signature move, preparing to attack Lante. Persistent like a leech. I told you I don't have it. Even if Lante's words were true, Baha still had to find every way to get the stone. How long can the Summer Queen restrain the three gods? Probably not long. Anyway, her dragon heart is broken, so she'll stop sooner or later. She must rule as the strongest in the tower. I'm sorry, but I don't have time, Lante. I need to find the stone and restore the dragon heart as quickly as possible. The flames from Baha's hand blazed intensely. Lante bore the brunt of all the flames alone. Baha roared, you won't give up, stubbornly willing to sacrifice your life. Lante's single word was unchanging. Fine, I'll also fight to the death with you. Lante's long-suppressed rage erupted. It made Baha start to worry a little. This is impossible. Is this the power of the Imperial Dragon? Absurd. How did you obtain the power of the Imperial Dragon? Now, no matter what was said, Lante didn't care. Doesn't matter. Lante lunged forward, poised to attack Baha. The tables had turned. Lante had to make Baha go from arrogant to terrified. Lante's eyes now held only the desire to defeat Baha. Baha couldn't believe Lante dared to look at him as prey. Lante attacked, Baha dodged, and then they were both caught in the repen. They needed to create distance to escape. Baha observed the difficult situation unfolding. The repen was slowing their reactions. At that moment, Lante was breaking through Baha's shield. So you blocked it, but you look pathetic. Weren't you expecting this? Let's see if you can block this next one. Lante's hand emitted a yellow electrical discharge. Baha recognized it. Was that Gungnir, the spear of Odin from Norse mythology, the weapon of the mighty god Odin, something incomparable in rank, used only when he punished his enemies from the heavens. Lante didn't know if he had succeeded. Was that guy still alive? The current surged towards Baha. However strong Baha's fire was, Lante's lightning was many times stronger. It also created a tremendous explosion. After using so much energy, Lante felt his body change. I've used almost all of the Imperial Dragon's inner core power. It's a good thing I didn't give it to the Divine Swordsman for emergencies. If this power were truly mine, I wouldn't have to worry about the stone at all. No, if I had both this and the stone. It seems Baha is still alive. Lante, how dare you? I won't spare you. Lante thought he would have to use all his remaining inner strength. And then, Dan-hu, radiating murderous intent from behind him, appeared. Finally, I've found you. Lante recognized the voice. When did? That voice, that terrifying murderous intent. Who is he? Baha was also surprised by Dan-hu's appearance. What the? Kane, why is he here? After striking down Lante, Dan-hu approached him. I can't believe he used all of Chan-hu's inner core. Did Azuz's core capture the Imperial Dragon somewhere? The Imperial Dragon was the reason the ancient dragon, Kalathos, noticed Chan-hu and became close to him. It's a good thing I was able to retrieve it this way. Dan-hu used Bathory's vampire sword to drain the remaining blood from the corpse. Strength increased by 2, stamina increased by 5. Curious as to why Dan-hu was there, Baha yelled, Kane, what are you doing? Why are you here? I assigned you to command the 2nd squad of the Foreign Legion. And what was it you just did? But Dan-hu paid no attention to someone like Baha. I thought you were quite intelligent, but you don't understand the situation. Baha couldn't believe Dan who had this side to him. How is this possible? Although not overly powerful, he has dragon fear, which only dragons possess. Besides the Summer Queen, no one else should have such power. How can this kid emanate dragon fear? It can't be a coincidence that he has the power of a dragon. This cannot be ignored. I must report this to my superiors immediately. Although the damage is greater than expected, Lambeth hasn't suffered any major losses. This is enough. I don't know what happened, but we're not enemies anymore. While the fisherman profits, you came here just for that. Well, it's time to go. First, I have to get out of here. The most important thing now is to report this to my superiors immediately. Although I want to tear him apart right now, I can't let any more variables emerge. Damn, if only my body wasn't so depleted. Just you wait, Kane. At this moment, Dan who spoke up. You seem to have misunderstood something. I have no intention of letting you go. Domain declaration. Dragon domain declared. Dan whose power increased within a certain range. Baha was bound tightly by chains. What? Unbelievable. It's useless, no matter what you do. Dan who has awakened dragon force. First stage manifested, dragonic loot. For a certain period, all stats increase by a fixed amount. Physical defense will increase for a certain period. Magical defense will increase for a certain period. Dragons, luck awakened. Dragonic loot means the first power that the ancient dragon Kalathos divided into 8 stages so that the inheritor can quickly adapt to the dragon's power. Dragon blood does not yet contain pure magic power. It has excellent magic immunity and resistance. Also, by activating the dragon's luck, it maximizes the body's potential. Dragon's senses will be more sensitive within the declared area. As proficiency increases, the senses become more detailed and can make judgments close to future sight. My head is flooded with information, but now is the time to focus so I can examine it closely. But I'm definitely thinking faster. Dan who has received the dragon blood. He will gain immunity to special effects. Magic resistance. This is incredible magic resistance. In addition, it also has the ability to quickly recover wounds and stamina. Dragon blood awakened. Artificially inducing dragon blood to flow through the body to push all physical stats to their limits. And this is just the first stage of dragon force. Baha has reached his limit. That damn Kane. A newbie like you dares to treat a high-level player like me as a joke. Dan who had been preparing for this for a long time. He advanced towards Baha, sword in hand. Baha's flames seemed to have no effect on Dan who. Dan whose eyes now held only the desire to defeat Baha. It seems you want to destroy me, but your plan will fail. Lambeth has departed. When they reach the main unit, your true colors will be revealed. The Imperial Dragon captains will arrive soon. Even if you possess the power of the dragon, when they arrive. Denhu interrupted Baha. You seem to have misunderstood my intentions. A terrifying aura emanated from Dan whose body. It grew stronger and stronger, and souls began to appear. Of course, I have to eliminate you completely. This will be your burial ground, Baha. This sight stripped Baha of all his arrogance. Besides dragon force, he also has the power of death. It's rare enough to find one such power, but two. Is the tower going to collapse? Those on this side won't escape either. We're those things. Don't look, just run. Run faster. Souls block their path. Are you ready to meet your ancestors? Death accompanies me. By my master's will, I will glorify him. All their souls will be taken. Baha isn't doing much better either. This body is really failing me. No, being killed so easily is the worst part. Thinking back, ever since I stepped out, I've faced nothing but hardship and adversity. Nothing has been easy. I've always struggled desperately, even shedding blood, but I finally perfected Fire Fist. Thanks to those achievements and my strength, I became an eye of the Imperial Dragon. one of the 81 powerful eyes of the guild. You think you can corner me that easily? Don't misunderstand. No matter what, I will survive. Dan-woo frowned. He still has strength left. He's truly worthy of being a high-level player. Baha regained his previous stance, flames beginning to target Dan-woo. I am Baha, the Fire Fist. Dan-woo stood amidst the flickering flames, now wary of Baha and trying to dispel the flames around him. Baha used Fire Dance to attack Dan-woo. Those outside wouldn't be able to see what was happening within the thick smoke. Now Dan-woo is also showing signs of fatigue. Really, is he looking for an opportunity within the flames? The flames from Baha's hand aimed at Dan-woo. Go to hell. Baha's power showed no signs of weakening, the flames only growing stronger. Dan-woo faced them, focusing all his strength to create wings the color of magma. Looking at Dan-woo now, he resembled a demon. Baha started to become confused, or rather, worried by the situation. Impossible. Every time I attack, my power is dispersed. What the hell is this guy? Knowing full well that Dan-woo's current body is enduring a tremendous amount of powerful energy, Baha wasn't doing any better. Dan-woo marveled at Baha's endurance. He truly excels at this. If it weren't for the holy flame, the seed of all flames, I would probably be gravely injured. But in this battle, I have the advantage, so I will be the ultimate victor. This provoked the arrogant Baha. This arrogant bastard. He unleashed another burst of flames. But this attack of Baha's was merely a symbolic display of power, its effect negligible against Dan-woo. From beginning to end, Dan-woo held the upper hand. A blow to Baha's stomach sealed his defeat. Impossible. You can't possibly be this strong. Could it be that Baha, the Fire Fist, will perish today? Don't be ridiculous. You think you've defeated me. Don't get ahead of yourself. I'll show you who I am. But Dan-woo no longer cared. How pathetic, Baha. Stop your nonsense and bid farewell to this world. And then another blow to Baha's stomach. Blood splattered everywhere. Baha's body was pinned by the sword, unable to muster any strength or even move. Just who is he? Dan-woo slowly removed his mask. You're probably wondering who I am, right? Baha still couldn't believe it. Impossible. How could this be? His eyes reflected the image of Dan-woo holding his blade. And then it was over. Baha's head flew from his body. His fate ended there. Baha had nothing left after that battle. His body, from head to toe, was stained crimson. Dan-woo had fought a difficult battle, and the sky began to pour as if celebrating his victory. The downpour made Dan-woo think of his younger brother. It seems things are starting to change on the Summer Queen side. Has the dragon language covenant been broken? The covenant is bound by law. It can't be broken so easily. Could that Baha have lost? But I sent Cain with him. The dragon heart could shatter at any moment. It seems I've been too arrogant. If I can't find a stone, it's all meaningless. Even tearing through these fools is pointless. The divine sword contemplated the scene before him. The Summer Queen, even with the three gods combined, she won't be easy to deal with. Lightning crackled around the divine sword. What? Why has the sword I lent out returned here? Could he have? Dan-woo was absorbing power from Baha's body. The revenge has been partially settled. A spirit appeared. Master, we have eliminated all the enemies. Dan-woo's expression showed no surprise. Good work. The bracelet is shaking quite a bit, isn't it? Seriously speaking, it doesn't just contain Baha, but also the members of... I didn't expect it could hold so many powerful souls. It seems they're resisting inside, but no matter what, they can't escape the bracelet's binding. I'll ask them about the battle later. This stone, using something that caused so many sacrifices, makes me uncomfortable. But even if I can use it, it's difficult to control properly. And it's a precious necessity for fighting the Red Dragon. So I need to find a way to use it. Other spirits gathered beside him. Do you have any further commands, Master? Everything was concluded. Dan-woo shook his head. No, that's all. It might be good food. Perhaps I can divide them among the monster legion. The objective is complete. I don't need to intervene further. There's still many people in these two groups that need to be dealt with, but being too greedy will lead to danger. It's not time to show my full strength yet. I seem to have forgotten something. Tell Cain, that's enough, you can withdraw. The divine sword watched the scene with a complicated heart. The damage is too great. After the battle within the past, this is the first time I've suffered such heavy losses. I worked so hard to restore everything, slowly gathering talent and creating the present. However, this raid has taken away at least half of the power I built. The inner cores of the four sacred beasts are gone. The war god and sword god too. Even the stone has gone silent. You're ambitious, Summer Queen. The wasp lair, hearing this, used the dragon's breath to attack. The divine order is also here to support the divine sword. Are you worried? You suddenly slowed down. This isn't like you at all. Don't tell me you're tired, divine swordsman. The divine sword's words startled the divine order. The war god is gone. Now, I will activate. Spear god, bow god, support me. Hearing this, the divine order felt invigorated. It will take some time to activate the power. The divine sword began to focus. Until then, the two of us will have to buy him some time. Buying time is no problem. The bow god has also launched an attack on the wasp lair, and the divine order seems more confident than anyone else. Cover me, bow god. The Summer Queen's attitude. What is it? Purple lights surrounded the divine order as he focused all his power into a single attack. The wasp lair also felt a bit uneasy. These damn rats. The bow god's arrows were ready to be released. All the arrows were aimed directly at the dragon. This is the cooperation the divine order spoke of. All right, we've hit those tough scales. The Summer Queen must be exhausted. If I could unleash the power now, I could definitely defeat her. All the endured attacks enraged the wasp lair. How dare you challenge me? Dragon's breath. The divine sword had to bear the brunt of this attack. This is fortunate. Focus all your attacks on me. Your end will come soon enough. Bow god now. The bow god unleashed the lost arrow. But unexpectedly, the wasp lair dodged it easily. But regardless, the divine order was certain the dragon would be hit by that attack. No, could it be? Things are starting to get complicated. The bow god smirked. He's the traitor. Divine swordsman, dodge. The divine sword's area suddenly brightened. Close. It's very close to the divine sword. That lost arrow was aimed at the divine sword from the beginning. The divine sword realized it too late. A large explosion occurred. The flames began to rage. The scene was now desolate, and the divine sword, despite its majestic power, was not unscathed. The reversed flow of magical power caused severe internal injuries. The divine sword seemed to be losing its mind. Scattered, forgotten memories were now piecing together. The reason for the divine sword's sudden madness, despite the tightened security in preparation for war. Somehow, something easily infiltrated and got its hands on his son's pendant. Not only that, but information about the stone in his possession was also leaked. The divine sword's suspicion now fell on one person, the bow god. However, he just smirked mockingly. Perhaps you've gone mad, divine swordsman. I tried to use magic that wasn't too strong, just so you could rest peacefully. The contemptuous words made the divine order, Trang-mu, unable to restrain himself and shout, bow god, I will destroy you. But in return, the bow god paid no attention. He felt the divine order was overexcited. For a heartless individual like the bow god, turning his back was always easy. At that moment, the wasp lair unexpectedly launched an attack to stop the divine order from attacking the bow god. With just a powerful swipe of its tail, the wasp lair sent the divine order flying. Many players couldn't believe the scene unfolding before their eyes. The only reason they could fight, even in completely unfavorable circumstances, against the overwhelming power of the red dragon. That was their absolute faith in the gods. For them, the Bao god's betrayal and the injuries of the other two gods were a devastating shock. Although it took longer than expected, this is the end of Azu's core. As the flames raged, the divine order couldn't forgive the Bao god. He was like a man possessed. No, the divine order tried to regain his composure. The divine sword was both the center and the king of Azu's core. To the divine order, that he was irreplaceable, so he couldn't be allowed to be destroyed here. As long as the divine sword lived, Azu's core would exist forever. Therefore, the divine order was determined to prevent this at all costs. At that moment, tens of thousands of Azu's core players stood, got up, and turned their blades towards the Summer Queen. They all shared the same goal, to buy time for the spear god and the divine sword to escape, even at the cost of their own lives. Seeing the players charging forward, the Summer Queen couldn't help but be taken aback. "How dare you, scum? Don't even dream of me sparing your lives." With that, the Summer Queen exerted her power, unleashing a raging inferno that incinerated the players. The Summer Queen continued to advance, burning away all obstacles in her path. At this time, someone was observing everything that was happening. Fanny asked Kane, "Is it okay to leave it like this?" Although he had followed Kane's instructions, he felt extremely uneasy. Kane immediately replied, "It's fine. You don't need to worry about that. On the contrary, the red dragon should be thanking us for leaving at this time." Hearing this, Fanny was confused. Zoza then asked Fanny, "Why do you think our tribe didn't participate in this raid?" After pondering for a moment, Fanny nodded. "It's true that this raid was sudden, but there's no way the tribe wouldn't know. With people constantly chattering, creating such chaos, there's no way information could be kept quiet." Zoza added, "Perhaps Father thinks that the alliance with Azu's core is no longer meaningful. It's highly likely the Red Dragon has also sent people to our tribe. Even though they conquered Kujum City, they haven't done anything to our tribe. This means they feel pressured. Moreover, the war with Azu's core is now over. So, from their standpoint, they probably want to avoid getting entangled with the One-Horn tribe, even if it's just to deal with it later." However, Fanny didn't understand a word of it. What complicated politics? Can't it be simpler? Seeing this, Zoza said, "There's no need to overthink it. Politics ultimately boils down to one thing. If you want to be king, hold on to it. The most important thing is power." The scene changes. The three of them are on their way back. War King Natsu is surprised. "My son and daughter have arrived." Kane is immediately envious. "You don't accept your children's greetings." Hearing this, Natsu ignores him and scoffs. "Why would someone who lives as they please need to offer greetings? Did you cause any trouble?" He then smirks. "Why is it that every time you go out and come back, you're different? Your physique is different. Your sin has changed." Kane is taken aback by War King Natsu's perceptiveness. Even though he hid his dragon scales and tried to change his aura, he couldn't fool him. Then, Kane says, "I'll explain it to you privately later." Hearing this, War King Natsu nods. "All right, if there's anything good, share it with me. Don't hog it all to yourself. Now get out of here." The three of them obey War King Natsu's words and leave. But suddenly, War King Natsu asks Kane, "The thing you're planning, did it end well?" Kane turns back, looks at him, and smiles. Kane bows respectfully and says, "Thanks to you." War King Natsu understands and tells Kane to leave. Only now does he truly feel at ease about Kane. Elsewhere, in the forest, cries of despair echo. "We can't go back like this. Let's form an alliance." A player pleads, "Please." Thankfully, the Divine Sword and Spear God have escaped the battlefield, but we currently don't know their location. The Red Dragon is organizing a pursuit squad and has been chasing them for 2 days. Please, help our Azu's core. However, War King Natsu is incredibly cold and asks him why he should do so. The player is stunned. You promised to form an alliance with us. Azu's Corps' headquarters is under threat. The Red Dragon's high-ranking members are attacking. Hearing this, Kane is surprised that they acted so quickly. The Red Dragon is even more reckless than that. Is it all because of the Star Stone? The player is now panicking. After all, the Divine Sword is War King Natsu's disciple, and the Spear God is also a member of the tribe. However, War King Natsu coldly states that Spear God has nothing to do with the tribe anymore. It's been a long time since anyone mentioned those two names. The alliance was formed because we believed Azu's Corps was qualified to stand alongside the One-Horn tribe. But Azu's Corps was defeated after just one battle, without any time to react. So, you're no longer qualified to be our allies. Listening to War King Natsu's words to the player, Kane is deeply impressed. So decisive. Even with his relatives and disciple involved, he still does this. I think I now understand a little about why War King Natsu brought about the Golden Age for the One-Horn tribe. This is truly a War King. At that moment, Kane can't help but wonder what would happen if something were to occur. Azu's Corps is finished. Although it wasn't easily destroyed solely due to the betrayal of the Bao God and the Divine Sword, one of the 8 factions has vanished. With this event, it's highly likely that it will turn into a fierce war between leaders vying for the power vacuum left by Azu's Corps. If that happens, this won't just be a conflict between the Red Dragon and Azu's Corps. Kane thinks the current chaos is just the beginning. There's no free time anymore. I have to get stronger, adapt to this body, and reorganize my dragon power. There's still a long way to go if I truly want to fight Baja, and I currently can't use my full potential. I have to learn everything one by one. After all, I'll be busier from now on. The task left by Abido, also known as Yeon-woo. Lien and Baja's souls are inside the ring. I guess I'll have to summon them for interrogation later. Now, I have to start investigating the stone, practicing the 8 extremities fist, and the delayed rank-up impact. First, I've made a decision. I'll start by awakening the egg. Scene change. The 3 elders couldn't accept such a rushed timeline. They unanimously objected, saying a new individual would be born, and it was still too early. Give us more time. Don't take it away. The 3 elders had also heard that Kane had completed the 11th floor trial. But let's investigate the egg a little more. Besides, you don't have the moon seed, so how can you awaken it? The 3 elders were determined to stop Kane from awakening the egg. They protested, if you do this, you'll have to step over our dead bodies. Hearing this, Kane was speechless. One elder spoke, this isn't just an ordinary phantom beast's egg. Through in-depth research, we've discovered it's a divine beast's egg. You intend to awaken such a magnificent being without the moon seed. Kane was surprised to hear it was a divine beast's egg, the same level as the 4 sacred beasts. Seeing the tense situation, Zoza apologized to Kane on behalf of the 3 elders. They're not usually this stubborn. This time, their curiosity seems to have exploded. However, their concern about the lack of a moon seed is valid. In fact, I also doubt it can hatch without the moon seed. Even Kane wasn't sure if it was possible without the moon seed, even though he had the method. After obtaining that from the 4 sacred beasts, that a crystallized power created by 4 different powers, Kane believed the blessing of the 4 sacred beasts was enough to awaken the egg. Moreover, lately, that the connection with the egg had conveyed its desires. It wanted to awaken, to tell him something, not through thoughts, but face to face. At that moment, a brilliant energy suddenly shone. It was chirpy, and it said, I also want to see you soon. The dazzling light startled the 3 elders. They couldn't believe it. Isn't that the chaotic bird? I heard it absorb the sword tiger's soul. One elder said, so this is what a divine beast looks like when it develops. Another said, its appearance is certainly different from what's been recorded, likely due to its tendencies. We must document all its characteristics. The 3 elders continued to exclaim, How strange. It's our first time seeing this. What changes will occur as it continues to develop, from its stats to its appearance? Chirby wanted to blow them away because they were being too weird. Kane agreed, and a fierce gust of wind arose, causing Fanti and Zoza to shake their heads sadly. Scene change. Kane went to meet another one-horn mage. He suddenly seemed a bit uncomfortable and said that if he focused too much, he couldn't see his surroundings, so he noticed Kane a bit late. It seems the elders are quite tired. Then he invited Kane in and said that from now on, he would instruct them more carefully. Looking at the person in front of him, Kane couldn't believe this was the Grand Elder. Except for the War King, the Grand Elder is the strongest in the One-Horn tribe. The feeling is different from the War King, but it's also an overwhelming power. So there's a good reason for most other places to tremble in fear. Kane then mentioned the egg. It's currently much larger than before. The Grand Elder also said that its height is already 4 meters, and its size keeps expanding as if it wants to fill the entire room. However, what Kane was concerned about was how big it would be if it hatched. The Grand Elder pondered, let's see, it's currently curled up inside the egg. It depends on the thickness of its body, but if estimated based on its current length, it will probably exceed 5 meters. Hearing that, Kane suspected they would have to go outside to awaken it, making the Grand Elder laugh. If so, I'd be grateful, but my old friend could take a look around first. After that, the giant egg was brought outside. Fortunately, Kane had a method to awaken it, but the Grand Elder was worried about something. First of all, it's definitely a divine beast, and I can't even sense its attributes. It's unbelievable. That's also why the other elders said it couldn't hatch. Even though it looks like the hatching process is complete, it still looks like it's being forced to awaken before it's ready. Furthermore, the Grand Elder could sense the immense power from its body, but because the magical power is too high, he couldn't grasp its form. Every time he tried to examine it, he was repelled by that magical power. Hearing this, Kane couldn't hide his bewilderment. If that's the case, then the Grand Elder's words were also uncertain. However, deep down, he felt a strong urge from that entity, as if it was calling out, waiting to be awakened. Looking at Kane's expression, the Grand Elder suddenly realized, it seems you've made up your mind to awaken it. Saying anything more won't help. With no reason left to stop him, he pulled something from his sleeve and placed it in Kane's hand. Kane looked down, his eyes filled with surprise. It was the seed of the moon. This is an A+ rank item, a sacred seed grown in a cave for a long time, absorbing the energy of the moonlight. If swallowed after being processed in a certain way, it becomes a wonderful elixir. Seeing Kane's surprised expression, the Grand Elder added, both Zoza and Fanti are members of the tribe, after all. Moreover, they're royalty. You're fighting alongside them, so how could the mission fail? Consider it a gift for taking good care of Fanny and Zoza, and personally, I'm also curious about how a divine beast hatches as a scholar. Hearing that, Kane didn't hesitate any longer and thanked the Grand Elder. At this point, he continuously urged Kane, quickly awaken it. I'm very curious right now. I wonder what will appear inside. Moreover, the number of onlookers was increasing, so he urged Kane to act quickly. Even War King Natsu was eagerly waiting. He was also curious to see what the big deal was. Kane hadn't expected War King Natsu to arrive at this very moment. Beginning the awakening process, Kane was surprised. What he was about to do wasn't hatching, but reviving. And then he used all his strength to awaken it. The outer shell began to crack, and within, a gloomy red energy emerged. A giant divine beast appeared, the one it had longed for.